The blinding whiteness made Zhao Yi slowly wake up from his coma. He slowly sat up, looked at his surroundings, and immediately understood that he was being pulled into the real-life horror game Hell that came to the world 3 years ago. This game will continuously pull humans into a world of horror, perform various horror missions, and broadcast live on the game's virtual platform Eternal Night Camp. Those who succeed will receive rewards and continue to become stronger. The loser will have his life permanently deducted until death. He stood up from the tattered iron bed and stretched his muscles. Deep in his eyes, a faint dark red light suddenly flashed. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yi got some unstable data. These data, which come from nowhere, reveal important information. To escape the hospital, you need an access card. It seems that this is his ultimate goal. Strange, there is one newcomer in this batch with a spiritual value of 101. What? Isn't this game's player's spiritual power capped at 100? Is there another new person entering Colossus Hospital? Go watch the live broadcast. What's his name? Zhao Yi. In Yongnai Camp, many players clamored and clicked into Zhao Yi's live broadcast room. They wanted to see how the unlucky man who entered the Colossus Hospital would die. 4th floor. Zhao Yi continued to walk forward, along the mottled wall. The paint peeled off along with the walls, and there were wisps of mildew all over the floor. Apparently, the hospital had been abandoned for many years. Finally, Zhao Yi stopped at the door of 409. He saw a dying old man lying in the ward, skinny as a stick and with white hair. The old man had many tubes inserted into his body to prolong his life. The old man had a pleading look in his eyes and slightly raised his lips. I want to go to the toilet for a quick break. Can you help me get up? Zhao Yi looked at the old man carefully. Old man Liu, advanced danger. Note, unable to move, slow speed. Is it a trapping type of monster? The combat attributes are super strong, but it cannot move, and its attack range is narrow. And it even has a fatal weakness. Zhao Yi's mind was racing, and then he pushed the door open and walked towards the old man step by step. A trace of resentment and a cold smile flashed across his eyes, but he said gratefully, "Thank you, young man." In the live broadcast room, the faces of the players who saw Zhao Yi entering showed regret and ridicule. He actually dared to go in. Even if you think about it with your buttocks, there won't be any living people in this place, right? If I die in the hands of old man Liu, I'm afraid I might as well be 50 if not 100. I thought the newbie with Spirit 101 was so good, but it turns out he has cerebral palsy and is not as good as the one with 78 last time. Come quickly, come touch my hand. It was howling crazily in its heart. A rusty scalpel appeared in Zhao Yi's hand hidden behind his back. He stepped forward again, but bypassed the old man's front and came to the old man's back. The old man's smile froze. Zhao Yi stared at the back of the old man's head for a long time and said calmly, "I'll ask you a question. If you answer it correctly, I'll take you to the toilet. What if the answer is wrong? Then I'll cut off your head." Old man Liu was confused. The audience in the live broadcast room was also confused. Zhao Yi put the tip of the knife against the back of old man Liu's head and asked, "How many leg hairs do I have?" The sound of a scalpel entering flesh was heard. Old man Liu looked horrified and shouted, "Don't kill me. Ask one more question. Ask one more question." Zhao Yi was silent for a while, nodded and said, "Good, then let me ask one more question. Where is the hospital access card?" Old man Liu exhaled this time and said hurriedly, "There are 3 hospital access cards. One is in the logistics department, one is on the director, and one." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened and his body began to twitch. Your soul weapon touched the ghost's resentment and was successfully unsealed. You killed old man Liu, and the scalpel was slightly enhanced. Note, in the dungeon, hidden tasks are randomly triggered by players and are more difficult than main tasks. After triggering, players can choose not to complete them and will not be punished. It will not affect the player's completion of main tasks. After completing the hidden tasks, players will receive extra bonus. With the system message, the old man's body turned around at some point and looked at Zhao Yi quietly, with no ferocious look in his eyes. His figure is fading. "Thank you, young man, for setting me free. This real estate certificate is the old man's only savings during his lifetime." In his last moments, he told his story. It turns out that in order to obtain this real estate certificate, Liu Zhu, the daughter of old man Liu, secretly had an affair with the director of Colossus Hospital and attempted to conspire to kill him. But later Liu Zhu died due to an accidental elevator accident in the hospital. So the matter finally came to nothing. Old man Liu entrusted Zhao Yi to help kill the director of Colossus Hospital. In exchange, the real estate certificate will belong to Zhao Yi. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of players watching the live broadcast were stunned on the spot. 3 full seconds, then it suddenly became noisy. This newcomer actually got the hidden mission of Colossus Hospital. Awesome. It turns out that old man Liu can't move at all. But how did he know? Who said that this newcomer is cerebral palsy? Please stand up and speak. Everyone was talking about it. Although it was a bit of a fluke, he is indeed among the new players who were newly included in the Bone Zone this year. His performance is currently very good. The results of a newcomer's dungeon are often not very important. What is important is his mentality, judgment, and reaction ability. Isn't this the vice president of the guild, Yang Tao? Why is Yang Tao in the mood to come to the newcomer's live broadcast room? Is your guild short of people? Look at me, boss. I'm already level 12. Yang Tao, we are not short of people. I just happened to have some free time, so I came to take a look. I just happened to analyze the dungeon situation of the newcomers this year. As far as the current situation is concerned, the best way for Zhao Yi to deal with it is to abandon the temptation of hidden tasks and concentrate on completing the main line. Let's see how this newcomer will perform. Yang Tao, moreover, old man Liu has implicitly told Zhao Yi that his daughter died in the elevator, which means that the elevator in the hospital cannot be used. In the live broadcast room, Yang Tao had a reason to analyze it and suddenly stopped, because he saw that Zhao Yi actually went straight to the elevator with the real estate certificate. The wood decoration in the elevator is very worn. There are many dark brown spots, that is dried blood stains. Obviously something happened inside. Zhao Yi touched his chin and stared at the elevator for a long time. Elevator, low-level danger. Note 1, there is a dead ghost inside. Its strength and resistance have been severely reduced, but it still has 5 times the physical strength of humans. You can't fight it with your bare hands. The mark appeared again. Zhao Yi smiled when he saw this mark. The one who died in the elevator was most likely Liu Leihan's daughter. The strength and resistance were severely reduced. Good, good. Most of the hospitals in different regions have maps on the first floor, and this map is very helpful for Zhao Yi to complete the task. So he wants to go to the first floor. The elevator began to sink slowly. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker unnaturally. The elevator also began to shake gradually. The changes in the elevator made the audience in the novice live broadcast room nervous. It seems that he will stop here. As the saying goes, an elevator is equal to a living coffin. In such a dangerous world, entering an elevator is really a very unwise choice. Indeed. In the elevator, Zhao Yi kept looking around. I don't know when. A drop of sticky liquid dripped from the top. It just fell on Zhao Yi's forehead. It's blood. Something strange, wet and cold was placed on Zhao Yi's shoulder. Zhao Yi slightly side-glanced and saw, without any warning, a shattered, bloody and terrifying ghost face suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on the tip of his nose. The expression was strangely excited. You are Liu Zhu, the daughter of old man Liu. It seems that he is not afraid, and even a little excited. I would like to call him a real warrior. In the live broadcast room, the people who were originally frightened by the sudden appearance of the female ghost, when they saw Zhao Yi's expression, their fear was immediately dispelled by more than half. Looking at the man in front of her who was not afraid of her at all, Liu Zhu herself was also confused. I'm Liu Zhu. Are you here to help me get revenge? Bloody face, wet and sticky black hair, pale skin, spooky tone. Zhao Yi was not afraid, and even wanted to perform a craniotomy on the other party. Your father, old man Liu, has a special gift for you. Liu Zhu was stunned. My father? Zhao Yi nodded. It seems to be related to some real estate certificate. But tell me about your story first. Didn't you die in an elevator accident? Why do you want revenge? Hearing the words real estate certificate, Liu Zhu, the female ghost, knew that Zhao Yi was indeed entrusted by old man Liu. Because of this matter, only 3 people in the entire hospital knew about it. She, old man Liu, and the dean. Accident? Yes, everyone thinks it was an accident. It was the dean. He murdered me and pushed me off the rooftop. Then he asked people to collect my body and announced that the elevator was faulty. Zhao Yi suddenly realized. So, you want me to help you kill the dean? Liu Zhu nodded. If you help me kill the dean and bring his head back to me, I will give you a generous reward. No system prompt. This means that the female ghost is deceiving Zhao Yi. She is not prepared to pay Zhao Yi at all. Does he have any weaknesses? Zhao Yi seemed not to notice and asked on his own. He is the most powerful ghost here, but he can also be said to be the weakest ghost. Unlike other ghosts, he doesn't know he is dead. If you can let him know that he is dead, his obsession will disappear and his power will be lost. After the female ghost finished speaking, Zhao Yi handed the property certificate and the sphere below to the female ghost. I understand. These things are what your father wants to give to you. I will find a way to help you get revenge. You can take a look first. Liu Zu's cold eyes fell on the property certificate, and she took the two things Zhao Yi gave him. The process was so smooth. It was so smooth that the female ghost didn't even have any doubts. Zhao Yi went out and turned right, stopped, covered his ears. A strange pull ring was put on his middle finger. After a short wait, an extremely dazzling and shining light exploded in the elevator. The violent explosion was immediately accompanied by countless flesh and wood chips flying out, sweeping all over the ground, spreading more than 10 meters. A blown-up, bulging head rolled out of the elevator, and the falling eyeballs were filled with extreme reluctance and fear. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Damn, isn't he a psychiatrist? Why do I carry a grenade with me when I enter a dungeon? I'm afraid he's not a combat psychiatrist from Syria. I give full marks to this wave of physical exorcism. Wonderful. Using words to divert the female ghost's attention, she allowed the female ghost to focus all her attention on the real estate certificate. That was her obsession during her lifetime, and she subconsciously lowered her vigilance towards Zhao Yi. After all, most players when facing ghosts, all they want to do is escape. Who would have thought that humans would take the initiative to attack ghosts? In just a short period of time, he already had the desire to pull Zhao Yi into the guild as an exception. This newcomer's performance is really too good. Even many players who have performed many missions would find it difficult to be as calm and courageous as Zhao Yi. The battered head on the ground became more and more hideous and ugly. Liu Zu stared at Zhao Yi with great anger and resentment. You dare to plot against me? Zhao Yi ran to the bloody female ghost's head and patted her head like a rubber ball as if he had discovered some new toy. Hey, your head is very sexy, isn't it? Well, it's just a little sticky. The next moment, a sharp, rusty knife appeared in Zhao Yi's hand. That is his sole weapon. Looking at the scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand, great fear appeared in the female ghost's vicious eyes. No, don't kill me. The female ghost made a piercing scream. My knife is very fast and won't hurt. Zhao Yi extended his left hand very considerately to comfort the female ghost. Then, amid the female ghost's shrill screams, he slowly inserted the scalpel into the back of the female ghost's head. The scalpel is stained with the blood of ghosts. Something is awakened. Your soul weapon evolution. Your attributes gain an increase. The sound of footsteps came from the corridor not far away. Zhao Yi stood up and slowly turned around. In front of him was an old man whose head had been chopped off obliquely, leaving only half of it. There was still a weird smile on his face, but when he saw the head of a female ghost with an extremely frightened expression in Zhao Yi's hand, his smile gradually disappeared. How can I help you? Zhao Yi asked politely. The old ghost was covered in hair, turned around and ran away without looking back. Grandma, this guy is so scary. He actually cut off the head of that crazy woman in the elevator. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of the ghost turning around and running away, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. What was originally a few hundred people has now turned into tens of thousands of people watching. I'm so convinced. This newcomer is too fierce. It actually scared away the ghosts. He used the female ghost's head as a rubber racket. Is he really a psychiatrist and not a psychopath? Zhao clenched his fists and clearly felt that his strength had improved a lot. The original strength value of 2 has become 5. It feels good. In the lobby on the first floor of the hospital, Zhao Yi found the map he was looking for as he wished. Zhao Yi did not go to the dean's office building immediately, but chose the security room. He needed a certificate to inform the dean of his death. In the security room, there is surveillance and maybe a printer. When Zhao Yi entered the security room, the first thing he did was to take out his scalpel and cut off the heads of the corpses on the ground one by one. His move directly sent chills down the backs of many players in the live broadcast room. Although it is very abnormal, it is a very safe approach. In the newcomer dungeon, the power of individual ghosts is severely limited. After finishing what he was doing, Zhao Yi calmly washed the blood in his hands in a corner of the room. Zhao Yi finally found some old news about Colossus Hospital. He took screenshots of some key pictures, put them into Word, and printed them all on a piece of paper. After carefully looking through it and confirming that it was correct, Zhao Yi folded it and took it with him. Then go out and leave. But not long after, he turned back, took out his scalpel and stabbed the ghost heads on the table one by one. After doing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. I just said I forgot something. This way, you probably won't come back to life, he said to himself. After entering the central hall, the surrounding shadows appeared strange. The sky was already gloomy. The air was cold and damp. Zhao Yi paced forward, noticing an abnormal black fog ahead. Ghost fog, neutral. Note, it induces fear and reduces the player's mental value, but it has no effect on you at all. Here it comes, the ghost fog corridor. This ghost fog has killed many players. It reduces mental value. You can't stay in it for too long. I remember there was a crybaby locked in a room deep within the ghost fog. I think it's part of a side quest. Yes, but there's more than one ghost there, and there's a deadly door opening trap. Newcomers die easily. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi stepped into the ghost fog corridor. As soon as he entered, his vision became obscured and covered in darkness. Whispers echoed in his ears. Mysterious, obscure. These voices carried a certain degree of spiritual corruption. But they were completely useless against Zhao Yi, because, in the past, Zhao Yi had heard countless horrific whispers every day. From the moment he woke up to the moment he fell asleep, there was never any peace. Those voices had been far more sinister than the whispers he heard now. Each one was filled with malice. Zhao Yi walked calmly through the fog. It felt familiar, like returning home. The long, narrow corridor curved, stretching about 300 meters in total. At the end, a staircase awaited. But halfway through, a faint cry reached his ears. Side quest triggered. Help the crybaby fulfill his wish. Zhao Yi followed the sound, gripping his scalpel tightly, though he hadn't even noticed when it appeared in his hand. He walked until he reached room 1007. The crying came from inside. The paint on the wooden door was peeling, leaving mottled marks. Zhao Yi reached out, grasped the door handle, and tried to turn it. It wasn't locked. Everyone watching the live broadcast was tense at this moment. They knew that as soon as Zhao Yi opened the door, he would die. A few seconds stretched into an eternity. Holding their breath, focusing intently. Hey, why didn't he open the door? Damn, so cautious. Zhao Yi's hand paused. Instead of pushing the door open, he took a few steps back, his eyes scanning it carefully. Door, extremely dangerous. Note, destructible. An idea formed in Zhao Yi's mind. He raised his scalpel, testing its sharpness against the wooden door. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed. A shrill scream erupted from behind the door. The sound was deafening, drowning out the crybaby's sobs. One stab after another. Nobody knew how many times he had struck. Zhao Yi's vacant expression and the steady, ruthless rhythm of his knife swings sent chills down the spines of the live viewers. Holy, this new guy is brutal. I'm starting to worry about the hospital director. Damn, if we ever meet him in game, be careful, I think he's insane. Finally, Zhao Yi received another system prompt. You killed the door-opening ghost. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. November 12th, Sunny. My mother's condition has worsened again. I'm still writing to earn money, but I fell asleep while working last night because I was taking care of her. I lost my full attendance bonus this month. I begged the editor for leniency, but he said there was nothing he could do. This weekend, I'll take on extra work and skip a meal each day. I just hope I can save enough for my mother's surgery soon. December 12th, Cloudy. I got a job delivering food. It's tiring, but as long as I can earn enough for my mother's surgery, it's worth it. December 27th, Light Rain. It has been raining for over 10 days, and the town is flooded. I slipped while making a delivery today and lost my earnings. February 9th, Heavy Rain. It's been nearly 3 months of non-stop rain. I can't do deliveries, and my mother's condition is worsening again. What should I do? March 18th, Thunderstorm. What happened to this town? Why is it suddenly like this? The streets are so empty. Where did everyone go? The diary ended there. There was nothing useful in it, just tragedy. Zhao Yi tossed the diary aside and turned to leave. But then he hesitated. Picking it up again, he carefully reread the pages. His gaze darkened. Mother, surgery. A realization struck him. Tucking the diary into his pocket, he stepped back into the ghost fog. The entire hospital layout appeared in his mind. The hospital building was dangerous, with ghosts of varying strengths wandering the halls. Zhao Yi didn't seek conflict. He avoided them, making his way toward the densely populated inpatient wards. These wards were in terrible condition, filthy, neglected. Clearly not meant for the wealthy. It matched the crybaby's diary description of his family. Poor. But Zhao Yi wasn't interested in completing the side quest. He was searching for the female ghost for a different reason. What's he doing? No idea. Maybe mapping out the area. He's eliminating options. Brother Yang Tao, explain. Didn't you notice? The crybaby repeatedly worried about his mother in the diary, meaning the side quest is connected to her as well. If Zhao Yi finds the crybaby's mother, he can naturally continue the quest. Right now, he's narrowing down which rooms contain women. Once he determines that, he can go in and investigate. It's efficient and safer. Damn, that makes sense. Brother Yang Tao saw through it instantly. As Yang Tao's followers praised him, other players focused intently on Zhao Yi. After a brief process of elimination, Zhao Yi found his target. Among all the wards on this floor, only room 3004 contained a female ghost lying on a bed. That had to be the crybaby's mother. Her weak, frail appearance might be deceiving. Just like the crybaby, she was classified as intermediate danger. In contrast, the grotesque ghosts in nearby rooms were merely neutral. Zhao Yi approached room 3004, gripping the doorknob with one hand. Slowly, he pushed it open and smiled politely. "Hello, are you Azio's mother?" The ghost turned, her deathly pale eyes locking onto him. "I am Azio's mother. What do you want?" Zhao Yi's face lit up. "Great, I finally found you. So, do you have a husband or any other family in this hospital?" Silence. Then, the ghost whispered, "No." Her expression twisted. "Why are you asking?" Her hair began to stretch unnaturally, slithering toward him like ghostly tendrils. She wasn't planning to let him leave alive. Of course, Zhao Yi wasn't planning to let her live, either. No husband, no relatives. Good. That saves me the trouble of running around looking for them. Muttering to himself, Zhao Yi casually tossed a black object into the room. The ghost instinctively caught it with her creeping hair. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire building. The ghost's agonized screams pierced the air. Zhao Yi calmly waited for the flames to settle. Then, he stepped inside. The female ghost was dead. The room was in ruins. The livestream chat had gone completely silent. Even seasoned players watching felt a chill. Yang Tao, usually quick with commentary, said nothing. This guy's thought process was insane. A normal player would have followed the side quest to interact with the ghost and uncover her story. But Zhao Yi, he walked in and threw a grenade. And from the way he casually confirmed whether she had any family left, it was clear he wasn't just trying to avoid a fight. He was systematically eliminating Azio's entire family. The logic was simple. If they're dead, they can't seek revenge. Was this guy really not a psychopath? Yang Tao swallowed hard. Zhao Yi, meanwhile, finished his work and walked away. He headed for the hospital's rooftop. As he passed through the corridors, nearby ghosts hid. Eventually, Zhao Yi arrived at his final destination. The director's office. Data appeared before him. Dean of Colossus Hospital, extremely dangerous. Note, do not engage in direct combat. Even before stepping inside, Zhao Yi could feel the overwhelming aura of death. He touched his chin, paused for half a second. Then, he pulled out a printed newspaper article. He grabbed a pen from the next room and boldly circled a specific section in red. Satisfied, he taped the paper to his face. Then, gripping his blood-stained scalpel, he kicked open the director's door. The moment he stepped in, the chilling pressure of death engulfed him. The dean lunged, pale hands shooting forward, grabbing Zhao Yi's throat with inhuman speed. Zhao Yi had no chance to react. The dean's icy grip drained the strength from his body. His grotesque mouth stretched open, ready to swallow Zhao Yi whole. Then, the dean's empty, bloodshot eyes fell on the newspaper taped to Zhao Yi's face. A specific, red-marked passage stood out. March 6th. Colossus Hospital was invaded by an unknown force. All personnel died. No survivors. Attached, picture. In that picture, the dean's own corpse hung from the hospital's rooftop. His lifeless body dangled like a tattered rag. His tongue was long, his skin purple. His dead eyes stared into the abyss. For a moment, the dean froze. His grip weakened. This was the moment. Zhao Yi tightened his grip on the scalpel and drove the blade straight into the dean's forehead. Zhao Yi's knife struck with lightning speed, piercing the dean's forehead with deadly precision. The dean remained suspended from the noose, his head now hanging limply. You have killed the dungeon boss. Soul weapon enhanced. Attributes slightly increased. Character, Zhao Yi. Level 1. Experience, 0 divided by 25. Ability, none. Items, Grenade X1. Life, 10 out of 10. Strength, 8. Spirit, 101 100 plus 1. Luck, 0. Title, none. Soul weapon, Bloody Scalpel. Quality, unique. Description: your soul weapon has slightly awakened after absorbing the hatred of an evil spirit, now possessing weak chaos damage. Note: chaos damage ignores resistance, dodge, and damage reduction, ensuring full damage against all units. Chaos damage. Is this some kind of advanced attribute? Zhao Yi made a mental note of this new ability. After slaying the dean, he carefully pulled the scalpel from the corpse's forehead, watching the blood drip from the blade. He then searched the office, eventually finding a letter and the dean's access card inside a cabinet. Slipping the access card into his pocket, Zhao Yi opened the letter. The crybaby's diary had piqued his curiosity about this world. Colossus Hospital and the town had clearly been invaded by some unknown force, plunging them into chaos. Though the novice dungeon hadn't given him much time to explore the lore, Zhao Yi was determined to gather as much information as possible. The letter was from the outside world. The handwriting was rushed and sloppy. Old Chen, I contacted the authorities and bribed the town guards for you. Guxuan town is not safe. Pack your things. In the next 2 or 3 days, go to the station at Nanjinmen. A black Diddy truck will be waiting. If you're late, something might happen. Only 4 lines, no signature. Whoever wrote this clearly knew about the danger in Guksuan town. Yet, despite their warning, the Dean Old Chen had still met a gruesome fate in the hospital. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, folded the letter, and placed it back in another drawer before locking the office behind him. With the access card in hand, he carefully maneuvered through the hospital, avoiding dangerous entities as he made his way to the exit. The security guard's body lay in pieces on the floor. Then Zhao Yi felt something. His gaze locked onto a distorted humanoid figure lurking in the shadows. It remained motionless, facing away from him. Extremely dangerous. Note, do not take your eyes off it, or something terrible will happen. A chill ran down Zhao Yi's spine. He couldn't make out the figure's features, but both the system warning and his instincts screamed at him this was not something he could afford to provoke. Keeping his movements steady, he reached the exit and swiped the access card. A harsh metallic grinding noise filled the air as the black iron doors, seemingly untouched for centuries, creaked open. Beyond the threshold, a dense fog obscured the world outside. Clearly, this novice dungeon wasn't ready to reveal more secrets. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, keeping his gaze locked on the twisted figure as he slowly backed away, disappearing into the fog. The moment he vanished, the shadowy figure snapped its head around. Like a lifeless puppet, it stared at the spot where Zhao Yi had stood. Congratulations, player Zhao Yi. Main quest, Escape from Colossus Hospital, completed. Hidden quest, Old Man Liu's Last Wish, completed. Side quest, Crybaby's Wish, failed. Plot exploration, 88%. Worldview exploration, 16%. Rating, S+ boss kill bonus. Reward, 25 experience. Item, Old Man Liu's property certificate unsealed. Title, Ghost Seer unique. In the livestream chat, chaos erupted. A newcomer, scoring S+ in Colossus Hospital, a hell-level underworld dungeon. Thousands had watched him clear it firsthand, and the excitement was palpable. It felt as though they had conquered the dungeon themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had barely stepped foot into the Evernight camp when he was bombarded with 99+ friend requests. The Evernight camp was a safe zone where players could interact, exchange items, and discuss dungeon experiences. Though not a real-world location, it functioned as a virtual hub, complete with a forum for strategy discussions and regional news. As Zhao Yi examined his surroundings, a white interface appeared before him, offering 2 options. 1. Select a guild to join. 2. Create a guild alone. One path led to joining an existing guild, the other to forging his own. Opening his system panel, Zhao Yi saw a flood of friend requests, many in gold, a mark of high status. They came from elite guild representatives. These were not casual invites. These guilds, known for their strict recruitment policies, were personally reaching out. Ordinary players dreamed of joining these guilds, yet Zhao Yi was receiving invitations on his first dungeon clear. The message was clear. They saw his potential. They wanted him, and they were willing to invest in him. A good guild could provide rich resources, accelerate progress in world missions, and expand territories for greater rewards. Zhao Yi's next decision would shape his future. Would he accept their offers or carve his own path? In a hidden corner of the system, there were also shops and rankings. The shop was filled with various items: agarwood, bronze mirrors, talisman paper for warding off spirits, and mysterious potions that enhanced abilities. Even better items were available in the high-level shop, though unlocking it required meeting special conditions. Wall points couldn't be earned in novice dungeons but had to be obtained in later ones. The higher the final score, the more points a player would receive. After closing the shop, Zhao Yi opened the ranking board. There were 5 leaderboards: newcomer ranking, guild ranking, leveling maniac ranking, richest in the world ranking, and famous in the world ranking. Currently, Zhao Yi ranked first on the newcomer ranking with an S+ score. As the top newcomer, he also received the corresponding title, Sharp Edge. Zhao Yi glanced at the leveling maniac ranking. The highest level player in the Bone Zone was currently at level 63, Zhu Deaji, the president of the Blowing Horns Camp Guild. After getting a general understanding of the rankings, Zhao Yi began researching guilds. It turned out that after entering the game, players could never return to their original world. Instead, they were thrown into the outskirts of a new chaotic world, a place of danger, desolation, and perpetual darkness. Survival required players to fend off threats, build homes, claim new territories, store resources, and gradually advance toward the world's center. Zhao Yi studied the world map that had been revealed so far and noticed something interesting. The All Mixers Guild was located closest to a familiar place, Guksuan Town. His eyes lit up. Everything about Guksuan Town intrigued him. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi clicked on the All Mixers Guild and sent an application to join. Now, all that was left was to wait. A short while later, he received a message. We're a trash guild. We have no resources. Clearly, the guild was surprised that Zhao Yi had applied. He wasn't offended by the rejection. Instead, he simply replied, I'm very interested in Guxuan Town. Just a few simple words. In a rundown apartment in a remote corner of the world, a mature woman with a seductive posture glanced at the message on her screen, slightly surprised. She turned to her teammates, who were lounging on a filthy sofa. This is interesting. This year's #1 rookie just applied to join our guild. A middle-aged Taoist priest, busy inspecting the treasures he had swindled from his last dungeon run, chuckled. Didn't this guy get invitations from top guilds? Or are the newcomers so terrible this time that even the #1 ranker couldn't impress those old ghosts? The woman flipped her long hair lazily. A rookie who scored S+ in a dungeon as difficult as Colossus Hospital. What do you think? The Taoist priest's smile faded slightly. Then why would he choose us? The woman shrugged. He said he was interested in Guxuan Town. She turned to a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, who was reading a book on the sofa. Uncle Quan, any advice? The man raised his head slightly, adjusted his glasses, and smirked. Guxuan Town. Isn't that related to our world mission? You guys never bother with world missions, just fighting and killing all the time. No wonder this guild is still in the same sorry state, and we've barely recruited any new members. The woman smirked. Where do you think we learned that from? If the leader isn't setting a good example, don't blame us for following in his footsteps. Uncle Quan awkwardly scratched his nose. Let him in. It's rare for a newcomer to want to join us. He gave the others a stern look. And don't bully him. The woman licked her red lips, a glint flashing in her eyes. Got it. Evernight Camp. News spread like wildfire. The rookie everyone was talking about had chosen to join the All Mixers Guild. Many players couldn't believe it. What a waste of talent. Of all the places he could go, why would he pick that joke of a guild? They've been around for 2 years and still haven't even unlocked the passage to the abandoned city. Such a shame. Even the top guilds were praising him, and now he throws it all away. Inside a high-rise building, Yang Tao sat in front of his computer, reviewing Zhao Yi's file with growing interest. A knock at the door. A woman in professional attire entered and placed a stack of documents in front of him. Vice President, we managed to dig up information from his original world. It's been uploaded to Evernight Camp. Here's the original manuscript. Yang Tao picked up the document, flipping through the pages. His expression grew serious. Was he famous? The woman nodded. He successfully treated nearly 1,000 patients with severe mental illnesses. Completely. Depression, psychotic violence, personality disorders. No matter the case, once they were under his care, they were cured. But every single patient he treated forgot the process. They only remember that Zhao Yi healed them, but everything related to their treatment is mysteriously gone from their memories. In the industry, no one calls him by his real name. He has a special nickname, the Forgotten Angel. Yang Tao remained silent for a long time, deep in thought. Then he looked up. Find Bao. The woman hesitated. Vice President, Bao slaughtered an entire team in his last dungeon. His kill count is too high, so the system locked him in the killing battlefield for 3 days. Yang Tao checked the calendar. I can wait. Gale, heavy rain. The sky was dark, the air thick with the scent of decay. The ruins around Zhao Yi looked as if they had endured a century of war, leaving nothing but broken debris. A lonely, battered building stood in front of him. Lights flickered inside. Welcome, Zhao Yi. A plump, mature woman stood at the entrance, wearing stylish sunglasses. Zhao Yi studied her curiously. Is this really the base of the All Mixers Guild? The woman smirked. Why, do we not look like a bunch of scoundrels? She removed her sunglasses and offered a hand. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Liu Ruoking, the guild's auditor. You can call me Sister Liu. She led Zhao Yi inside. The lobby was filled with people, all watching him with amused expressions. Liu Ruoking gestured toward the others. The man with black-framed glasses is our guild leader, Uncle Quan. The ice-cold beauty over there is Meng Jiao, our vice president. Don't bother trying to talk to her. She won't respond. And that swindler of a Taoist priest, Jiang Zhao. He's always scamming people, so be careful not to get tricked. Jiang Zhao scoffed in protest. Liu Ruoking, if you don't know what to say, don't say anything at all. I'm an expert in astronomy and geography, a master fortune teller, and I never charge a single penny. How does that make me a fraud? As soon as he opened his mouth, the old Taoist priest's personality was fully revealed. A room has been arranged for you. We usually live on the top floor, the 7th floor. Newcomers stay on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Your room number is 404. I specially applied for it for you. It's very auspicious. Zhao Yi nodded politely. Thank you, Taoist priest. Jiang Zhao chuckled. It's nothing. We're all family here. If you can be the top newcomer among tens of millions of people, we have high hopes for you. Liu Ruoking rolled her eyes, took Zhao Yi to room 404, and said, once you bind yourself to this room, it will become your safe space. No one else can enter without your permission. The peephole at the door emitted a light, scanning Zhao Yi's soul information. The door opened. Inside, the room was clean and tidy. 80 square meters, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, an independent bathroom, and 24-hour hot water supply. We have to fight for food and water at the abandoned train station 2 kilometers away. I mean, collect it. You need to be at least level 3 to enter, and you're not quite there yet. I'll give you some supplies to start with. Zhao Yi smiled. Thank you, Sister Liu. Liu Ruoking waved her hand, flipped her hair, and sat on Zhao Yi's soft couch. Come to the living room tomorrow night. I'll explain the basics of the hell game to you newbies. Also, don't wander outside the apartment for now. It's not safe. Zhao Yi nodded. The next day, there was no sun in this world, only faint starlight. The only way to tell time was through the in-game system clock. As night approached, Zhao Yi stepped into the hall in a nightgown. The murals were faded, the walls old, and the lights dim and warm. Around 40 or 50 people were gathered, a mix of men and women. Some looked anxious, others excited. Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words. I'm the president of the All Bastards Guild. You can call me Uncle Quan. The world we're in is a lawless and chaotic place, a chaotic world. It's extremely dangerous. The only truly safe place is the guild's building, so don't wander around unnecessarily. As players of the Hell game, you have 2 main objectives. The first is dungeon missions, and the second is world missions. Each player must complete at least 1 dungeon mission per month, with a maximum of 2. Be warned, many dungeons match you with other players. Killing and deception are common, so don't trust anyone too easily. Uncle Quan adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, a subtle excitement flashing in his eyes. During the dungeon, a live broadcast of your performance will be available in the Eternal Night Camp. The better you perform, the more viewers you'll attract. Gifts and popularity from viewers will be converted into additional points. It won't be much, but if you catch the attention of major guilds, it'll be easier to switch to a better one in the future. He didn't particularly care whether newcomers stayed or left. As for world missions, they're simpler. They appear in your system. If you're interested, go for it. If not, or if you're afraid of dying, ignore them. The guild doesn't enforce participation. Any questions? Several newcomers raised their hands eagerly. Uncle Quan glanced at them. Good. Since no one has questions, meeting adjourned. With that, the guild leaders got up and left. Wait, that's it. So irresponsible. Damn, did we just board a sinking ship? Hey, you applied to join this guild yourself. Don't blame anyone else. I only joined because I saw the top-ranked player was here. The room buzzed with complaints. Zhao Yi, unfazed, sipped his water on the couch. The game's mechanics were all available in the system. Whether or not they explained it made little difference. What did surprise him, however, was the guild's world mission progress. It hadn't moved at all. After 2 years, they were still stuck on the beginner-level guide mission. A guild of slackers. But that was actually a good thing. Zhao Yi could experience the storyline from the very beginning and uncover what really happened in Guxuan Town. World mission, guide mission. Mission objective, collect food and water from the train station. Recommended level, 1-3. Reward, 2 free talent points. Description, you suddenly wake up in the terrifying land of eternal night. Your goal is to escape this dangerous place, but first, you must find a way to survive. Attachment, map. Zhao Yi studied the map. The abandoned station was only 2 kilometers away, a short distance, but enough for something to go wrong. Shadows covered 80% of the station, meaning most of the area was unexplored and potentially deadly. For now, it was best to avoid it. Besides, the guild's storage warehouse had a mountain of food. There was no immediate need to scavenge. The priority now was leveling up and earning points to exchange for crucial items. With that in mind, Zhao Yi opened the system. Dungeon matching. Matching in progress, please wait. Match successful. Dungeon, Horror of the Ghost School. Players, Zhao Yi, Yang Linlin, Jen Tao, Lu Bai. Main quest, survive 7 days in Shishin High School. Side quest, break the high school curse. Main quest reward, 75 experience points. Side quest reward, surrogate doll. Difficulty, hell. Introduction. You have successfully entered the city's top-tier school, Shishin High School. However, after spending some time as a student, you start to notice that something is very wrong. A flash of bright white light. Zhao Yi vanished from the guild. A group of people stared at the empty spot where he had just stood. Oh my god, who is this guy? Did he just enter a dungeon already? Is he the rumored dungeon-addicted maniac? Warm sunlight streamed into the classroom through the glass window, casting a glow on young Linlin's delicate face. A beautiful woman with decent skills was enough to attract a large fan base, especially male fans. So, soon after young Linlin entered this dungeon, thousands of viewers gathered in her live broadcast room. Though she had only completed 4 dungeons, her growth was evident. But when she woke up at the dungeon's starting point, her expression darkened. The 4 glaring words made her feel weak all over. This was only her 4th dungeon. How could she be unlucky enough to get hell difficulty? The last dungeon, on normal difficulty, had nearly killed her. She didn't even want to imagine what hell difficulty would be like. At level 4, she had 25 health points in total. She had already died 3 times in past dungeons, losing 15 points, leaving her with only 10. If she died again, entering the next dungeon would be a nightmare, because if a player's health reaches 0, they will never resurrect at the guild residence again. After standing there in shock for a few seconds, young Linlin turned her head in panic. Half the students in the classroom sat slouched in their seats. 3 of them had distinct marks on their heads. They were the players matched with her. Young Linlin felt utterly hopeless. These 3 were even lower level than her. Fresh newbies. She couldn't count on them at all. Was she really going to die here today? And that guy named Joey, he seemed completely unaware of how dangerous this dungeon was. He was still casually looking around. Young Linlin exhaled sharply, closed her eyes, and forced herself to stay calm. Right now, she could only take things one step at a time. It was lunchtime. The students in the classroom were either chatting or dozing off. She glanced at the schedule and the large wall clock. There were 10 minutes left before the first math class of the afternoon. A perfect opportunity. They could discuss the situation and exchange information. At young Linlin's invitation, the 4 players gathered on the lawn outside the classroom. "Listen, we're facing unprecedented danger," she said. "For the next 7 days, we must work together to survive. What do you all think of this dungeon?" Jiantao and Lu Bai shrugged, looking helpless. "We just entered the game. What do we even know?" Meanwhile, Zhao had his hands in his pockets and was observing the classrooms on the first floor. Every classroom was only half full. No classroom had more than half the number of seats occupied. A room with 46 seats had at most 23 students. 8 classrooms in a row were like this. A curious pattern. But, what did it mean? Zhao's expression turned serious. "Hey, Zhao, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you hear me talking about teamwork? We need to communicate and exchange useful information if we want to survive." "Zhao, that name sounds familiar," Jiantao muttered, then suddenly gasped. "Wait, are you the newcomer ranked number 1? The one who got S+ in the Hell difficulty dungeon Colossus Hospital?" The other 2 players froze. They immediately checked the system. Newcomer rank number 1. A monster who had already killed thousands. Their eyes lit up. Zhao saw their eager faces and touched his chin. "Do you remember your assigned seats?" he asked. Young Linlin responded immediately. "Of course I do." "Why?" Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at the 3rd floor classroom with a thoughtful expression. "Nothing. It's time for class. Let's head back. If nothing unexpected happens, a lot of people in our classroom will die today. Oh, and one more thing, sit in your assigned seats. Do not sit in the wrong place." His last sentence carried a chilling tone that made their hair stand on end. The 3 players exchanged nervous glances. Jiantao's face turned pale. "Jiantao, what's wrong?" I forgot my seat." He turned to Zhao, panic-stricken. "Brother Zhao, is this really important?" Zhao rolled his eyes. "I can't guarantee if other seats are dangerous, but our spawn points should be safe for now. If you really can't remember, try to recall something near your seat." Live chat. Damn, Zhao's mind is on another level. Even after leaving the new player recommendation, he still has 300+ viewers. That's crazy. Another hell difficulty dungeon. This guy is cursed. If you're skilled, harder dungeons are better. You can't get S+ in anything below nightmare mode. No system nerfing the ghosts this time. Let's see how he dies. You think Zhao got to number 1 just by being clever. The class bell rang. The familiar school melody played, but it was distorted, mixed with a faint, eerie sound like someone crying. The students in Class 8, Grade 1 immediately sat up straight. Their faces were tense. Zhao scanned the room. For a brief moment, his pupils turned scarlet, spinning like a kaleidoscope. He saw everything. This classroom was full of ghosts. There were no humans here. Thankfully, they were in neutral mode, meaning they wouldn't attack unless triggered. The door creaked open. A female teacher in formal attire walked in. Female teacher, neutral mode triggered. Remains neutral unless the hunting condition is met. When triggered, its power will surge and reset after killing a target. Zhao narrowed his eyes. Triggered neutrality. He glanced at the test papers in her hands. Was the trigger condition related to the test paper? Or was it about their seats? Or both? We will be taking a test in this class, the teacher said calmly. At that moment, Zhao Yi noticed something. The fat ghost sitting in front of him was trembling. The teacher explained the test rules and began distributing papers. She patiently placed papers on every seat, even on empty desks where no one sat. Zhao Yi glanced at a nearby empty seat. The test paper was blank, but on some empty seats, the test papers had writing on them. He looked at his own test paper. It contained simple math questions. For example, prove Goldbach's conjecture. Great. I have no idea how to do that. Zhao Yi quickly wrote his name and student number. For the rest, he left it to his eraser. Students were sneaking peeks at each other's papers, some even using their phones. The teacher didn't seem to care. She simply scanned the room with the roster in her hands. But Zhao Yi noticed something. The ghost in front of him was trembling even more. It looked terrified. Zhao Yi sat toward the back of the classroom. Yang Linlin could only catch glimpses of him from the corner of her eye. When she heard that Zhao Yi was ranked first in the new player rankings, excitement surged through her. Hope. For the first 3 months, the game constantly pulls in new players, hundreds of thousands, even millions. For someone to take the top spot among so many, it couldn't just be luck. He had to possess skills far beyond ordinary players. But then, in the very next moment, she watched as Zhao Yi casually tossed an eraser into the air, over and over, looking completely bored. Her excitement fizzled. This guy, does he not even know high school math? She lowered her gaze to her own test paper, a system of quadratic equations, multiple choice questions. It couldn't be any simpler. Why the hell would he need to throw an eraser to decide answers? For the first time, she began to doubt Zhao Yi's intelligence. Then, no looking around, the female teacher's voice sliced through the silence like a blade. A wave of ice-cold pressure flooded the classroom. Every student froze. The teacher slowly stood up from behind the podium. Zhao Yi's eraser stopped mid-air. He casually counted on his fingers. 1 + 1 = 1. 1 + 2 = 2. 3 + 7 = 24. 4 + 6 = 28. Before long, he had completed the test. It was surprisingly smooth. The female teacher stepped down from the podium, hands behind her back. Slowly, she began patrolling the room. It was a normal test, except she was holding a blood-stained axe. When she passed Gentao's desk, she stopped. The sharp glint of the axe reflected off his test paper. Gentao clenched his pen. His head hung low, sweat dripping from his brow. He didn't dare look up. Did I sit in the wrong seat? No, I shouldn't have. My pencil case is blue, just like before, right? His heart pounded so hard it threatened to burst from his chest. Please, please, don't kill me. His mind screamed. His soul had already left his body. His mental power was dropping fast, losing 2 to 3 points per second. Yang Linlin's live broadcast room. Gentao is finished. If this continues, he won't survive the first day. Most newcomers are like this. Linlin's mental power is also starting to drop. I'm worried for her. Look at Zhao Yi. His mental power is stable as hell, still at 101. I respect Zhao Yi's nerves of steel, but his math skills, I'm speechless. I just came from his live room. Not a single answer is correct. Gentao's mental state plummeted below 50. His vision blurred. His body felt weightless. The female teacher moved on, stepping out of his range. Gentao slumped forward, completely drained. But she wasn't done yet. She stopped again, this time, beside Zhao Yi. The pressure returned. A suffocating, murderous aura bore down on him. Zhao Yi looked up. His gaze met the female ghost's. Even with her eerie, shadowed veil, he could still see the fury burning in her eyes. She wanted to kill him, but she didn't move. Zhao Yi understood immediately. Rules. Even though the ghost was filled with malice, the rules held her back. She couldn't attack unless he triggered a killing condition. From a certain perspective, she was the safest ghost in the room. But safe now didn't mean safe forever. Zhao Yi reached into his pocket, fingers brushing against the scalpel hidden inside. Then he let it go. Not yet. Why are you staring at me? It's an exam. Focus on your test. The female ghost snapped, her voice dripping with killing intent. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Zhao Yi smirked. Nope, he said. I just think you're pretty, teacher. A flicker of surprise crossed the ghost's face. She hesitated. Really? You think I'm pretty? The moment she spoke, her face softened. For the first time, she looked pleased. But in the next second, her expression darkened again. No, this is an exam. Stop trying to flatter me. Do your test. She slammed a hand onto Zhao Yi's head, forcing him to look at his test paper. Her ice-cold grip sent shivers down his spine. But she didn't harm him. Unlike the student sitting in front of him, that poor soul had been shaking uncontrollably from the start. And now, his terror exploded as the female ghost moved past him. The axe rose. "No, teacher, please, give me another chance. I promise I won't do it again. Please." He clung to her legs, sobbing. But he stopped before he could finish. The axe had already come down. Blood sprayed across the desks. A severed head rolled to Zhao Yi's feet. The ghost's lifeless eyes stared straight into his. For a few seconds, man and ghost locked eyes. Then, Zhao Yi casually stretched out his foot. Thump! He kicked the head away. It landed right on Gentao's desk. Gentao, who had just started to recover from his earlier panic, slowly lifted his head. He came face to face with the bloodied, wide-eyed head staring back at him. His eyes rolled back. He fainted again, foaming at the mouth. The whole classroom fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yi. The atmosphere was indescribably weird. The ghost teacher turned back to Zhao Yi, her axe dripping with blood. Zhao Yi immediately handed over his test paper. "Teacher Lai, I'm done." She glanced at his answers. Her expression darkened. "Get out. If you disrupt the exam again, I'll disqualify you." Zhao Yi grinned. "Got it." He bolted from the classroom. The moment he stepped outside, his smile vanished. His eyes gleamed. "I think I understand now." After the exam, there was a half-hour break. Yang Linlin and the others found Zhao Yi. "What I'm saying is, can we be a little more stable when playing the Hell difficulty dungeon? What you just did was too dangerous. We are in a Hell difficulty dungeon. If we are not careful, we will lose our lives. The death of any one person will be an immeasurable loss to the team." Zhao Yi shook his head. "I'm just testing that, teacher. It turns out that as long as the death point is not triggered, those NPCs have a very wide tolerance for us." Death point, a keyword. It immediately attracted the attention of Yang Linlin and the others. "Brother, please elaborate." Zhao Yi glanced at both sides of the corridor to confirm that there were no teachers among the people coming and going, then whispered, "Didn't you notice? That female ghost teacher has rules for killing people." The three of them were stunned. "What rules? Isn't it just picking a random victim and beheading them?" Zhao Yi took the three of them to the playground. It was crowded with people, the land was wide, and more importantly, it had a clear view. During lunch break, Yang Linlin took us to the lawn on the first floor. I observed a total of 8 classes. The number of people in each class does not exceed half the seats, and the further the classes go, the fewer people there are. I just handed in my exam paper early and went to the second floor to check. I found that the 14 classes on the second floor were in exactly the same situation as the first floor. We are the class closest to the stairs on the 3rd floor, and we are also the first class in order. The classes behind us have the same number of seats as people, but our class has a lot of empty seats. If Zhao Yi analyzed, the student's death was caused by a certain curse, then the curse started to spread from the first floor, like some kind of virus. It infected class after class, and now it has reached our class. This curse creates a certain rule, and anyone who violates it will die. If you think about it, I made a loud noise and kicked off the head of the classmate in front of me, which disrupted the order of the exam. But even so, the invigilator didn't attack me. Instead, it was the little fat guy in front of me who was beheaded for no reason. He must have done something. Those students who died must have done the same thing and met the same condition. Moreover, if you look carefully, you'll see that the test papers and scratch papers on the empty seats are blank. I noticed this too. The female ghost invigilator killed the students whose test papers were blank. 7 in total. Could it be that the test paper is the trigger point for death? Zhao Yi shook his head. You're too naive. Exam papers are not death triggers. Judging from my last dungeon, even if it's a hell difficulty dungeon, it will never be too hard just to complete the main plot. The real difficulty is in exploring side tasks, hidden tasks, and the world view. So since the difficulty of the main mission is limited, that means players can control it. If the test paper was the trigger point of death, then wouldn't the player just have to resign themselves to fate? Yang Linlin was speechless. Gentao's lips turned pale as he whimpered. You've said so much. Wouldn't it be better if you just told us the death trigger? I don't want to die. Zhao Yi touched his nose. Currently, I don't know the death trigger. Although it is not the test paper, it's probably related to it. Maybe it's grades, maybe it's something else. Besides, there's something I have to tell you in advance. At this point, his eyes turned terrifying. The other three were startled by his expression. What happened? Yang Linlin swallowed. Only the 4 of us are alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Gentao's legs gave out and he fainted. Live broadcast chat. Brother Gentao is too miserable. Please don't scare him anymore. Yang Linlin rolled her eyes helplessly. Stop scaring him. He's timid to begin with. Speaking of which, what do we do next? Zhao Yi looked at the teaching building in the distance. Wait, what are we waiting for? Wait until dark. Yang Linlin and Lu Bai were puzzled. Zhao Yi asked, "Do you think, as students, we have extra time during the day to check the information we need? Okay, let's pick a time and place to meet tonight and go out for a walk." Just as Yang Linlin finished speaking, Gentao, still lying in Lu Bai's arms, raised his hand and stared at the white clouds. "Let me interrupt. Can I not go? I'm afraid of running into ghosts." Zhao Yi nodded. "Sure, but let me remind you, if you hear or see something alone at night, don't scream. No one will help you. We won't be there." Gentao trembled and grimaced. "Brother, don't scare me. I'll go. Isn't it fine if I go?" After evening self-study, the students returned to the dormitory one after another. The dormitory environment was good. Each room housed 6 people, with beds lined up side by side. The iron frames were sturdy, and the school had even provided desk lamps for late-night studying. The dormitory was pitch dark. Stars outside shimmered, their light spilling through the windows. Gentao, accustomed to the dark, suddenly noticed something strange. The entire dormitory was empty. He was the only one left. At the same time, Zhao Yi faced the same situation. All 4 players had mysteriously fallen asleep. When they woke up, they were alone in their respective dormitories. Zhao Yi checked his phone. 11:57. Only 3 minutes until midnight, their agreed meeting time. He rushed to the pavilion. Yang Linlin was already there, waiting impatiently. The scenery had changed. Everything was desolate and crumbling. The walls looked like rotting corpses, oozing foul-smelling slime. Yang Linlin looked around nervously, stamping her feet and clutching her hands. When she saw Zhao Yi, relief washed over her. "You're finally here. Where are the others?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "Didn't see them. Everyone is gone. I wasn't sure you'd be here either." Yang Linlin froze. "How is that possible? Could they?" Zhao Yi cut in. "Don't overthink it. None of us should have triggered a death point yet. They're probably still alive. Looking at our surroundings, we've likely entered something like the other world. That's a good thing. It means we can explore the school freely without the restrictions we had during the day. During the day, it was impossible to dig deeper into the school's mysteries. Now, the system had unlocked previously inaccessible areas." Zhao Yi started walking toward the teaching building. Yang Linlin snapped out of her thoughts and realized he had gone far ahead. "Hey, wait for me." She hurried to catch up. Straight men really need to be more considerate of the girls around them. She stayed close. Being near him felt safer. As they stepped into the building, a vague black shadow appeared in the distance. It was too far to make out, but it seemed to be watching them. "What is that?" Yang Linlin's voice trembled. Zhao Yi took a step forward and replied, "I don't know, but it's not human." Hearing this, Yang Linlin shrank back and grabbed his arm. "Then why are you still going? Do you want to die?" Zhao Yi turned to her. "If it's a neutral entity, it might have useful information. And if it's not," Zhao Yi pulled out a bloodstained scalpel and smiled faintly. "Then I'll make it neutral." Yang Linlin was speechless. She took a closer look at Zhao Yi under the moonlight. Holding the scalpel, he looked scarier than any ghost. Live broadcast chat. "Damn, this guy is fearless. I've been following Zhao Yi since the last dungeon. His methods are ruthless. He killed 6 ghosts in Colossus Hospital. Wait, one of them was an NPC for a side quest. He suspected it was dangerous, so he chopped its head off, and even killed its mother. No way. Absolutely true." Yang Tao in the live stream was speechless. Zhao Yi took a big step toward the black shadow. As soon as it saw him coming, it bolted into the teaching building. Because of the distance, Zhao Yi couldn't activate his special ability and couldn't get a clear look at it. Judging by its behavior, though, it didn't seem like a high-level threat. Zhao Yi chased after it into the dark building, with Yang Linlin following closely behind. To be honest, she wouldn't have dared step foot inside if she were alone, especially knowing there was a ghost inside. The only reason she had the courage now was because Zhao Yi was with her. Otherwise, her fear would have completely shattered her composure. "Are you always this brave?" Yang Linlin muttered. Zhao Yi thought for a moment. "No, I'm always very cautious." "Cautious? You literally disrupted the exam in front of the ghost invigilator today." Without looking back, Zhao Yi continued walking down the corridor. "That's because I was 100% sure she wouldn't attack me. Even though this dungeon is considered hell difficulty, its level isn't actually that high, and the ghosts are heavily restricted. Didn't you notice anything during the exam this afternoon? A few students cheated right under the ghost invigilator's nose. When she caught them, all she did was warn them. This proves that breaking exam rules doesn't trigger the death penalty." Yang Linlin scratched her head, looking embarrassed. "I didn't even notice that." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, she walked straight into Zhao Yi's back. "Hey, why'd you stop without saying anything?" She rubbed her forehead in pain but stopped mid-complaint. It was pitch dark, making it hard to see anything. The two of them approached the back door of a classroom and peered through the window. These classrooms were the ones visible from their classroom window during the day. Back then, the four of them had been plotting outside, and Zhao Yi had carefully observed each one. Now, faint starlight seeped in, just enough to illuminate the room. The supposedly empty, run-down classroom was packed with black shadows. Yang Linlin shuddered uncontrollably. If Zhao Yi hadn't been next to her, she would have bolted on the spot. These shadows, what are they? Zhao Yi glanced at them briefly, then moved to check the next classroom. They remained silent as they inspected all 8 classrooms on the first floor. Each one was the same, crowded with dark figures sitting in different seats, reading intently. Even the podium had a shadow. What are these things? Yang Linlin whispered, barely breathing. Not sure. A glint flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. His uncertainty wasn't due to ignorance. It was because he hadn't confirmed his theory yet. Let's go to the 3rd floor. What? Why the 3rd floor? Zhao Yi didn't answer. Instead, he headed up the stairs at the end of the corridor and stopped outside their own classroom. Yang Linlin's voice trembled. Zhao Yi frowned. What's wrong? Yang Linlin pointed toward the podium through the back door's glass. She was so nervous she couldn't speak. Zhao Yi followed her gaze. The shadow on the podium had noticed them. A wave of cold terror shot through their bodies. Run! Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. He grabbed Yang Linlin and sprinted downstairs. A chilling, distorted laugh echoed from below. Another shadow was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Chong, low-level threat. Note, a student who died at Shishan High School. Yang Linlin's mental strength plummeted. This was terrifying, but Zhao Yi wasn't scared at all. The ghost was only level 2. Without breaking his stride, Zhao Yi suddenly flung a dark flash toward the shadow. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. The eerie laughter stopped. The shadow collapsed. A bloody scalpel lodged in its forehead. You killed the unlucky ghost Chong, who was just trying to use the toilet. Your soul weapon has been slightly enhanced. Zhao Yi barely glanced at the ghost before pulling out his scalpel and dragging Yang Linlin out of the building. Hurry, you can't leave the teaching building. His reassurance gave Yang Linlin a surge of hope. Hearing his words, she ignored the terrifying footsteps behind her and ran like mad. Relief flooded her. She had made it. Then, suddenly, a pair of dark, clawed hands wrapped around her neck. Her smile froze. Terror and despair consumed her. An icy chill spread through her body. This was the end. Just as she was about to be dragged into the darkness, a sharp scalpel whizzed past her ear, slicing through it, and embedding itself in the shadow behind her. A piercing shriek filled the air. The ghost's grip loosened. With adrenaline at its peak, Yang Linlin threw herself forward, rolling onto the ground and out of the building. She crashed in front of Zhao Yi, panting. A warm sensation trickled down her leg. A foul smell filled the air. She didn't care about embarrassment. She just grabbed Zhao Yi and screamed, "Let's go. It's fine. It's gone." Zhao Yi reassured her. Slowly, her breathing steadied, and she wiped her tears. Then, she noticed warmth on the side of her head. She reached up. Her left ear was gone. My ear. Her voice cracked as pain set in. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Oh, relax. It'll grow back when we finish the dungeon. Yang Linlin pursed her lips, tears welling up again. Thanks, she spoke softly. Even though Zhao Yi had cut off her ear, he had saved her life. If he hadn't reacted in time, she wouldn't have been here to complain at all. Damn, my goddess almost died. Yang Linlin peed again. Last time, she was scared to pee by a ghost face that suddenly appeared in a death factory, right? As expected of the number 1 man, Zhao Yi's reaction is really fast. Damn, if it were me, I would have run away without looking back, but he was still thinking about saving people. This flying knife is fierce enough. It's just that the aim was a little off. If it had been slightly off, it would have hit Yang Linlin's forehead, and Zhao Yi would probably have been punished. Just when everyone in the audience was amazed at Zhao Yi's reaction, he made another decision that shocked everyone. After helping Yang Linlin stop the bleeding, Zhao Yi decided to enter the teaching building again. Can you take me with you? Zhao Yi was surprised and looked back at her. Are you sure? Yang Linlin took a deep breath. Yes, I won't cause you any trouble. If we really encounter danger, just run and don't worry about me. If I do nothing, even if I pass the level, my score and points will be very low. I'll follow you. Maybe I can help you at some point. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay. The two entered the teaching building again. This time, they had experience and avoided the corridor with the toilet, heading directly to the teacher's office on the 4th floor via the other staircase. By the way, Zhao Yi, why did you go to the 3rd floor to check our classroom earlier? To verify a guess of mine. What guess? The shadows in the classroom are the students who died during the day. Zhao Yi stood on the 4th floor and found their homeroom teacher's office. The nameplate on the door had basic information and headshots of the teachers. Zhao Yi carefully pushed the door open. There was no shadow in the room. It was safe. The two tiptoed inside and locked the door behind them. Zhao Yi searched for the roster while explaining. During the day, there were 8 classes on the first floor, with a total of 472 seats and 121 students, scattered randomly. I memorized their positions and general body shapes. The positions where the black shadows sat in the classroom on the first floor just now happened to be the empty seats during the day. If this was true for one class, it might have been a coincidence. But for all 8 classes in a row, I think it becomes a rule. Still, I wanted to be sure. I'm always cautious, so I checked the 3rd floor, where I saw the fat guy who sat in front of me. He was killed by the invigilator during the day, and the black shadow appeared in his seat. So, our most basic conclusion is that these black shadows are the students who were killed during the day. Yang Linlin was stunned. You just said. You memorized all 472 seats and 121 students' positions in the 8 classrooms on the first floor. Yes, but you only took a glance. Zhao Yi looked up, confused. Isn't that enough? Yang Linlin was speechless. At that moment, she no longer doubted Zhao Yi's intelligence but her own. Why was there such a big gap between them, even though they were both human? She began to doubt her own existence. But what's the use of knowing this? Zhao Yi continued explaining. It's very useful. Based on this rule, we can deduce another one. People during the day are in a living state, while the shadows at night are in a dead state. Living and dead people cannot sit in the same seat. If they do, it will be considered a violation of the rules, and they will be executed. Yang Linlin felt like her brain was struggling to keep up. Didn't those shadows already die once? Can they die again? Zhao Yi found a roster and a letter in the cabinet. He threw the letter aside and opened the roster. It contained the names of all the students in the class, along with their assigned seats. Zhao Yi recalled the calendar under the alarm clock from earlier, and immediately flipped through the roster, cross-referencing the information. September 14th. Look, Zhao Yi pointed at the seat in front of his name. There was no name there. This meant no one was supposed to sit in that seat. But the fat boy had sat there. In reality, he had realized he was in the wrong seat but didn't know where he should have been sitting. So he was afraid. He knew that sitting in the wrong seat meant death. Upon realizing that their survival depended on their seating arrangement, Yang Linlin suddenly became excited. Then let's take this roster. Won't we know where we should sit in the next few days? We'll pass the level. Zhao Yi remained calm. No, it's not that easy. He flipped through the roster and turned 6 pages past the 14th. They had to survive in the school for 7 days. If the timeline was continuous, they should leave the dungeon on September 20th. But the roster only had seating arrangements up to the 19th. The rest was blank. Huh? Why is there no seating arrangement after the 19th? Yang Linlin tilted her head, confused. Zhao Yi's eyes darkened, and his next words sent a chill down Yang Linlin's spine. Because on the 20th, all of us will die. Don't scare me. I'm a coward. Yang Linlin glared at Zhao Yi but had already begun to accept his statement in her heart. Zhao Yi quickly browsed the roster, returned it to its original position, and opened the envelope. Inside, there was a thick wad of banknotes and a brief letter. Principal, I'm so sorry. The incident caused you trouble. I will be more cautious in the future. I heard his mother is his only relative. Now that this has escalated, he won't let it go. Please communicate with the mayor more. The money is not much, just a small token of filial piety to your elders. The letter had not been sent. Let's go to the principal's office. They quickly tidied up the office, returned everything to its place, and before leaving, Zhao Yi took some of the banknotes. Yang Linlin asked curiously, why did you take the money? Zhao Yi replied meaningfully, just in case. Yang Linlin was confused. She had seen everything Zhao Yi saw but had no idea what he was thinking. This feeling was similar to watching Conan. Everyone saw the clues, looked enlightened, but understood nothing. The only thing on Yang Linlin's mind now was that after this dungeon, she had to take an IQ test. Can you elaborate? She asked. I still don't understand why you took the money. Zhao Yi responded. Why do I dare to search the office for clues? Because you're brave. Why am I so bold? How would I know? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Because I know there's no one in the office. That's why I took you in. I told you, whether this school is run by humans or ghosts, they follow their own rules. The teachers are invigilating exams. Unless something urgent happens, they can't leave the classroom for long. But the principal is different. He's in school most of the time but isn't as busy as the teachers. If he's in his office, we need to find a way to lure him out. Understood. Yang Linlin's eyes lit up. Zhao Yi signaled her to be silent. They reached the top floor, walked down a dark corridor, and stopped at the principal's office. Looking through the window, they saw a dark figure inside. Glitching data surfaced again. Principal, advanced danger. Note, this entity is beyond what rookies can handle, but its mobility is greatly restricted. It moves using the same hands and feet. As expected, the principal was in his office, counting money. He was clearly a money addict. Zhao Yi planned to lure him away with cash. "Stay here and keep watch. I'll spread the money," Zhao Yi whispered, dropping banknotes on the ground to lead the principal away. Zhao Yi worked quickly and returned within 10 minutes. They removed their shoes, knocked on the office door, and ran toward the rooftop stairs. The door creaked open. A dark, menacing figure stood at the entrance. Its head rotated a full 360 degrees. No one was in sight, but the air carried a strange scent, like a stray dog had urinated there. The shadow hesitated and looked down. A bright red banknote lay before it. It froze. As if driven by instinct, it picked up the money involuntarily. Then, it saw another bill a short distance away. The principal was puzzled. What the hell? Was today just an unlucky day? Why was there so much cash on the floor? And why did the urine smell get stronger? He glanced toward the rooftop stairs but, after some thought, decided to follow the money trail downstairs. After he moved far enough, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin reappeared at the office door. "Yang Linlin, next time, go to the toilet beforehand," Zhao Yi said seriously. They had nearly been exposed because of the urine smell on her clothes. The darkness hid the deep blush on Yang Linlin's face. Her toes curled into the floor as if she wanted to dig a hole and disappear. Got it. They didn't waste time. They knew the principal wouldn't be gone for long, so they searched the office quickly. "From the letter, we can tell a student's mother had a conflict with the school. The school caused her serious harm, maybe even killed her. So we need to find the student's records." Yang Linlin searched the cabinets, frowning. If this incident damaged the school's reputation, wouldn't they have erased the records? Zhao Yi flipped through a file. But students drop out. A major conflict between a school and the student's family usually happens over safety, health, or academics. With all due respect, I'm a Zhao Yi fan now. He's so good for a newcomer. I want to be on Zhao Yi's team so I can win. Gotta follow Zhao Yi. I feel like I can learn a lot from him. Zhao Yi soon discovered an interesting person in a file, Chen Qiong. He was the top student in their grade 18 class and had always ranked first. Even in the weekly test before his expulsion, he maintained his position at the top. The reason for his expulsion: love. Standing beside him, Yang Linlin glanced at the file, a strange look crossing her face. "I've gone through the backup files of all the students who were punished here. He is the only one expelled for that reason. Such an outstanding student wouldn't normally be expelled over something like this unless..." Zhao Yi paused as if realizing something. "Unless what?" Yang Linlin asked, intrigued. "Unless, during his relationship, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Maybe his love interest, or maybe a rival. But I personally think it's the latter," he continued. "A student with such exceptional grades would have a strong sense of self-esteem. If his love interest rejected him, he wouldn't have kept pestering her. And early love involves both parties. Look at these files. Whenever students are punished for it, both are disciplined together, not just one. But Chen Qiong was the only exception. This means his rival had significant influence. Not only did they pressure the school to expel Chen Qiong, but they also ensured the girl remained unharmed. We need to investigate Chen Qiong. There could be valuable clues." Zhao Yi carefully examined the files before putting them back. "Where do we even start? Our school-issued phones don't have internet access," Yang Linlin reminded him. "We can only set alarms. If we need to go online, the only option is the computer room." "Then we go to the computer room," Zhao Yi said. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Linlin's eyes widened in horror. She stared past him, her face pale. A murderous aura filled the room, seeping into Zhao Yi's bones. He was facing away from the door, but from Yang Linlin's terrified expression, he immediately understood. The principal had returned early. Suddenly, the walls of the room began to crack and peel away, revealing raw, scarlet flesh beneath. Countless black beetles crawled out, swarming toward the entrance and sealing it shut with pulsing, fleshy barriers. In mere seconds, they were trapped. "You all deserve to die. Deserve to die. Deserve to die." The eerie voice came from the principal's mouth, but it wasn't the voice of a middle-aged man, it was that of a teenager. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi pulled a property certificate from his inventory. Turning to the principal's shadow, he shouted, "Are you Chen Qiong? We're here to uncover the truth. What happened between you and your mother back then?" At the mention of truth, the shadow clutched its head and let out an ear-piercing howl. The sound was so intense that both of them staggered, their ears ringing as blood trickled from their eardrums. Yang Linlin's mental state plummeted. Even though Zhao Yi's remained stable, he could feel his life force draining away. "I am not Chen Qiong, mother." The shadow let out a blood-curdling scream, and then its head exploded. From within, countless spiked tentacles erupted, twisting and writhing like eels. The mere sight sent their sanity spiraling downward. Young Linlin, who had just drawn a shotgun from her inventory, collapsed to the ground, her trembling hands unable to hold the weapon steady. What the hell was this thing? The principal's shadow advanced, forcing them into a dead end. Young Linlin's mouth opened in horror, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Zhao Yi, run. They'll hold it off. She raised the shotgun, but before she could fire, Zhao Yi kicked her in the chest. She tumbled several meters away, sliding across the floor like a rag doll. At the same time, Zhao Yi dodged in another direction. A split second later, several sharp spikes shot out from where they had just been standing. The spikes dripped with a thick, black pus that sizzled upon contact with the air, clearly corrosive. A massive, spiked tentacle lashed out toward Zhao Yi, moving so fast it broke the sound barrier. If it hit, he would be obliterated on the spot. With his current reflexes, dodging was impossible. But just as the tentacle was about to strike, bang! A gunshot rang out, forcing the monster back a few steps. Young Linlin had fired. Her entire body trembled, her lips pressed together in determination as she gripped the shotgun tightly. Ordinary bullets couldn't harm ghosts, but the impact had saved Zhao Yi from certain death. Go, I'll cover you. Young Linlin screamed like a madwoman, firing again. The bullet hit the principal's shadow, momentarily staggering it. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. Instead of running, he suddenly rolled toward the creature, closing the distance between them. Young Linlin was stunned. Is he insane? She had risked everything to give him an opening to escape, and instead, he charged straight at the monster. What the hell was he thinking? Zhao Yi reached the principal's shadow and, with lightning speed, held up the property certificate. At the same moment, another tentacle slashed down, aiming directly for his head. The distance between the whip and his forehead, only 1 centimeter. 1 more centimeter, and his skull would burst like a rotten watermelon. But then, the principal froze. Item: Old man lose property certificate unsealed. Quality: green. Description: an old worker who dedicated his life to his craft. Effect: seals a monster within 5 meters for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 1 day. Zhao Yi wasted no time. Grabbing Young Linlin, he bolted for the exit. 10 seconds. That was all they had. Every second meant the difference between life and death. Young Linlin, still in shock, glanced back at the immobilized principal. As they reached the door, Zhao Yi stabbed the monster's heart. Of course, he knew it wouldn't kill such a powerful creature. He was just collecting interest. At the doorway, Young Linlin raised her shotgun and fired twice at the lock wrapped in black insects. Boom! The door burst open. Without looking back, they sprinted into the darkness of the corridor. The two ran wildly, with a twisted ghost figure bouncing and chasing them behind. However, because the ghost had uncoordinated movements and an awkward body structure, Zhao Yi quickly led them to safety, losing the principal in the process. Why didn't you use it earlier? Young Linlin panted, covering her chest with one hand. Zhao Yi replied, because the cooldown time is long. Also, why are you holding your chest? Young Linlin glared at him. What do you think? To save her earlier, Zhao Yi had kicked her hard. Though it wasn't excessive, he had used enough force in that life or death moment, leaving Young Linlin in pain. Sorry, special moment, special treatment. Do you want me to rub it for you? Get lost. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Women were really strange creatures. He had offered to help, and yet she told him to leave. By the way, where did your shotgun come from? I got it when I was trying to survive in the wild during my last dungeon. I was worried about another ambush, so I stocked up on guns, knives, tents, dry firewood, ropes, fishing lines, sunscreen, waterproof quilts. Looking at the pile of supplies in Young Linlin's inventory, Zhao Yi nodded approvingly. That's right. I, Young Linlin, am no rookie. She paused, then pulled out another shotgun from her inventory and handed it to Zhao Yi. Here, take this. Zhao Yi took the shotgun and thanked her. This wasn't an ordinary shotgun. It was an item from the game shop. While not fatal to ghosts, it could inflict heavy blows and had an excellent silencer effect. It was a valuable item for newcomers. Live chat feed. The destroyer shotgun costs 2,000 points in the shop, and my goddess just gave it away. Damn, is Young Linlin falling for this lunatic Zhao Yi? I want to protest. Zhao Yi saved her twice. Regardless of personal feelings, it's only fair for her to give him something in return. My goddess, but it's fine, I'll still support you. Dude, stop simping. After finding the computer room, Zhao Yi shot the door lock. The door opened. Most college computer rooms weren't used frequently, except for studying and gaming. However, in colleges with special project funding, computer rooms were mandatory, even if rarely used. Young Linlin stood guard while Zhao Yi accessed the school network to search for information on Chen Qiong. how's it going? Seeing Zhao Yi typing rapidly, young Linlin couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yi replied without looking up, the information is heavily restricted. Everything about him has been erased. But no worries, I can access the Black Sea. Young Linlin frowned. Black Sea? What's that? The dumping ground of the internet, Zhao Yi explained. Generally, data isn't completely deleted from the internet. Even when it's wiped, the code is still dumped into the Black Sea. However, accessing it requires real-time compilation, trial and error, and modifications before logging in. The explanation only confused young Linlin more. Were you a hacker before? Why do you know so much? Zhao Yi's expression was serious. No, I'm a psychiatrist. I once had a patient who was a hacker. He suffered from extreme delusions, constantly telling me he could inject his consciousness into the internet and swim in an ocean of code. Young Linlin rolled her eyes. You actually believe that? Zhao Yi continued. At first, he explored the virtual world alone. After a while, thanks to my treatment, I was able to join him. Young Linlin stared. Huh? Live chat feed? Bruh, this guy was the one being treated. I knew it. He's got mental issues. Maybe he was infected after spending too much time with crazies. Didn't you read his profile? Zhao Yi has treated thousands of severe mental illness patients. I studied medicine too. Even though I wasn't in psychology, the name Forgotten Angel was famous in the psychiatric field. What happened next? Then I was the only one left in there. Why? Because I cured his paranoia. Young Linlin rolled her eyes. So you're saying you became delusional instead? Zhao Yi successfully logged into the Black Sea and snapped his fingers. Delusional? No, this isn't delusion. My mind really can communicate with data. Young Linlin laughed, thinking he was joking. She didn't take it seriously. But if she had walked to the front of the computer, she would have been shocked to see that Zhao Yi hadn't opened any programs at all. The keyboard cable wasn't even plugged in. Found it. Zhao Yi squinted at the screen, light and shadow casting across his face. Chen Qiang's mother had an argument with the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Grade 1, at Shishin School. She fell from the third-floor corridor and died on August 13, 2032, after failed medical treatment. Cause of death, severe brain tissue damage. A week later, Chen Qiang sneaked into the school with a kitchen knife and hacked his homeroom teacher, Liang Ming, in half before escaping. Since then, Chen Qiang vanished without a trace. And within a month, students and teachers at Shishin High School also started disappearing mysteriously. During that time, Cydia sent a large number of police officers to investigate, but they found nothing. Zhao Yi's narration made young Linlin's blood run cold. August 13, 2032. A week later would be August 20th. And a month later, September 20th, 2032. Isn't that the day our main mission ends? Young Linlin's eyes widened in horror. During the day, she had noticed an electronic calendar beneath the classroom's large wall clock. The date displayed was 3032. In other words, they had traveled back in time. They were in the final 7 days before the curse took effect. No wonder the class roster only listed students up to September 19th. Zhao Yi, your guess was right. On September 20th, everyone will die. The stars were dim, and the moon was shrouded in darkness. A light mist rose from nowhere. It thickened. The already limited nighttime visibility became even worse. Young Linlin immediately sensed something was wrong and called out to Zhao Yi in the computer room. Zhao Yi, it's getting foggy. Zhao Yi looked up. Data flashed through his eyes before being erased in an instant. He quickly shut down the computer, reset the keyboard and mouse, stepped out of the computer room, and saw the fog rolling in. Without hesitation, he grabbed young Linlin's hand. Run! Young Linlin barely had time to react before Zhao Yi pulled her into the thickening mist. By now, their visibility had shrunk to about 20 meters, and it was still decreasing. The most terrifying part. The fog was draining young Linlin's sanity. She felt dizzy, suddenly startled awake, and bit her tongue hard. The sharp pain and the taste of blood in her mouth helped her stay conscious. Live chat feed. Damn, this fog reminds me of Silent Hill. Is a pyramid-headed guy with a giant sword about to show up. The fog alone is scary. It's draining sanity by 5 or 6 points per minute. No one can survive this. Why isn't Zhao Yi losing any sanity? Seeing young Linlin's increasingly vacant expression, Zhao Yi quickly made a decision and sprinted toward a tall water tower in the distance. He had initially planned to return to the dormitory, but it was too late now. The first floor of the water tower was locked with an iron door. Thankfully, young Linlin had given Zhao Yi a shotgun. He aimed and shot the door handle clean off. Once inside, Zhao Yi slammed the door shut and piled dusty wooden crates against it. Luckily, the fog didn't seep in. Zhao Yi stood up and peered through the peephole. The fog outside had thickened further, reducing visibility to just 5 meters. At the same time, data related to the fog appeared before Zhao Yi. Fog, advanced danger. Note, there are many strange things inside. If you don't want to encounter them, find shelter immediately. As expected, unimaginable dangers lurked within the fog. Without its influence, young Linlin's energy began to recover. Though still pale, her eyes had regained their brightness. "Thank you. You saved my life again." She looked at Zhao Yi gratefully, only to find him pointing a gun at her. Before she could react, Zhao Yi spoke. "Come out. I'll only say this once." Young Linlin froze, then heard rustling from the shadows behind her. She spun around and saw a disheveled man emerging from behind a pile of debris. The man raised his hands, smiling nervously. Don't shoot. I'm not a bad person. Human, low-level danger. Note, congratulations, you found a living person in the secret school. But there's no reward." Zhao Yi slowly lowered his gun. "For you." The man sighed bitterly. "It's a long story. This place isn't safe. Something terrifying will be here soon. Let's go to the basement." Zhao Yi nodded. The man lifted a loose brick, revealing a dim light below. The three of them climbed into the basement. The man carefully restored the entrance and checked it several times before exhaling in relief. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lai Sheng. I used to be an investigator for the City Police Department's Mysterious Cases Division. Here's my ID." Lai Sheng handed his identification to Zhao Yi, and they exchanged information. "Did you come alone?" Zhao Yi asked, running his fingers over a nearby lamp cabinet. "No dust." Lai Sheng sank into a tattered sofa and sighed. "No. 3 months ago, we started investigating Shishin University. Students and teachers were disappearing mysteriously, vanishing without a trace. The city police launched a large-scale investigation but found nothing. Under immense public pressure, we were brought in. After extensive preparation, I led a special mobile team here. But on the day we arrived, the fog rolled in, and we were attacked by terrifying, unknown creatures. We were fully armed, but we couldn't even see our attackers. We were nearly wiped out. I barely escaped with 6 team members, hiding in a dormitory building. When the fog cleared, we realized we couldn't leave. The school gates were shrouded in the same impenetrable mist. We were trapped in this haunted school." Zhao Yi's eyes darkened. "Where are your 6 teammates now?" Lai Sheng's expression turned grim. "Dead. You've been here for at least 3 months. What do you eat?" Zhao Yi asked. Lai Sheng's face darkened even further. "Can we not talk about that?" Zhao Yi was thoughtful. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from above. A long, grating squeak, as if a long-abandoned machine had sputtered to life. Then came the sound of many footsteps. The three held their breath, listening intently. It was hard to imagine what kind of creatures could make such chilling noises. The footsteps lingered for a long time before fading away. "I only found this shelter recently. Otherwise, I would have been dead," Lai Sheng whispered. Just then, a message popped up in their system. Player Zhentao was assimilated into a dungeon monster due to low sanity. Player Lu Bai was attacked by an unknown creature and has died. Congratulations. Players Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin have triggered a hidden mission. Investigate the truth behind Shishin University. Mission reward, S rating ×1. Zhao Yi glanced at the man beside him and asked, "You've survived here for 3 months. Haven't you encountered anything terrifying?" Lai Sheng let out a bitter laugh. "How could I not? I don't know how you got in, but I can tell you've only been here for a short time. The horrors of this university are far beyond your imagination. Most of the people you see in this school are not alive." The moment he said that, Yang Linlin felt a chill shoot up her spine. Back in the daytime, Zhao Yi had told them there were probably only 4 living people left in this school. At the time, she thought he was joking. Now she knew he wasn't. Shishin University is trapped in a terrifying reincarnation curse that resets every 7 days. Every person you see here, these zombie-like students and teachers, they all die within 7 days, only to be reborn and suffer the cycle all over again. And with each reset, things only get worse. I saw it myself. The last time the cycle reached the 7th day, every student and teacher in the school carried their own severed heads, patrolling every corner of the university. Yang Linlin swallowed hard, forcing herself to ask, "Then, how did you survive?" Lai Sheng patted the sofa beneath him. "Here, back then, I fled to the water tower and accidentally discovered this basement. That's how I survived." Yang Linlin's eyes lit up. She excitedly grabbed Zhao Yi's arm. "I knew it. The water tower must be a hidden safe zone. As long as we stay here and don't wander, we can survive the 7 days." But Zhao Yi remained expressionless. A deep sigh came from Lai Sheng. "Miss Yang, things aren't that simple." Yang Linlin's excitement faded. "What do you mean?" Lai Sheng's brows furrowed. "The curse on this school is growing stronger. The water tower was safe before, The ghosts ignored it, didn't even glance in its direction. But then, they started lurking around it. Then, they began knocking on the doors, testing if anyone was inside. And later, they simply broke in and searched the entire place. On the 7th day of the last cycle, I hid in this basement. I was almost found. So, I'm certain now, the curse's influence has spread here. If we hide in this basement during this cycle's 7th day, I'm afraid. Lai Sheng suddenly stopped talking, because above them, the sound of footsteps echoed, and this time, they were more frequent. The three of them instantly tensed. Even the viewers in the live stream held their breath, feeling the suffocating tension through their screens. This time, there was more than one ghost upstairs. If they were discovered, they were dead. Bang, bang, bang. A loud crash sounded from above. Something was knocking on the floorboards. A shiver ran down their spines. It was testing the ground. Zhao Yi's mind raced. Without hesitation, he grabbed a ladder from the pile of debris and climbed up, pressing his back against the entrance to block it. Yang Linlin and Lai Sheng quickly understood his plan. They carefully stepped forward, gripping his legs tightly to help stabilize him. Under that specific brick, the sound of knocking would be noticeably different depending on whether the space beneath was hollow or not. Right now, the ghost was merely suspicious. It hadn't confirmed anything yet. If they played this right, they could fool it. But then, knock, a heavy impact struck Zhao Yi's back. The force was immense. The three of them trembled from the shock, their muscles spasming. They clenched their teeth, holding firm, not daring to move. The ghost continued knocking for a while. Eventually, seemingly satisfied, it moved on. Yang Linlin and Lai Sheng collapsed onto the floor, their bodies weak with relief. Lai Sheng let out a bitter chuckle. See, I told you, the water tower isn't safe anymore. If we want to survive this cycle, we either find another shelter, or we break the curse. Zhao Yi cast him a glance but said nothing. Yang Linlin, however, perked up. Break the curse. Do you know how? Lai Sheng hesitated, then exhaled deeply. I know the method, but executing it is nearly impossible. I can't do it alone. I need help. Yang Linlin responded without hesitation. We'll help you. Lai Sheng looked at her, his face conflicted. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth and nodded. All right, I'll trust you. We're as good as dead if we do nothing. Anyway, through our previous investigations, we've confirmed the reincarnation curse in this university started because of a student. Yang Linlin immediately blurted out, Chen Qiang. Lai Sheng's eyes widened. You know, Zhao Yi answered calmly. We don't know much, just that something happened to Chen Qiang's mother at Shishin University. Lai Sheng sighed, rubbing his temples. That's right, it's a long story. Chen Qiang came from a poor family. His father died in a mining accident, buried under a collapsed shaft. The coal company's owner fled overseas to escape responsibility, leaving the family with nothing. His mother, a disabled seamstress, struggled to support them. Despite this, Chen Qiang excelled academically. He was admitted to Shishin University with top scores and earned a full scholarship. This university was supposed to be his gateway to a better life. But then, everything changed. In an effort to encourage competition, the university held exams twice a month. Seating was rearranged according to rank. Chen Qiang, always first, sat at the front near the podium. Those who wished to surpass him could only dream of taking his seat. There was a girl in his class, Zhang, beautiful, intelligent. She was always ranked second, just behind Chen Qiang. As high school students, surrounded by hormones and competition, Chen Qiang gradually fell in love with her. But then, Pang Xiao arrived, the mayor's son, an entitled rich brat. He always scored last in exams, but he liked Zhang too, so he used his connections. With a single word, he had the head teacher, Liang Ming, swap their seats, sending Chen Qiang to the very back while taking his place at the front. Every week, when the test results were announced, those perfect scores seemed like a cruel slap to Chen Qiang's face. He knew he couldn't fight Pang Xiao's wealth and influence, so he endured. But one day, he saw Pang Xiao's hand slipping into Zhang Yi's clothes during class, while Zhang Yi didn't even dare to resist. And that was the last straw. Lai Sheng's voice dropped to a whisper. The official story is that Chen Qiang fled the university after taking his revenge. But in truth, he never left. He died here. His resentment was so deep that it affected the entire university. Our purpose is to destroy his body. Only by destroying it can we end the curse. Coincidentally, when we first entered the university, we brought a very powerful weapon with us. But when it was close to Chen Qiang's body, it was attacked by Chen Qiang's spirit and was left in the underground garage of the West District, in a shaft with the words "Filthy Fire" written on it. That special weapon requires identification, but it won't take long. As long as you help me attract Chen Qiang's spirit's attention, I will activate the weapon and destroy his body. Yang Linlin bit her lip. About how long will it take? Lai Sheng replied. It only takes about 3 minutes. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi with questioning eyes. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and shook it with Lai Sheng. When will we take action? Lai Sheng muttered. It's too late tonight. If you come to the water tower tomorrow night, I'll take you to the West District Underground Garage. Can I check it out first? Lai Sheng scratched his head. I almost forgot. You guys are not familiar with the terrain, so you should look around first. After the three of them made an agreement, they sat quietly for about 4 hours. When the ghost fog outside disappeared, Zhao Yi left the water tower with Yang Linlin and headed for the dormitory building. The next day, while eating in the cafeteria in the evening, Zhao Yi asked Yang Linlin beside him as he took rice into his mouth. Do you have a fishing line? Silk thread is fine too. It needs to be thin enough, long enough, and tough enough. Yang Linlin was still thinking about the night's events and had no intention of eating. I have. But what do you need it for? Zhao Yi replied. Kill. Yang Linlin was stunned. Kill who? Lai Sheng. Yang Linlin stared at Zhao Yi. Are you crazy? If we kill Lai Sheng, who will help us break the curse? Yang Linlin didn't understand why Zhao Yi was acting this way, but his tone made it clear he wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill Lai Sheng. After eating the last bite of rice in his bowl, Zhao Yi raised his head, gracefully opened a bottle of 1982 soy milk, and spoke seriously. If you still count on him to break the curse, you're not far from death. Yang Linlin glanced at the noisy cafeteria, moved closer, and whispered. What do you mean? Zhao Yi drank the soy milk in one go. He lied. First, he is just an investigator, not a student in class 18, senior high school. Don't you think his description of Chen Qiang was too detailed? So detailed that he even knew when Chen Qiang saw the mayor's son, Pang Xiao, put his hand into Zhang Yi's clothes during class. Yang Linlin stiffened. Second, 3 names are missing from the roster. Chen Qiang, Pang Xiao, Zhang Yi. None of them are listed. If things happened as Lai Sheng described, then Chen Qiang, who has the power to plunge the entire school into chaos, wouldn't have let Pang Xiao and Zhang Yi go, especially Pang Xiao, because Pang Xiao is the source of his tragedy. Yang Linlin fell into deep thought. Zhao Yi continued. Third, the basement of the water tower wasn't discovered by chance. I even suspect he built it. Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi, confused. If she could understand the first 2 points, the third one sounded absurd. The curse has spread to most corners of the school, affecting all teachers and students. How could he have had the time to build a large basement in front of so many spirits? Zhao Yi's eyes darkened. No ash. Huh? I said, there's no ash in the basement. Recalling last night, Zhao Yi explained. I checked many corners. There was almost no dust on the lampstand, sofa, or even those old items. Everything was very clean. No one usually cleans a basement, unless someone lives there regularly. As you said, after the curse began, it would be almost impossible to build such a basement in front of the spirits. That means it had to be built before the curse happened. The entrance is well hidden, there's no light, and the mechanism is behind bricks that no one would think to check. Do you think it's more likely he accidentally found the basement while running from spirits, or that he knew about it all along? Yang Linlin was dumbfounded. Zhao Yi's observation skills were terrifying. But if he deceived us, what was his purpose? Zhao Yi explained. Psychology says that purposeful lies are usually half true and half false. For example, the underground parking lot in the West District. Even if there isn't a spirit named Chen Qiang, there's definitely something dangerous there. And Lai Sheng really wants to enter the shaft with the words filthy fire written on it. But once he goes in, he won't come out. So he lied and asked me to attract the spirit outside. Layer by layer, Zhao Yi analyzed the situation. Live comments. Damn, his observation and judgment are insane. To be honest, I also felt something was off with Lai Sheng. This guy actually wants to outsmart Zhao Yi. He's doomed. Since Zhao Yi noticed, why didn't he kill Lai Sheng last night? Why wait? You wouldn't understand. We're normal people, and he's a lunatic. Yang Linlin took out the fishing line and handed it to Zhao Yi. After putting it away, Zhao Yi spoke. You don't have to do anything. Whether we succeed or not depends on tonight. If we're lucky, we can break the curse. The night was cloudy and cold, the moon hidden behind dark tides. Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin met at the agreed location. Both were prepared as they made their way toward the water tower. Zhao Yi, I still don't understand, Yang Linlin said. What do you need the fishing line for? Are you planning to strangle Lai Sheng to death? Zhao Yi raised a finger to his lips. Silence. He didn't want to explain. Yang Linlin was obedient, but she talked too much. He needed to keep her from making a mistake and exposing them. Seeing Zhao Yi's reluctance to answer, Yang Linlin fell silent. When they reached the basement of the water tower, they found Lai Sheng already waiting. He seemed anxious. "Why did you take so long?" Lai Sheng complained. "We don't have much time. When the third bell tolls, the ghost fog will spread across campus again." Zhao Yi nodded. "No problem." The three left the water tower and carefully made their way toward the underground parking lot in the West District. There were 3 entrances in total. As they moved along the perimeter, Lai Sheng explained their escape route and how to lure the ghost away. As he spoke, there was an unnatural excitement in his expression. Since he was leading the way, he didn't see Zhao Yi discreetly attach a dark green object to an iron rod near the entrance. A nearly invisible fishing line connected the objects pinned to Zhao Yi's sleeve. Lai Sheng crouched in a corner and spoke in a hushed tone. "Chen Qiang's spirit is wandering in Area C. After you pass by, make some noise to draw its attention. Then split up, one runs north, the other west. Follow the planned route to escape. It won't leave this area, so if you can lure it out of the parking lot, I'll retrieve the weapon, destroy its body, and end the curse." Zhao Yi glanced toward Area C. "No problem. We only have one chance, so stay calm and don't rush." Lai Sheng nodded. "Good." Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin moved toward Area C, keeping close to the walls and using vehicles for cover. They scanned their surroundings for any sign of Chen Qiang's vengeful spirit. A cold wind blew through the entrance, making Yang Linlin shiver. Her heart pounded so loudly she could hear it in her throat. She wasn't the only one nervous. Lai Sheng was, too. Zhao Yi stayed focused as he crept through Area C. A crimson glow deepened in his eyes, faint light flickering within. His pupils shifted into eerie, unnatural patterns. Everything dead in the parking lot gradually faded from his vision. The darkness became clearer. He could see everything, including the twisted figure lurking in the corner. Rioting quantum state, extremely dangerous. Movement speed, extremely fast, capable of passing through most obstacles. Attack power, highly lethal, impossible to resist. Behavior pattern, kills all living creatures on sight, prioritizes those that make noise. Weaknesses, Schrodinger's cat, the physical body. The scarlet light faded from Zhao Yi's eyes as he processed the information. After a brief moment of disorientation, his vision cleared. Carefully, he and Yang Linlin avoided standing in a direct line between the twisted figure and Lai Sheng. Zhao Yi signaled to Lai Sheng with an okay gesture. Lai Sheng returned the gesture, a sick, sinister smile spreading across his face. "Die, die. If you die, I live. It's your fault for trusting a stranger so easily." The corners of Lai Sheng's mouth curled into a twisted grin. At that moment, Zhao Yi tightened his grip on the fishing line hidden in his sleeve. With a sharp pull, click, the grenade's pin detached. A small metal ring clattered to the ground. In the silence, the noise was shockingly loud. The twisted figure in the corner turned its head. Lai Sheng froze. What was that sound? He turned. Fire erupted. Flames exploded like a phoenix, engulfing the underground parking lot in a blinding blaze. The shockwave hurled Lai Sheng into the side of a car. Dazed, he barely had time to register what had happened before he saw the dark, looming figure gliding toward him. His heart pounded. Death was closing in. Instinct took over. He ran. As he neared the exit, he glanced back and saw Zhao Yi standing there, waving. Mocking him, Lai Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He had been played. His blood boiled with fury, but there was no time to think. The twisted figure was gaining on him. He had to escape. As Lai Sheng and the entity vanished from Area C, Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin rushed toward the vertical shaft marked Filthy Fire. "You were carrying a grenade this whole time?" Yang Linlin gasped, prying open the manhole cover with a crowbar. "Aren't newbie missions supposed to have limits?" Zhao Yi smirked. "I once had a patient who was an arms dealer. I cured his homicidal urges, so he gave me a box of special weapons as a thank you gift. I like to carry a few grenades with me. Helps pass the time." Yang Linlin stared at him. Live chat reactions. Who the hell casually carries grenades? Zhao Yi has spent too much time around psychopaths. He's turning into one. That counterplay was genius. He saw through everything and set it all up perfectly. Seriously, a simple trick with devastating consequences. Absolute madman. Beneath the shaft, pitch-black darkness awaited them. Yang Linlin took out a flashlight, handed one to Zhao Yi, and kept one for herself. When they switched them on, the beams of light illuminated the walls of the shaft. Smooth alloy, no dirt, no dust. The surface reflected the flashlight's glow, revealing a button embedded in the center of the shaft wall, etched with strange symbols. After a brief examination, they realized it was an elevator leading underground. Aren't these places supposed to be for sewage disposal? Why is there an elevator here? Yang Linlin covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes widening. Zhao Yi turned back. The underground parking garage stretched behind them, shrouded in dead air and an unsettling chill. Something didn't feel right. Let's go. No time to waste. We don't know when it will return. The two stepped into the elevator and pressed the button. With a smooth hum, the elevator began its descent. A subtle weightlessness washed over them as they sank deeper and deeper underground. 3 minutes passed before it finally stopped. Who would have thought such an elaborate underground facility existed beneath a university? Maybe it's some kind of experimental base, Zhao Yi muttered, rubbing the stubble on his chin, his eyes flickering with thought. Ever since meeting the principal, something had felt off. A head growing tentacles, this wasn't the work of ghosts. His previous dungeon encounters had included ghosts, especially the terrifying Colossus Hospital Dean. Those were classic spirits, intangible, attacking in idealistic, reality-defying ways that ordinary weapons couldn't counter. But the principal in this dungeon, his attacks were entirely physical. That meant he wasn't a ghost. He was a monster. Perhaps the school's transformation wasn't a natural curse, but something created by human hands. As they proceeded down the corridor, bloodstains began appearing on the floor. Though dried, the air still carried the sickly scent of rot and decay. At the end of the bloody trail, several bodies lay motionless. They were men dressed in specialized gear, masks covering their faces. Scientists, perhaps, but their bodies, torn apart, mangled, as though they had been devoured by something massive. Young Linlin's scalp tingled with horror. What happened to these people? Zhao Yi scanned their surroundings carefully. One thing's certain, this place isn't safe either. He stepped forward, turning a corner. An encrypted alloy door blocked the path. Zhao Yi examined the console beside it. A facial recognition scanner. Looks like we can't get in, young Linlin muttered, frowning. If they couldn't enter, they'd have to turn back, and heading back meant running the risk of encountering that terrifying black shadow outside. Even Zhao Yi, fearless as he was, had chosen to avoid it. That alone was proof of its immense danger. Hey, what are you doing? Young Linlin's stomach churned as she watched Zhao Yi pull out a scalpel and approach one of the corpses. He didn't answer, and the next scene nearly made her vomit. Finally, Zhao Yi held up a rotting, pus-filled head riddled with maggots and stepped toward the alloy door. Young Linlin barely suppressed her nausea. Live chat reactions. Damn, I was just getting into it. Why the hell was that censored? Come on, do they think we're weak? Show us everything. You people are crazy. My sister was watching, and she nearly fainted. Respect to forensic doctors. I now understand why there are so few of them. Zhao Yi is a true madman. He didn't even flinch. Ding. Facial recognition successful. The massive alloy door creaked open. Zhao Yi casually stored the decapitated head in his inventory. Item, Hetty's head. Quality, white. Description. Hetty never expected that after his death, a lunatic would desecrate his only intact body part. Effect, unlocks doors. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes at the system's snarky remark. You're calling me crazy. You're the one who threw all of humanity into this nightmare game. Beyond the alloy door, 3 branching corridors extended ahead. More blood, more shattered bones. Young Linlin gripped her pistol, her palms slick with sweat. Something massive lurked in this underground lab. As they ventured into the rightmost corridor, Zhao Yi spotted a severed hand clutching a blood-stained note. My dearest Lena, Babel Amusement Park is finally complete. I promised I'd take you there. The project is almost done. In half a month, I'll be home. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely come back. Young Linlin sighed after reading it. Zhao Yi, however, tossed the note aside with a scoff. Pigeons are the worst, always making empty promises. Young Linlin frowned. He was a father who loved his daughter. He was still thinking about her before he died. Zhao Yi smirked. Yeah, a good father, but also, probably a murderer. The thousands of deaths in this school. He's likely responsible. Young Linlin's sympathy vanished in an instant. A piercing sound echoed from the distant corridor, like metal being dragged across the floor. A heavy, jagged object, scraping against the ground, sending sparks flying. The sound set their teeth on edge. They snapped their heads toward the source, their muscles tensing. Something was coming. The two quickly hid behind a wall, slightly exposing their heads to check the situation around the corner. As the sound grew louder, a huge white leg appeared in front of them. Hundreds of tentacles extended from its body, each ending in a human head the size of a fist. The heads looked simple, deformed, and covered in blood. Above the giant leg hung some kind of male organ. The terrifying noise they heard was the sound of human skulls scraping against the ground. What the hell is this? Seeing the monster, young Linlin felt sick. Zhao Yi, however, seemed fascinated, his eyes flashing with excitement. What a beautiful creation, he praised. Zhao Yi, what kind of aesthetics do you have? How is this thing beautiful? It seems Zhao Yi not only has mental issues but also questionable taste. I can only admire Brother Zhao's perspective. I suddenly understand why he got excited when he saw the female ghost in the elevator last time. What do we do next? Young Linlin was at a loss. This kind of sanity-draining horror couldn't be observed for long. Not everyone was like Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi replied, there must be important clues in this underground test base. But there are also many dangers. We need to move forward slowly and carefully. Young Linlin nodded solemnly. Then, she watched in confusion as Zhao Yi picked up a scalpel and rushed toward the monster. The monster, sensing Zhao Yi, suddenly turned and charged at him in a bizarre posture, leaving a lengthy blood trail behind. Just as they were about to collide, Zhao Yi pulled out Old Man Liu's real estate certificate and locked the monster in a small dark room. 10 seconds. Enough. This monster looked terrifying, but it was far weaker than the principal. It was only moderately dangerous and had a fatal weakness. Rioting mutant. Danger level, intermediate. Note: a mere semi-finished product, nowhere near the quantum state outside. Weakness, hemorrhoids. Additional notes: apparently, when those lunatics conducted their horrific experiments, they didn't consider that mutants sitting for long periods would develop hemorrhoids. Since his data was scrambled in the underground garage, Zhao Yi made sure to annotate his findings in detail. The biggest and most useful information was the weakness. Zhao Yi decided to kill this mutant for 2 reasons. First, although Old Man Liu's real estate certificate had a 1-day cooldown, it reset at midnight. Second, this ghost was easy to kill. He didn't even have to search for the hemorrhoids. The monster's butt was right there. He drew his knife. Slash. Steady and precise. The minimally invasive surgery was complete. The monster collapsed like a pile of mud. Congratulations on killing the rioting mutant. Your soul weapon has gained a special ability, Entanglement. Units injured by your soul weapon will develop glutton in their wounds until they die. The strength of glutton is based on your level. Your attributes have improved. Young Linlin approached cautiously, staring at the motionless mutant on the ground. It's dead. Yes. Zhao Yi gazed at the corpse with intense interest. It was supposed to be a perfect creature, but its creator wasn't very skilled. The scalpel in his hand gleamed as he skillfully removed the peripheral muscle tissue, exposing the spinal nerves and internal organs. This thing has 18 kidneys. Ridiculous. At the corridor's end, a massive petri dish contained a moldy placenta. Nearby, surgical instruments were covered in blood, and experimental data was scattered everywhere. Zhao Yi bent down and retrieved a logbook from a corpse with half its head eaten away. Experiment log 8.17. X163 is in good condition. All organs are developing as planned. Interestingly, when Xiao Hai accidentally injected it with 3 times the intended dose of male hormones, its kidneys became even healthier and larger. 8.24. The mayor inspected our work and was highly impressed. Soon, everyone will receive millions in dividends, benefiting all of humanity. My name will go down in history. 8.26. I heard that the Inner Garden researchers have successfully shaped the quantum state. I don't know what it means, but I feel uneasy. 9.3. Over dinner, I asked Alex if they could stop the monster riots. He ignored me and bragged about how perfect their creation was. He claimed it could even grant humans immortality. When I pressed him further, he became furious, cursed at me, and knocked over my plate. 9.12. Look at these damn lunatics. What have they created? 9.13. We have paid the price for our arrogance. Everyone will die, including me. An unknown riot occurred in the laboratory. The experimental subject they created seemed to be out of control, and then killed everyone. Young Linlin moved closer and carefully read the experiment log in Zhao Yi's hand. Well, now she seemed to be very used to this man. Zhao Yi threw the book directly to her and flipped through some data on the instrument. Young Linlin, behind him, was lost in thought with the experiment log. The instrument vibrated slowly, and a lot of data was restored to its original state. Its weird appearance was gradually restored. First the head, then the private parts, then the feet. After completely restoring the monster to its original base state, the two suddenly realized that the monster's predecessor was actually a human, and she was a woman. Young Linlin was immediately stunned. She couldn't accept that the disgusting monster with genitals on its legs as its head was actually transformed from a cute girl. The monster's cells have high activity and adaptability, which means the girl was very young. If we make some bold guesses, this girl is probably a student at the university. Zhao Yi stared at the projection on the screen, deep in thought. His theory made young Linlin and the audience in the live broadcast room shiver. The purpose of building such a huge, mysterious experimental base underground in universities was to transform students into monsters. Were these people criminals or lunatics? The little girl just now had 18 kidneys, and each kidney was very young. Now it seems that this laboratory is responsible for the sale of human organs. If their experiment is successful, this girl's cells can continue to cultivate new monsters, and they will have an endless supply of kidneys to sell. If they're sold on the underground black market, that means they've created a treasure trove where money can make money. As Zhao Yi spoke, he gazed down the long corridor leading deeper into the distance. This experimental base obviously has more than one project. It was mentioned in the experiment log that the experimenters were shaping some kind of creation related to the quantum state. And they succeeded. The black shadow we met outside may be the rioting monster described in the experiment log. Earlier in the underground garage, Zhao Yi had found that the monster had two weaknesses. One of them was its essence. Yang Linlin said angrily, "These bastards actually built a human experiment base under the school to turn children into monsters. They're so unscrupulous." Zhao Yi shook his head and corrected her. "You're wrong. I have to correct you. They didn't build a human experiment base under the school. Instead, they built a school on top of the human experiment base." He pointed at the instruments and spoke to Yang Linlin, who was visibly shocked. The construction complexity of this underground experimental base is far more than 10 times that of the school. If they waited until the school was finished, it would be impossible to start building the underground base with thousands of people involved. Clearly, the experimental base was built first. Moreover, Stone Mountain College is also part of their plan. They need subjects who are young and energetic enough to test various experiments. In addition to public security agencies, what other organization can more legitimately collect statistics on young people and their family status than a well-known university? After Zhao Yi finished speaking, Yang Linlin felt cold all over. "Let's go. We only need some materials to prove our theory, and we can complete the hidden mission." The hidden mission was for the two of them to investigate the truth behind Stone Mountain High School. Since it was an investigation, material proof was necessary. On the way, Zhao Yi did something that almost made everyone vomit. He skinned the monster with 18 kidneys. "Do you have to do such a perverted thing?" Yang Linlin watched as Zhao Yi put the bloody skin into his inventory like it was a treasure, and she began to question her life choices. Live chat. I've seen all kinds of weird fetishes, but I've never seen skin peeling. I really learned something today. So disgusting. I can't stand it anymore, Brother Meng. I'm going to vomit for a while. The two continued down the corridor. In this complex experimental base, which resembled a maze, it was easy to get lost without a strong sense of direction. At the end of the corridor, a huge white canteen appeared. Except for the seats, everything was pure white. The dazzling white was mixed with scarlet. Through a crack in the door, they saw countless monsters wandering around and eating in the cafeteria. Their food was the rotten experimenters. There are actually so many monsters. How many students are missing? Don't they involve the police when so many students disappear? The sight in front of them shocked both of them. In this huge cafeteria, there were at least 1,000 weird monsters. That meant at least 1,000 students from Stone Mountain University were missing. But none of this had been reported. There wasn't even a trace of it online. The person behind the construction of this laboratory is probably using all kinds of methods to cover up the truth. Zhao Yi's face was solemn. All signs point to the mayor of City A. But a mayor can't do this. Behind him, there's probably a huge team. What should we do now? If we go further, I'm afraid. Yang Linlin's voice trembled. Zhao Yi took the skin he had peeled off from the monster's body, pulled out a scalpel, and, with fingers moving like butterflies, quickly separated the skin and made two strange human skin coats. On the outside of the coats, there were many hideous, bloody little heads hanging. "You don't want to. No, this is too disgusting." Yang Linlin looked at Zhao Yi's malicious eyes and vaguely understood what he was thinking. She turned and ran, but Zhao Yi grabbed her by the collar. "Come back." Zhao Yi directly put a simple and smelly coat on her body. Then he also wore a human fur coat with a tube on the back. Live chat. This made me laugh so hard. Screenshots are taken, and Goddess Linlin's emoticon package is about to be released. Wearing this kind of thing is truly anti-human. Does Zhao Yi want to blend in with those monsters? This is very dangerous. There shouldn't be a problem. After all, it seems these monsters aren't attacking each other at the moment. The eldest brother is the eldest brother. Though a bit disgusting, the idea is actually pretty cool. The two of them at this moment looked like wolves in sheep's clothing. Oh no, sheep in wolf's clothing. Yang Linlin knew that once those monsters discovered their disguise, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. The strong smell of blood and monster skins masked the scent of the two. The moment the cafeteria door opened, thousands of distorted monsters looked toward them due to the sound. They were strange and gorgeous. Being stared at by so many terrifying eyes, Yang Linlin's legs felt so weak she almost collapsed to the ground. She grabbed Zhao Yi's arm and could barely stand. Some monsters looked at them in confusion, as if they thought they were the same kind, but not entirely. So, they slowly approached, wanting to test them. Seeing these monsters coming, Yang Linlin's legs trembled even more. Unlike Yang Linlin, Zhao Yi seemed extremely excited. He even dragged Yang Linlin forward and came to the front of the monsters, imitating their panting sounds. Although these man-made horror monsters were extremely aggressive, they were all aimed at humans. For their own kind, they were very tolerant. One of the girls, with a bone spur on her head and half of her face rotten, made a strange sound, dancing and seemingly asking Zhao Yi something. Zhao Yi imitated the sounds and movements she made, word for word. After going back and forth several times, the girl and her friend seemed to finally understand that the same kind in front of them was just an emotionless repeater. So, they lost interest in Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin and dispersed. Once they left, Yang Linlin was shocked to find that her back was covered in cold sweat. It had been really thrilling. This guy, Zhao Yi, was completely unconventional. She had imagined many possible ways Zhao Yi might resolve the crisis, but she never thought that. It was outrageous. In some ways, Zhao Yi was also very talented in language. Being able to remember and repeat all those weird notes in one go was indeed a skill. Without the obstruction of the monsters, Zhao Yi took Yang Linlin to wander around the cafeteria for a while. He deliberately observed the behavior habits of these monsters and soon noticed that there were 16 doors in the cafeteria. But none of the monsters entered or exited the door at the corner. Other monsters seemed to be quite wary of that door. Every time they passed near it, they deliberately bypassed it. These behaviors made Zhao Yi very curious about the door in the cafeteria. What could be behind that door? It seemed to scare these fierce monsters. However, given the current situation, he decided not to approach it for the time being. Fixing his gaze on the rotten corpses being eaten, Zhao Yi noticed some scattered manuscripts in their clothes. He decided to collect the manuscripts. Some monsters thought he was also interested in eating meat and enthusiastically made room for him. Zhao Yi didn't eat human flesh, but to show some respect, he picked up some maggots and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing them. This scene almost made Yang Linlin, who was not far away, vomit. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more excited. Seeing Zhao Yi eat something, their remaining suspicion of him was dispelled, making it easier for Zhao Yi to collect the manuscripts. Most of the manuscripts were records of experimental data, which weren't of much value to the two of them. But one piece of paper in a pink manuscript caught Zhao Yi's attention, because it mentioned Guxuan Town. Guxuan Town again. Zhao Yi's eyelids jumped suddenly, and he quickly spread out the letter. X2 fusion failed. The department received a destruction order. Everyone is very unwilling. After so many years of hard work, we end up with this result. The theoretical data is completely consistent. Why? Could it be that the Shishin experimental base will repeat the mistakes of Guxuan Town many years ago? We are not afraid of death, but we cannot tolerate failure. The mayor asked us to withdraw from the Shishin experimental base with the experimental data. They will find a way to destroy everything related to Shishin, but we are not willing. Tonight, we will give it a final try. After Zhao Yi found this piece of paper, the system prompt immediately sounded in their ears. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Yang Linlin. Hidden mission, investigating the truth behind Shishin High School is completed. The mission reward will be issued after the main mission is completed. The note confirmed Zhao Yi's guess. Shishin High School had been built with the purpose of serving as an experimental base, and those outstanding students who had gathered from all over city were merely experimental subjects. In the past, Yang Linlin would have danced with excitement, but now she only felt cold hands and feet, and her entire body felt like ice. The monsters in the cafeteria in front of her had once been young, beautiful students. Not long ago, they had been full of dreams and had worked hard to get into this university. But they never imagined they would end up in a terrifying man-made hell. She couldn't even begin to imagine the despair those students must have felt when they were sent to the laboratory and subjected to all kinds of cruel experiments. Zhao Yi stared at the note for a moment. He remembered that in the Colossus Hospital instance, when he was about to leave, he saw a twisted black shadow under the eaves of somewhere. Judging from the note, the black shadow might have been X1. But why did it appear in the Colossus Hospital? Could it be that the Colossus Hospital also? While Zhao Yi was thinking, Yang Linlin came very close to him and asked in an almost inaudible voice, "Zhao Yi, what about the curse?" Now, she was almost certain that as long as they continued to stay in this experimental base for a while longer, they would easily complete the main task. But knowing Zhao Yi's restless nature, she was sure he would never be content with the status quo. He wouldn't stop until this copy was turned upside down. Moreover, she also wanted to destroy this place full of sin and blood. The curse should not have much direct relationship with this underground laboratory, Zhao Yi said firmly. Are you so sure? Yang Linlin pursed her red lips. Every time Zhao Yi spoke, she felt like a fool. They had been together and seen the same clues, but she could never guess what Zhao Yi was thinking. If this is the source of the curse, then why are the monsters here not affected? Zhao Yi continued. Compared to everything in the teaching building, don't you think this underground laboratory is too harmonious and normal? Yang Linlin had a blank expression. Damn, how can this laboratory be harmonious and normal? It's obviously full of scary monsters. Zhao Yi continued. The black shadow outside is likely the ultimate creation of this experimental base, X2. It can pass through walls, can fly, and is in a very unstable state. I believe you observed these points when it was chasing Lai Sheng just now. Yang Linlin nodded, but in fact, her mind was blank. The black shadow's ability. I didn't notice it at all. It has such an ability, but it has been staying at the entrance instead of wandering around. Don't you think that's strange? Maybe it can't find a place to go, so it keeps wandering outside. Yang Linlin didn't deliberately speculate on the motives of a ghost's behavior. Zhao Yi shook his head. Rather than saying it can't find a place to go, it's better to say it's guarding the entrance. The monsters in the base are so terrible. They are a fighting force comparable to a small army. Ordinary threats are not a threat to them at all. The only thing that can threaten them is a curse. Yang Linlin was shocked. I think the black shadow outside, guarding the shaft mouth, is trying to prevent these things from entering the experimental base. It is protecting the monsters in this experimental base. Yang Linlin swallowed. Are those ghosts more terrifying than the monsters below? Zhao Yi said seriously. In theory, yes. And it is much more terrifying than the monsters in the experimental base. For example, the owner of this human fur coat, its combat power is not high, and it has fatal weaknesses. But those ghosts, it's hard to say. Zhao Yi quickly took out the keynote from earlier, spread it on the table, and pointed to a line of words. Look, the mayor of Cydia asked the experimenters to withdraw from the Shishin experimental base directly with the data, and they will find a way to help destroy everything here. Yang Linlin covered her mouth, her eyes showing horror. You mean, this curse is also man-made? The purpose is to erase everything here. Zhao Yi nodded slowly, his face showing more and more weird excitement. Yang Linlin, who was standing aside, saw his weird expression and couldn't help but take a half step back. The mayor of Cydia and his group want to destroy everything about the experimental base and Shishin High School through the curse, while the rioting experimental subject X2 in the experimental base wants to preserve everything. It obviously has self-awareness. This is a good thing for us, after all. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we can communicate with it properly, we may be able to get key information about the curse from it, and even help us take a shortcut to complete the side quest. Yang Linlin was silent for a while, then suddenly stretched out her hand to touch Zhao Yi's forehead, muttering to herself, "You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense today?" Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and slapped her hand away. You really have no imagination. Yang Linlin pouted, put her hands on her hips, and said seriously, this is not a problem of imagination. You've seen how dangerous that guy outside is. It kills people as soon as it meets them, and it's so fast. Let alone communication. You can't even finish introducing yourself. Zhao Yi was speechless. Who told you I want to communicate with that thing? The two waited in the laboratory for a long time. Zhao Yi kept paying attention to the time display on the instrument. At about 2 a.m., all the experimental subjects left the cafeteria and returned to their own experimental cabins. Apparently, they had already regarded that place as their territory. Zhao Yi observed for another 10 minutes. On the door, it was written X2. Sure enough, behind this door is the experimental cabin where the most powerful experimental subject is. No wonder the other monsters during the day are reluctant to approach here. They have a sense of territory, so they should be afraid that X2 will attack them, right? Zhao Yi touched his chin and talked to himself. Then he pushed the door open. The scene inside the door made Yang Linlin and many viewers in the live broadcast room's scalps numb. In front of the two of them was a giant jar filled with transparent green liquid. Inside the jar, there was a human-shaped neural and vascular network, densely packed. At the top of the nerves, the brain and many needles were connected. The impact of this scene was huge. It was far more terrifying than the blood and flesh. This is... Yang Linlin's eyes widened, pointing at the giant jar, unable to speak at all. Zhao Yi touched his chin and said with admiration, "This thing is really a work of art." The bones and most of the flesh and blood were stripped off, leaving only the most important blood vessels and nerves. Using nutrient solution and a suitable environment to maintain the activity of its cells, and allowing external stimulation to replace the heart to complete the circulation. All the energy is delivered to the brain. Among the patients I knew before, only one person could complete this full nerve stripping operation. What kind of people are Zhao Yi's patients? He is not bragging, is he? How can such an operation be completed in real life? I graduated from Sichuan X College. I can tell you responsibly that this operation can also be completed in real life, but the college only uses cadavers and has not used living people for experiments. Indeed, I am also a surgeon and have been practicing medicine for 23 years. For this level of nerve stripping, anesthesia has no effect at all. The process is almost completed when the patient is awake. It is too cruel. This is too inhumane. Yang Linlin approached the culture tank carefully and couldn't help shuddering. These nutrient solutions and machines are extremely expensive. There is no need for those crazy researchers to spend so much time on a dead person. Yang Linlin turned her face with a stiff expression. This thing in the tank is actually still alive. What would it feel like now? Cold, pain, despair. Zhao Yi came to the experimental table on the other side. There was a notebook on it, recording the relevant experimental process. He glanced at it roughly. It was nothing more than how to use all kinds of inhuman means to torture the experimental subject, bringing him endless pain, but not letting him die. The first page of the notebook reads, God said, focus is a necessary quality for concentrating the spirit. Kindness is the lock that seals power. Anger and fear are the keys to unlock. It seems to be some theological and philosophical quotations. Zhao Yi, come and see. Yang Linlin on the other side of the culture tank exclaimed. Zhao Yi walked over and saw the back of the culture tank in the direction pointed by Yang Linlin. There was an electronic label on it. X2, prototype, Chen Qiang 16 years old. Adaptability 96%. Activity high. Electroencephalogram fit 92%. Spiritual concentration excellent. The name displayed on it made the two of them startled. Chen Qiang. Yang Linlin felt nauseous for no reason, and after a few dry heaves, her face turned pale. Interesting. Chen Qiang was actually used to make X2. Zhao Yi touched his chin, his eyes dim. When he turned around, he glanced at the list of participants in the experiment and suddenly found that there were several familiar names on it. Jiang Ye, Peng Xiao, Lai Sheng. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows. His brain started to work rapidly. So that's it. I understand. Peng Xiao is not the mayor's son at all, and Jiang Ye is not the goddess of Class 8 of Senior 1. They are all experimental personnel disguised as students, helping to find experimental subjects in the school. Generally speaking, the better the students' grades, the higher their concentration. People who are half-hearted will find it difficult to make achievements in their studies. This is the best school in the city. The purpose is actually to select those experimental subjects with extremely high concentration. No wonder their names are not on the roster. These two bastards, they have run away long before the curse happened. As Zhao Yi finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Your guess is basically correct. But these two bastards didn't run away, they also became victims. The two turned around quickly and found that Lai Sheng, who was covered in blood and missing an arm, took out his MP5 and pointed it at the two of them, his face extremely ferocious. There was actually a secret passage under the table behind him. Didn't expect it. After so many difficulties and dangers, I still made it in. I'm not destined to die, you two little bastards. The game ends here. Lai Sheng's eyes were red and he was a little hysterical, but his black and blue lips showed that he was in a very bad condition. Pointed at the black gun, Yang Linlin immediately raised her little hand, while Zhao Yi was still walking around as if nothing had happened. Stop. If you touch me again, I will shoot you to death. Lai Sheng was in extremely poor condition, but he still did not forget to threaten Zhao Yi. But Zhao Yi was not deterred at all and shook his shoulders. If you had a bullet, you would have shot it out long ago. I don't believe you can hold it in. Bang! Lai Sheng fired and hit Yang Linlin in the left leg. Yang Linlin groaned, fell to the ground, covered her legs, and said without tears, I didn't provoke you, why did you shoot me? Lai Sheng said in a panic, oh sorry. He aimed at Zhao Yi again, looking ferocious. But a double image appeared in front of him due to blood loss. Bang! Yang Linlin's leg exploded with blood again. This marksmanship is somehow related to personal grudges. Is this gun called the Women's Sorcerer? Although, I admit that I laughed out loud. 3 days of silence for Goddess Linlin. Okay, you cheated on us once, and we cheated on you once. Rounding things off, you owe us a favor now. Tell me, what can you do to help us? Zhao Yi talked so eloquently that Lai Sheng almost suffocated with his shamelessness. Since you are already here, it proves that you have a general understanding of what is going on. If you want to get out of here, you have to find a way to turn off the curse. Lai Sheng dragged the gun to the jar. The material of this jar is very special. Even armor-piercing bullets cannot leave marks on it. He was about to operate in front of the instrument, but Zhao Yi stopped him. If you shut down the instrument and X2 loses its energy supply, the ghosts in the fog outside will soon flood into the experimental base. Do you think you can resist the attack of these ghosts? Lai Sheng's eyes were gloomy and his face was ashen. As long as X2's life capsule is closed and Riot X2 dies, the remaining mutants are basically no threat. The organization will soon send people to close the curse and clean them all out. I have participated in this experiment and have confidential data that they do not have. It is of high value. The organization will not abandon me easily. Zhao Yi replied, deceiving yourself. If you are really important to them, they would have sent someone here to save you. You are under a curse and can even contact them, but until now, you are still alone. If you expect the organization behind you to rescue you, you might as well trust us. Lai Sheng was angered. He pressed the MP5 against Zhao Yi's forehead. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will destroy you." There was no trace of panic in Zhao's eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a scary and weird smile. Isn't it hard to feel abandoned? You are as loyal as a dog, and yet you end up like this. When they use you, they treat you like a pie. But when they throw you away, it's like throwing away garbage. Don't be stupid. Just one sentence whether you want to live or not. Now, only we can help you. If you kill me, it is equivalent to committing suicide. Lai Sheng's hand holding the gun was trembling, and he was breathing loudly. This dungeon is about to be completely cleared, and many puzzles are about to surface. It would be a pity if it were lost here. In the end, Lai Sheng closed his eyes in pain. He lowered his gun. Due to exhaustion, Lai Sheng sat down on the ground, his previously ferocious expression turning into one of despair. Slowly, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it. The smell of the cigarette smoke helped to dispel some of the tension in the air. Am I pitiable the way I am now? Lai Sheng blew out a puff of smoke and smiled miserably. Yang Linlin, holding her injured leg, gritted her teeth and cursed. You have the nerve to say you're pitiable. Those students you tortured and reformed, the families you destroyed, and the pile of nerve endings in that jar. Aren't they more pitiable than you? Lai Sheng sighed, slowly leaning his head against the cabinet, his eyes unfocused. He finished one cigarette and lit another. In such a short time, his face had changed drastically. My daughter is in their hands. 7 years ago, my wife died of cancer. Before she left, she asked me to take good care of our daughter. I'm sorry for my wife. Now, I have to feel sorry for my daughter too. At this point, he laughed as though he were losing his mind. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Yang Linlin lost most of her hatred. She suddenly remembered the letter to his daughter that they had seen on the severed hand outside, and asked, "All of your wife and children are controlled by that organization?" Lai Sheng closed his eyes, his breathing becoming weaker, and tossed the gun aside. You think our sins are unforgivable, but in fact, how do we have the right to choose? If you had to choose between dying, saving your family, or a stranger, would you choose your family? Yang Linlin was silent. She had looked down on Lai Sheng and thought he was a bad person with heinous crimes. But if she were in his shoes, she would probably make the same choice. People are selfish. You can sneak into this school, so you're not ordinary people. If you're willing to do me a favor, I'll tell you how to turn off the curse. Zhao Yi put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile, "Don't ask us to help you save your daughter, right?" Lai Sheng shook his head and said sarcastically, "Just you, and saving my daughter. Once you get close to the organization, you'll be discovered and dealt with immediately." After a pause, he glanced at Yang Linlin. "Of course, if you don't take this silly woman with you, with your cleverness, you should survive longer." Yang Linlin said angrily, "You're stupid. Your whole family is stupid." Zhao Yi kept looking into Lai Sheng's eyes and hesitated for a moment. "What do you want us to help you with?" Lai Sheng struggled to get up from the ground, staggered to an unobtrusive corner of the laboratory, and opened a cabinet. He tore off a piece of wallpaper that was the exact same color as the rest of the cabinet. There was a small hole in the back. Inside was a metal safe. Lai Sheng opened the safe through fingerprint recognition and handed a strange green reagent to Zhao Yi. "What's this?" "The product of another project. The method is still immature, but the danger level is no less than X2. Lai Sheng handed it to Zhao Yi, and his lips grew more and more blue. "The organization will not let this thing go. Maybe in a few months, maybe in a few years, when this place is completely turned to ruins, they will definitely send people to search it. Once this thing falls into the hands of the organization." He didn't continue. The dizziness from blood loss was worsening. Lai Sheng shook his head, trying to stay awake and breathing heavily. "About the curse. It all comes from a magic box. Just close that box and the curse will disappear. That box is in the center of the fog. The ominous things in the fog. will not attack things that appear to be dead. If you can reduce your emotional ups and downs as much as possible, you may be able to get there. Lai Sheng, lying on the ground, was gradually losing his vital signs. His body temperature was dropping, and his face was becoming pale. The blood flowing from his broken arm had coagulated. Yang Linlin stood beside the giant jar, feeling uneasy. Lai Sheng was clearly a bad guy, but his story made him seem so real that Yang Linlin forgot he was an NPC in the dungeon. Zhao Yi's attention remained focused on the pile of nerve endings in the jar. From a psychiatrist's perspective, I think he's telling the truth. But this is obviously not the way the system wants us to proceed. There should be an easier way to destroy the curse. Otherwise, if we follow Lai Sheng's idea, even if the newcomers to the dungeon know about this method, 99 out of 100 will die trying. Then do we have to find another way to break the curse? Zhao Yi thought carefully about what had happened and said, "It's not necessary. Taking shortcuts is a good thing for us. Shortcuts mean less chance of surprises." He stared at the secret passage where Lai Sheng had entered, eager to try. "I'll leave now." Yang Linlin didn't follow Zhao Yi. She knew she couldn't maintain a stable mental value like him. Following Zhao Yi now wouldn't just bring trouble to him, it would be a death wish for her. She didn't want to end up like Zhen Tao, whose mental value dropped to 0 and became a ghost in the dungeon. After Zhao Yi walked through the secret passage for a while, he finally saw a starlight ahead. This secret passage was deep underground and operated by a shaft elevator. Zhao Yi reached the elevator, took out Hetty's head, and used it for facial recognition. The elevator started working. Such advanced facial recognition. When the elevator reached the top and the door opened, a powerful evil spirit hit him. The starlight was particularly dim here. Outside the elevator, a woman in red, covered in blood, stood with her back to him, her head bowed. He walked out of the elevator and, in a rather friendly manner, pressed himself against her back. There was no other choice. This ghost was blocking the way. The only way forward was through her. The ghost felt the warmth on her back and turned around in confusion. The terrifying, ferocious face she displayed startled the live broadcast audience, causing them to break out in cold sweat. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Zhao Yi showed an awkward yet polite smile and walked slowly away. Red-clothed fierce ghost, extremely dangerous. Note, a terrifying evil spirit cursed by evil. Fear is its favorite nutrient. Weakness, with their 6 senses blocked by rules, they can only feed on the emotional fluctuations of living creatures. But when they encounter a man as cold as you, they will treat you like a stone. P.S. Such a beautiful female ghost. Don't you want to have sex? Zhao Yi sniffed. Oh, great. After this strange data update, the notes were becoming increasingly irregular. This was the utility room of the school gymnasium. Opening the door, Zhao Yi saw terrifying black shadows similar to the red-clothed ghosts scattered around the gym. There was no fog, but a strange nursery rhyme played softly. August 8th, cut your hair. After cutting your hair, cut your mother's hair and sew it into the doll. Zhao Yi approached the child singing the nursery rhyme and touched its head. Yeah, it was a little oily. This ghost hadn't washed its hair in days. Little friend, how can I get to the center of this fog? The little girl stopped singing, looked up in shock, and then numbly pointed in one direction. Zhao Yi thanked her and walked in the direction she indicated. After he left, the little girl stopped singing and stood still, lost in thought. Why could stones talk? She didn't understand. The ghosts were deprived of their 6 senses by the rules, unable to judge living things by sound, taste, light, or shadow. They could only be attracted by emotions like fear, horror, and excitement. Even if Zhao Yi attacked them, they wouldn't fight back. It was like when a stone hits you, your first reaction is to look for the person who threw it, not to pick up the stone and punch it. Outside the gymnasium, thick fog filled the air. The number of ghosts was increasing. Deep within the fog, a headless female corpse danced in a ballet skirt. A demon played a human bone piano. A butcher dragged a giant bone-chopping knife to hack at corpses, and a slit-mouthed woman had a mouth that split to her ears. They hid in the fog, ready to emerge or possibly attack Zhao Yi directly. But no matter what happened, Zhao Yi's mental value remained at 101 without any fluctuations. The deeper he ventured into the thick fog, the more ferocious and terrifying the ghosts he encountered. A dead baby cried, and Zhao Yi bled from all 7 orifices, nearly dying. A pure black elk rotted one of its legs just from making eye contact with him. A paper figure with a painted face caused will-o'-the-wisps to appear on Zhao Yi's body as soon as he exhaled, burning him beyond recognition. Zhao Yi showed no emotional fluctuations, not even a hint of pain on his face. The live broadcast audience was so nervous they dared not breathe, fearing Zhao Yi might accidentally die. Finally, the fog began to dissipate. Zhao Yi dragged his seriously injured body to an open space where two bodies lay twisted on the ground. From the clothing, one appeared to be a woman and the other a man. He guessed they might be Zhang Yi and Pang Xiao, but their identities no longer mattered. Zhao Yi squatted down, pulled a long worm from one of his rotting legs, then took out his scalpel and poked the worm's belly. Soon, tiny black vines grew from its body, wrapping it tightly. Soon, the worm died, and the vines bloomed with bright flowers before gradually withering. Without the worm, Zhao Yi's legs stopped rotting. He staggered toward a fist-sized box on the ground. The box was quite exquisitely crafted. Upon opening it, it slowly rotated and rose, turning into a small ancient tower. The tower emitted music as brilliant as stars, beautiful, elegant, noble, and dignified. It was mesmerizing. For a moment, Zhao Yi's eyes seemed absent, but he quickly regained focus. He grabbed the box and closed its lid. The magic pattern on the surface of the box exuded black mist, which slowly gathered above the sky. It became a giant, hideous ghost face with magical pupils burning with black flames. The face coldly observed everything at Shishin High School before suddenly opening its mouth and sucking in all the ghost mist and ominousness, making them disappear. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the side quest, breaking the curse of Shishin High School. The reward will be settled after the main task is completed. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for obtaining the hidden item, Pandora's Box. In a towering building with hundreds of floors in the distance, a man in a suit and leather shoes sat looking out the window. This person was Yang Tao, the vice president of the Trumpet Company Guild. There was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Yang Tao straightened the wrinkles on his clothes against the translucent glass. He turned around and saw his beautiful secretary walking in with an unkempt man who had an evil smile on his face. "Vice President, do you have a problem with me?" The man spoke, and the secretary on the side left the room under Yang Tao's instruction. "Sit." Yang Tao threw a copy of the report in his hand on the coffee table in front of Bar. "Forgotten Angel." Bar looked at the information on the report, and the evil smile on his face disappeared. The light cast shadows on his face. "He came in too." Yang Tao nodded. "Do you know him?" After being silent for a long time, Bar didn't seem to want to talk about Zhao Yi. He felt uncomfortable. "Vice President, you know that our family has a disease, but I prefer to call it talent. The desire for slaughter flows in our blood, and it has never changed for generations. That's why my father became an arms dealer, because arms are accompanied by blood and sin. His talent is the most outstanding I have ever seen. He has traveled to many battlefields, and behind many wars, there is the shadow of my father. He has killed tens of thousands of people, women, young and old. Since I was a child, my ultimate goal in life has been to surpass my father. Until..." Bar's tone deepened. Yang Tao, who was sitting opposite him, picked up his coffee and raised his eyebrows. "It wasn't until your father Kapar, the king of arms, met the forgotten angel that his murderous disorder was cured, right?" There was no clear expression on Bar's indifferent face. What a disgrace to him. Killing was something engraved in their genes. How could something like this be cured? But his father Kapar had indeed been cured of his homicidal disorder by the forgotten angel. Because of this, he killed his father Kapar. Bar couldn't accept that his father, the king of arms, the mastermind of war, and the father who stood at the top of the world's food chain, suddenly one day turned into a kind old man who fished and played chess all day long. He would rather not have such a father. "What do you know about his treatment of your father?" Yang Tao asked, and Bar thought seriously for a while. Their treatment was done in secret, and although they spent a long time together, the treatment time was actually very short. "This man cured my father's homicidal disorder within a day, maybe within an hour. Because of the short time, I clearly felt that my father seemed to be a different person." Yang Tao squinted his eyes. "Have you not been in contact with him?" Bar seemed to recall something shameful, and his fingers trembled slightly. "Contacted once." "How does it feel?" "Fear. As a murderer, an extremely cruel lunatic who thought he was at the top of the food chain. He actually admitted the truth that he feared." Yang Tao was very surprised and became more and more interested in Zhao Yi. "Is he cruel to make you afraid of him like this?" Bar clenched his fists tightly. After a long while, he exhaled a breath. "Vice President, where is he?" Obviously, he didn't want to recall all the contacts he had with Zhao Yi, and that memory that wasn't too long ago was also strangely blurry. Everything about Zhao Yi was melting away. The only thing that was profound was the fear that was like gangrene in his bones. Currently in the All Bastards Guild. "Okay, go and rest and prepare well. The tide of demonic spirits will appear in a month." You can lower your level and perform well in it. Maybe you can finally get something out of the tide of demonic spirits. I know, if I have the chance, I will definitely wash away the family's shame with my own hands. There was a murderous intent in Bar's eyes. Shishin University, inside the experimental base. Zhao Yi was sitting in the X2 experimental cabin, trying to operate the instruments. After solving the side mission, he returned to the original route and went back to the X2 experimental cabin. He used some medical measures here to simply disinfect the wound and cut off his rotten leg. Yang Linlin on the side looked at him and called for dinner. Without anesthesia, he performed limb removal surgery on himself without blinking his eyes from beginning to end. After doing this, Zhao started to learn how to use these machines. He learned quickly. The mission is over, why do you still risk communicating with it? There's an old saying, courtesy reciprocates. They put such a curse on me. It would be really rude if I didn't give them some gifts in return. Hearing this, Yang Linlin seemed to understand a little, but not completely. Do you want to use X2 to deal with the organization behind Lai Sheng and the others? I don't think it's possible. The other party can create such a terrifying curse. The power behind it must be astonishing. 3 days later, just before the main mission ended, X2 returned to the experimental cabin. Yang Linlin was so frightened that she almost peed. She quickly took out her small pistol and pointed it at the rioting experimental subject. However, the other party completely ignored her, turned around, and bowed respectfully to Zhao Yi. Yang Linlin was dumbfounded. The audience in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Did you really teach the dungeon boss as a student? This is unreasonable. But it happened. The two figures gradually turned into white light and disappeared. Turning his head, he showed a bright smile. This smile was taught to him by Zhao Yi. No matter what happens, don't forget to keep smiling. Outside Shishin University, a large number of heavily armed troops arrived with a lot of special equipment. After getting off the bus, a soldier saluted the officer. Sir, preliminary investigation shows that the curse of Stone Mountain College was indeed closed early. However, after testing with our instruments, there was no living person inside. The officer standing on the cargo box behind the car took off his sunglasses and made a gesture. Very good. After entering the laboratory, if you encounter any situation, report it as soon as possible. Yes, soon. A group of armed mobile personnel headed inside Shishin University. However, they didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was waiting for them. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi. The main mission surviving 7 days in college is completed. Hidden mission investigating the truth behind Stone Mountain College completed. The side mission breaking the curse of college is completed. Worldview exploration degree 100%. Rating SS. Zhao Yi walked to the door of the guild station and found Liu Ruoking wearing light silk pajamas leaning against the door, holding a red wine glass with a lazy expression. There were many people surrounding her in the small square, looking at something in the middle. Congratulations on successfully completing the copy, brother Zhao Yi. She cast a flirtatious look at Zhao Yi, making some newcomers not far away swallow their saliva. There is no doubt that a woman like Liu Ruoking, who has perfect looks, figure, and temperament, is extremely lethal to men. Many newcomers who came in were covetous of this charming witch. They want to conquer her, but they knew that they were useless, no matter in terms of strength or power in the guild. Seeing her taking the initiative to wink at Zhao Yi, many people were jealous. By the way, Sister Liu, what happened over there? Why are there so many people around? Liu Ruoking took a sip of red wine. Some of the light red wine stuck to her lips, shining coquettishly under the moonlight. Nothing, someone died. You will die doing world tasks. You will know later that this kind of thing is really common. She seemed a little indifferent to the loss of life. They have seen this kind of thing too many times. As he gets stronger and stronger, there are fewer and fewer friends around him. Strong people are often accompanied by loneliness. This is almost an ironclad rule. She stepped aside and made way for Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi walked into the guild station, entered the small square, squeezed into the crowd, and suddenly saw a strange male corpse lying on the ground. All 10 of his fingers were cut off and twisted into twists from head to toe. Not only were his hands and feet knotted, but they were also stretched several meters. At this glance, we knew that it was not a normal death, but caused by some strange force. Zhao Yi squatted down and turned over his head. The face of the corpse was filled with a scary and weird smile. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and pinched many parts of his body, with strong interest flashing in his eyes. There is a silky wound on the back, and all the bones have been removed, leaving no residue. But what is interesting is that the other party has completely preserved the tissues other than the bones. This exquisite technique must be done by either a doctor or a butcher. But judging from the wide opening and closing of the knife marks, the other party seems. At this point, his expression became serious. He tilted his head and said to a little girl next to him, "Are there any carbonated drinks?" The little girl nodded. Although she didn't know what Zhao Yi was doing with the carbonated drink, she still quickly brought it to him. Carbonated drinks alone are not enough. Zhao Yi locked eyes deeply. "Get another egg, preferably a hard one." Another person volunteered, went to his room, boiled an egg, and delivered it to Zhao Yi. Liu Ruoking on the side seemed to be curious about what Zhao Yi wanted to do, so she also walked over and observed carefully. In front of everyone, Zhao Yi opened the carbonated drink and put it aside, then skillfully opened the egg shell. Everyone is becoming more and more curious. Do eggs and carbonated drinks have any special help in solving crimes? I saw Zhao Yi slowly turning the peeled egg in front of him, and after confirming that there were no broken shell fragments, he stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed a few times, then picked up the carbonated drink and poured it into his mouth. After swallowing the egg, Zhao Yi stood up and left confidently in front of everyone. Everyone sighed at Zhao Yi's shamelessness. Zhao Yi returned to his room, locked the door, and collapsed on the bed. It has been detected that your mental power is very high. Do you want to choose the spiritual field? The system enthusiastically recommended a match for Zhao Yi. The spiritual field can later evolve into telekinesis. It becomes harder to advance the further you go. However, like the physical strengthening field, once you reach S level or above, your strength greatly surpasses others at the same level. He successfully activated his physical strength field, which meant he could start improving his strength through exercise and fighting. Once the domain was activated, his strength reached 18 points. Clenching his fists, Zhao Yi clearly felt an explosive force that didn't belong to his once weak body. He suddenly punched the air, producing a loud sound. While Zhao Yi was punching the air, someone knocked on the door. In front of him stood a cute little fat man, simply dressed and carrying a small rag bag. "Hello, are you Brother Zhao?" His mouse-like eyes were full of shrewdness. Zhao stepped aside and invited him in. "Please come in." The little fat man entered, sat on the soft sofa, and stretched out his hand. "Hello, Brother Zhao. My name is Feng Bai. I'm a newcomer in your class, currently level 3. They shook hands. "What do you want from me?" Feng Bai's eyes rolled. "It's nothing. I just want to ask you to take us on a big world mission." Zhao Yi didn't respond. "We'll pay you." Players can trade with each other. The traded goods can be points, items, or promises. If Brother Zhao is willing to lead us to complete the main guidance mission, we'll pay him points. Zhao Yi squinted. "How many points?" Feng Bai gritted his teeth. 1,000 points per person. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. "It's like this. The big shots and all bastards don't care about anything. The guild has poor cohesion. Everyone mostly acts alone and forms their own small factions. More newcomers are joining, and even more will come in the future. Without leadership and rules, things are bound to get chaotic. To survive better, we had to form a small team for mutual support." Zhao Yi asked. "The guild doesn't allow players to fight each other, right?" Feng Bai chuckled. "It just prohibits obvious fights. You know, if someone really wants to kill you, there are many ways. Even if the strong can't directly kill the weak, they can easily suppress them. We came to you because we think you can strengthen our team. Also, we want to complete the world mission together. The rewards are generous, and the mission is difficult. We don't want to let others take it. Since I entered the dungeon and came back, it's been 3 hours. There should be many people doing world missions, right? Why is the world mission still stuck on the guidance mission?" His system panel still showed the current world mission as a guidance mission. World quest, guidance mission. Mission goal, go to the train station to collect food and water. Recommended level, 1-3. Task reward, 3 free talent points. Introduction, you suddenly wake up and find yourself in the terrifying land of eternal night. Your goal is to escape, but first, you need to survive. Attachment, map. Feng Bai looked slightly embarrassed. The first mission is absurdly difficult. So far, 6 groups totaling 27 people have attempted it, none survived. They checked the forums for guidance mission strategies. Most guilds have simple guidance missions with little reward. All Bastards offers 3 talent points, quite rare. And with generous rewards comes extreme difficulty. We thought no one was doing the mission. Now we realize many tried and just didn't make it. Zhao Yi put down his drink, eyes shining with interest. That guy outside died while doing the guidance mission. Feng Bai nodded. The task requires collecting food and water. To do that, we need to beat 2 games, one with the clown ghost, one with the butcher ghost, inside the train station's grocery store and butcher shop. Winning unlocks those locations. The clown ghost and butcher ghost become allies of the guild, and their shops will provide unlimited food and water. The guy outside lost and was turned into soup by the butcher ghost. His teammates carried his bones back. Zhao Yi touched his chin, eyes gleaming. How many of you are there, and when are you heading out? Fang Bai replied. Our team has 5 people in total. Besides you and me, there's Tian Tian, a cute girl with mental issues, Bai Shuiji, a former underground prostitute, and Liu Han, an honest middle-aged man. We can leave any time. Just say the word. Then inform them. Let's go check it out now. Fang Bai nodded. Got it. The group briefly introduced themselves and left the guild station. Just outside was a long, winding mountain road. The guild station sat on a flat area in the mountains, making the surroundings feel bleak and cold. There were occasional streetlights along the broken road, but their dim glow only added to the desolate atmosphere. In the mist at the end of the road, a few figures appeared, players working on world missions. Standing on the asphalt steps was a young man with colorfully dyed hair, smoking. His eyes were gloomy, and several pale-faced companions stood beside him. Some had clearly just vomited. The smell lingered in the air. Zhang Weishan, how's the situation inside? Fang Bai stepped forward with a sly expression. The dyed-haired man glanced at him, then narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhao Yi. Hey, isn't this the number 1 on the list? What, you want a piece of the pie too? Zhao Yi's arrival drew wary stares. His reputation was known. Some had watched his livestream highlights. They knew he wasn't just strong, he was a little unhinged. No one wanted to go up against someone like that for a reward. I know the reward is tempting, and no one wants to share. But think about it, this is just a guide mission. There are many more missions and rewards afterward. If we're all stuck here, no one will get what's coming later. Get rich together or starve together. Zhao Yi smiled warmly. That phrase caused a shift in many minds. Zhang Weishan flicked his cigarette away and sighed. Alright, if you want in, I'll give you a shot. But I'll warn you, a lot of people have died in there. Also, I can explain the clown game's rules. You need at least 3 players. Each takes turns playing rock, paper, scissors with the clown. You get 10 chances. Win 3 times, and you win. Fail, and you lose a finger and get thrown into the storage room behind. No one who's gone in has come back. When a player dies, the next one starts fresh. The game resets. Also, we've noticed the clown always throws scissors on the 3rd guess and paper on the 6th. Fang Bai asked, if the 3rd and 6th are fixed, shouldn't the 9th or 10th also be? Why hasn't anyone finished the task yet? Zhang Weishan sneered. So, are you willing to be the one who tests those later guesses, just so others can win? Fang Bai fell silent. It was true. Earlier guesses gave hope. But no one wanted to be the one who risked their life at the end. Their passion had cooled. No one wanted to die just to help others succeed. People are selfish. Why should I bleed while others reap the reward? At Zhang Weishan's signal, his group stepped aside to let Zhao Yi and the others pass. Someone had to try. Whether Zhao Yi succeeded or not, they'd benefit. It was just a matter of how much. After they went in, a young man with piercings leaned towards Zhang Weishan. Brother, didn't you give them the wrong info? I thought the clown's fixed moves weren't. Zhang Weishan gave him a sharp look. The younger man flinched, but still lit him a cigarette. Zhang Weishan took a drag, eyes dark as he looked toward the station. Mo Yao, are you dumb? Do you know who he is? He's number 1 on the newcomer list. Didn't you see the way Liu Ruoking, that flirty cousin, looked at him in the lobby? If people like him are still alive, do you think the guild managers will ever let us take over? Mo Yao's expression changed. There was fear in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Weishan. This guy really was ruthless. Better for Zhao Yi to die. One less strong rival for rewards and for women. The rich women in the guild were powerful and beautiful. If they could get close to them, life would be sweet. Inside the station, the air was thick with the smell of blood. Tian Tian held her ragged teddy bear and looked around curiously. Bai Shuiji, dressed a bit flashily, walked up to Zhao Yi and whispered, Brother Zhao, that guy's eyes were off. I think he lied. Zhao Yi replied calmly, yeah, something felt wrong. Seeing that Zhao Yi already understood, Bai Shuiji said no more. Soon, they approached a small, well-lit grocery store nearby. Outside its entrance, bloody fingers were scattered across the floor. They looked almost inhuman, like they belonged to some reptile. It was a horrifying sight. A clown in odd, colorful clothing waved enthusiastically at them. Welcome to the Smarty grocery store. Are you here to shop or to play games? The clown was short, about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a bright, floral jacket that looked like something his grandma sewed. His smile was overly friendly. Zhao Yi walked to the counter and rested his hand on it. What do we get if we win the game? The clown clapped excitedly. Oh, my dear guests, if you win 3 out of 10 games against me, you'll get unlimited free access to everything in the grocery store. Zhao Yi nodded. And if we lose? The clown kept smiling. Then you must pay a small price. After all, what's a game without a little risk? He explained the rules again, identical to what Zhang Weishan had described. Then he added with a cheerful but chilling tone. Oh, and one more thing, don't try to cheat by attacking me or cutting off my fingers. As he spoke, the clown smiled wider. Behind him, the door to the storage room creaked open. Inside, countless glowing green eyes stared back at them, filled with hunger. Players who win the game will receive 3 talent points. Those who enter the game but don't get the opportunity to participate will receive 1 talent point. If you're sure you want to form a team and join the game, please sit at the round table in the store. The game will begin immediately. Zhao Yi stepped into the grocery store. Surprisingly, the space inside was quite large, more like a medium-sized supermarket. Zhao Yi sat down without hesitation. Beside him, the adorable girl Tian Tian clutched her teddy bear and sat, wide-eyed, taking in everything around her with innocent curiosity. The remaining 3, Fang Bai, Liu Han, and Bai Shuiji, exchanged uncertain glances. Joining meant gambling with their lives. And in this place, death was real, permanent, no resurrection, no second chances. But if Zhao Yi won, they'd get free talent points, an incredibly rare and valuable commodity, especially in these early stages. Even 1 point could be the difference between life and death. Go or not. Bai Shuiji, standing off to the side, glanced at Zhao Yi, then clenched her jaw. I want to fight. If a woman like me wants to make it here, I have to invest. That much is obvious. Besides, we already paid the entry fee, 1,000 points. If I back out now, that's just a complete loss. Fang Bai and Liu Han looked at each other. A flicker of determination appeared in their rat-like eyes. Damn it, let's fight. Finally, all 5 of them were seated around the round table. At that moment, the clown stepped forward, grinning from ear to ear. Outside, no one could see into the store anymore. Darkness had swallowed the interior. They knew one thing for sure. Either the group inside would win the game, or none of them would come out alive. Gentlemen, the game is about to begin. Just so no one gets clever, let me repeat the important rules. Each round gives you 3 minutes to think and discuss. Do not attempt to escape. Do not try to cut off my fingers. Do not try to kill me. Any such actions will count as violations, and you will be executed. You must choose one hand to use for the game. No switching hands midway, no matter how many fingers are lost. If we both play the same move 3 times in a row, I win automatically. He pulled out a remote and turned on the overhead monitor. The hanging TV began to play disturbing footage, grisly scenes of players who had previously broken the rules. Their bodies were torn, twisted beyond recognition. Agonizing screams filled the room. Everyone tensed. Their mental values began to drop, except for Zhao Yi and Tian Tian. Tian Tian actually giggled when one poor soul was ripped apart on screen. Zhao Yi glanced at her, surprised, but said nothing. So, who will play with me first? The clown asked cheerfully. Silence. Fang Bai and the others, shaken by what they'd just seen, didn't dare speak. Tian Tian cuddled her bear calmly. Zhao Yi raised his hand casually. Mr. Clown, I'll go first. The clown's grin widened. You're such an honest person. I like that. With a wave of his hand, the other chairs slid smoothly aside, leaving Zhao Yi facing the clown alone at the center of the table. Then, the game begins. You have 3 minutes to discuss. Once you've made your decision, place your hand in the black cloth bag in front of you. No tricks, no cameras inside the bag. Zhao Yi nodded. I believe you. He turned to Fang Bai. What do you suggest? Fang Bai blinked, startled. Me? You're asking me? Zhao Yi nodded again. Why was Zhao Yi asking for advice? That wasn't like him. Was this a bluff? A distraction? Fang Bai hesitated, then muttered. Don't blame me if you lose. Zhao Yi smiled. Of course. Fang Bai took a breath, glanced at the smiling clown, and whispered, Scissors. Zhao Yi placed his hand into the black cloth bag. I'm ready, he said. So am I, said the clown. The mechanical arm descended from the ceiling and lifted the cloth bags. Zhao Yi, scissors. Clown, ruck. Alas, everyone's faces went pale. I'm sorry, sir, the clown said sweetly. Seems you've got bad luck. Zhao Yi didn't speak. Without hesitation, he placed the index finger of his left hand into the cutting machine. Click. He turned, smiling at Fang Bai. All right, what now for the second round? Fang Bai's mouth twitched. He looked completely dumbfounded. None of the others could figure out what Zhao Yi was planning. I don't know, Fang Bai stammered. You decide. Zhao Yi nodded, then looked at the clown. Next, I'll play rock. The clown tilted his head slightly, curious. This man was different. Despite knowing Zhao Yi couldn't harm him, the clown felt uneasy. The round began. Black cloth covered their hands. The mechanical arm lifted the cloth. Zhao Yi, rock. Clown, paper. Another loss. Another finger gone. Zhao Yi didn't even blink. From the start, he'd never intended to win the first 2 rounds, and if anyone had looked closely, they might have noticed it. A faint red glow flickering in his eyes. But no one saw it, not even the clown sitting across from him. Joker, triggered neutral. Note, if you lose a game against him, you die. Unless he can't beat you. Weakness, not obvious. Goal, wants to revive the family business. Known ability, can see through things when his eyes are open. That was the Joker's data. Zhao Yi now understood why the clown could always perfectly predict his opponent's moves. It wasn't guesswork at all. He was cheating, relying on his special ability. But Zhao Yi didn't expose him. There was no point. It wouldn't help. Zhao Yi didn't rush. He stared at the clown across the table. When I came here, Zhao Yi said calmly, someone told me you'd play scissors in the 3rd round. Is that true? The clown smiled. Normally, I can't reveal the rules of the game, he replied. But I like you very much, so I'll give you a little hint. In rounds 3 and 6, I always play fixed moves. That part won't change, but I can't tell you which moves. Zhao Yi nodded. That's enough. He placed his hand into the black cloth bag. The clown did the same. Everyone held their breath, their nerves stretched tight. The silence was so intense, they could hear their own heartbeats. This was Zhao Yi's perfect chance. Would he go for rock? The mechanical arm lowered, gripping the black cloth bags. Tension filled the room. Then, snap, the black cloth was pulled away. The clown, paper. Zhao Yi, scissors. Zhao Yi won. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao Yi. The clown clapped cheerfully, placing the fingers of his left hand into the cutting machine. As the blade fell, black blood sprayed across the table. Looks like that guy outside tricked you, the clown said, wiping his hand with a silk handkerchief. Zhao Yi nodded. Yeah, I'll definitely get revenge. When I get the chance. The others rolled their eyes. You just said that out loud, bro. The clown tilted his head, watching Zhao Yi with curiosity. Even after losing 2 fingers, Zhao Yi showed no signs of panic. Are you that confident you'll walk out of here alive? Zhao Yi shook his head. And how are you so sure I won't walk out of here alive? The clown laughed. Zhao Yi raised the index finger of his right hand. A faint smile curved his lips. Mr. Clown, you like to gamble, don't you? The clown paused, then nodded. Zhao Yi continued. Then let's make the game a little more interesting. Oh, what do you have in mind? We'll talk about that in a bit. They kept playing. Round 4, Zhao Yi lost. Round 5, Zhao Yi lost. Round 6, the clown lost. Round 7, Zhao Yi lost. Round 8, Zhao Yi lost. Round 9, Zhao Yi lost. By round 10, Zhao Yi had only 1 middle finger left on his left hand, and just the index and middle fingers on his right. His hands were a bloody mess. The clown looked at him with a hint of regret. Mr. Zhao, looks like you made a poor choice with which fingers to sacrifice. With what you've got left, you can only play rock or scissors. Everyone stared at Zhao Yi's battered hands in silence. The clown was right. If Zhao Yi had preserved 3 fingers on one hand, he could still form any of the 3 moves. But now, with only 2 fingers on his right hand, index and middle, he could either spread them or clench them. No more paper. That meant the Joker was now unbeatable. If they both played the same move 3 times in a row, the clown would win automatically. All the clown had to do was play rock 3 times, and Zhao Yi would lose. Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji went pale. Liu Han wiped sweat from his forehead. If Zhao Yi died, they were next. Xian Tian continued playing with her ragged bear, giggling. She hadn't looked up in a while, as if the game didn't matter to her. Zhao Yi still wore the same calm smile. Only his pale face betrayed the blood loss. Then he spoke. Mr. Clown, remember what I said earlier about making the game more fun? The clown nodded. Of course. This is the final round, Mr. Zhao. And though I like you, the rules are the rules. But if you've got a fun idea that doesn't break them, I'll indulge you. Right before you choose your way to die. Zhao Yi smiled. Let's make a bet. Oh, what kind of bet? I bet I'll win the next round. The clown burst out laughing. Mr. Zhao Yi, I think you're underestimating your situation. Given your current condition, there's no way you can win. Zhao Yi went on. This bet has conditions. I want you to close your eyes during the round. If I win, you owe me a favor. You do something for me. If I lose, not only is my life yours, but I'll give you a gift. Zhao Yi pulled out something from his inventory. Pandora's box, brought over from the last game. Item, Pandora's box. Quality, blue. Though only a replica, non-human entities love the craftsmanship. Giving it to one can increase their affection toward you. Note, the ghosts inside were cleared by the system. Reopening the box has no effect. The clown's eyes lit up with desire the moment he saw it. After a short silence, he said, Very well, Mr. Zhao Yi. I'll take that bet. Zhao Yi tapped the table. You can only open your eyes after the black cloth is lifted. Agreed. The clown nodded. A free gift. No reason to say no. With Zhao Yi's current condition, even without his ability to see through hands, there was no way he could lose. Then, Mr. Clown, please choose your move. Place your hand into the black cloth and close your eyes. The clown didn't hesitate. He made a fist and slid his hand into the bag, then closed his eyes. 3 seconds passed. Then Zhao Yi said, I'm ready to. Go ahead and lift the black cloth. The clown snapped his fingers. The mechanical arm lifted the cloth, and the clown opened his eyes. His smile vanished. Sorry, Mr. Clown, Zhao Yi said, grinning. I won. Everyone around the table froze. Zhao Yi's blood-covered hand lay still on the table, completely fingerless. With no fingers, he had thrown paper. And the clown, rock. In the 10th round, Zhao Yi won. The room was silent. Strictly speaking, this was considered cheating by Zhao Yi, but it didn't violate the rules of the game. There were black shadows outside the window, but they couldn't enter without the clown's instructions. After a long time, the clown slowly put the fingers of his left hand into the guillotine. With a crisp sound, the finger was cut off. Everyone looked extremely excited. This move by the clown meant he admitted he had lost the 10th game. They didn't have to die. Raising his head, the clown looked at Zhao Yi, who was calmly bandaging his bloody palm. Mr. Zhao, I want to know, when did you start plotting against me? Zhao Yi shrugged. Start when I cut off the 3rd finger. As we all know, guessing is a game of luck. Since it's a game of luck, there can't be a victorious general. If you kept beating me, it was obvious you had your own cheating methods. So in the 5th, 7th, and 8th rounds, I deliberately changed my guessing inside the black cloth. But I still lost as expected. So at that time, I guessed you had clairvoyance. These were actually fake actions deliberately made by Zhao Yi to conceal his true ability. He would not reveal that he could see NPC data. At that time, I suddenly understood that if I wanted to beat you in the last round, I had to deprive you of your clairvoyance and force you into fixed guessing. Do you understand? Zhao Yi explained his plan, and the clown couldn't help but clap and praise him. So, when you cut the 7th finger, you deliberately chose the thumb of your right hand to make it look like you could only use scissors or rock in the final round. So after I closed my eyes and couldn't use clairvoyance, in order to ensure a win, I would definitely choose stone. In the end, you had already cut off your fingers, turning your scissors and rock into paper. I have to say, Mr. Zhao, your plan was truly brilliant. This was the most interesting guessing game I've ever played. The clown stood up, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed to them. I will fulfill my promise. This grocery store will provide you and your guild with unlimited supplies of all goods, free forever. And I owe you a personal favor. Also, when you leave the grocery store, I will give Mr. Zhao 3 talent points according to the game rules, and everyone else will get 1 talent point each. This is a private gift. Private gift meant these talent points were not included in the big world mission. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. The clown opened the door for Zhao Yi and the others. As they left the room, they were enveloped in a warm white light. Congratulations to Zhao Yi, Fang Bai, Bai Shuiji, Liu Han, and Tian Tian for unlocking the guild's new scene, the grocery store. This area within a 10-meter radius will be a safe zone. Players will not be harmed in the safe area. As soon as the announcement came out, players in the guild were shocked. Someone actually unlocked the grocery store. Wasn't it said that thousands of people died in that underworld? Yeah, I remember you had to play some guessing game with the clown, and one of you would die for sure. This year's newcomer is insane. He actually beat the freak clown. Well, Zhao Yi is the #1 newcomer this year. No wonder he's such a monster. Finally, we don't have to eat food from the station warehouse anymore. I was seriously about to puke. Outside the station, Zhang Weishan stared at the grocery store, his expression cold. He clenched his fists tightly. Why didn't Zhao Yi die? I gave him the wrong information. So how did he still win? Could he have seen through my plan? All kinds of thoughts ran through his head. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Weishan called his lackey and whispered something in his ear. The man nodded and headed toward the crowd. Brother Zhao, why don't we go back to the guild base now? Your hand injury is serious. Fang Bai wasn't being selfish. His first thought wasn't completing the butcher game, but getting Zhao Yi back for treatment. Whether injuries were from a world mission or a dungeon, as long as they didn't involve strange powers, they could be healed at the guild station. But Zhao Yi didn't seem to care about the injury. He stood at the grocery store's entrance, looking toward the butcher shop glowing red on the 2nd floor in the distance. It's just a little bleeding. Not a big deal. There's a madman living there. He doesn't follow the rules like I do. Zhao Yi looked thoughtful. Is there anything he's after? The clown smiled faintly and patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. The butcher is looking for his daughter. Then the clown turned and went back to his shop, greeting the players inside. Zhao Yi walked toward the butcher shop, followed closely by Fang Bai and the others. After tasting victory with the clown game, they had full confidence in Zhao Yi and were willing to follow him. But when they reached the second-floor elevator, more than a dozen players blocked their way. Zhao Yi, you've already completed a game and got your reward. Shouldn't you leave this one to someone else? A green-haired guy stepped forward, speaking provocatively. To be honest, he didn't want to do the butcher game himself. More people died in that game than the clowns, so it was even more dangerous. But they didn't want to do it, and they didn't want others to do it either. Everyone was still on the same starting line. Once someone pulled ahead, it would only get harder for them to catch up. What the hell are you talking about? If we don't go, are you going? Fang Bai wasn't afraid of the numbers. His round face now looked fierce. The green-haired guy sneered. The world mission belongs to everyone. You want to hog the rewards. So selfish. He pulled out a dagger, his face dark. Players behind him grabbed cheap weapons, ready to block Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi didn't reply. He just pointed his remaining middle finger at Green Hair, smiling. You know, I can kill you with just one finger. Caught off guard, Green Hair didn't know how to respond. But in front of his followers, he couldn't lose face. Screw you. He charged with a knife, but didn't know Zhao Yi's power was already at 21. He was still in the single digits. As soon as the knife came up, Zhao Yi appeared beside him and drove his elbow into Green Hair's liver. The man bent over like a shrimp, eyes bulging. Then Zhao Yi raised his middle finger and drove it straight into Green Hair's nostril. Blood exploded. Green Hair suddenly felt something unexplainable. Sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy rushed to his heart. It felt like his grandma, wearing her favorite padded coat, was coming after him with a basin of poop, ready to feed him. It was beyond words. Zhao Yi hurled him across the floor. He smashed against the stairs. His bleeding nostrils now felt strangely empty. Then, he crashed to the ground. Pain shot from his nose to his brain. Clutching his face, he screamed and looked at Zhao Yi in fear, tears in his eyes. Other players slowly backed away. Zhao Yi looked at his bloody middle finger, then wiped it on Fang Bai's clothes. Fang Bai froze, then jumped up. Damn, Zhao Yi, that's too much. I respect you as number one, but you can't just wipe that nasty stuff on me. I have paper. Zhao Yi looked at his finger and smiled. It's okay. I wiped it clean. We are all in the same guild and we know what each other is thinking. Even if you stop us now and don't let us do the guiding task, can you still stop us for the rest of our lives? The one who spoke was Bai Shuiji, a prostitute who had always been cautious. She wasn't as fierce as the chubby little Fang Bai, but her calmness surprised many. What's going on here? Zhao Yi and the others turned to see Zhang Weishan walking toward them with a group of people, all about 30 or 40 years old. Seeing this display of power, the expressions on Fang Bai and the others gradually changed. If Zhang Weishan joined forces with the group to attack them, they might not be able to play the butcher game at all and would be forced to remain in the safe area near the clown grocery store. But what Zhang Weishan said next surprised them. How can any of you do something like this? If you won't do it yourself, you won't let others do it either. Zhang Weishan looked upright, suddenly transforming into a messenger of justice and coming to Zhao Yi's aid. If he hadn't tricked them earlier, they might have actually believed he was a good person. The others, seeing Zhang Weishan's group was large and aggressive, quickly backed down and silently moved out of the way. Brother Zhao Yi, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the butcher game. They won't dare to stop you. Zhang Weishan patted his chest solemnly, putting on a proud expression. A very disdainful and disgusted look was directed at him. It came from Bai Shuiji. She knew this was just Zhang Weishan's clumsy trick. First, he incites trouble. Then he steps in to resolve it, pretending to be the peacemaker. Finally, he volunteers to lead Zhao Yi to the butcher game, conveniently inserting himself into Zhao Yi's team. Obviously, Zhang Weishan had recognized Zhao Yi's strength and now wanted a piece of the mission rewards. She tugged lightly on Zhao Yi's sleeve. Even though she also wanted to follow Zhao Yi and earn rewards, at least she was honest about it. She despised people like Zhang Weishan who wanted to be both a hero and a backstabber. Perhaps her tug was too light, because Zhao Yi didn't seem to notice. He looked touched and took Zhang Weishan's hand, his palm wrapped in bloody gauze. Brother, come with us. We can take care of each other. Zhang Weishan was overjoyed, thinking Zhao Yi was easy to fool. The others exchanged wary glances, remaining on guard around this insidious and cunning man. Zhang Weishan enthusiastically led the group toward the butcher shop on the second floor, all the while scheming how he could get rid of Zhao Yi after the reward was secured. Everyone arrived at the butcher's shop. A tall man stood at the entrance, wildly hacking away at a human leg with a bone-cutting knife. He had a pair of antelope horns and terrifying red eyes. His muscles were like rock. Every swing of the knife sliced clean through bone. The sound alone made the onlookers' scalps tingle. "Hello, Butcher. These are the players here to participate in the Butcher game." Zhao Yi stepped forward and looked the Butcher straight in the eyes. The Butcher glanced at the group. His mouth stretched open to the base of his ears, revealing densely packed sharp teeth. Bits of flesh and hair were still stuck inside. No one knew what kind of creature he was. "There are 3 types of games I offer. The first is delivery. I've got some orders that need to go out. Whoever's the fastest wins. The winner gets a bowl of my exclusive broth. The loser, heta." His laughter almost made their heads explode. "The second game is to go to the kitchen and cook me a dish. If I'm satisfied, you pass. If I'm not, I'll personally teach you how to cook. The third game is to head into the Valley of 100 Burials deep in the mountains to gather ingredients for me. So, what'll it be? Which game do you want to play?" The group exchanged nervous glances. The smell of blood in the air and the corpses hanging on iron hooks reminded them that this butcher was extremely dangerous. Zhang Weishan had once seen the butcher skin a player alive. The brutality left a scar on his psyche. Since they formed a team, they needed to agree on one choice to begin the game. "How about we pick the second one?" Fang Bai hesitated, then spoke up. "We can help each other and no one has to die." Zhang Weishan scoffed. "The second game. There's no clear standard for taste. We don't even know what this thing likes. If it wants us dead, we lose no matter what." Fang Bai frowned. "Then what do you suggest?" Zhang Weishan replied confidently. "The first task, obviously. Delivering food is just a race. If you're slow, that's your own fault. Can't blame anyone else." To Zhang Weishan, this was the most favorable option. He had good physical fitness. He fought in underground rings, had close combat experience, and could have his underlings ambush others once the task began. They didn't need to kill, just injure or block the others. Then he could win while the butcher dealt with the rest. After all, the butcher only cared about who finished first, not how long it took. Fang Bai looked at Zhao Yi anxiously, hoping he would make up his mind. Among their group, Zhao Yi was undoubtedly the one with the most authority. Zhao Yi glanced at Zhang Weishan, who looked determined to win, and said, "I think what Brother Zhang said makes sense. Let's play the first game. It's also good to deliver food. In such a cruel world, competition is inevitable." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Bai and the others were stunned and looked at Zhao Yi with incomprehensible expressions. Was there no special way to survive in this butcher game? How could even someone as calculating as Zhao Yi decide to resign himself to fate? Only Zhang Weishan was secretly delighted. Everything was going exactly as he had expected. Great. Next, as soon as the butcher confirmed the game had started, he would immediately betray them. Zhao Yi and the others wouldn't be going anywhere. They would die in this dark butcher shop, hung upside down on iron hooks like slabs of meat. Okay. The butcher turned and walked into the shop, took out 6 prepared dishes from a steamer inside, and placed them in front of everyone. There were packaging materials next to the dishes, as well as the specific delivery locations. "You go and come back quickly. I only recognize the first person to complete the mission." The butcher's dull voice rumbled from his chest. Several people packed their meals quickly, but Zhao Yi didn't move. With only one finger, he couldn't pack his takeout. The others noticed but didn't help. It was a race against time. Fang Bai, quicker with his hands, finished packing and hesitated for a moment. Then he hurriedly helped Zhao Yi pack his share. Bai Shuiji and Liu Han didn't say anything on the surface, but they were secretly laughing. Fang Bai clearly hadn't adapted to the rules of survival here. Helping Zhao Yi now was only hurting himself. By then, Zhang Weishan had already rushed out with the food. Liu Han and Bai Shuiji followed closely behind. Fang Bai looked at them running off, feeling a little anxious, and said to Zhao Yi, "Damn it, Zhao Yi, you're asking for it. I can only help you this much." He grabbed his delivery and dashed out. Zhao Yi stared at the packed takeout in front of him, then looked at Tian Tian, who wasn't moving at all, just holding her bear toy. He asked curiously, "Tian Tian, aren't you going to do the task?" Tian Tian shook her head, her little ponytail swaying. No, Tian Tian doesn't want to do the task. There was a pitiful look in her eyes. "If you don't do the task, you'll die." Zhao Yi made a face to scare her, but Tian Tian remained unmoved. She pouted. "You're lying to me. Who said I'll be fine?" Zhao Yi touched his chin, his eyes lighting up with interest. "Oh, who is Pooh?" The girl raised the bear in her arms. "Pooh is the first friend I made in this world." Zhao Yi gently touched the bear, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Pooh, triggered neutral. Note, when you try to hurt the girl, it will be alert. When you wound the girl, it will go berserk. Weakness, not clear yet. What a cute little bear. I've never seen one like this, Zhao Yi said cheerfully. Thank you, brother Zhao. Pooh is a little shy when you praise it so much. Zhao Yi smiled, walked into the butcher shop, sat down, and said to the butcher, "Is there any beef?" The butcher turned around, his devil-like eyes icy cold. Get out. You're not my guest. Zhao Yi didn't mind. The clown told me you have a daughter. The butcher stopped chopping meat. He turned and walked toward Zhao Yi, casting a chilling shadow over him. Zhao Yi remained calm, crossing his legs and staring at his only remaining middle finger in the red-lit room as if it were a piece of art. How long have you been looking for her? The butcher growled. What does it have to do with you? Zhao Yi smiled. I have a deal about your daughter. You clearly can't leave the butcher shop for long. A lunatic like you who doesn't follow rules still has rules you must obey, right? The butcher was silent. He gripped the boning knife tighter. I can help you search for your daughter in distant places, like Gukshuan town. I can go where you can't. Maybe I can find clues. The butcher said. Do you think I'll just let you go? Zhao Yi said lazily. Of course you will. I completed the clown game. I've proven my ability. Killing one more person or one less person. What difference does it make to a butcher who's washed his hands in blood? The butcher's hand trembled slightly, a sign of straining too hard. That brief pause seemed to recall something from the past. After a few breaths, he relaxed his grip, turned, and went into the kitchen. Soon, he returned with a bowl of specially cut, hot braised beef. Find my daughter and bring her back to me, and you'll get a considerable reward. Then he returned to the bloody counter and began chopping bones again. Congratulations on accepting the hidden task of the big world. Find the butcher's daughter. Seeing the task, Zhao Yi knew he had secured another guiding mission in this big world. The clown had said earlier that the butcher was different. The butcher didn't follow rules. Even if players completed the game, he could still kill them if he was in a bad mood. So Zhao Yi had asked the clown about the butcher's weakness, though in a roundabout way. That's when he learned it was the butcher's daughter. Rather than gamble with a meaningless game, Zhao Yi chose to make a deal. Now, he just had to wait for the others to return. Across from him, Tian Tian picked up a piece of beef and fed it to Zhao Yi. Her big eyes curved like tiny moons. Eat here, brother Zhao. Winnie said your hands aren't convenient, so I'll help you eat. Zhao Yi liked her little bear. She liked her little bear too. And now, she also liked Zhao Yi. At the entrance of the station, Fang Bai and the others were blocked by a group of people. They looked menacing, with cruel and malicious smiles on their faces. Armed with weapons, they trapped the three of them in the safe area of the grocery store. Seeing this, Liu Han's usually honest face showed anger. Zhang Weishan, how dare you plot against us? Zhang Weishan held the takeaway in his hand, stood behind the crowd, and sneered at the three of them. The only one to blame is Zhao Yi. After all, this butcher mission was approved by him. Liu Han clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward but was held back by Fang Bai. If you rush over now, your legs will be broken. Fang Bai was furious too, but he still kept his rationality. There were too many people on the other side. They had no way of posing a threat to Zhang Weishan. Stop them. Don't let them leave the station. Zhang Weishan gave orders to his underlings and then walked out of the station casually. Are you stupid? Help Zhang Weishan. Can't you see what kind of person he is? Today he can backstab us, tomorrow it will be you. She tried to provoke them with her words, scanning the crowd's faces. Bai Shuiji could tell they didn't really want to follow Zhang Weishan. They helped him out of fear. He was ruthless and had guild backing. No one dared to betray him. They had seen him kill many players before, so they were terrified. Even though they knew Bai Shuiji was right, no one moved. She became anxious and suddenly rushed toward the gap in the crowd, trying to break through. But within seconds, she was grabbed by the hair and beaten. Some perverts even tore at her clothes and took advantage of her. At first, Bai Shuiji screamed, but soon, she couldn't even do that. She collapsed from the beating. The food she carried spilled on the floor. She curled up, protecting her head, letting out a weak whimper. Her clothes were in tatters, bruises and blood covered her body, and blood ran from her mouth and nose. Stop it. Don't beat her to death. Do you want to enter the killing battlefield just to raise your kill value? Seeing Bai Shuiji on the brink of death, the kind-hearted Fang Bai shouted, snapping the group out of their frenzy. They quickly backed away. Looking at the miserable, bloodied woman on the ground, cold sweat broke out on their backs. They had been so focused on venting their fear and anger that they nearly killed her. Fang Bai stepped forward and gently dragged her back to safety while everyone watched. Thank you, she whispered weakly. Seeing her like that, Liu Han sat down and muttered in a daze. It's over. We're all going to die. Zhang Weishan was right. It's all Zhao Yi's fault. If he insisted on the second game or the third, maybe none of us would have died. Fang Bai frowned. What garbage are you talking about? Liu Han turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Am I wrong? If he hadn't told us to leave it to fate, would we be here now? If he hadn't agreed to Zhang Weishan joining our team, would we have been betrayed? Fang Bai replied coldly. There's something seriously wrong with you. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhang Weishan hurt you, but you take your anger out on your own people. Did you forget who earned you rewards in the last dungeon? Liu Han's rage flared. He grabbed Fang Bai's collar and shouted, "Say it again." Fang Bai, seeing the fury in Liu Han's eyes, fell silent. "I'm going to kill Zhao Yi. If I kill him, Zhang Weishan will definitely let me leave." "He will. Then I'll use food delivery as an excuse to return to the guild. No matter how strong the butcher is, he can't kill me in the apartment. Yes, I'll kill Zhao Yi now." Liu Han, consumed by fear, muttered as he stumbled toward the second floor. The others ignored him. Some even followed to watch. Zhao Yi, come out." Liu Han pulled out his sole weapon, a crowbar made of bone. He looked deranged, eyes locked on Zhao Yi, who was eating calmly in the butcher shop. He wanted to kill him but didn't dare enter. The butcher's terrifying presence made his legs weak. Zhao Yi looked up and smiled. "Want to eat beef together?" Liu Han looked completely different from his usual self. His face twisted, spirit broken. He pointed the crowbar. "Come out." Zhao Yi, seeing this, responded after calmly chewing his food. "The butcher and I talked. We can take a few people away." Just one sentence, and Liu Han froze. He stared blankly, then showed a hint of surprise. "You're telling the truth?" "Of course. Why else would I be sitting here eating so calmly? Oh, by the way, why did you want me to come out?" Liu Han hid the crowbar awkwardly. "I wanted to ask if you've thought of a way to complete the mission." Zhao Yi smiled. "Is that so? I thought you wanted to kill me for credit." Liu Han's face twitched but quickly turned into a smile. "Of course not. You're my benefactor. I'd never do that. I'm counting on you to get me out of here." He awkwardly put the crowbar away. Fang Bai showed up at the stairs with Bai Shuiji. Seeing Zhao Yi unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Passing Liu Han, Fang Bai looked at him with disgust. Then he brought Bai Shuiji past the butcher and sat across from Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, did you figure out how to finish the butcher game early?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No." Fang Bai's heart sank. So Zhao Yi was just waiting to die. Looking at the beef, he felt bitter. This might be his last meal. Jesus still had a few dishes at the table, but he only had braised beef. He grabbed some and stuffed it in his mouth, chewing hard. "Damn it. If I die, I'm dying full." After about half an hour, a hoarse laugh echoed from the first floor. I won. You all have to die. Everyone dies." Fang Bai and Liu Han turned pale. It was Zhang Weishan. He had returned. His figure stumbled up the stairs, missing one arm, covered in blood. Clearly, delivering food wasn't easy. He walked to the butcher shop, face ferocious, grinning at those inside. "What's the big deal about being first on the newcomer list? You think you can beat me? You're not worthy. I used a little trick and a fool like you fell for it. You think you're good enough to be my brother?" Zhao Yi nodded. "Indeed." Zhang Weishan scowled. For some reason, Zhao Yi's calm face made him furious. "You're about to die. Why act so calm? We'll see how long you can pretend." "Butcher, I completed your task and was the first to deliver food. Now give me my reward." The butcher stopped chopping bones and slowly walked toward him with a blood-stained knife. From the staircase, Zhang Weishan's lackeys watched eagerly. They didn't like him, but if he got stronger, they would too. Zhang Weishan lifted his head, grinning wickedly. He was sure the NPC wouldn't hurt him now. He felt like a king returning. "Come on, tell the world. I, Zhang Weishan, will be the handsomest man among the newcomers. And that woman Liu Ruoking. She'll want me now, right?" In his mind, scenes of glory flashed one after another. He smiled wider. Then pain ripped through him. He slowly looked down. A massive iron hook pierced his abdomen. Blood soaked his clothes. Fear overtook him. No. His lips trembled. His mind raced. He completed the task. He followed the butcher's instructions. Why was he being killed? It's Zhao Yi. It's them. They should die, not me. Why? All his questions led to one person. Zhao Yi. Zhang Weishan turned his head. Zhao Yi, still eating beef, smiled at him. Polite, elegant, but Zhang Weishan felt only despair. He had been played. Zhang Weishan reached out, eyes wide, and whispered, "Save me." Zhao Yi walked up, flicked his bangs aside, and said lazily, "You said you had nothing to do. So why did you mess with me? Regret it now?" Zhang Weishan was no longer fierce. The fear of death made him pathetic. He whimpered, I couldn't see the truth. Please, let me live." Zhao Yi didn't answer. He raised his hand and flipped him off, smiling brightly. In the next moment, in Zhang Weishan's horrified eyes, the butcher's knife came down, and the world went dark. Zhang Weishan was instantly hoisted upside down from the ceiling of the butcher shop by a hook. The corpse swayed in the still air. In the distance, Zhang Weishan's comrades stood frozen in place, their faces pale. What happened? Didn't Zhang Weishan complete the game? Why did he die? They were too far away to see what really happened. They only saw Zhang Weishan shout, then the butcher attacked him, then he died. The three people inside the butcher shop looked just as horrified. The butcher had started killing people. Who would be next? Would it be Zhao, who stood closest to him? They held their breath. Their minds had gone completely blank from fear. But soon, they realized the butcher didn't seem intent on killing anyone else. Instead, he returned to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of soup, handing it to Zhao. You completed my task. This is your reward. Zhao accepted the bowl, and system information about the soup flashed in his eyes. Item: soup carefully cooked by the butcher. Type: consumable. Description: though a butcher, his cooking skills are impeccable. Yet, for some reason, every dish he prepares contains traces of resentment and rage. Effect: overdraws a portion of your life force to grant immense power, causing a berserk state with no regard for allies. Lasts 5 minutes. For the next 12 hours after the berserk state ends, you will lose all combat ability. Note: do you want to be a coward for life or a hero for a moment? Thank you, Zhao said. Despite its dangerous side effects, the benefits were considerable, useful in certain situations. He accepted the butcher's medicine, and the system broadcasted an announcement about Zhao. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhao for unlocking a new guild scene, the Butcher Shop. This scene is currently neutral. Players may purchase meat products here but will not be protected in the vicinity. Do not anger the butcher, the shop's owner. The global quest has been completed. Based on contribution, Zhao receives 3 talent points. Fang Bai, Bai Shuiji, and Liu Han each receive 1. The global quest has been updated. Resolve the resentment in the train. Please check the system for details. Guild chat room. The butcher shop is unlocked now. Damn, a task unsolved for 3 years finally got completed. My youth is over. This new guy is something else. Last dungeon, Kingling was saying he wanted to recruit Zhao. Unfortunately, now that Zhao's name is on this global quest, no one stronger than him can attempt it, unless he dies. That's a dangerous idea. If we don't kill him, we'll have to wait for him to unlock the next major map. Only then will side quests become available to others. Honestly, if anyone tries to kill someone as valuable as Zhao, the higher-ups probably won't just sit back. He's too important to the guild. After the system notification, Zhao didn't immediately return to the guild to heal. Instead, he asked the butcher about his daughter. Also, I want to take a few people with me. The butcher replied coldly, take them all. The guidance mission was complete. The butcher was now neutral and no longer hostile to players, especially since Zhao offered to help him find his daughter. The players in the shop brightened with joy. They trembled with excitement. The butcher had just guaranteed their survival. Not only did they live, but they also gained 2 free talent points. Huge profit. Zhao glanced at them and smiled. No, actually, I don't plan to take all of them, he said. There are some things I can't do, but you can do them for me. After all, you've done it before. Everyone froze. Then realization dawned on them. Zhao was planning to kill with a borrowed knife. The butcher asked directly, who do you want to kill? Zhao's gaze landed on Liu Han, whose face turned pale. No, Zhao, you have no reason to kill me. Liu Han stammered. I haven't done anything against you. I'm just like the others. Drenched in sweat, Liu Han desperately explained himself. Zhao gently touched his hair with his remaining middle finger and smiled. I don't mind sharing meat with others, but there are 2 things I can't stand. The first, someone eating meat from my bowl. The second, someone who relies on me to eat meat, trying to eat mine. I'm not interested in killing, but that doesn't mean I won't do it. You should have understood that a long time ago. But it doesn't matter now. Be careful in your next life. Blood splattered. The hell-like scene almost made Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji vomit. Although some guild members in the distance couldn't see clearly through the dark curtain, the general outline was visible. The sight made the coldness in their feet rush straight to the top of their heads. Under the dim red light, Zhao turned around and smiled at them. His half-hidden face in the shadows looked as terrifying as a ghost. They shuddered and stumbled downstairs to escape. The guidance mission is completed. Do you want to go back? Looking at Fang Bai and Bai Shuiji, who were already scared stiff, Zhao said seriously. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of cruel person you think. Killing is still difficult for a kind and soft-hearted person like me. Fang Bai glanced at Zhao cautiously. Kind, soft-hearted, killing is difficult for you. Was he joking? If he hadn't seen Zhao casually kill 2 people while chatting and laughing, he might have been fooled by Zhao's harmless, handsome face. Anyway, you gave me those 2 attribute points. I have to thank you. As long as you don't want my life, everything else is fine. Zhao returned to the guild residence, entered his room, turned on his computer, and began searching for the name Sun Beibai. The Hell Game forum recorded many things about the chaotic world, so maybe he could find some clues in a few posts. However, after checking almost all posts related to Sun Beibai, Zhao came up with nothing. Those with the same name were either NPCs from other areas or just players. Zhao Yi rubbed his forehead and fell into deep thought. Thinking is often the fastest way to solve doubts and calm the mind. Tasks given by NPCs were usually designed with a backstory. This meant the butcher's daughter couldn't have just died unnoticed in some random ditch. Even if she had died in such a way, she would have likely turned into a ghost to cause trouble. Zhao Yi thought for a moment and took out the recorder the butcher had given him. He clicked play. A noisy conversation began. Beibai, has the train arrived at Guxuan town? Dad, it's so cold here. Cold? Beibai, are you in Guxuan town now? I don't know. I can't see. Beibai, what happened? Don't cry. Tell Dad. Dad will help you. I don't want to go to Guxuan town. What's going on? Beibai, explain it to Dad. Dad, Beibai is so cold. Can you come pick me up? Okay, Beibai. Where are you? I'll come now. Hello? Beibai, where are you? Beibai, speak up. Don't scare Dad. Beibai. The voices were urgent and filled with fear. Even from the recording alone, several useful pieces of information could be gathered. Sun Beibai boarded a train to Guxuan town. The butcher was not with her. Something went wrong on the train. Zhao Yi opened the system map. Most of the areas between their guild and Guxuan town were still blacked out and undeveloped. Those areas could only be unlocked after triggering the right quests. So, he couldn't go there yet. It seemed the butcher's quest would have to be put on hold for now. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi opened the system and checked the latest world quest. There were still a few days left before next month's dungeon update. He decided to see if he could get involved in the new quest. World quest, liberate the resentment in the train. Recommended level 3, 6. Recommended team size 6. Reward 2 free talent points. Introduction, you arrive at an abandoned train station. After searching, you find a 6-car train with a locomotive. Excited, you board the train to check if it can be started. But you quickly discover some strange figures lurking inside. This task was labeled for levels 3 to 6, and Zhao Yi happened to be at level 3. The mission was in copy mode, which meant that once a player decided to participate, it had to be completed. Either complete the mission or die. This was unlike the previous Butcher game, where players could run back to the guild station and hide while helping the butcher deliver food. But this mission was different. Any task in copy mode would transport the player into an independent time and space. There was no escape. Liu Ruoking had already reminded Zhao Yi that missions in the chaotic world's big world were far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons. Since players in the big world only had one life, unless they had special items like a scapegoat doll, death meant real, permanent death. Zhao Yi wasn't in a hurry. He turned off the computer, leaned back in the chair, and gently rubbed his palms. Where his fingers had been cut off, they now itched. He tore off the gauze with his mouth and saw that the severed fingers were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. First bones, then nerves, capillaries, and finally muscles. After 3 to 5 minutes, his hand looked perfectly normal. It was amazing, but in this bizarre world, not so unbelievable. Bang! There was a loud knock on the door, more like a kick. Zhao Yi opened the door and found a group of thuggish-looking men standing outside. They looked menacing and stared at him with cold, mocking eyes. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yi asked, already knowing the answer. "You." The tattooed man at the front was smoking and looked smug. His nostrils flared proudly. If the situation weren't so tense, Zhao Yi would have asked what shampoo he used to make his nose hairs so shiny and strong. Although I know I'll sound childish saying this, if your thick, flowing nose hairs aren't styled properly, they're just embarrassing your already oversized nostrils. The man's face turned red with rage. He clenched his fists and tried to barge into the room, but couldn't. Not even the guild president could enter Zhao Yi's room without permission. "You've gotten into big trouble and you're still running your mouth. I think you're tired of living." He pounded on the invisible wall at the door, his eyes burning with fury. Zhao Yi calmly picked up a large durian from the coffee table and set it in front of the door. "Sister Liu gave me this. I wanted to eat it but didn't have the tools. You guys don't seem busy, mind helping me open it?" The people outside stared at him like he was insane. They were clearly there to start trouble, and he wanted them to open fruit. "You don't seem to understand the situation, but I'll kindly explain." "No." Zhao Yi interrupted, stepped back, and removed the room's protective barrier. The tattooed man, caught off guard, stumbled forward and fell face first onto the durian. Snap! The durian cracked open. A bit of blood trickled down. Zhao Yi squatted beside him, looked at the fruit, patted the man's head, and praised. "Your forehead is amazing. Ever trained in Iron Head Kung Fu?" The man trembled with humiliation and fury. He leapt up like a crazed beast and charged at Zhao Yi, only to be hurled out of the room by a terrifying force, like trash being thrown out. Zhao Yi had turned the protection back on. "Thanks for opening the durian." He took a bite and smiled at the furious man. The tattooed man slammed against the air barrier and snarled, "If you've got guts, stay in there forever." Bang! Before he finished, Zhao Yi shut the door, leaving him to stare at the number 404. His smile froze. He looked like he was about to explode. This newcomer, how dare he treat me like this? At evening, as Zhao Yi went out for his usual walk after dinner, he was caught and taken to room 511 of the guild residence. A middle-aged man sat inside, calmly brewing tea. He exuded quiet authority. "Weishan was in the butcher game with you." Zhao Yi nodded. "How did he die?" "I killed him." "Why?" Zhao Yi paused. After a moment, he smiled coldly. "If you ask who killed Zhang Weishan, I'll tell you honestly, I did. But if you ask why I killed him, I honestly don't know. Maybe because it was fun." Everyone in the room involuntarily took a step back. Though they were all over level 10 and Zhao Yi was just a newcomer, his presence made their skin crawl. They couldn't explain why, but in that moment, Zhao Yi truly terrified them. Unlike the other younger gang members, the middle-aged man drinking tea remained calm. He looked seriously at Zhao Yi and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Yi replied, "I don't." "Let me guess. Are you Zhang Weishan's brother?" The man nodded. "Yes, since you've heard of me, you should know what kind of person I am. I'm Xiang Babeng." Before he could finish, Zhao Yi interrupted him. "No, actually, I haven't heard of you, and I seriously doubt you're your father's biological child. If it weren't for old Wang's interference, your father really shouldn't have given you that name." Zhao Yi spoke seriously. He wasn't trying to insult him for fun. If it wasn't for the nosy old Wang next door, how could a father name his son something so absurd? The gang members in the room turned pale. Some looked at Xiang Babeng with subtle sympathy. They had followed Xiang Babeng long enough to know how cruel he could be. As the leader of the Mengchong gang, the one thing he hated most was people mocking his name. Zhao Yi was practically asking to die. "Do you think you're funny?" Xiang Babeng's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with murderous intent. "It's okay. I'm usually pretty funny," Zhao Yi said, crossing his legs on the sofa and opening a bottle of water. "To describe me with just one word, handsome, feels a little shallow." Xiang Babeng had clawed his way up in this cruel world, eventually becoming a local tyrant in the Hunzi Guild. Normally, everyone kissed up to him. But here was Zhao Yi, bold, arrogant, and crazy. A tattooed man behind Zhao Yi pulled out a gun and pointed it at the back of his head, eyes full of hostility. He was waiting for Xiang Babeng's order to blow Zhao Yi's brains out. Although players couldn't truly die in the guild's base, that only gave them more ways to torture someone until they lost their mind. "You killed the boss's brother. You should pay for that." The tattooed man snarled. Zhao Yi's earlier humiliation still burned in his memory. As a veteran player, he had been humiliated by a newbie. If he didn't get revenge, how could he face his younger gang members? "I get it. He can kill me, but I can't kill him," Zhao Yi said, unflinching even with a gun to his head. "Because he has a good brother, and I don't." Xiang Babeng's eyes narrowed. "Since you know that, you shouldn't have killed my brother." Zhao Yi took a sip of water and set the bottle down on the table. Then he raised his hand like a gun and pointed it at Xiang Babeng. "Do you know what I'm thinking right now?" "I don't need to know the thoughts of a madman," Xiang Babeng said coldly. "But soon, you'll know what I'm thinking." Zhao Yi interrupted again, his expression suddenly twisting with ferocity. "I'm thinking, if I had a shotgun in my hand right now, I'd blow your head off." Xiang Babeng actually laughed. He felt he had regained control. He brushed off his clothes, lit a cigarette, and sneered, "Look at you. Pathetic, like a crawling insect. You can't even afford a gun." Bang. Before he finished, Zhao Yi pulled out a shotgun and blew his head apart. Blood and gore sprayed across the room. Smoke curled from the black muzzle of Zhao Yi's gun. Everyone in the room froze. Players could revive inside the guild's base, even if reduced to ashes. But that wasn't the point. The point was Zhao Yi, a level 3 newbie, had walked into a room full of high-level players and shot a level 22 leader in the head. "Do you think he should have dodged?" Zhao Yi smiled, lowering the gun as all eyes burned with shock and confusion. He had done what he wanted to do. Zhao Yi knew he wasn't walking out of this room alive. But before they killed him, he decided to act first. He knew that if Xiang Babeng were on guard, he'd never get the chance. So he used words and theatrics to distract him, made him believe Zhao Yi had no weapon, and then shot him. Maybe Xiang Babeng was strong, but clearly he hadn't yet acquired a powerful bloodline or enhanced ghost limbs. He wasn't tough enough to take a blast from the shotgun Yang Linlin had given Zhao Yi, and so he was dead. The tattooed man came to his senses and fired. Zhao Yi's head exploded in return. Zhao Yi was no stranger to death. As soon as he lost consciousness, he found himself back in a familiar dark cage. Over 1,000 grotesque monsters were chained to bronze pillars, roaring wildly. Zhao Yi often visited this place. He wasn't afraid of the monsters, in fact, they were afraid of him. He was the one who captured them, brought them here. They came from Zhao Yi's patients. In their eyes, Zhao Yi had no form. He was the unknown, the unknowable, the hidden truth. He was the master of this world. Anger, jealousy, paranoia, violence, bloodlust. Zhao Yi could name every monster imprisoned here. As he walked by, they fell silent and feigned death. Suddenly, a hole opened in the gray sky, and bright light shone through. Zhao Yi looked up. Resurrected already. He sighed. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Yi was strapped to an electric chair. The bright lights made him squint. A group of vicious-looking people surrounded him, grinning cruelly. Xiang Babing stood among them, his blood cleaned off and dressed in a fresh suit. His face was dark with rage. Zhao Yi's earlier shotgun blast had done no lasting harm, but it had wounded his pride. To be publicly humiliated by a level 3 rookie. How could he face anyone? You know what this is? Xiang Babing asked, raising the controller. The electric chair, Zhao Yi replied calmly. For most people, it's unbearable. But for me, not that bad. That creepy smile returned to his face. Xiang Babing, enraged, slammed the button. Electricity surged through Zhao Yi. His body convulsed. Sparks flew from his skin. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. Zhao Yi slumped, motionless. After about a minute, his body healed. He slowly raised his head. How was it? Xiang Babing sneered. Not bad, Zhao Yi said. Strong electric shocks hurt in the short term, but once you get used to them, they're kind of enjoyable. Want to go a few more rounds? Xiang Babing froze. So did everyone else. Enjoyable? Was this guy a masochist? What are you pretending for? Xiang Babing shouted. Scream if it hurts. Zhao Yi looked at the controller and said, mind giving me that? Xiang Babing laughed coldly. What, scared now? No, I just think the product experience was good. If you won't press it, I can do it myself. Everyone stared at Zhao Yi in disbelief. This man wasn't normal. Zhao Yi smiled to himself. Just the electric chair. That's boring. You can be more creative. Like boiling frogs, roasting quail eggs alive, or even skinning. Do you know the most incredible method? No one responded. Zhao Yi leaned forward, excited. A patient once told me, you start with a pot of mercury. Cut across into the scalp. Pour it in. The mercury will separate the skin from the muscles as it moves down. Eventually, you peel off a full human skin. And I won't even be dead yet. I can jump out and dance for you. The room went cold. Everyone instinctively backed away. Is this guy even human? Xiang Babing sat down, lit a cigarette, and frowned. This was the first time torture had left him completely stumped. They couldn't kill Zhao Yi in the guild's safe zone. They couldn't drag him out either. Torture and threats were the only options. But this guy, a masochist, a lunatic, a total freak. After a long silence, Xiang Babing stubbed out his cigarette. Just then, knock knock. A younger gang member opened the door. A stunning woman walked in. Fiery lips, seductive eyes. Zhao Yi, come with me, Liu Ruoking said lazily. Zhao Yi wriggled in the chair, shuffled to the door like a snail, and left, still tied up. No one dared stop him. They looked at Liu Ruoking with a mix of desire and fear. You came for someone in my place without telling me. Xiang Babing growled. He was already in a foul mood, and now she was ignoring him. Liu Ruoking gently waved a hand. The ropes around Zhao Yi fell away. She looked at Xiang Babing. Who are you? Those 3 words froze the air. Xiang Babing clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead bulged. He wanted to kill her, but he couldn't. He was no match for Liu Ruoking. This mature, seductive woman was one of the most powerful fighters in the entire Bone District. No matter how angry he was, he had to swallow it. I can't control what happens in the dungeon, but if you dare to make trouble with this person in the guild station. Liu Ruoking smirked and glanced at Xiang Babing. His expression turned pale with anger. His fists trembled, and cold sweat ran down his back. Without another word, Liu Ruoking turned and walked away with Zhao Yi. Xiang Babing stood still. After a long pause, he gave instructions to a tattooed man nearby, who responded with a cold, slightly ferocious look. Go. Keep it clean. Don't get me involved, Xiang Babing said coldly. The tattooed man nodded and left. Bang. A woman slammed the door and rolled her eyes at Zhao Yi, who was peeling a tangerine on the sofa. You're welcome, Zhao Yi replied. The view from the 7th floor is nice. Liu Ruoking sat on the sofa across from him, crossed her legs, and a hint of snow-white skin peeked through her silk nightgown. What's so great about it? It's still the same as below, she said. Zhao Yi wiped his hands and looked at her. You saved me. What do you want in return? Liu Ruoking rested her chin on her hand with a playful smile. Can't I just want to protect you? Zhao Yi chuckled. You can, but I don't like owing favors. And I figure someone like you is even more ruthless than others. That's probably why they're all so afraid of you. Liu Ruoking covered her mouth and laughed. You're interesting. So, guess why I saved you? Zhao Yi thought for a moment. I don't know, but it's definitely not because I'm handsome. Liu Ruoking rolled her eyes, poured herself a glass of wine, and took a sip. You look like someone I knew. Your ex? Zhao Yi asked with a smile. Liu Ruoking blinked. Yes. Zhao Yi froze. He and I had some unresolved issues, she continued. So why not go find him? He's dead. How did he die? Liu Ruoking tapped her wine glass, producing a crisp sound. I killed him. Zhao Yi asked curiously why. Liu Ruoking didn't answer. Her expression shifted slightly. Why do you want to know so badly? Zhao Yi rubbed his nose. Sorry, professional habit. With a faint smile, Liu Ruoking sank into the sofa and recalled. The Forgotten Angel treated thousands of dangerous mental illness patients in Fengguo. They all fully recovered. You're so powerful, can you heal me too? Zhao Yi crossed his hands on his lap. To be honest, your condition isn't easy to cure. You haven't even asked what's wrong with me, Liu Ruoking said, squinting. In psychology, the hardest cases to treat are people like you, those who seem perfectly normal. I call it lucid disease. Much harder than paranoia. Liu Ruoking looked at him pitifully. Dr. Zhao, you can cure me, right? It'll take time, Zhao Yi said, and not a short amount. Liu Ruoking brushed her hair back with a seductive smile. Time is the one thing I have. If you can cure me, I'll give you a very special reward. I'll try, Zhao Yi muttered. No joke, she was the most complex patient he'd ever encountered. He was intrigued, but unsure if he could cure her. In addition, Zhang Babang won't dare touch you in the guild again. I warned him. He's arrogant, but not stupid. But the dungeon, you're on your own. Liu Ruoking let Zhao Yi go without trying to stop him. When he turned the corner, he saw Tian Tian holding a worn-out teddy bear at the top of the stairs. Tian Tian, why are you here? Tian Tian tilted her head. When he said you were in danger, so I came. Zhao Yi smiled and stroked the bear's fur. His hand passed right through it, but Tian Tian smiled joyfully. I'm so glad you're okay, brother Zhao. It's late. Fang Bai made food. Come eat with us. Zhao Yi nodded, ruffled her hair, and went with her. Bai Shuiji was also there. Many people died on the new mission, she said with an apologetic smile. She hadn't stayed behind in the butcher game to help Zhao Yi, and she felt guilty. But even so, she'd make the same decision again. The four of them sat around a hot pot. Fang Bai handed Zhao Yi a beer. Zhang Babang didn't hurt you, right? Zhao Yi shook his head. Fang Bai sighed. I saw you get taken. I was so worried. I have no background or power, so I could only go to the high-level guild bosses. Only Sister Liu and an old player were left on the 7th floor. Luckily, she helped you. Otherwise, you'd be in real trouble. Zhao Yi smiled but said nothing. After a few bites, he asked, how many died in the new mission? 6 groups, 6 players in each. All dead. 36 in total, Fang Bai replied with hesitation. I don't even dare take the mission. It's probably way beyond us. Zhao Yi bit into a spicy sausage, oil dripping. You never know unless you try. If you won't go, I will. Fang Bai looked at him with growing unease. He wanted to be as fearless as Zhao Yi, but couldn't risk his life like that. 2 talent points, 1 life. A bad trade. The corpses were dumped at the station. Their deaths were gruesome, as if they died in extreme fear and pain, Bai Shuiji added. There's no information about the mission either. No one knows what it's like. She also wanted the reward, but the risk made her hesitate. Zhao Yi looked at Tian Tian. Are you going? Tian Tian, munching away, simply nodded. She seemed to care about nothing, her own life included. After dinner, Zhao Yi and Fang Bai clinked bottles. Bai Shuiji made up her mind, she would go too. What happened in the butcher game made her realize how important power really was. I wish you success, Fang Bai said as he saw them off. The 3 returned to the abandoned station. After greeting the clown, they walked to the platform. The platform was littered with broken corpses, the scene horrifying. A short, rusted train sat on the tracks. Near its door, a glowing circle shimmered, the dungeon entrance. Most players stayed away from it. You can't back out now. 2 talent points. 4 players near the circle were trying to recruit someone. A minimum of 5 were needed to enter. They were 1 short. Zhao Yi and his companions joined them. The 4 were Wang Zhu, a greasy middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Lai Miao Miao, a quiet-looking girl. Wen Taki, a muscular young man. Qin Ziyufeng, a cane-wielding old woman. When they heard Zhao Yi would join, their expressions changed. Wang Zhu even chatted him up with fake enthusiasm. Lai Miao Miao looked disgusted by his antics. Let's go, Qin Ziyufeng said. Yes, Wang Zhu nodded. So many died, we must stick together. He put his hand out. One by one, they joined. Let's go, team. Wang Zhu cheered. They stepped into the light circle. Everything went white. Boom. Thunder cracked. Rain poured from the sky. Zhao Yi opened his eyes, seated in the sixth carriage of the train. Outside, it was dark and stormy. The ruined platform was deserted. No corpses, no people. The train car smelled of rust and dust. The lights flickered. He stood and walked the aisle. Then came a giggle from behind. Heta. Zhao Yi didn't turn. Instead, he continued searching. He picked up a pencil case, battered, with childish drawings. He also noticed it had been crushed by force. Heta. The voice came again, closer now. Still, Zhao Yi didn't look back. He spotted a tattered school bag and a small black suitcase in the corner. The school bag held textbooks, homework, and colorful scribbles. The homework was neat, signed by a caring parent. Zhao Yi's eyes moved to the black suitcase. Zhao Yi understood. He approached the suitcase. The voice behind him was now at his ear. Heta, open it, open it, open it, open it. The voice lingering in Zhao Yi's ears had a strange, magical power. It seemed capable of influencing the player's actions to a certain extent. Zhao Yi's fingers moved involuntarily toward the zipper of the suitcase. The gloomy voice kept repeating in his ear, urging him to open the black box. But Zhao Yi's hand paused on the zipper and didn't move. The voice grew increasingly impatient, but Zhao Yi stood firm, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. Eventually, he even stood up, ignored the voice completely, and walked toward carriage number 5. Behind him, a strange, twisted shadow in the shape of a young person stared at Zhao Yi's back, eyes filled with deep resentment. The shadow slowly faded, but before long, Zhao Yi unexpectedly returned to the carriage. His hand once again reached for the black suitcase, compelled by some unseen force. The eerie shadow reappeared with a delighted smile on its pale, cold face. It stood behind Zhao Yi, tilted its head, and exclaimed, "Yes, that's it. Open it." It stopped mid-sentence. Something wasn't going as expected. Zhao Yi's left hand gently stroked the suitcase, while his right suddenly pulled out a shiny scalpel. He smiled brightly and drove the blade into the suitcase. The knife pierced through as if into mud. Rotten blood oozed out from the opening. The suitcase thrashed violently. Zhao Yi gripped the scalpel tightly and began cutting along the small opening with precise, frenzied movements. Each slash landed in the exact same spot. For most players, this attack style would be ineffective against ghosts or monsters with high vitality. But Zhao Yi was different. His soul weapon carried a trace of chaos damage. He didn't know the exact value, but the splattering blood from each strike confirmed its effect. Since the ghost couldn't emerge voluntarily, Zhao Yi didn't hold back. After thousands of strikes, the system prompt finally echoed in his mind. Congratulations on killing the resentful ghost. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. You have received +4 power and additional chaos energy for your soul weapon. Is it finally dead? Rancid blood seeped from the suitcase. Zhao Yi's face and body were covered in thick stains. The chilling voice in his ear had vanished. The ghost nearby backed away cautiously, as if terrified of awakening Zhao Yi, who now stood silent. But it made a small sound by accident. Its body stiffened in panic. It held its breath, afraid to move. Zhao Yi, holding the bloodied scalpel, slowly turned around. A twisted smile stretched across his face, his red eyes glowing, like a ghost crawling out of hell. The black shadow floating in the air froze at the sight of his expression, then collapsed to the floor, scrambling backward in terror. "Why you? Stay away from me." It retreated frantically. Seeing Zhao Yi step closer and closer, its heart nearly leapt from its chest. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he so terrifying? Is he trying to kill me? Zhao Yi backed it into the corner of carriage number 6. The ghost's back pressed tightly against the wall, shaking in fear. As Zhao Yi got closer, he finally saw what it was, a little girl. She looked cute, but something about her was off. She curled up, crying, "I didn't mean to hurt you. I was forced to." Zhao Yi stepped forward, put away the scalpel, patted her head, and tried to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'm a good person." The little ghost looked up with tearful eyes, her pale, decaying face twisted with grievance. "Really, uncle?" A vein throbbed on Zhao Yi's forehead. He suddenly grabbed her by the neck. "Call me brother." Zhao Yi's face softened with affection. He released her and patted her head. "That's better. Now tell me, what happened to this train?" The little ghost bit her lip, her face turning even paler. I can't say. It's watching. If I talk, it'll know right away." Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. "Who is it?" The little ghost trembled violently and shook her head. "Page 38 of our textbook says we shouldn't share secrets. I'm a good child. I can't say bad things." Zhao Yi glanced at the graffitied textbook beside the suitcase, then stroked her head gently. "I get it. If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." He walked back to the suitcase, stored the textbooks in his inventory, packed the rest of the items into a torn school bag, and placed the scattered pens into the pencil case. Then he stood, handed the bag back to the little ghost, and smiled. "Don't leave your things lying around. You'll cry if you lose them." The little ghost looked stunned. She held the old school bag in her arms, speechless, her head lowered, hair covering her face, lost in thought. Zhao Yi turned and headed for carriage number 5. The little ghost suddenly called out, "Thank you, brother." Zhao Yi turned and smiled. "You're welcome." The little ghost hesitated, then gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, go to car number 1. Zhao Yi paused, then waved without turning back. "I got it." As Zhao Yi left carriage number 6 and entered the black mist of carriage number 5, the little ghost turned her gaze to the black suitcase, hugged her old bag tightly, and shed tears of blood. Zhao Yi left carriage 6 and pulled out the little girl's textbook, flipping to page 38. Sure enough, there it was, Teacher's Theory. The page was filled with dense notes written in 4 different pen colors. At a glance, it looked normal, but after a closer scan, Zhao Yi noticed the hidden message. Words circled in the same color-formed sentences. "The control room has the latest morning news and maps. Diesel is needed to start a train. Don't go to the cab. It will always stare at you." In the 5th carriage were 2 players, the greasy, middle-aged man Wang Zhu and the pale, cold woman Lai Miao Miao. They were huddled near a pot of blue fire in the corner, surrounded by 3 ghosts. The group trembled as they tried to communicate. The sudden appearance of another person naturally drew attention. Both the players and the ghosts turned to stare at Zhao Yi, stunned. The 2 players were clearly excited. It seemed they were in trouble they couldn't handle, and Zhao Yi's arrival gave them hope. "Great, Zhao Yi, you're here. Come and save me," Wang Zhu called out, waving frantically, sweat pouring down his face. His hands trembled. Whether from fear or excitement, it was unclear. "Outsiders are prohibited from participating in the game," one of the ghosts said, "unless you're willing to wager your life." As soon as the ghosts finished speaking, the players' expressions changed. Lai Miao Miao frowned. "Zhao Yi, what are you hesitating for? We're all comrades in this together. Would you really be so selfish as to watch us die?" Wang Zhu quickly added, "The game's not difficult. With your ability, it should be easy." Zhao Yi glanced at Lai Miao Miao and raised an eyebrow. "The game, huh? Alright, what are we playing?" Wang Zhu sighed with relief. Lai Miao Miao, spoiled like some kind of princess, always spoke with a superior tone. Even when she could speak kindly, she preferred standing on a moral high ground. Wang Zhu had worried she would offend Zhao Yi and make him leave. Fortunately, the top-ranked rookie seemed to have a good temperament. While Wang Zhu was thinking, Zhao Yi stepped forward to join the game. The ghost explained the rules again. "This game is called Guess Guess. Within 10 minutes, you must figure out how we died. You may ask 3 questions total. We will not lie, but you cannot directly ask how we died. If you fail, we will take one of their arms, and you will die." As the ghost finished its chilling explanation, Zhao Yi gave the 2 players a cold look. Lai Miao Miao remained aloof, arms crossed, as if it was only natural for Zhao Yi to risk his life for her. Wang Zhu grinned awkwardly, trying to appear friendly. "The 2 of them already asked 2 questions, the ghost added. "Only 1 remains. Think carefully." The 3 evil ghosts smiled hungrily, their glowing green eyes roaming Zhao Yi's body. To them, he looked like a fresh piece of meat falling from the sky, too tempting to resist. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Alright, if I get 1 question," he said slowly, "then I'll ask, do you want freedom?" Everyone froze. What the hell kind of question was that? At a time like this, Lai Miao Miao couldn't hold back. Her eyes blazed with anger. "Unbelievable. You wasted the only question." She threw up her hands, her expression like she'd tasted something foul. "Wang Zhu, you useless pig, wasted 2 questions, and now you waste the last one. I really don't understand how you got to the top of the rankings. Men are just useless breeding tools. In a matriarchal world, you wouldn't even be worthy of cleaning our waste." Zhao Yi ignored her and looked seriously at the ghosts. "I asked a question. Do you yearn for freedom? Answer me." The ghosts fell silent. They had promised to answer honestly. The word freedom seemed like a distant memory, something precious and long lost. "Yes," one finally said. "We yearn for it desperately, but there's no hope anymore." One of the ghosts even sighed. But after a brief pause, its face turned cold again. "Alright, you've asked your questions. Now, guess how we died. If you guess right, you're safe. If not, you know the consequences." Wang Zhu's shiny bald head glistened with cold sweat. He kept swallowing nervously. Lai Miao Miao had turned pale. Forgetting her earlier arrogance, she trembled in the corner, trying to hide. Time was running out, and no one had an answer until Zhao Yi, who had quietly observed the ghost's features, finally spoke. He pointed to the fat ghost on the left, who had marks on his neck and shredded flesh hanging from his body. You were murdered, strangled to death by someone who wanted to eat your flesh. He turned to the hunchbacked, thin ghost in the middle. You died of asthma. There was no medicine, and you suffocated. Then he looked at the third ghost, twisted, hideous, and full of resentment. You committed suicide. The three ghosts stared at Zhao Yi before finally saying, "You completed the game. You are temporarily safe." Zhao Yi reached out to shake their hands, smiling into their cold eyes. "I'm just like you. I long for freedom, and I'm willing to give everything for it." The ghosts exchanged glances. A flicker of emotion passed between them. Wang Zhu and Lai Miao were still recovering, filled with the joy of survival. Wang Zhu, trying to play along, chimed in. "Yes, I like freedom too. We're the same, right? No need to fight." No one responded. Zhao Yi looked toward the road leading to the fourth carriage. Something had occurred to him. He turned to the ghosts, who were now seated, and asked, "What happened on this train?" Their expressions became unreadable. They said nothing. Zhao Yi had suspected this. He only wanted confirmation. After a pause, the ghost who had committed suicide finally spoke. "You won't find the answer here. You'll have to go outside to find it. But the outside world is dangerous. You'll need a ghost candle to survive." Zhao Yi thanked the three evil ghosts and walked toward car number 3, but a middle-aged man grabbed his arm. Hey, brother Zhao Yi, where are you going?" Zhao Yi answered seriously, "To find my freedom." Seeing Zhao Yi determined to leave, the middle-aged man quickly said, "I'll go with you." Although the three evil ghosts had promised temporary safety, Wang Zhu still believed that the safest option was to follow Zhao Yi. Even if he had to do something dangerous, as long as it wasn't too risky, it was worth it. But Lai Miao objected. "If you're all leaving, what about me?" A flicker of annoyance crossed Wang Zhu's eyes, but he didn't say anything at first. "You can come with us." Lai Miao looked at them and sneered. "Go seeking death with you. I just found a safe place for once. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wang Zhu couldn't hold back anymore and frowned. "Everyone's on a dungeon mission. Do you think you can benefit without doing anything?" Lai Miao retorted sharply. "Oh wow, the old veteran is worried now. I'm telling you, if you bring me in, you better bring me out too. And since Zhao Yi is so powerful, can't he just complete the mission himself? It's not like you're doing it for me. If the mission fails, we all die." Wang Zhu was usually tactful and cautious, but Lai Miao's attitude really pushed him to the edge. Still, since they were in the same situation, he didn't want to create more problems. "We're not obligated to protect you. If you want to follow us, fine. If not, stay here and wait for us to complete the mission. It's your choice." He left those words behind angrily and ran after Zhao Yi. Lai Miao's pretty face twisted with coldness and resentment. She glared at their backs, then reluctantly followed. She didn't want to, but she knew staying in the fifth car was more dangerous. The safety promised by the evil ghosts was temporary. There was no set time. Once those two men she looked down on were gone, she'd be left to face the danger alone. When they entered the fourth carriage, the scene was strange. Unlike the others, this carriage didn't seem to be undergoing any tests. The chandelier flickered dimly, and 6 evil ghosts huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Sitting on a hard seat in front of them was a cute girl humming an unknown nursery rhyme. As they got closer, they saw it was Tian Tian, holding a worn-out little bear. When she saw Zhao Yi, Tian Tian jumped off her seat and ran into his arms. "Brother Zhao, Pooh told me you'd come save us, and you really came." Zhao Yi stroked her hair and glanced at the evil ghosts. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Tian Tian. It seemed she had scared them somehow. "Let me introduce you. These uncles were the passengers of this carriage. They were super enthusiastic earlier and wanted to play games with me. But they quit halfway through. So lame." She made a face at the trembling ghosts in the corner. One of the female ghosts was so frightened, she wet herself. The scene was intense, shockingly majestic. If Zhao Yi hadn't moved quickly with Tian Tian, they would have been sprayed. Lai Miao looked at the ghosts and remarked sarcastically, "What lucky trash. She meets weaklings and I get monsters." She was bitter. Why did this soft-looking little girl encounter cowardly ghosts, while she got vicious ones? No one paid her any attention. It was like she didn't exist. Zhao Yi looked around and confirmed there was no exit from this carriage. A layer of fleshy film covered the door, indestructible by force. The mission clearly didn't want them taking shortcuts. In other words, the system rules were protecting them. The outside world was full of unimaginable danger. They had to get the ghost candle before thinking about leaving the train. They still had to go to car number 1. "Alright, stop shaking. I'm taking Tian Tian to car number 1. You all do what you want." The 6 evil ghosts burst into grateful tears and kowtowed to Zhao Yi. "Great man. Thank you." They were clearly terrified of Tian Tian. Zhao Yi rubbed her head and led her toward car number 3. Wang Zhu followed cautiously, keeping his distance from the ghosts. They were still evil, after all. Why Miao Miao, trailing behind, spit at the 6 ghosts. She looked smug, finally feeling like a perpetrator instead of a victim. But when one ghost looked up at her, its cold green eyes made her legs go weak. She shivered in fear and hurried to car number 3. On the way, she tripped in her high heels and fell face first, onto Wang Zhu's sweaty backside. The odd smell nearly made her vomit. She shoved him away and gagged, her face pale and green. Everyone stared at each other, confused. Why Miao Miao looked terrible and glared at Wang Zhu with increasing disgust. The second and third carriages had been where Wen Long, Bai Shuiji, and Qin Ziyufang were. By the time Zhao Yi arrived, they had completed the ghost games in their cars. According to them, the games weren't hard and didn't pose deadly threats. They entered car number 1 together. There were no seats, just a blood-stained wooden table blocking the path to the cab. 6 bloody human heads sat on it, their scalps and skulls sliced open. In the center of each brain was a green-flamed candle. The attendant turned around. Her neck was broken, barely held by skin. She grinned. "Welcome, everyone, to the D19 train." Only then did Zhao Yi realize that this mission was finally starting to make sense. "Tell me, what game do you want to play?" The muscular young man, Wen Taki, seemed eager to prove himself. He spoke first and stepped forward. He looked at Zhao Yi provocatively, as if competing to prove who was more fit to survive in this cruel world. "There are no games in this carriage," the train attendant said, smiling what she believed to be a beautiful smile. "You were separated into 5 carriages earlier. When you finish the game, you'll uncover some hidden clues. With these clues, you'll be able to do more. There are 6 ghost candles here. Each one burns for an hour once removed from the ghost head. During that time, the holder won't be attacked by other ghosts on the train. The candle can also dispel the darkness outside the train to some extent, and make the aggressive ghosts see you as one of their own. But that doesn't mean they won't attack you. When all 6 ghost candles have burned out, the seal on the cab behind me will be opened." The attendant's lips curled into a strange smile. "Excuse me, what happens when the seal is opened?" Wen Long asked. The attendant shrugged. "Nothing serious, just the conductor and another unspeakable passenger will come out." For some reason, the players felt a chill. Even though they didn't know what the conductor and the unspeakable passenger were like, it was clear that their emergence would mean extreme danger. "Also, let me remind you, the door of carriage number 1 is the only one that can be opened on the G19 train. Once you open it, you can leave, but things outside can also come in." The attendant finished speaking and stood silently, smiling at everyone. Bai Shuiji looked at the 6 ghost candles on the table, suppressing the fear and nausea in his heart. "There are 7 of us and only 6 candles. How do we divide them?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. 7 people, 6 candles. Only those with a ghost candle would be protected. The others wouldn't. In other words, one person had to be sacrificed. Many eyes turned toward Qin Ziyufeng, the oldest among them. The kind-looking old woman seemed to know what they were thinking. She slowly pulled a small pistol from her clothes, stepped back a few steps, and kept her distance. "I want a ghost candle. If I don't get one, I'll kill everyone who does." She was blunt. Though her body wasn't as strong as the others, the power of her pistol made no one dare underestimate her. As the saying goes, within 7 steps, the gun is faster. At this range, no one was willing to risk their life. "What are you doing? Aren't we discussing this? You're still part of the team. We wouldn't abandon you, would we?" Wen Long saw the muzzle of her gun aimed at him and quickly tried to defuse the tension. He was confident in close combat, but the little black candle in her hand, and the pistol, made confrontation too risky. Still, no one wanted to give up their ghost candle. The group reached a stalemate. Everyone was guarded, filled with suspicion and malice. At that moment, Bai Shuiji nudged Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, any ideas?" Zhao Yi saw all eyes turn to him. He shrugged. "What are you looking at me for? Do you think I can just conjure up another ghost candle out of thin air?" "I meant, do you have a good way to divide them?" Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. "No matter how we divide them, someone ends up without a candle. But if we flip the logic, it's easier. Everyone who leaves the carriage to search for clues must have a candle. No exceptions." His suggestion immediately gained support from Wang Zhu. "I agree with Zhao Yi. Those who contribute to the team should get the candles first." Wai Miao Miao crossed her arms and sneered. "How do we know someone won't just run off with the candle and hide? Sounds like he's trying to secure one for himself and disguise it as fairness." Zhao Yi nodded. "True." Without warning, he pulled out a shotgun and fired 6 shots in front of everyone. He shattered Lai Miao Miao's legs on the spot. Everyone stared at her screaming on the ground, frozen in horror. Zhao Yi had a gun. A shotgun. Did he buy it in the Points Mall? That thing cost thousands of points. Oh, how careless, Zhao Yi said mockingly. My god, look at you, breaking your legs like that. He stepped forward. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he pulled out a scalpel. Lai Mao turned pale, shrieking and pointing at Zhao Yi. He wants to kill me. Stop him. But the others didn't move. Even if Zhao Yi killed her, they wouldn't stop him. One death meant one extra candle to share. Don't scream. I'm going to perform surgery, Zhao Yi said. I won't kill you, but if you struggle too much, I might slip and hit something vital. If you bleed to death, don't blame me. Lai Mao struggled harder, but her strength was no match for Zhao Yi. He forced her mouth open, knocked out her teeth, and cut out her tongue. Flawless, quick, as fluid as water. He was too skilled, as skilled as someone eating or drinking. It had a terrifying grace, like watching someone create art rather than mutilate a person. In the eyes of the others, Zhao Yi wasn't committing violence. He was completing a masterpiece. Without her tongue, Lai Mao couldn't speak. She wouldn't die. The shock from pain was eased by Zhao Yi's precise massage techniques. Though she was weak from blood loss, it wasn't enough to kill a healthy woman. Zhao Yi looked down at her tear-streaked face, then calmly put away his knife. When he turned, everyone's gaze had changed. They were afraid. What a pity, he said, smiling. A lovely young girl just now dropped her tongue, teeth, and legs. Let's not make such low-level mistakes again. Zhao Yi blinked. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This guy was too dangerous. When other people act, there's usually a warning, some build-up, some emotional signal. Even if you're just going to pee, you usually pull down your pants and show your intentions. But Zhao Yi, he just peed silently, then told you afterward. Who could handle that? Who knows what might set him off next? One moment you're chatting, the next your head explodes. The old woman, Qin Ziyufeng, looked at Zhao Yi with a complicated expression. She remembered some information she had received at the guild headquarters. There was a flash of murderous intent in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Zhao Yi walked in front of a severed head and picked up a ghost candle. As soon as he pulled it from the bloody brain, the candle began to drip blood red wax. The timer had started. Seeing Zhao Yi open the door to head out, Bai Shuiji hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward to grab a candle. I'll go with you. She took a deep breath. Though she knew the outside would be dangerous, Bai Shuiji didn't want to hide in the carriage. She believed following Zhao Yi was the safest choice. Wenlong also picked up a candle. Let the three of us explore. The other three can divide the rest however they want. The cheerful-looking attendant opened the door. A freezing gust blew in, making everyone inside shiver. The outside world was pitch black. Without ghost candles, they couldn't even see a meter ahead. With the candles, the visibility stretched to about 10 meters, but even then, the eerie surroundings made their skin crawl. Zhao Yi looked around. Didn't you get any clues in the carriage? Clues? Bai Shuiji thought hard. I did get something. There's a console we need to find. You mean the control room? Zhao Yi corrected. There should be a full map of the train station in there. Moi village isn't small. Since our ghost candle lasts only an hour, we need the map to plan. A little ghost girl in the 6th carriage had left him a few critical hints. Besides the map, there might also be a morning newspaper from Moi village. Maybe it contains useful information. The mission is to resolve the resentment. To do that, we need to understand where the resentment comes from. We have to know what happened here, who's involved, and why. I've asked several ghosts already. They seem terrified and refuse to talk about the past. Which means, he continued, there's something terrifying on this train, watching them and us. So we can't get answers inside. We'll need to look outside for clues, recordings, notes, notebooks, newspapers, maybe even first-hand ghost accounts. They headed back toward the station. Ghosts wandered about, but they weren't aggressive. When they saw the glowing ghost candles, they simply ignored the group and continued aimlessly. The trio reached the control room, a glass-walled office. Outside stood a massive security ghost, its copper bell eyes bulging and a baton nearly a meter long in its hands. Its body was partly obscured by the wall, so they didn't see it until they were right beside it. Wenlong and Bai Shuiji nearly jumped out of their skins. Security ghost, extremely dangerous. Weakness, none. Note, don't look at it when its eyes are open, it's actually asleep. It won't wake unless attacked. Most ghosts nearby fear it. If it sees you, run, fast. Zhao Yi smiled. Seeing that smile, Bai Shuiji's heart skipped a beat. What now? Be careful. Wenlong warned. This thing is deadly. It might attack. Though he viewed Zhao Yi as a rival, they were in the same boat, and Zhao Yi was clearly useful. Zhao Yi answered nonchalantly, it won't. How do you know? Bai Shuiji asked. He walked up and plucked one of the ghost's nose hairs. See, it's asleep. Achoo. The ghost sneezed violently. Bai Shuiji and Wenlong leapt back, crawling a few meters away. Only when the ghost remained motionless did they slowly creep back. Zhao Yi remained calm. Wenlong stared in disbelief. How are you so brave? Zhao Yi looked serious. I'm not brave. I've just always been cautious. Wenlong nearly choked. Cautious? You just pulled its nose hair. Wenlong went to open the control room door. It was locked. Zhao Yi, the door's locked. What the hell? He froze. Zhao Yi was stripping the security ghost. What are you doing? Taking off its clothes. Wenlong backed away in panic. This guy had no fear. Bai Shuiji was speechless. She had hoped to learn Zhao Yi's logic and grow stronger. But now she realized. She didn't understand him at all. Zhao Yi was fired up. He tossed the ghost candle aside, stripped the uniform, and even pulled down the ghost's pants. Soon, it was left in nothing but a pair of floral boxers, with a sparrow embroidered on them. Panicked, Bai Shuiji hugged Zhao Yi's waist and tried to drag him back. Brother, enough. Let's let it go. We still have a mission. Even if it was a ghost, sparrows were sensitive. She feared the security ghost would wake up. Zhao Yi wiped his sweat, picked up the ghost candle, and sighed. Okay, we'll let it go today. Wenlong carefully approached, looking at the discarded uniform. You only needed the key. You didn't have to strip it. Zhao Yi smiled and kicked the uniform to his feet. Put it on. What? Put it on. Zhao Yi pulled the key from the pocket. From now on, you're the ghost security guard. Ren Wenlong could never have imagined that Zhao Yi would strip a sleeping ghost of its clothes. And he was so excited about it. This guy has no bottom line at all. However, the ghost security guard was also very careless. He was snoring and blowing snot bubbles even as Zhao Yi stripped his clothes. Even in his sleep, as Zhao Yi undressed him, he had a lewd smile on his face. Who knows what he was dreaming about? Your figure is similar to the ghost security guards. Wear his clothes, match his smell. Here, take this baton too. Whoever you see, hit them. Zhao Yi grabbed the baton from the ghost security guard and shoved it into Wenlong's hand. It was heavy. Item, foul-smelling fierce ghost baton. Description, originally just an ordinary baton. But the ghost security guard liked using it to poke other ghosts in the butt. Seeing their angry expressions gave him great satisfaction, as if it relieved his inferiority complex over his small lower body. Effect, 500% bonus damage when hitting the buttocks. Guaranteed tenfold critical hit when striking the anus. Note, serious warning to mentally unstable players. Do not try to put this filthy thing into your inventory and carry it out of the dungeon. Wenlong saw the system's item identification and looked disgusted. Damn, a weapon that looked so majestic and domineering was actually just a pervert's tool. The three of them pushed open the door and entered. Under the ghost candle's dim light, they saw over a dozen ghosts in station staff uniforms standing in the control room, eyeing them warily. The boss is here to inspect the room. All of you squat in the corner, drop your pants, and face your butts up. Just as Wenlong was considering running away, Zhao Yi shouted at the ghosts with a fierce look. Wenlong and Bai Shuiji wondered if he had gone mad, but the ghosts actually obeyed. They lined up by the wall, dropped their pants, and stuck their butts out. What the hell? Wenlong said, stunned. What are you looking at? Go hit their butts. Zhao Yi barked. Don't dawdle. Be ruthless and steady. Zhao Yi pushed him forward and took Bai Shuiji around the control room. Wenlong stared at the row of ghostly backsides against the wall, and swallowed hard. This isn't right, is it? Hitting ghost butts. His hand trembled as he held the baton. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and smacked the first ghost's butt hard. The ghost flinched and let out a moan that was somewhere between pain and pleasure. All the other ghosts turned to look at him, eyes full of anticipation. Wenlong was horrified by their expressions. Damn, what are you hoping for? This kind of thing isn't fun at all. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Bai Shuiji had found a map of the entire station on an open computer, a bird's eye view showing the floor plan and height data of the buildings. Oddly, the map couldn't be switched to a front view. The designer of this map was definitely sick, Bai Shuiji muttered. They'd rather fill the screen with a string of numbers than provide a normal front view. Zhao Yi squinted, memorizing the layout and internal structure details. But something stood out. Data for one underground warehouse was missing. It was the only building in the station with no recorded data. That part of the station was the only place with a basement level. No other area had one. It was as if the entire underground floor existed just for that warehouse. But that seemed completely unnecessary. Something's wrong, Zhao Yi muttered. Bai Shuiji perked up immediately. What's wrong? Zhao Yi paused, then shook his head. Go find all the newspapers you can. Without asking questions, Bai Shuiji nodded and rushed off. Zhao Yi sat at the computer, staring at the map, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had a bad feeling. He thought he was beginning to understand where the real danger in this game lay. Bai Shuiji returned quickly with a stack of newspapers. Zhao Yi stood up and headed for the door. Let's go. He patted Wenlong, who was caught up in the pleasure of beating ghosts, urging him to leave. But Wenlong was clearly too excited. He had been bullied by these ghosts countless times. Today, he finally had a chance to fight back, and he wanted to savor every moment. What about you? Did you find any useful clues? Zhao Yi nodded. Let's talk somewhere else. A dark, narrow room, an empty corner, the pungent smell of ammonia, a faint trace of blood lingered in the air. The green light of the ghost candle illuminated 3 sneaky figures. Can I ask a question? Why are we in the women's restroom instead of the men's? Zhao Yi glanced at him and nodded. Good question. Don't ask again. Under Wenlong's embarrassed gaze, Zhao Yi took out a textbook and placed it in front of the others. This is the clue I got in the 6th car. He read 4 sentences aloud. The control room has the latest morning newspaper and a map. Diesel is needed to start the train. Don't go to the cab. It will keep staring at you. The short lines gave the group a strange feeling. Strange. Wenlong frowned. Why mention starting the train? Isn't our goal to resolve the resentment in the train? Could this be a trick from the system to distract us? Zhao Yi didn't reply. He spread out the newspaper and illuminated it with the ghost candle. The paper documented 14 days of events in Moy Village. In July of a certain year, the station underwent routine maintenance and fine-tuning of the trains, preparing for children to return to Guksuan town for school. But before classes began, a terrible disaster struck. After a sudden black storm swept through Moy Village, monsters began appearing all over the village. By the time word got out, chaos had already erupted. Fortunately, the station had 3 trains. They could carry most of the villagers without cars to safety in Guksuan town. The morning and electronic newspapers urged everyone to rush to the station and board the last train out of that nightmare. Originally, there were 3 trains, Wenlong said seriously. Now only 1 is left. That means 2 made it to Guksuan safely. And the 3rd one, he paused, had an accident. Zhao Yi thought of Sun Beibai's story. Apparently, Sun Beibai had also taken that final train. As the group fell silent, a dark shadow drifted into the women's restroom. They slowly turned to look. It was a cleaning lady, no longer human, clearly. She looked confused, seeing 2 men in the women's restroom. Did I go the wrong way? One of the men seemed oddly familiar. His clothes. Suddenly, she froze. She turned to run, but Zhao Yi said behind her, "Did you see who's sitting next to me? The new captain of the security team. If you dare run, he'll beat the shit out of you with that baton." Wenlong raised his baton with a fierce expression. Combined with the stench, he looked very convincing. The cleaner shuffled over with her rotting face and sat down cautiously. For a moment, Bai Shuiji actually felt sorry for her. She was scared of ghosts when alive. Now, as a ghost, she's scared of people. What do you want? The cleaner was clearly at the bottom of the ghostly hierarchy, timid and afraid to offend anyone. Zhao Yi patted her shoulder. She shuddered. Relax. The new security captain just wants to ask you a few questions. Please answer honestly. She nodded rapidly. What exactly happened at this station? Zhao Yi pointed to the date on the newspaper. The cleaner glanced at it, then trembled violently and shook her head furiously. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Please don't ask me. Wenlong sensed they were getting close to something important. He raised his baton and gave her a fierce glare. Still not talking. Do you want to be beaten to shit? The cleaner gritted her teeth. You could beat me to shit and I still couldn't tell you. She hesitated, then whispered. It's been watching us. Wenlong and Bai Shuiji were instantly covered in goosebumps. They glanced around the room. Nothing, which only made the fear worse. Who's watching us? Bai Shuiji asked, swallowing hard. The cleaner kept shaking her head. She wouldn't say another word. Zhao Yi raised his head thoughtfully and asked one last question. Auntie, where's the diesel storage room? There used to be a diesel station just ahead, but it was demolished during renovations. I think there are still a few barrels in the basement, but the basement administrator has a terrible temper. Getting anything from him won't be easy. Zhao Yi nodded, thanked her, and let her go. You just let her go. Wenlong frowned. He thought she might still be useful, but Zhao Yi said, we've got the basic outline of the mission. Huh? The other 2 looked confused. What outline? Zhao Yi explained. The resentment on the train comes from the passengers who died here. What they want is to leave. To resolve their resentment, we need to start the train. And to do that, 3 conditions must be met. First, we need a conductor who can operate the locomotive. Second, we need diesel. Zhao Yi's expression grew serious. Wenlong leaned in. And the 3rd? What's the 3rd? Zhao Yi said mysteriously. I can't say it. If I do, it will know. A cold chill ran down their backs. So, something really is watching us? Bai Shuiji asked. Zhao Yi nodded, eyes sharp. That's right, but the good news is, it hasn't fully awakened yet. When it does, we're all dead. Several people headed toward the basement. Zhao Yi had taken the ghost security guard's stick from Wenlong and was waving it around like a general. The others kept their distance, afraid something strange might splash on them. Wenlong frowned. That old lady said the administrator of the underground warehouse has a terrible temper. If the administrator was on the same level as the ghost security guard, they'd likely die on the spot. The truth is the opposite, Zhao Yi explained. If you knew who's watching us, you'd understand. The underground warehouse is the safest place. The darkness was thick and silent, and just as they were searching for the warehouse, a deafening roar erupted from the southeast corner upstairs. At the sound of it, the three of them froze. Bai Shuiji and Wenlong were horrified. What was that? They stared toward the stairs at the far end of the platform. Zhao Yi frowned and suddenly turned to Wenlong, who was still covered in filth. It's time. You need to run back to the train, now. The faster, the better. Wenlong was completely confused. Just me, alone. Zhao Yi nodded, handed the shit stirrer back to the bewildered Wenlong, and quickly took out the defeater. The ghost security guard has woken up, he said seriously. You stripped him, stole his stick, yanked out his nose hair. He's not going to let that go. Only the rules can save you now. Get back to the station, take the ghost candle, strip, and return everything to him. And leave some ghost candles behind. As many as you can. Don't let them use them all. I'll lend you this shotgun. Take it. If you want to live, do what I say. Wenlong stood there, stunned. Damn it, those were all your ideas. And what's with leaving the ghost candles? But with the terrifying shadow already looming on the stairs, Wenlong didn't have time to argue. He turned and ran. As he fled, he shouted, Zhao Yi, you old bastard. You tricked me. When you die, I'm going to your grave and eating your tribute like a maniac. Only now did Wenlong realize Zhao Yi had completely set him up. The clothes didn't fit. Bullshit. Zhao Yi clearly knew the ghost security guard would wake up and made sure Wenlong was the one wearing them. Thankfully, Wenlong was athletic. He ran fast. The ghost security guard, wearing only a pair of shorts, chased him but couldn't catch up right away. He swept past Zhao Yi and Bai Shuiji, bringing a foul wind with him. He completely ignored them. Now, all his hatred was focused on Wenlong. Will he die? Bai Shuiji asked. Zhao Yi stroked his chin. Theoretically, no. The ghost security guard is strong, but not that fast. The ghost candle only lasts an hour. Within that hour, we need to finish everything. Once the train starts, there's no turning back. The two quickly made their way to the underground warehouse. The ghost candle was burning low. Then Bai Shuiji noticed the ground felt sticky, like stepping in blood. She didn't dare look down. She and Zhao Yi followed the map through the hall and took the escalator to the basement. At the far end of a narrow corridor, a door was locked with chains. Bai Shuiji peered inside through a crack. Aside from dusty shelves, the warehouse looked empty. But just as she started to pull away, a pair of rotting, twisted faces appeared in the gap. She screamed and stumbled back, falling to the ground. Raising a shaking hand, she pointed at the door. A ghost? There's a ghost. Zhao Yi stepped forward and looked through the gap. Nothing. He knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound echoed harshly in the empty basement. Bai Shuiji, trembling, stood behind him, watching the shadows nervously. Is someone or something in there? Zhao Yi remained polite. Bang! The chain rattled loudly. A cold wind blew from the crack, and a voice came through, strange, old, and echoing like it came from the depths of the abyss. Leave. You're not welcome here. And neither is your master. Zhao Yi calmly put down the ghost candle and stored it in his inventory. Pressing his face to the crack, he said, We're not that guy's slaves. We're outsiders. Just then, the terrifying face reappeared. Warehouse ghost, neutral. Weakness, none. Note, extremely powerful but avoids conflict. To kill it, you must face it head on. Zhao Yi smiled. Just as he thought, neutral. Once he realized what was watching them, and cross-referenced it with the electronic map, he had a good idea where the mission's key point was. Asking the cleaner about Diesel had just confirmed it. Outsiders. The warehouse ghost narrowed his blood-red eyes. After a pause, it opened the door. Come in and talk. Unlike the other ghosts, he didn't seem hostile to strangers. Inside, he locked the door and led them to a small open space. By ghost candlelight, Bai Shuiji saw that the ghost's body was a rusty iron box. In the distance, fresh corpses lay scattered. You're not the first to come here, the warehouse ghost said. What a pity. He lit a leaf cigarette and started smoking. Don't worry, we'll be the last, Zhao Yi said with a smile. The warehouse ghost sneered. You want Diesel, right? Take it yourself. He was so easygoing that Bai Shuiji felt the cold warehouse grow warmer. Zhao Yi continued, more serious. We don't just want Diesel. We need your help. The ghost snorted. And why would I help you? Zhao Yi replied. Don't you want to get out of here? The ghost shook his head. No one gets out. Even asleep, it still watches. Zhao Yi raised the ghost candle. But while the candle burns, there's a chance. The warehouse ghost fell silent. Bai Shuiji stood there, utterly lost. Even now, she still didn't know who or what it was. Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost turned their faces at the same time and cursed at her. Adults are talking. Children shouldn't interrupt. Feeling aggrieved, Bai Shuiji squatted off to the side to sulk. You're one ghost candle short, right? The warehouse ghost's tone turned serious. It knew how powerful that object was. As long as the ghost candle appears on the train, all evil becomes immune. It couldn't understand the source of this terrifying power, but it knew it was related to outsiders like Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi replied, "That's right. A teammate of mine just returned. I've observed him. He's fairly reliable. He should follow my instructions and leave some ghost candles behind." Not enough. There's not enough time. That train is old and slow. It'll take time just to leave the station. The warehouse ghost shook its head, unconvinced by Zhao Yi's plan. Once it starts moving, the ghost candle will burn faster. It won't last long. Zhao Yi said, "That's why I came to you." The warehouse ghost sneered. "If I could deal with it, why would I be cornered here? But I'm curious, how did you even know it exists? The ghosts in this station shouldn't be able to mention it." Zhao Yi dragged a nearby chair over with his foot, brushed off the dust, and sat down. "I found an electronic map in the control room. It showed a top-down view of the entire station, with all internal data labeled. With that data, I reconstructed the station. In my mind, I was surprised. Why would anyone design a station like this? It looked like a human head. No, a ghost's head." His eyes flickered. "A few ghosts kindly reminded me that something is constantly watching all the stations. So when I finished the mental model of the station, I started to suspect the station itself. It might be alive. Then I remembered the only area on the map with no data, the underground warehouse. On this devil's head, the warehouse looked like a tumor. It didn't belong. No rational person would leave a space like that unused, or go through the trouble of building a basement just to store junk. There had to be some special bond between you and it. If I'm right, you used to suppress it. But during the renovation last July, something broke that connection and it woke up." The warehouse ghost's expression shifted, and Bai Shuiji finally understood. The ghost that couldn't be named was the station itself. They were inside it the entire time, always under its gaze. Thinking back to the blood-like floor she stepped on earlier, she shivered. Was the station ghost slowly waking up? Her scalp tingled. Zhao Yi had said that if the station ghost fully awakened, they'd all die. The warehouse ghost sighed. "You're mostly right. Its power can't reach this place, but I also can't leave the station. Everything here, except my warehouse, is under its surveillance. Once you approach the exit, it wakes up." Zhao Yi placed the burning ghost candle in front of the warehouse ghost and spoke earnestly. "I have a plan. I'll burn Bai Shuiji's ghost candle and leave mine with you to track the time. When it's nearly burnt out, leave the warehouse and destroy the station's control room. That's where it sees from. Make as much noise as possible to attract its attention. When it starts to fully awaken, move the fight to the train. Escape with us. Once we leave its range, we're free." The warehouse ghost was silent for a moment. "It's worth a try. But the ghost security guard is troublesome. He's the station's most powerful enforcer. He could stall me for too long." Zhao Yi coughed awkwardly. "Don't worry, he's busy." The ghost security guard's grudge was with Wenlong. Even if Wenlong returned everything he took, the guard wouldn't forgive him easily. Though he couldn't hurt Wenlong, he definitely wouldn't let go of the matter. The warehouse ghost accepted the candle, retrieved 2 barrels of diesel, and loaded them onto a cart. "This cart smells like me. You can take it to refuel the train. There shouldn't be danger along the way." Zhao Yi motioned for Bai Shuiji to take the cart. "There's one last problem." The warehouse ghost raised its head slightly. "What is it?" Zhao Yi replied, "The conductor. He's the one who starts the train. I don't know exactly what happened back then, but the cab door only opens when the ghost candles are used up. And we don't have time to wait. The ghost candles are our only weapon against the station. We can't waste them. Tell me about the conductor. I'll find a way to open the cab early." At the mention of the D19 train conductor, the warehouse ghost looked as if it were dusting off an old, forgotten book. When the disaster happened in Moi village, thousands rushed to the station. They knew the train wouldn't come back, so they fought to board it. Amid the chaos, people killing, monsters invading, even cannibalism, 2 trains left early. The last one, D19, was still at the station. The conductor refused to start it. He insisted on waiting for his elderly mother. One of the village thugs threatened him with a knife, but he still wouldn't move. He said he wouldn't leave without her. People armed themselves to fend off monsters swarming the doors. Eventually, his mother arrived. As soon as she stepped on board, he started the engine. But a monster appeared, wrapped a tentacle around the thug, and was about to pull him out. The thug grabbed the conductor's mother, shoved her to the monster, and escaped. It ate her right in front of the conductor. Zhao Yi frowned. Did she become a ghost? The warehouse ghost nodded, but not a normal one. People killed by those monsters come back as mindless killing machines. Zhao Yi asked, where is she now? The waiting room on the south side of the station. You don't have a ghost candle now. If you go, you'll die. I know what you're thinking. His mother is his obsession. But she's not the gentle woman she once was. She's a monster now. Zhao Yi smiled. No, I have a way. Thanks for the help, warehouse ghost. Now, let's begin. After leaving the garage, Zhao Yi handed her the diesel cart and said, give me your ghost candle. Bai Shuiji tensed. If I give you my ghost candle, what about me? Zhao Yi replied. This cart smells like the warehouse ghost. He's stronger than the ghost security guard. The ghosts wandering in the station are still highly sane. They won't mess with you. After you pour the diesel into the train, use the cart to block the door. That way, the train will be temporarily safe. Giju and the others can reinsert the candles into their brains. Just leave one with Wentaki to keep time. Don't let them go to waste. Bai Shuiji hesitated. She looked at Zhao Yi suspiciously. You're not going to trick me, are you? What had happened between Zhao Yi and Wen Long earlier had left a deep impression on her young mind. She was worried she might fall into some trap of Zhao Yi's. Then how about I push the cart back and you go to the south waiting room to find the conductor's mother, who's turned into a murderous monster. Hearing that, Bai Shuiji trembled and quickly shoved the ghost candle into Zhao Yi's hand. You'd better go. You're so talented and brave. I'm just a weak girl. I'm not doing something that dangerous. Bai Shuiji pushed the cart in the direction Zhao Yi pointed. Although she couldn't see clearly, as long as she followed his instructions, things should go smoothly. It was funny how many of them had thought Zhao Yi had mental issues. But at this moment, when their lives were on the line, they all chose to trust him. Once Bai Shuiji disappeared into the darkness, Zhao Yi turned and headed toward the southern waiting room. The ground beneath his feet felt thicker and wetter with every step, as if he were walking in blood. He knew time was running out. The station was about to wake up. He had to move fast. The waiting room was larger than expected. Through the glass door, Zhao Yi saw hundreds of twisted, malformed ghosts inside. They were irritable. Some started fighting just from making eye contact. One ghost's head was knocked off. Before it hit the ground, it was swallowed whole by a monster covered in tentacles. The decapitated ghost then pulled a chainsaw from between its legs and began attacking everything in sight. It was total chaos. Zhao Yi slipped quietly through the door, carefully avoiding the violence. His eyes glowed faintly red. He could now see all kinds of complex data around him. Soon, he spotted a large pillar of flesh in the corner, covered with human heads. Among them was the conductor's mother. Each head had a neck that stretched like a tentacle. They would occasionally whip out and bite other ghosts in bizarre places. It's my turn. It's my turn. A head shrieked. Move. Let me do it. They haven't had enough yet. Dozens of heads argued and roared, while Zhao Yi crept silently in a corner. These ghosts were vicious by nature and liked to challenge the strong. Zhao Yi's unremarkable appearance didn't interest them. To them, he was just a weakling. They didn't even spare him a second glance. He looked at the conductor's mother's head on the flesh pillar and smiled. Sensing provocation in his eyes, the old woman's head twisted with excitement and fury, launching straight toward Zhao Yi. He dodged in advance, and with a flick of his scalpel, he sliced off her tentacles. The flesh pillar roared in pain as a gluttonous spirit burst from the wound, causing agony that it couldn't heal. Suddenly, all the other heads turned and stared at Zhao Yi. Their gazes were full of malice and rage. But Zhao Yi didn't care. He picked up the old woman's head and sprinted toward the exit. In an open space, he might not have stood a chance. But with hundreds of other ghosts in the way, the flesh pillar couldn't reach him easily. It panicked and started biting wildly, only to enrage the surrounding ghosts, who turned on it in retaliation. Her head was the key to dealing with the train conductor. The ghost candle in his hand was about to burn out. The original bluestone floor was becoming sticky, and black water began to slowly seep out. Where Zhao Yi stepped, rotting flesh rose up. The distant walls started to peel away, revealing bones underneath. The buildings were actually made of human corpses. This station, the source of all this terror, was starting to awaken. A tall, furious ghost suddenly appeared in front of him, charging like a madman. It was the ghost security guard. Ragged clothes, a face twisted in rage. Someone had taken advantage of the brief moment he was gone to attack the control room. The owner was displeased. If the situation wasn't handled quickly and the owner fully awakened, disaster would follow. The ghost ignored everything in its path, not noticing that Zhao Yi held a rotting human head. Man and ghost passed each other at full speed. The ghost security guard turned around, a flicker of confusion and dread in its expression. Zhao Yi turned too, smiling strangely. For a moment, the ghost actually trembled. A chill spread through its entire body. Then both vanished into the darkness. Zhao Yi reached the train entrance and saw Bai Shuji anxiously watching the door. The cart gifted by the warehouse ghost had been thrown aside, its location unknown. Everything around them was melting. The once normal station was now morphing, becoming a space of rotting flesh and blood. Zhao Yi knew there wasn't much time left. He rushed to carriage number 1 of the G19 train and went to remove the wooden table. On it, 3 half-burned candles were stuck into human heads. It was better than he'd expected. "You're really back. I was just about to." Wen Tong, wearing only a pair of leopard print pants, looked furious, but when he saw the rotting ghost head in Zhao Yi's hand, he swallowed his words. "I was just going to thank you." Zhao Yi ignored him. He counted the people in the station and asked, "Did anything unusual happen while I was gone?" Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. "The ghosts here are peaceful. They don't seem hostile toward us. Hardly any scary ones have come in from outside." Wang Zhu quickly explained the situation and asked about what was happening outside the train. Zhao Yi replied casually, "Nothing. Everything's normal. Get all your weapons out. Time to cause some trouble." Zhao Yi drew a scalpel and headed toward the cab. The other players quickly grabbed him. "Didn't the clue say not to enter the cab?" Wen Taki asked, stunned. Zhao Yi put his hand on the door handle and said loudly, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it." The scene inside froze everyone in place. The chill shot down their spines. In the cab, a monstrous ghost with 2 bodies intertwined stood before them. Their flesh and blood were tangled together like roots. One ghost had its hand buried in the other's chest, while the second's long tongue pierced the first's eyes. The moment this horrifying ghost appeared, everyone rushed toward the ghost candle on the table. As long as they held the candle, the ghost couldn't harm them. Wang Zhu, being closest, moved first. But as soon as he reached out, Zhao Yi sliced off his arm. Blood splattered. Before Wang Zhu could react, a brightly colored vine sprouted from his wound. The pain hit him like a truck. Zhao Yi looked at the group and smiled. "No one touches the ghost candle." Qin Ziyufeng eyed the cab nervously. Her face twisted with desperation. She pulled out a small pistol and pointed it at Zhao Yi's head. "Give me the candle, or I'll blow your head off." She was clearly ruthless. She stared Zhao Yi down, ready to shoot at the first sign of trouble. But she didn't expect Bai Shuji to stand up behind her and punch her hard on the temple. Qin Ziyufeng, caught off guard, was knocked down as Bai Shuji twisted her arms behind her back. Looking down at the old woman's bulging eyes and furious face, Bai Shuji panted, "Sorry, mother-in-law. I'm choosing to trust Zhao Yi." The 2 terrifying ghosts in the cab slowly crawled forward. The pressure made everyone's legs weak. Their blood-red eyes burned with madness. These ghosts were no less terrifying than the ghost security guard. "Who told you to open the cab door?" 2 voices spoke at once, hoarse, harsh, and dripping with cold malice. Zhao Yi remained calm. He took out the conductor's mother's head and pressed the scalpel to her eye. "Departure. I'll only say it once." He stared directly at the ghost, voice calm but full of commanding authority. Seeing the trembling head, the conductor seemed to regain some clarity. "Mother, mother." The ghost head didn't respond. She had long since been corrupted by the station's power. She remembered nothing from her life. Zhao Yi looked at the partially sane conductor. "Your mother is under its control. If you want her to return to who she was, you need to leave. It is waking up. If you don't want to lose your mother again, then get off this train now." The conductor snapped out of it. He glanced at the hellish scene outside and immediately turned to enter the cab. But just as he was about to go in, the ghost that had pierced his chest pulled its hand free and blocked the doorway. The monstrous ghost grinned. "Leaving. I told you to leave before, and you didn't. You wanted everyone on the train to be buried with your old man. Fine. No one's leaving today. I'm going to drag every one of you down with me." The evil spirit was clearly the old gangster who had killed the train conductor's mother. The passengers on the train once had the chance to escape, but because the village bully murdered the conductor's mother, the conductor refused to leave. As a result, everyone on the G19 train died at the station. This included the village bully. He wanted freedom too, but more than that, he wanted to see the conductor suffer. He wanted him to feel the same despair he had felt in death. "Wen Long, shoot!" Zhao Yi shouted. Wen Long raised his gun, pointed it at the ghost's head, and fired with a quick backhand motion. Bang! The powerful recoil of the defeater knocked Wen Long back several steps, nearly sending him to the ground. The shot struck the ghost in the forehead, splattering blood everywhere. The spirit howled in pain and became even more ferocious. A fused arm burst out of its chest, dragging flesh and blood with it. "I'm going to kill you. Everyone must die." The ghost of Xinshang Village, extremely dangerous. Weakness unknown. Abilities, double-edged ghost claws, soul-catching eyes. Note, it will kill you as easily as it kills a stray dog. Data appeared in Zhao Yi's vision. He shouted, "If you want to live, fight with everything you've got. Use every tool you have, otherwise, you're dead." It struck at Zhao Yi, who ducked just in time. The sharp ghost claws sliced clean through the thick train seats behind him. Everyone's scalp tingled with fear. A single graze from those claws would mean death or crippling injury. Wen Long fired 2 more rounds. The bullets tore through the ghost's body, spraying blood. But now it was unaffected. The ghost turned. Its mouth stretched back to its ears in a bloody grin, sending shivers down Wen Long's spine. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. He fired again, but it was useless. Suddenly, the ghost slashed with a claw. Wen Long tried to retreat but was too slow. One of his arms was severed, and blood sprayed everywhere. He screamed, clutching his bleeding stump. As the ghost lunged to finish him, Zhao Yi leapt from behind and stabbed it with a scalpel, right in the vulnerable spot. The damage was devastating, cutting straight through the ghost's defense. Then, before the wound could heal, the creature known as the glutton caught the scent of meat and began multiplying within the ghost's body. Thick, writhing vines sprouted from its back, bloating its belly grotesquely. Roaring in pain, the ghost ignited the power within its body to suppress the glutton. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi wasn't strong enough. If he had been, the glutton could have devoured the ghost entirely. Even so, the glutton caused massive disruption. One particularly thick vine whipped around wildly, throwing the ghost off balance. It staggered like a drunk. "You damned insect. I'm going to kill you," it roared, eyes blazing. Zhao Yi pulled out the T-202 and plunged it into his own neck. He grinned. "You're finished. Soon, I'll become a terrifying monster. I'll skin you alive, rip out your muscles, and suck the marrow from your bones." Item, T-202. Type, consumable. Origin, created by a mysterious organization that invested heavily in its development, but only completed half the project. Effect, manifests the user's dark personality. Note, you may not know your own heart. Do you know how terrifying the real you is? As Zhao Yi injected himself, the bully ghost actually stepped back, visibly shaken. What was that thing? 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. The tension dissolved into awkward silence. Zhao Yi looked confused. He coughed and pointed at the ghost. "Just wait. I'm about to change. Any second now. You're dead meat." Everyone stared at him, tense and alert, but after 30 seconds, still nothing. He scratched his nose and muttered, "Honestly, I'm not satisfied with the T-202 experience. I'm filing a complaint with their R&D team later." The ghost was furious. What was this nonsense? It had expected Ultraman. Trash. It lunged at Zhao Yi, but suddenly a voice cried out, "You're not allowed to hurt my brother." A small female ghost appeared and tackled the bully ghost in midair. It roared, slashed her arms off, and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing viciously. Then it kicked her aside. The little ghost vomited blood and collapsed. "Stupid brat, you're just as useless as your father." The ghost growled, "How dare you side with outsiders? I'll eat you first." It rushed toward her, but was intercepted by 3 fierce ghosts. "No one will stop us from reaching freedom. Start the train." What a mess. They were the 3 ghosts from the 5th carriage. Their bodies swelled with power. They were ready to fight to the death. "You 3. The bully ghost swung his claws wildly. Blood flew as the battle erupted. The 3 ghosts were defeated, and the others on the train backed away in fear. Just then, Wen Long seized the moment. He pushed through the chaos and slapped a talisman onto the ghost's back, briefly paralyzing it and saving the 3 wounded ghosts. "Take the girl and run," Zhao Yi shouted. The 3 ghosts glanced at him, then grabbed the injured girl and fled to the rear car. The ghost didn't chase them. There was no way out back there. They couldn't escape. It turned to Zhao Yi, blood dripping from its eyes. "Now, no one can help you," it said coldly. "Are you ready to die?" Zhao Yi grinned. "Are you ready to die?" The ghost sensed danger and paused. Then, behind Zhao Yi, a huge ghost appeared, its body made from an iron box. The warehouse ghost. The lingering grudge at the cab had been erased. The conductor had started the train. Now, the last threat had to be eliminated. "Let me handle this," the warehouse ghost sneered. He opened the box on his chest. A mist of blood poured out, quickly filling the entire carriage. Inside the red haze, everyone heard the agonized screams of the village bully ghost. "Leave the head for me." Everyone vaguely heard Zhao Yi's voice. "What do you want its head for? As a urinal?" "Just kidding. I want to kill it myself." The sharp weapon pierced flesh. "You killed the Xinshang village tyrant ghost. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. Insufficient soul weapon energy. Reconstruction failed. Please continue the effort." During this attempt, the host gained +8 power. The glutton evolved into Predator. Predator. Units damaged by your soul weapon will grow a predator in the wound. The predator continuously absorbs the target's life force to heal you until it is destroyed or the target dies. The predator's strength scales with Zhao Yi's power and level. After killing the ghost, Zhao Yi gained 8 points of power and his glutton evolved into predator. From its description, as long as Zhao Yi lands a hit, it's like planting a living blood pack on his enemy. Endless healing. Zhao Yi turned and threw his soul weapon out the window, stabbing it into the grotesque, shifting flesh outside. Ash scattered from the wound, and black tentacles grew rapidly from within, consuming everything. Zhao Yi felt life force surge into him from the abyss. These energies didn't strengthen him directly, but they healed his injuries. The darkness outside the train finally lifted. The rail pit overflowed with stinking blood, flowing like a river. Bones and corpses floated up with the current. The scene was hellish, but worse than that were the enormous, pitch-black eyes hanging above them. They stared down at the slowly advancing train with pure, burning hatred. "Drive," Wen Long cried out. "Fastest speed." The conductor roared. Countless howls rose behind them. Everyone rushed to the windows and saw twisted monsters charging at the train with grotesque speed. The ground split open. A huge, barbed tentacle shot up and hooked the back of the train. The entire carriage trembled. The ghost candles flickered. Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost ran to the junction at car number 1 and shouted, "Get to car number 1." The 3 fierce ghost brothers rushed in, carrying the little ghost girl. Several other ghosts followed, but many hesitated, unsure if they could trust a human. That hesitation cost them their last chance at freedom. "Cut it off." Zhao Yi didn't wait. He ordered the warehouse ghost to sever the connection with the rear cars. He had tried to help them, but that didn't mean he owed them anything. He wouldn't risk his own life for their indecision. They had their chance. They chose to hesitate. Now they would die. Everyone in car number 1 watched in horror as the rear cars were dragged into a hell of blood and tentacles. Zhao Yi's decisiveness shocked them. Not even a second of doubt. "It's not enough. We need at least 1 more minute to leave the station," the conductor shouted. Zhao Yi remained calm. He shouted to Bai Shuiji and Wen Long, "Quick, pull out the ghost candles and hold them." They obeyed instantly. A moment later, a ghostly claw, dozens of meters long, slammed down at the train. The impact sent blood splashing everywhere and shattered countless spirits nearby. Everyone braced for death. But the ghost candles flared brightly, their wax burning rapidly. A strange power shielded the carriage, neutralizing the attack. But the candles were nearly used up. By the system's rules, as long as the ghost candles weren't extinguished, players couldn't be harmed. Even the station ghost, for all its power, couldn't defy the system. "Zhao Yi, what do we do now?" Bai Shuiji screamed. Zhao Yi, the only one still composed, had clearly become the team's backbone. Even the warehouse ghost looked at him with newfound respect. Not even it could stay calm in the face of a fully revived station ghost. Zhao Yi glanced at the remaining ghosts and said, "I don't know you, and you don't know me. But right now, our fates are tied together. If you want to live and be free, then follow my orders. Warehouse ghost, you and the conductor, channel all your energy into the train's power system. The rest of you, hold this car. Stop whatever monsters try to board. You don't need to kill them, just hit them at the right moment and knock them off. And one more thing." Zhao Yi smiled, a chilling, brilliant grin that made everyone shudder. "Wang Zhu, Qin Ziyufeng, and Lai Miao Miao. I left them behind on purpose. When the time comes, use them as bait. If they draw the monster's attention, we succeed. But don't touch the little girl." He pointed at Tian Tian. She stood quietly in the corner, hugging her broken teddy bear. Wang Zhu's face turned pale, his eyes bloodshot. He screamed, "Zhao Yi, I never offended you. Why are you doing this to me?" Zhao Yi replied with feigned sincerity, "This is an opportunity for growth. How could it be harm? It's a perfect training scenario. Close contact with ghosts is great for increasing your San value. We're a big family, a loving guild. I'm giving you the opportunity to grow in my place. How kind am I, huh?" Wang Zhu trembled as the ghosts surrounded him. "You're a devil, a devil." This time, blood appeared under the tracks. The blood condensed under the station's power. The train, which had been moving slowly, almost came to a complete stop. Seeing the monsters closing in from behind, the warehouse ghost became furious and roared. Countless red mist poured from the iron sheet on its chest, wrapping around the entire car and forcing it forward in the bloody water. It used to have the power to restrain the station ghost. While it couldn't fight the fully awakened station ghost head-on, it was definitely not comparable to the other ordinary evil ghosts. "Young man who steals clothes, give me my innocence back." Seeing it closing in, the ghost security guard suddenly leapt onto the train, dodging several attacking ghosts. Wen Long tightened up in fear. What a tragedy. Why was this bastard still around? Just as the fierce ghosts on the car tried to push the ghost security guard out, it quickly put on a flattering, obscene smile, raised its hands, and shouted, "Brother, brother, don't do anything. I'm here to help you. Take me with you." With that, it turned around and knocked down the other monsters trying to board the train with its stick. The ghosts looked at each other and then at Zhao. He nodded, and they slowly backed away, clearing a path for the ghost security guard. Zhao tightened his grip on old Lu's real estate certificate and remained calm. If the ghost security guard had any bad intentions, he would control it immediately. The train was about to leave the station, but the station ghost wouldn't let it go, especially when a lackey who had initially taken refuge in him actually betrayed him. It couldn't stand it. A magical sound filled the air, and after hearing the vast sound, the terrifying monsters behind them seemed to be on stimulants, their speed doubling. At the same time, the train tracks ahead flipped vertically, forcing the train to break through the last hurdle. At the final level, countless monsters swarmed toward the ghost security guard of train number 1, fiercely attacking. Bai Shuiji and Wen Long's ghost candles also blazed brightly at this moment. The locomotive collided violently with the rails carrying the station ghost. At that moment, two different forces converged, triggering the third irresistible force, rules. The ghost candles in Bai Shuiji and Wen Long's hands burned out at the last moment, and the train broke through the rails, charging toward the infinite light ahead. The earth-shattering roar of the station ghost echoed from behind as tens of thousands of terrifying monsters stood at the station exit, watching the train leave in anger. System announcement. Congratulations to players Zhao, Wen Long, Bai Shuiji, Tian Tian, Lai Miao, Wang Su, and Qin Ziyufeng for completing the big world mission liberating the resentment in the liberation train. All players receive 2 talent points. After the dungeon ends, a new map, Guxuan Town, will open, where you can earn points through a series of character side missions. The train's special ghosts have raised their favorability toward player Zhao to respect. In the future, Zhao can enjoy their special services and assistance in Guxuan Town. The guild announcement sounded again, and the chat room exploded. Damn, what kind of monster is Zhao? How does he do all the tasks? First place is awesome. It's a pity he'll soon disappear from the newcomer list. If he clears level 5 next month, he won't be a newbie anymore. There will be a demon tide next month. He'll definitely go. I heard it's extremely dangerous. Besides terrifying ghosts, there are terrible legends, curses. Even mentally ill players will slaughter each other. Doesn't that human demon Bao like to slaughter teammates in dungeons? He made his fortune by killing teammates in the last demon tide. On the train, Zhao crouched in front of the 3 people tied up by the evil ghost, holding a scalpel and smiling. "I'll let you go. Will you retaliate against me?" Lai Miao had gone mad. She drooled from the corners of her mouth, screaming wildly and struggling when she looked at Zhao's face. It was clear she had been terrified by him. Wang Zu wasn't much better. The monsters chasing the train had been very close, and he had suffered serious mental pollution. The old woman with the best mentality just kept her head down, silent, and appeared to have fainted. "Your gun," Wen Long said, handing the weapon back to Zhao with a complicated expression. What does it feel like to trust and fear someone at the same time? He understood it now. "Thank you for saving my life. I'll never participate in the main quest again." If their team hadn't had Zhao, they'd all be dead. This dungeon was not only terrifying, but full of traps. Who would have thought that the station itself would be the biggest boss? Who would have realized early on that the ghost candle, a 1-hour lighting prop, was the only way to deal with the boss? He now understood why 36 players had entered and all 36 died. This dungeon was harder than hell in the game. Wen Long's body turned into a beam of light and disappeared first. Other players followed, transforming into white light and vanishing. When it was Qin Ziyufeng's turn, she suddenly raised her pistol and pointed it at Zhao's head with a ferocious look. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 shots in rapid succession. All of them were blocked by the station's ghosts. "Bad mother-in-law, how dare you hurt your brother?" The little ghost girl's hands had grown back, and her injuries had healed. Seeing Qin Ziyufeng attacking Zhao, she became enraged. Her mouth cracked open to a terrifying degree, and she bit Qin Ziyufeng's head off. However, the next moment, Qin Ziyufeng's body turned into white light and vanished. Xuanxuan bit the air and looked confused. Zhao approached Qin Ziyufeng's spot, picked up the shell on the ground, examined it for a moment, and smiled slightly. "Brother, are you okay?" The little ghost girl raised her head with concern, holding the broken school bag Zhao had given her earlier. Zhao touched her ghostly head and said softly, "Thank you for your reminder. I'm leaving, Xuanxuan." Xuanxuan's eyes dimmed. "Will my brother come to seek Xuanxuan again?" Zhao smiled. "Of course, I'll visit Guxuan Town." Xuanxuan smiled happily, stretched out her finger, and said, Brother, let's pinky promise. Zhao pinky promised with her. Then he said to the warehouse ghost, I'm the last batch of players leaving for the station. The warehouse ghost nodded slightly, showing gratitude and respect for the fragile living person before him. Thank you. If you ever face difficulties in Guxuan Town, you can come to us. We'll help you. Guxuan Town map has been updated. You've unlocked more private security camps. Zhao Yi nodded. Please take care of Xuangshuan. She's still young. The warehouse ghost agreed. If it weren't for Xuangshuan's early warning about something watching them, Zhao Yi wouldn't have guessed the station ghost's presence so quickly. After a few parting words, Zhao Yi left the station, vanishing in a flash of white light. Inside Shan Lai's room, Qin Ziyifeng was surrounded by a group of burly men. Her expression was cold, though a trace of fear flickered in her eyes. Zhao Yi could endure torture. She couldn't. Why didn't Zhao Yi die? Qin Ziyifeng respectfully placed a pistol on the table. This guy is hard to deal with, she said, looking uneasy. Shan Lai slapped his thigh in frustration. Why didn't you just shoot him from the start? Who would have thought that old freak had a gun? Qin Ziyifeng's face darkened. After what happened, she was actually relieved she hadn't fired at Zhao Yi when she first entered the dungeon. Otherwise, they all would have died. He had ghosts protecting him. The bullet wouldn't have worked, she explained casually. No one outside knew what went on inside. This wasn't a standard game dungeon. Performances in regular dungeons were recorded and uploaded to the forum. But World Task Dungeons had no such records. Only the participants knew the truth. The room was quiet. The demon spirit tide hits mid-next month. With Zhao Yi's personality, he won't sit that one out. You still have one chance. Kill him, and our original deal stands. Qin Ziyifeng said nothing. She quietly slipped the pistol back into her pocket. Apartment number 707. The door opened. Liu Ruoking, dressed in a wine-red nightgown, leaned lazily against the frame and saw Zhao Yi off with hazy eyes. Come again next time, little baby. She waved slightly. Zhao Yi coughed a few times. Those who knew the truth understood she was treating illnesses. Those who didn't probably thought she was exorcising demons and bringing peace to the world. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi left the 7th floor with a notebook and returned to his room. He opened the notebook. 2 patients were recorded inside. Patient, Liu Ruoking. San, stable, uncontrollable. Cause, Red Devil personality. Symptoms, after strong external stimulation, the Red Devil personality awakens. It hunts specific targets and eats them, cooked with various gourmet techniques and green vegetables. Without green vegetables, the Red Devil refuses to eat, enters a frenzy, and kills indiscriminately. Once fed, it returns to dormancy until triggered again. Note, the Red Devil is a spiritual entity created by the old being known as the Black Goat's Young in the Western world. It's a fusion of evil sea algae and its foul saliva. Sown in dense groups under intense mental pressure, it is considered the most perfect creature in human records, though the Black Goat's Young has no particular fondness for it. Treatment, talk therapy. Category, unknown ingredients, further confirmation needed. Patient, Tian. San, stable, uncontrollable. Cause, dangerous delusion. Symptoms, believes she has a friend named Winnie, perceived as a ragged bear in her hand. The bear doesn't exist. Only those with similar conditions can perceive it. When the alien personality senses danger, it forcibly unlocks her gene lock to eliminate threats. Prolonged alien personality activity may lead to gene lock collapse, death, or irreversible mutation. Note, subject's personality has undergone extreme alienation. Suspected contact with indescribable entities. Treatment, no treatment for now, under observation. Then he opened the system panel. Character, Zhao Yi. Level 3. EXP, 25/100th. Items, Old Man Liu's property certificate, Pandora's box, scapegoat, defeater, butcher's carefully cooked soup. Life, 20/20. Strength, 35. Spirit, 101. Luck, 0. Title, Ghost-stricken, sharp-edged, fowler, teacher. Soul weapon, blood-stained scalpel. Points, 12,000. Scores, S+, SS. Field, strengthening. The biggest changes were in his strength and points. With his current score, Zhao Yi could now access the high-level mall. There, he could exchange points for various ghost limbs, strange arts, secret treasures, weapons, and skills, each with different requirements. World task, find a job. Recommended level, 5/10. Recommended party size, any. Task reward, based on job position. Introduction. You repaired the train at the abandoned station and successfully arrived at Guxuan Town. But as you explore deeper, you realize it's filled with crises and rampant evil spirits. To survive, you must blend in with these spirits. With help from some kind-hearted ghosts, you learn that only by finding a stable job in Guksuan Town can you hope to survive. Level 5, 10. Not doable yet. Zhao decided to put it aside for now. According to the task description, Guksuan Town is crawling with evil spirits, and finding a job won't be easy. Although his strength is greater than others at the same level, he still isn't ready to face ghosts far beyond his capabilities. The demon tide will arrive in the middle of next month. Zhao had already discussed it with Liu Ruoking during talk therapy and asked her to help him register for a spot with the guild boss in charge of the event. In the meantime, life was quiet. With Liu Ruoking's warning, Sang Babing didn't dare to cause trouble at the guild residence. Lately, Zhao spent time playing cards at the station with the clown, and dragged Fang Bai and Tian Tian into board games. Things were going well, until the beginning of the month, when Zhao opened the system and matched with a new game instance. Game instance matching. Success. Instance, Wilderness Death. Main quest, survive for 15 days in the Rubako Mountains. Side quest, main quest reward, 150 EXP. Side quest reward, Destiny Treasure Box. Difficulty, Purgatory. Introduction. You and your group have been invited to participate in the wilderness survival show Wilderness Death, hosted by survival experts Bear Grylls and DE. Together, you'll endure 15 days in the dangerous Rubako Mountains. Support each other, move forward as a team, and use your human will to overcome nature. Note 1. Player inventories will be sealed. All items are unusable. Note 2. Player power is reduced by 50% until the end of the dungeon. A sharp pain shot through Zhaoyi's head. Before opening his eyes, he vaguely heard two voices arguing. Same rules as always, 4 people each. Bell, and the host of this show. I found the sponsor. Is it fair for you to split profits 50-50 with me? Fair. Ed, if I hadn't used my connections, could you have brought these 8 guys to the Rubako Mountains? Damn it, fine. But Bell, you're in charge of weather reconnaissance. If anything happens during this show, I won't forgive you. The voices faded. He opened his eyes. The sky was a brilliant blue. The grass was lush. The air was fresh. Beside the campfire, a shirtless, bald man looked at him with a cheerful smile. Ed, neutral. Weakness, none. Note, former Special Forces, now a survival show veteran. Famous for his ability to go without food, audiences call him Starving Da. Zhao nodded and rubbed his head. My head hurts. Are we in the Rubako Mountains? Ed laughed. Yeah. Zhao, look around. Beautiful, isn't it? I've survived in many places. Each time, I think it's the most beautiful. But then I find somewhere even more stunning. That's nature. It can feel overwhelming, but once you slow down and take it in, it's breathtaking. Zhao looked around and asked curiously, Ed, where's Bell? Ed paused, scratching his shiny bald head. Huh? Bell? He went to get the camera. Sometimes the live stream and internet cut out due to the weather, so we usually record everything manually. We want to capture how you guests conquer nature with your will. Zhao glanced at the sky and nodded. Rest for now. Once Bell returns and the others wake up, we'll begin filming the show. Bear Grylls soon climbed up the mountain from the dense forest below. He was carrying a heavy load of gear, mostly recording and video equipment. At a glance, it weighed close to 100 pounds, but it didn't slow him down at all. This climbing speed. Interesting, Zhao muttered, narrowing his eyes. Clearly, Bear's physique had surpassed human norms. Even the top elite of the Royal Special Forces couldn't carry that much weight and move that fast on a mountain trail. Zhao glanced again at Ed, who sat by the campfire. He was nearly naked, just a pair of shorts. Meanwhile, the guest he played wore 3 full layers and still shivered from the cold. Judging by the thin frost on the grass, the mountaintop temperature was likely below freezing. There was no doubt, both Bear and Ed had undergone some kind of enhancement, which, honestly, was good news. The stronger the guides, the safer it would be for players sticking close to them in the wilderness. Just then, the other players began to wake up. The groggy players looked around in confusion. Most of them hadn't fully adjusted yet. Not everyone was like Zhao, always clear-headed and alert. The new dungeon had officially started, and players were now fully immersed in it. There were almost no beginners in this round. Among the lower-leveled participants, Zhao, Jai Teng, and Ding Longfei all ranked in the top 20 of the new player leaderboard. Zhao was first, Jai Teng was 8th, and Ding Longfei was 14th. That likely explained why they were assigned to a purgatory-level dungeon. Bear adjusted the camera and began handing out batteries. Ed noticed one was missing and grumbled. Why is there a battery missing? What happens if I run out? Bear replied casually. Budget's tight. Besides, have you ever actually used up a full battery? Just make do. Saves time. Ed ground his teeth but slung the camera and battery onto his back. Then he turned to the players, chest hair proudly on display. Welcome to the Death in the Wilderness program. No need for introductions, you'll get to know us soon enough. Over the next 15 days, you'll be split into 2 groups of 4. One group will follow me, the other will follow Bear. Your goal is to survive in different areas and make it back to civilization. But before we begin, you have 10 minutes to choose your guide. If one group ends up with too many people, the extras will be randomly assigned. Start discussing now. Be quick. It's getting dark, and this mountain isn't just full of wild animals, it's crawling with poisonous insects. With that, Ed and Bear stood off to the side in the fading light. I'm going with Bear. Same, Bear. I choose Ed. I'll go with Ed too. Within minutes, all 8 players had made their choices. 6 chose to follow Bear. Only 2 chose Ed. The reason was simple. Bear had solid equipment and a powerful weapon, a military knife. Ed had nothing, not even hair. Clearly, when real danger struck, Bear would be the one with superior combat capability. The 2 who initially chose Ed were Zhao and Wei Yun. After a quick game of rock, paper, scissors, 2 more were randomly assigned to Ed's group. Ding Longfei and Ying Xiangying. Both were capable-looking men. Since teams are set, Ed said with a beaming grin, "The 4 of you with me, let's find our campsite for the night." Zhao Yi and the others exchanged glances, then silently followed Ed into the deepening forest. As they walked, Ed switched on the camera and narrated. The temperature swings in the Rubako Mountains are intense. At night, it can drop to -20 degrees. Without proper shelter, surviving until morning is nearly impossible. Also, watch your step. There are at least 43 types of spiders and poisonous insects here, any of which could kill you. And to keep the show authentic, we've brought no outside support, no medicine, food, or water. So try not to get hurt. If a wound gets infected out here, it could be fatal. A group of 5 people walked slowly through the intricate mountain forests. They weren't moving quickly and remained alert for any potential poisons along the way. For example, just a moment ago, Ying Xiangying was nearly bitten on the neck by a palm-sized spider hanging from a nearby tree. The spider was colorful, with a large abdomen and a pair of fangs that gleamed coldly in the setting sun, making everyone's scalp tingle. Fortunately, Ed reacted quickly. He grabbed the spider with his bare hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Be careful. The Rubako Mountains are the most dangerous forbidden area known so far. Countless explorers have died in this jungle. There are poisonous insects here that the outside world hasn't even documented, Ed said, leading the group towards shelter in the forest. It'll be dark soon. We need to find a cave quickly, clear a safe spot, and light a fire. Ding Longfei asked in a gruff voice. Ed, I see the trees around here are really tall, and some have vines. Why don't we just clear a tree of poison and sleep on it tonight? Ed shook his head and patiently explained, Mr. Ding, that might work under normal circumstances, but not now. He pointed to the dark clouds gathering in the distance. See that? Judging by the weather and humidity, it's very likely to rain tonight, and it could be heavy rain for the next few days. If we only needed to block the cold wind from the north, these thick leaves would suffice. We could weave vines into a large bed and keep warm together. That might get us through the night. But if it pours, we're done for. His expression grew serious. He wasn't joking. The rain in these mountains doesn't freeze, even at very low temperatures. But the nighttime temperature can drop to -10 degrees Celsius. If we get soaked in this cold, we'll die of hypothermia. Then, what about food and drinking water? Wei Yun asked. Ed replied, at extremely low temperatures, a person can survive 3 to 7 days without water and up to a week without food. Don't underestimate your body's potential. As long as we make it through tonight, finding protein and carbs won't be hard. Zhao Yi listened carefully, scanning his surroundings, observing the terrain, and mentally recording everything he saw. Soon, under Ed's guidance, the group found a small cave on a mountainside. It was quite spacious. It's not raining yet, so let's find dry wood quickly and get a fire going. Once we have a fire, we'll sleep better tonight and have cooked food tomorrow. Everyone sprang into action, pairing off to search for dry firewood nearby. Ed guided them from a distance while recording video footage. As Zhao Yi gathered firewood, he also looked for more signs of the bear. Soon, he found more fresh droppings and marked the trail mentally. Then he carried the firewood back to the cave. Dusk fell. The fire crackled to life, driving away the chill. The orange glow lit up the space as everyone sat around, soaking in the warmth. Boom! A muffled clap of thunder rolled across the sky, followed by the patter of rain outside the cave. Cold, damp air swept in, making everyone shiver. Their clothes varied in thickness. Zhao Yi wore a thick outfit, so he felt relatively warm. Wei Yun, however, had very little on. and she now shivered by the fire. The other two were dressed a bit more warmly than her, but still not as well as Zhao. As the fire crackled, Ed suddenly collapsed onto the rocks, panting and sweating. "Ed, what's wrong?" Zhao asked, frowning. Ed tilted his head and grinned, showing off his white teeth. "Nothing. Maybe that spider earlier was slightly poisonous. I'll be fine after some sleep." Zhao stepped forward to examine him. It wasn't serious, just a slight fever and some dizziness. Generally, toxins from spiders and snakes are only dangerous when they enter the bloodstream. Ingesting them usually isn't a problem. However, it now seemed the poisonous spiders and insects in the Rubako Mountains were not safe to eat. Even Ed's extraordinary body couldn't handle them. Anyone else would probably have been in serious trouble. "Thanks for your concern. Let's deal with food and water tomorrow morning," Ed said. Ying Xiangying looked at the sleeping Ed and asked in a low voice, "Did you notice anything?" Everyone shook their heads. Ying Xiangying couldn't tell if they truly didn't know or just didn't want to say. He sighed and lay down. He deliberately chose the innermost spot in the cave. Although it was colder and farther from the fire, he figured that if anything dangerous appeared, he wouldn't be the first one attacked. About 2 hours later, Zhao Yi suddenly sat up, picked up a burning branch, and quietly stepped out of the cave. As Zhao Yi left the cave, another figure quietly stood up and followed him. It was cold outside. It wasn't even midnight yet, but the temperature had already dropped below zero. The rain was light and hadn't soaked through clothes. Under faint starlight, the surrounding scenery was still barely visible. But the shadow behind him no longer dared to act recklessly. She suddenly felt a deadly chill on her neck. A scalpel. Even though the player's inventory was disabled, soul weapons could still be used. In the moonlight, his smile looked ghostly. Beads of sweat began to form on Wei Yun's forehead. She had heard not long ago that Zhao Yi was ruthless. If he decided to kill, he never hesitated. "I didn't follow you. I came out to take a shit." She spoke quickly, trying to dispel his suspicion. Sure enough, when Zhao Yi heard that, he lowered the scalpel. But his next words made Wei Yun break down. "Take a shit, huh? Okay, right here. Take off your pants right now. If you can't do it, I'll help you." Wei Yun blushed and, after a long pause, said, "Brother Zhao, don't do this. I admit I followed you out. But not because I have any ill intent. I just felt too cold and wanted to ask you for a piece of clothing." At this moment, she, an experienced level 8 player, actually called a level 3 newcomer big brother, all while tens of thousands watched in the live stream. She was thoroughly humiliated. But she wasn't like Zhao Yi, who lacked a soul weapon. With all players' attributes halved, the power difference between them wasn't that wide anymore. Even an ordinary weapon could make the difference between life and death. And now, her body was freezing and her sensitivity had dropped significantly. Even if Zhao Yi had only his bare hands, he might still be able to kill her. "You want clothes? You should have just said so." "Really?" Zhao Yi put away the scalpel, and Wei Yun finally exhaled in relief. Though this notorious rookie was said to be scary, he didn't seem too unreasonable. 3,000 points. Zhao Yi's demand made Wei Yun freeze. Then her voice rose in disbelief. "What the hell? A torn-up piece of clothing for 3,000 points. Why don't you just rob me?" Zhao Yi replied calmly. "Am I not robbing you right now?" Wei Yun was speechless. She glared at him, gritting her teeth in anger. She wanted to jump up and knee him in the chest. "Zhao Yi, let me tell you, Wei Yun, would rather freeze to death, jump off a cliff, or get eaten by wolves than pay 3,000 points for your lousy clothes." Just then, a cold wind blew in from the north, piercing through the forest like a knife and chilling them to the bone. After a few seconds of silence, Wei Yun suddenly dropped to her knees and grabbed Zhao Yi's legs as he turned to leave. Shivering, she sobbed with tears and snot running down her face. "I'll buy it. 3,000 is fine." 3,000 points wasn't a small amount to her, but without the clothes, she wouldn't survive the night. And the loss would be much worse. Zhao Yi earned 3,000 game points. His total now stood at 6,000. He had spent 5,000 points on the remaining pages of Lun Yu and now made a 60% return on investment selling torn clothes. In that moment, Zhao Yi fully understood the joy of being a capitalist. He quickly took off the middle fluffy shirt he was wearing and handed it to Wei Yun, who was nearly frozen stiff. She stared blankly. "Wait, I thought you meant the outer coat." Zhao Yi glanced at his outer coat and grinned. "Oh, you mean this one? That's 100,000 points." Years later, when Wei Yun looked back on this night, she couldn't remember how that poor, helpless girl managed to walk back to the cave. She just remembered the bitter cold, trembling legs, and Zhao Yi's merciless smile. Now without his inner shirt, Zhao Yi felt noticeably colder, but for high-intensity activities like mountain climbing, the temperature was still bearable. He followed the clues he had spotted during the day and resumed tracking the bear. Unlike Ed, Zhao Yi didn't believe they would have another opportunity to find food after tonight. If the rain worsened and didn't stop, daytime temperatures would barely rise. In the next 14 days, it would only get colder. All the wood would be soaked and impossible to burn. Without fire, and wearing only the clothes on their backs, none of them could survive 15 days. And worse, something far more dangerous would come for them. Tonight was a turning point, easy to overlook. Whether or not they'd seize the upper hand in the coming days depended entirely on tonight. Zhao Yi followed the trail. His eyes glowed faintly red. Every tree and blade of grass in the area became data in his mind. First, find the bear, before the rain got heavier, before his body stiffened from the cold. A giant brown bear was foraging on the mountainside, flipping over rocks in search of food. The bear sniffed the air. Its eyes flashed with murderous excitement. Neat, a human. Dinner was served. This one looked dumb. Must taste good. It was even walking toward the bear, unaware. Closer, a little closer. Wait, what was that shiny thing in the human's hand? Oh no. When the sharp scalpel severed its central nervous system, the brown bear found itself completely unable to move. As the rain gradually intensified, its consciousness slowly faded. Black tendrils clung to its wounds, devouring its life force. Zhao Yi stood shirtless before the brown bear. Deep, bone-revealing scars covered his body, but they were healing rapidly, visible to the naked eye. He had removed his clothes to avoid leaving any trace in this life or death fight. He slowly closed his eyes, raised his arms, and felt the power of life surging through his body. A moan of relief escaped him. A sick smile curled on his pale, handsome face. Baptized in moonlit rain, there was something sacred in his appearance. After the battle, his physical enhancement ability was triggered. His strength increased by 1 point. While Zhao Yi savored this surge of vitality, a system notification chimed in his mind. This was the effect of physical strengthening. Zhao Yi could grow stronger through battle. His current physical enhancement level was F. At this level, he could gain up to 6 points of strength through combat. Even in his weakened state, he now had an impressive strength stat of 18. The rain poured harder. Zhao Yi wiped the blood from his body, dressed, lit a torch, and dragged the brown bear's body in a specific direction. Although far stronger than a normal person, dragging a full-grown brown bear through slippery, forested terrain was still difficult. The rain had turned the ground to mud. The road was slick. He stumbled the entire way. At last, he reached a small cave. Compared to Ed's, this cave was far more dangerous and dirty. Venomous insects hid in rocky crevices, and jagged stones jutted upward like blades. He left the cave to gather more firewood that hadn't been fully soaked by rain. A difficult task for most players, but easy for Zhao Yi. He had the most detailed, real-time map of the area in his mind. His tireless effort made the viewers in the livestream sigh in admiration. Although I admit Zhao Yi's navigation skills are insane, some of what he does seems unnecessary. With a survival expert like Ed, there's no way they'll run out of food, right? I also think Zhao Yi is being overly cautious. You idiots, this is a purgatory-level dungeon. You think you can survive 15 days just by following Bear Grylls and Day. After preparing all the firewood, Zhao Yi waited another hour and a half until the rain worsened. Then he carved meat from the brown bear and roasted it over the fire. Golden oil dripped from the meat, hissing against the flames. It smelled delicious. Unfortunately, the aroma of wet earth and rain-drenched plants quickly masked the scent of barbecue. Ed's physique had clearly been enhanced by the dungeon. Zhao Yi didn't want Ed's hypersensitive nose to catch the scent of his food. Full and quenched, Zhao Yi glanced out at the rain. A notification flashed. Toxic rainwater, do not drink. Note, if boiled in a container and filtered through charcoal, it can be consumed in moderation. Do not exceed 1 liter in 24 hours, or toxic metals may accumulate and cause kidney failure. Zhao Yi took out his indestructible scalpel and split a large rock into 2 stone bowls. He filled one with rainwater, boiled it, then filtered it through a sock stuffed with charcoal. Perfect. After drinking several hundred milliliters of slightly toxic water, he remembered to wash his feet. Next, he dried the cave, tore a corner from his clothing, and began collecting poisonous creatures from the cracks. Dark red centipedes, purple-shelled scorpions, and colorful wolf spiders. He stabbed them all with the scalpel, wrapped them in cloth, and set them aside. Viewers in the livestream were baffled by his actions and debated his motives. Once finished, Zhao Yi left the brown bear's body in the small cave, extinguished the fire, and returned to the main cave in the rain. On the way, he picked up non-toxic weeds and chewed them. Very bitter, but effective in masking the taste of meat. Back in the main cave, everyone was sound asleep. The fire still burned. Zhao Yi approached it, dried his clothes, and closed his eyes to rest for 2 hours. Suddenly, he felt something soft rubbing against him. Opening his eyes, he saw Wei Yun approaching. Where have you been? She whispered, her eyes flickering. Shit, Zhao Yi replied. 6 hours of shitting. Wei Yun asked, skeptical. 5 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds, he corrected. Wei Yun was speechless. Since Zhao Yi said no more, she didn't press further. This dungeon was brutal, and ironically, the more people needed to unite, the harder it was to do so. Because no one was willing to trust anyone else. You know what's going on, don't you? Wei Yun was no fool. She understood the value of being the rookie king. To top the leaderboard out of millions, you had to be extraordinary. Seeing Zhao Yi ignore her, she rolled her eyes and whispered, I'll trade points for information. Zhao Yi opened his eyes and held up 3 fingers. 500 points per message. Wei Yun's large, watery eyes widened. Can't it be cheaper? Or, she shyly pushed her chest forward. Other payment methods. Zhao glanced at her. You want this? Then don't expect to sleep. Wei Yun's expression froze. You don't even like my body. Damn it. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth. Fine. 3 messages. Give me the real stuff. Don't scam me. Congratulations, you received 15 O points. Current balance, 75 O points. Zhao Yi glanced around the cave, then leaned close and whispered in her ear. First, all the edible animals in these mountains are moving away from our area tonight. Second, the heavy rain probably won't stop until the dungeon ends. The temperature will drop, and firewood left outside for hours will be too wet to burn. Third, the most dangerous threat might already be among us. Wei Yun's face turned pale. She didn't know exactly what Zhao Yi meant, but her intuition told her to glance around the cave. 2 players were sleeping, and 1 bald NPC sat nearby. Was Zhao Yi talking about one of them? She wanted to ask more, but when she saw her remaining points, she fell silent. Finally, she muttered a curse at Zhao Yi for being greedy, rolled over twice, and returned to the fire. Although it was still very cold, the fluffy shirt Zhao Yi had sold her, and the warmth of the campfire helped her hold on. But she was very worried about what would come next. With a head full of anxious thoughts, she slept lightly. The slightest noise woke her the next morning. The other 2 players had slept well, due to the cold and slight hunger. At this stage, hunger often puts the body into a dormant state to conserve energy, but if hunger grows worse, sleep becomes more difficult. Outside, the rain had grown heavier. Just as Zhao Yi had warned, the group's heart sank when they saw the soaked trees beyond the cave. Ying Xianying and Ding Longfei regretted not gathering more firewood the night before. They could try using fire to dry wood, but the bigger problem was that it was too cold and wet outside. They couldn't last long out there. Even if they returned with firewood, they'd likely catch a cold, or worse. Their bodies, already low on calories, desperately needed fat and carbohydrates. But they had no food. As you can see, on just the 2nd day in the Rubako Mountains, we're already facing an unsolvable problem. The weather. Damn Bell, he always seemed unreliable. Oh my god, it's freezing out there. Thank goodness we have a fire. Let's hope the rain stops soon. While everyone sat in growing despair, Ed turned on his camera, stood at the cave entrance, and began filming. After a night's rest, his high fever had subsided and his temperature had returned to normal. But occasional muscle twitches hinted that the spider venom hadn't completely left his system. The poisons in these mountains were more potent than Zhao Yi had anticipated. Or perhaps Ed's resistance was just too low. This won't work. It's one thing to go without food, but how are we supposed to survive without water? Ying Xianying was growing anxious. He'd always relied on hiding to survive dungeons. He never expected to land in one this difficult. It felt hopeless from the start. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to go. Zhao Yi pulled out a stone bowl and began collecting rainwater outside. Zhao Yi, you can't drink that, Ed cried, rushing forward with concern in his eyes. An adventurer once analyzed this rainwater. It contains all kinds of unknown metals. Even a little can cause hallucinations. Over 100 milliliters could be fatal. Zhao Yi smiled calmly. Don't worry, Ed. I drank some last night. As long as we boil the rainwater and filter it with charcoal, it's safe in moderation. I did feel uncomfortable after drinking it, but I recovered by morning. To prove it, Zhao Yi spun around 3 times and walked a few steps back and forth. Everyone relaxed a little. Ed still looked skeptical but didn't stop him. His strong physique still required water, especially after the venom attack. Rehydration was essential for detoxification. Since Zhao Yi had solved the water problem, it was good news for them all. When the water's boiling, we can add herbs. They'll help the body and neutralize toxins. I read about them while studying medicine. My teacher taught me their properties. Zhao Yi was bluffing. He randomly picked some weeds near the cave entrance. They weren't poisonous, but they weren't medicinal either. What he really wanted was to mask the water's taste. Crushed weeds have a strong, unpleasant odor. Most people wouldn't drink them willingly, but under the circumstances, they were happy to accept anything safe. Bad taste was better than poison. Once the water boiled, he added charcoal, filtered it, threw in the herbs, and let it cool slightly. Zhao Yi handed the bowl to Wei Yun. She hesitated, reluctant to be the first, but Zhao Yi gave her a subtle look. Gritting her teeth, she took a big gulp. Her face twisted in disgust. Ying Xianying and Ding Feilong looked alarmed. They thought she'd been poisoned and were ready to lash out at Zhao Yi until Wei Yun spoke. "It's so bitter, but I don't feel anything wrong." The two men let out a breath of relief and drank their portions. While everyone was focused on the water, Zhao Yi reached into his pocket and squeezed the cloth bag full of poisons. A bit of juice soaked through and stained his fingers. When it was his turn to drink, Zhao Yi dipped his poisoned fingers into the bowl. The toxins dissolved into the hot water. Then he handed it to Ed. Ed didn't hesitate. Since everyone else had already drunk, he downed it in one gulp. The warm liquid spread through their bodies, taking the edge off the cold. "Hey, why do I feel a little dizzy?" His eyes began to blur. He stumbled, swayed, then collapsed as his eyes rolled back. Everyone saw Ed fall to the ground. Ying Xianying hurried to support him, but Ed lay motionless, his lips black and blue. He was poisoned. Seeing this, Zhao Yi, who was standing not far away, touched his chin. "Ed's poison resistance is not high. Does that mean Belle's poison resistance is low too?" "Well, that's possible." "Hello, Ed? Ed, what's wrong with you?" Ying Xianying called out loudly and slapped Ed several times, but he didn't wake up. In Zhao Yi's eyes, Ed's data had changed slightly. Ed, mildly dangerous. Weakness, low poison resistance. Note 1. Although poisoned, the condition is not serious. His consciousness is blurred, but the beast instinct in his body has not yet fallen asleep. If you try to kill him now, you'll die miserably. Note 2. He is a little hungry. Beast instinct. That sounds lame. Zhao Yi played with his scalpel between his fingers. The system had given Ed the instinct of beasts, apparently to prevent him from falling into a coma and being attacked while unconscious, which would reduce the difficulty of purgatory. But Zhao Yi wasn't about to do something so stupid. Kill Ed? No. Only a cruel idiot would do that. Zhao Yi was a kind, smart, and clever little guy, so he wouldn't kill Ed. Suddenly, Ding Longfei, who had been silent, looked at Zhao Yi. "You poisoned him." He was the 14th newcomer on the list, with a sharp mind. After quickly ruling out the alternatives, he immediately suspected Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi looked up with an innocent expression. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not. I didn't." His face practically screamed, "I'm the murderer." Ding Longfei frowned but said nothing. Zhao Yi's denial was weak, but without proof, there was nothing to do. They sat around the fire for hours, the only sound being the crackling of burning wood. Cold and hunger tortured them. Except for Zhao Yi, the other three looked awful. The firewood in the cave was dwindling, just like their patience. Zhao Yi boiled another bowl of water but didn't drink it right away. Water, water. On the second night, Ed's lips had turned purple. He regained some consciousness, feeling as if his whole body was on fire. Zhao Yi saw that he had woken up and brought him some water, looking very concerned. "Ed, take your time. Drink slowly. Don't worry, we'll take care of you until you recover." He gently patted Ed's back in a soothing way. Ed drank a bowl of boiled water and smiled weakly at Zhao Yi and the others. The purple hue on his lips seemed to deepen. Before he could even say thanks, he rolled his eyes and passed out again. Zhao Yi poured out the remaining water and carefully washed the stone bowl with cold rainwater. As he finished, he caught a glimpse of Ed's only backpack. It was plain and simple, and inside was Ed's camera. After Ed fainted, Wei Yun had picked it up and stored it in her backpack. Zhao Yi searched through it. There was only one camera and a spare battery. But the camera was multifunctional and had a small screen for viewing recorded videos. Zhao Yi rummaged through the files curiously. There were many scattered videos, mostly records of Ed's adventures with various guests in extreme environments. One particular video caught Zhao Yi's attention. It began with Ed's loud laughter and the guests' excited screams. They seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse. The footage was dark and shaky. The sounds drew in the other three teammates. Sensing something was wrong, they gathered around Zhao Yi and watched the video carefully. How could they still be in the mood to play games? Ying Xianying said in frustration, looking anxious. "Why is it our turn now?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. On the screen, Ed, who had appeared to be playing, caught up with a female guest and grabbed her head with both hands, then crushed it on the spot. The moment the head exploded, red and white splattered everywhere. The horrific scene made Ying Xianying and Wei Yun tremble uncontrollably. Ying Xianying's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. He pointed at the screen, speechless and trembling. On screen, Ed stared into the camera. His neck twisted at a disturbing angle, his smile grotesque. Ignoring the dirt, he picked up the brains from the ground and shoved them into his mouth. The horrifying image shocked not only the 3 people with Zhao Yi but also the hundreds of thousands watching their live broadcast. Ying Xiangying suddenly screamed and fled into the pouring rain outside. Just now, he had seen Ed, lying on the ground, suddenly roll over, facing them directly. Once the box of fear is opened, it can never be closed. He couldn't accept the idea of having his head crushed and his brains eaten. He fled the cave. Even if the cold outside killed him, it was better than being eaten. Zhao Yi immediately chased after him. Wei Yun also moved to follow, but Ding Longfei stopped her. Seeing the seriousness on his face, she hesitated and calmed down slightly. Don't go out. If you leave now, you'll probably die. The outside temperature and non-stop rain will kill you quickly. Especially without food, we can't replenish our energy. Our bodies won't hold out. Wei Yun looked at the unconscious Ed and swallowed hard. Only now did she understand what Zhao Yi meant earlier. The greatest danger was right beside them. What will they do? Wei Yun was terrified. After discovering Ed's secret, she now felt scared just looking at the unconscious Ed. Ding Longfei shook his head and sighed. If it were me, I would never have chased after him. Zhao Yi ranks ahead of me. His observation and thinking abilities should not be inferior to mine. Look, the poison Ed is proof of that. This guy clearly planned everything in advance. I guess he started planning to poison Ed last night, when Ed fell into a coma after eating a poisonous spider. It's just that I don't understand why he would risk his life to save someone with such poor mental resilience. It was the water. I don't know how he did it, but water was the only thing he and Ed had indirect contact with. I think he probably poisoned the water after drinking it himself, then passed it to Ed. He squeezed some plant juice near the entrance into the boiling water. He likely used the unpleasant smell of the juice to cover up the poison. This guy, his thinking and execution are terrifying. He did so many things without anyone noticing. After analyzing this, Ding Longfei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This Zhao Yi, if he'd had any malicious thoughts and changed the drinking order, then all of them would be dead. And it wasn't impossible, since Zhao Yi had already guessed that Ed might end up slaughtering and eating the players. He must have also understood that if he killed his teammates, their bodies would buy him time to escape. Zhao Yi didn't do that. Why? Was it because he was confident? Or did he have a better plan? Ding Longfei fell silent. He had thought he was quite capable for making it to rank 14 on the newcomer list. But in front of Zhao Yi, he felt like a confused idiot. He'd assumed the gap between himself and the top players wouldn't be too big. But on the first day, he had already been completely left behind by this freak named Zhao. With a bitter smile, he sat by the fire and slowly added more wood. The dim firelight grew brighter. Wei Yun carefully sat down and looked at the unconscious Ed. She picked up a stone and held it tightly in her palm. You'd better not do that, Ding Longfei said. Wei Yun froze. Why not? He wants to kill us. Can't we fight back? Ding Longfei shook his head. If it were that simple, do you think we'd be waiting for you to do it? Wei Yun immediately realized something was wrong. If Ed were easy to kill, Zhao Yi would have done it already, right? After all, Ed didn't look like he could fight back at all. In a purgatory-level dungeon, you have to be careful at all times. Let's wait for Zhao Yi to come back and then we'll discuss it. Wei Yun nodded. What Ding Longfei said made sense. The long night lasted about 6 or 7 hours. At the dawn of the third day, Zhao Yi's soaked figure finally appeared outside the cave. He was holding a piece of freshly cut meat, looking energetic, with a healthy flush in his cheeks. After drying his clothes inside, Zhao Yi noticed Wei Yun and Ding Longfei staring at the meat he'd brought. Zhao Yi, you went out chasing Ying Xiangying last night. Where is he? Ding Longfei asked, suppressing his hunger. Zhao Yi pointed at the roasting meat on the stick and grinned. The two froze. You killed him? Zhao Yi smiled. No, I just picked up a corpse. Last night, he kept running and running. I kept chasing. Before long, he couldn't run anymore, so I chatted with him and waited for him to freeze to death. Ying Xiangying was different from Zhao Yi. First, Zhao Yi had replenished his calories by eating bear meat. Second, his strength was 18 points, his body far more durable. That's why Zhao Yi had no hesitation in going after him. Zhao Yi's body had calories to burn. Ying Xiangying didn't. You don't actually mean to eat. Wei Yun's voice trembled. Yes, that's Ying Xiangying's tenderloin. I stripped all the flesh off his bones last night. Even though the guy wasn't heavy, he still had a decent amount of meat on him. But this isn't for me, it's for Ed. Wei Yun and Ding Longfei exchanged horrified looks. Are you crazy? Instead of killing the ogre, you're feeding him. Zhao Yi stroked his chin and looked at the unconscious Ed like he was admiring a pet. It would be a shame to kill such a cute NPC. Wei Yun covered her face in despair. Big brother, this is an ogre. What part of that is cute? You've seen the video. If we don't kill Ed now, we'll be the ones to die once he recovers. With your observation skills, there's no way you haven't noticed how powerful Ed and Belle are in combat. Don't forget, our strength is already reduced by 50%. Even at full power, we wouldn't be able to beat those two. Ding Longfei looked concerned. He had heard rumors that Zhao Yi wasn't mentally stable. Would this guy have a meltdown at a critical moment? If that happened, it could jeopardize the entire team. Zhao Yi, who was grilling meat, turned to look at Ed, who was already drawn to the smell and eager to eat. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi said, "No, he won't kill me. He'll just kill you." He paused, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "But if you want to kill Ed, I won't stop you. Go ahead." Seeing his smile, Ding Longfei and Wei Yun became even more convinced. If they tried to assassinate Ed, something terrible would happen. After a brief silence, Zhao Yi took out a small cloth bag and rubbed a strange, fishy-smelling sauce on the meat. Then he waved it under Ed's nose. Ed was suddenly roused. When he saw the meat, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes, but he quickly sensed something was off. Though weak, Ed's expression grew increasingly savage. Having eaten human flesh before, the scent was now ingrained in him. "Where did you get this meat?" Zhao Yi looked visibly disturbed, his voice filled with lingering fear. "Ed, you don't know. After you left, something awful happened. Besides us, there's someone else hiding in the darkness on this mountain. About 1.8 meters tall, wearing a military field uniform, carrying a very sharp knife. He suddenly ambushed Ying Xiangying while she went out to use the bathroom. I followed the screams, but found only half of her left." Ed's eyes widened, and he abruptly sat up. About 1.8 meters tall, field uniform, sharp knife. If that wasn't Belle, then who could it be? Damn it. Everyone was supposed to bring 4 portions of food, yet this bastard dared to steal from me while I was sick. Unforgivable. Seeing Ed's bloodshot eyes filled with murderous rage, Zhao Yi continued, "Alas, you know how bad things are now. I think cannibalism is cruel. But if you don't eat, you might not survive in this condition. If that guy shows up again and you're still sick, wouldn't we all be in danger? Language is an art." Zhao Yi spoke with practiced patience. Ding Longfei and Wei Yun, standing behind him, finally understood why he hadn't killed Ed. He wanted to use Ed to deal with Belle. Smart move. Cunning, even. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted. Comments: "That was an incredible use of manipulation. We're in big trouble. I just came from the stream of the players on Belle's side. They've uncovered Belle's secret, cannibalism. There are a lot of clues. Death in the Wild isn't just a survival show, it's a full-blown hunting game made by the rich. The contestants are actually homeless people or prostitutes with erased memories. Damn, no wonder it's a purgatory-level dungeon. The players not only have to survive extreme weather but also escape from Belle and Ed, 2 wilderness monsters skilled in tracking and hunting. The players on Belle's side are already preparing to attack those on Ed's side. They're turning on each other. Why shouldn't they unite? Unity means nothing when there's no food. Unity can't fill our stomachs. I get it now. Death in the Wild looks like a survival game, but it's actually a hunting game. The biggest difference between a survival game and a hunting game is this. In survival, people might die. In hunting, people will die. Once the audience realized the truth, their hearts raced. They couldn't help feeling anxious. Ed ate the poisoned meat and began to roll his eyes again. But whether due to developing antibodies or the meat's restorative power, he didn't fully lose consciousness. His awareness dimmed but remained. At this moment, Zhao Yi leaned in and whispered in his ear. He spoke for a while. Ding Longfei and Wei Yun couldn't hear what he said, but they noticed Ed's face gradually relaxing. He no longer looked as violent as before. About 30 minutes later, Ed fell asleep. Zhao Yi stood up, stretched, and smiled at the two. "Time's almost up. Now, let's talk business. This deal concerns your lives." Hearing this, Wei Yun and Ding Longfei grew visibly tense. Zhao Yi sat by the fire and tossed in some dry wood. "Pay me 5,000 points each. That's your ticket price. I'll take care of the rest of the game. You're addicted to extorting people, aren't you?" Wei Yun couldn't hold back when she heard she had to pay another 5,000 points. This guy was a black hole for points. Ding Longfei, however, agreed after thinking for a moment. "Are you really that spineless?" Wei Yun snapped, dismayed at how quickly he gave in. Ding Longfei laughed. "Call it what you want. Yeah, 5,000 is a lot, but if I can clear this purgatory dungeon and maybe even get an S rank, it'll be worth it." Wei Yun stayed silent for a long time. Then she clenched her jaw and said, "Fine, let's do it." After receiving the system's notification, Zhao Yi finally spoke. "Now we're all in the same boat. Honestly, the first threat we face isn't Ed or Belle. It's the 4 players Belle brought with him." Wei Yun glanced at the sleeping Ed. How do you know he won't attack us in the next few days? Zhao Yi raised a finger. Because if he did, this dungeon's difficulty wouldn't be purgatory, it'd be impossible. Can you survive more than 10 days in this hellish wilderness while being hunted by 2 ogres with wild survival skills? Wei Yun had no answer. Zhao Yi continued. Normally, if players want to survive or even take down Ed and Bell, the first step is to drain their stamina and weaken them. And the best way to do that is to cut off their food. That's why the players were split into 2 groups at the start. Bell and Ed represent different factions. In fact, the game gave us a hint from the start, Zhao Yi said. Bell was well equipped, while Ed had nothing. This means the team following Bell not only has food and water, but also weapons. What they really wanted to film wasn't a team of guests struggling to survive in the jungle, but people tearing each other apart, blood, violence, and despair replacing hope. Zhao Yi explained his reasoning in detail. Each sentence made their hearts beat faster. Wei Yun wore a complicated expression. She looked at his face illuminated by the firelight and asked softly, "In that case, why did you choose Ed?" Zhao Yi twirled a stick in his hand and said with emotion, "Maybe I'm too kind. I just don't have the heart to hurt others." Wei Yun, heaven help her, if Zhao Yi hadn't blackmailed her earlier, she might have actually believed him. We have no food now, and the fire won't last more than a few days. Even without outside threats, we won't survive long, Wei Yun sighed. Zhao Yi replied calmly, "No, I have food. Not enough to keep you full, but enough to last 15 days. As for fire, we can take it." Ding Longfei raised an eyebrow. Bell won't care. Zhao Yi's eyes flickered. For the first 12 days, Bell and Ed won't interfere with the guests. They're just observers. I wasn't sure before, so I asked Ed. Wei Yun remembered Zhao Yi whispering in Ed's ear and covered her mouth in surprise. Why would he tell you? Zhao Yi rubbed his hands together and said meaningfully, "We had a conversation, and he tried to hypnotize me." The 2 were stunned. This kind of cheap psychological trick doesn't affect most people with strong willpower, Zhao Yi explained. But Ed is different. After being poisoned and unconscious for 2 days, his mental defenses were fragile. Plus, I fed him. That basically dissolved any suspicion he had toward me. In this state, the power of suggestion is beyond imagination. Zhao Yi stood up and addressed the 2 of them. "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring back food and firewood. After that, I'll teach you how to build practical traps. Eat well and get ready to work." The rain fell like needles. 4 dark figures in raincoats moved through the night. In the distance, a shadow crouched behind a rock, holding a camera and filming with interest. It was Bell. He had deliberately left clues to lead these meals into killing each other. His eyes burned with excitement. Kill him. Kill him. The more brutal the murder, the more the viewers would cheer. The louder the screams, the happier the rich audience would be. "Huanren, what do the drone images show?" A plain, pretty woman asked in a low voice. A Japanese man stared at the tablet display and gave a cruel smile. Zhao Yi has left the cave for some reason. The drone at the cave entrance shows only 3 people inside. 1 player is missing. Ran Xinping narrowed her eyes. "Good. We'll kill one first, hide the body, and eat it ourselves. Bell definitely doesn't have enough food. After starving for 10 days, we can take down both him and Ed. Send Ningwen Xiao after Zhao Yi. Have him take his head." A flicker of madness passed over Hiroto Najishi's face. "No problem. Number 1 on the newcomer list. I'll offer you as a sacrifice tonight." The rain poured down. The cold wind sliced like knives. A shadow moved stealthily through the forest, swift and ghost-like. Ningwen Xiao's glasses were drenched, but his sharp vision remained unaffected. His wolf-like eyes locked onto the figure running ahead of him. In his hand, an unsheathed samurai sword. 30 steps. 20. Zhao Yi suddenly stopped and turned, looking puzzled. Ningwen Xiao immediately activated his shadow cloak. Item, shadow cloak. Quality, blue. Description, a product of black technology. Grants the user the skill shadow silence. Effect, turns invisible for 1 minute. During this time, all sound and scent are nullified, but the user is petrified and cannot move. Note, a perfect tool for infiltration. Seeing Zhao Yi's confused look, Ningwen Xiao smirked. "Very alert. What a pity. You ran into Ningwen Xiao. A level 7 player. A level 3 rookie like you doesn't stand a chance. Wait, why is he walking over?" Zhao Yi took one slow step after another, coming closer. Ningwen Xiao was baffled. His item provided full invisibility. He'd activated it before Zhao Yi turned around. There was no way he could be seen. Zhao Yi couldn't see him directly, but the rain exposed him. The heavy downpour outlined his form clearly, a silhouette glowing like the moon. "Huh? Why is he drawing a knife? OSH. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Yi calmly thrust his blade toward where he suspected the heart would be. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Ningwen Xiao collapsed, eyes wide. He looked up at the rain as realization hit him. Zhao Yi hadn't seen him. The rain had. From the corner of his eye, a tear of unwillingness fell. What a pathetic way to die. Live chat. Is this guy serious? He just gave himself away. Did he think he was actually invisible? With that kind of IQ, you think you can kill Brother Zhao? I'm not Sister Lai, but I'm shocked. System notification. Head camp player Zhao Yi has killed Bell camp player Ningwen Xiao. Side quest 1 activated. Kill players from the opposing camp at all costs. Side quest 2 activated. Kill Ed and Bell. Day 4. The rain is still falling. Zhao Yi brought back plenty of firewood and bear meat, and the two of them ate voraciously. Zhao Yi continued roasting the Ying's meat for Ed. It was like taking care of a puppy. When Ed was eating, Zhao Yi would chat with him, but Ed never responded, he just listened. After eating, he fell asleep peacefully. This time, Zhao Yi didn't poison the food. After finishing, Zhao Yi cut off a piece of bear meat, put it into his mouth, chewed slowly, and said to the communication receiver on the table in a loud and emotional voice, "One of their men died last night, so they don't dare act rashly. We can sleep well tonight." After a pause, he pinched his nose and responded in a shrill voice, "Yes, yes, you're so right." When the act ended, Zhao Yi threw the communication receiver into the fire. After a burst of crackling, Zhao Yi turned to his two teammates, who wore strange expressions. "It's time to live. Tonight, you go kill someone. I've prepared all the secret weapons the other side brought." He tossed them the items looted from Ningwen Xiao, a nail clipper, an ear spoon. The two looked at the so-called weapons, then glanced at the samurai sword lying next to Ed, and fell silent. Ding Longfei asked cautiously, "Zhao Yi, is there a chance that this isn't the weapon, but the one next to Ed is?" Zhao Yi looked down at the nail clippers and asked in confusion, "Isn't it sharp enough?" He picked it up and clipped his nails. Bang! The nail broke with a snap. "See, what a terrifying weapon. Wai Yun couldn't take it anymore." She slammed the table and stood up. "Seriously, you clearly want us to die. You think this can kill people? It's not even as dangerous as my bare finger." Zhao Yi shrugged and spread his hands. "Relax. You two have no sense of humor. Okay, I admit we're short on equipment. Find a stone on the ground or something." Wai Yun was speechless. "Can't we use the samurai sword? You've got a soul weapon anyway. Leave the sword to us so we can actually help." She wasn't being greedy. Their inventory had been sealed, and it was tough to stand a chance against Bell's team, who were fully armed. Besides, she and Ding Longfei were already outnumbered. Zhao Yi replied, "The sword is for Ed. He doesn't have the equipment Bell has. He needs a proper weapon. Otherwise, he'll be at a huge disadvantage." The two understood immediately, their expressions turning serious. "Tonight." Zhao Yi nodded. "Tonight." The two looked grim. Okay, they had already handed over 5,000 points. Their only hope now was to follow Zhao Yi and clear the dungeon immediately. If they won, they'd get their money back, with interest. If they lost, they'd lose everything. There was no turning back. They had to try. The two quickly left. When Zhao Yi and Ed were the only ones left in the cave, Ed suddenly sat up. "Had enough to eat and drink. Now go kill Bell, then commit suicide." Zhao Yi threw him a roasted human leg. A ferocious light flashed in Ed's empty eyes. He grabbed the leg and chewed it frantically. In less than 3 minutes, he'd devoured even the bones. Soon, it was as if he had been reborn. His bones crackled. He grabbed the sword and headed straight out into the rain. Disease, violent personality, injection conditions, extreme mental distraction. Host, Ed. Personality corruption, 12%. San impact, medium. Domination level, mild. Effect, reduced sanity, greatly increased hatred. Camp Bell. Those idiots. They didn't expect Ningwen Xiao to have a listening device on him. Let's strike tonight while they're resting. Head straight to their camp and wipe them out. Hiroto Nagishi spoke without restraint, his face twisted with excitement. The other two had different expressions. Ran Xinping's face was cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Jai Teng, the lowest ranked of the three but 8th on the newcomer list, looked uneasy. His instincts told him something wasn't right. Did Zhao Yi's group really not find the communicator? Or, the rain poured outside. The three moved through the storm toward Ed's camp, planning to eliminate those players first, then focus on Ed and Bell. Meanwhile, in the dark and pouring rain, Bell was excitedly filming the trio when he suddenly felt a terrifying presence. He turned his head sharply. Ed was standing there, samurai sword in hand, head tilted, wearing a chilling smile. "Ed, you're supposed to be recording. What are you doing here?" Although they had worked together before and trusted each other, Bell still pulled out his military dagger and eyed Ed warily. The man radiated killing intent, his expression twisted. We agreed on 4 targets each. You stole mine, didn't you? Die. In the dark rain, the two figures clashed like wild beasts. The air itself seemed to shiver with murderous intent. Strange. Where is everyone? Wei Yun crept forward, arriving at the entrance of Belle's cave with confusion in her eyes. She and Ding Longfei didn't wait long. The extreme cold forced them inside. The moment they entered, they nearly swore out loud. The place was ridiculously huge. There was food, drinks. You'd think it was a vacation lodge. This system is so damn unfair. Players in the same dungeon, but the treatment is worlds apart. Warning to player Ding Longfei, insult the system again and you'll be banned. As 3 dark figures cautiously approached from outside, the scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand gleamed with a cold light. The 3 of them arrived at Ed's cave. A quick search. No one. Damn. Where did they go? Hiroto Nagishi cursed, kicked over the fire, and stomped on it with his rain-soaked boots to put it out. That bastard actually hid himself. He was arrogant to the extreme, holding a samurai sword identical to Ningwen Xiao's. Belle had stockpiled many such weapons. Jai Teng walked over to Ed's bag and took out a camera. Inside was a video of Ed torturing and killing previous victims. After watching, Jai Teng seemed to realize something. His eyes narrowed. Not good. He turned sharply and saw a cloaked man holding Hiroto Nagishi with one hand, pressing a sharp scalpel to his neck with the other. Nagishi's face turned pale. The cold steel against his throat left him frozen with fear. Where are your teammates? Ran Xinping asked calmly. Her hand was behind her back, preparing something unknown. Zhao Yi gripped Hiroto Nagishi and slowly retreated into the rain. His figure faded into the darkness. I made up a reason and let them go, Zhao Yi said with an eerie tone. This is the last dish. I want to eat it alone. Then he disappeared into the night with Hiroto Nagishi. The two quickly gave chase, but Zhao was already gone. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the dense forest on the right. They drew their sabers and a high-voltage baton, cautiously heading toward the sound. Jai Teng suddenly slipped on something and fell. With Ran Xinping's help, he scrambled up. When he examined what he had stepped on using the faint starlight, both of their scalps nearly exploded. Lying on the ground was Hiroto Nagishi's bloody skin. Damn it. Even Ran Xinping, who had seen her share of horrors, trembled violently. How long had they even been here? And Zhao Yi had already skinned Nagishi. Could a human really skin someone that quickly? Hiroto Nagishi is dead. Killer, Zhao Yi. The system announcement echoed. Panic set in. Back to the cave. It's too dark here, we're sitting ducks for ambushes. They no longer had the courage to pursue Zhao Yi. Nagishi's death shattered their morale. But they didn't notice. At the cave's entrance, fresh footprints slowly fading in the rain. Zhao Yi has killed Ran Xinping. Zhao Yi has killed Jai Teng. Players Zhao Yi, Ding Longfei, and Wei Yun have completed Side Quest 1. Upon completing the main mission, rewards for side quests will be distributed based on contribution value. Beside the campfire, Zhao Yi sat covered in blood. 2 headless bodies lay beside him. He placed their heads neatly on either side. Hiroto Nagishi's head was also in the cave. He hadn't been skinned at all. It had all been a psychological trick staged by Zhao Yi and the others. The real skinned body belonged to Ningwen Xiao, who had earlier tried to assassinate Zhao. Zhao Yi gazed out at the rain and fell asleep, cradling the 3 bloody heads. Sleeping like this brought peace. On a barren mountain, Ed had driven the wounded Belle to the edge of a cliff. Ed, they're using you. Belle's scream was raw. His eyes were bloodshot. Ed trembled. His eyes were clearer now, but tears of blood streamed down his face. I know, Belle, but I don't want to keep living like this. Let it end. We've done so many terrible things. Death is a kind of relief. Looking into Ed's exhausted expression, Belle took heavy breaths and slumped to the ground. He reached for a cigarette, but the rain had soaked everything. He never used to smoke. He picked up the habit after he became addicted to killing. Nicotine dulled the guilt. You're right. We really did mess up. Belle sighed and slowly closed his eyes, savoring a final moment of quiet before death. Ed raised the samurai sword high and brought it down. He picked up Belle's head, walked to the edge of the cliff, let the icy wind and rain wash over him, and leapt. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi, Ding Longfei, and Wei Yun for completing Side Quest 2. All side quests completed. Based on contribution, Zhao Yi receives the Destiny Treasure Box. Ding Longfei and Wei Yun receive no reward. As the main quest ended, the players vanished in a flash of white light. The forest gradually returned to peace as though none of it had ever happened. A few days later, a helicopter descended on the mountain. Several men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out and made their way to Belle's cave. My lord, we've arrived at the Rubako Mountains, but the 2 captive beasts, Belle and Ed, are gone. One of the agents placed his hand to the communicator in his ear, listening silently to the orders coming through. Another soldier entered the cave and began a meticulous search. Soon, he discovered Ed's ragged cloth bag. Huh? Confusion flickered in his eyes. He had been to this cave multiple times and had personally flown Ed and Belle to several restricted zones. He recognized their belongings well. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out the camera and curiously played the video. On screen, a slender but striking man was speaking to the camera. The soldier leaned in, trying to hear. As he listened, his eyes gradually became vacant, empty, but a strange smile crept across his lips. Then, without warning, the soldier turned around with his rifle raised. The man in black on the phone saw it and fell silent, cutting off the conversation with his superior. Just before he died, he muttered. Zhao Yi returned to the guild headquarters and reviewed the system's evaluation. After he taught X2 from the haunted school a few basic skills, that NPC went rogue as a boss in another dungeon and began killing indiscriminately. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with insight. So the dungeon NPCs weren't just disposable assets. Once created, they could be transferred and reused in other dungeons. In other words, NPCs from current missions could reappear in future ones. It felt like he had stumbled upon something monumental. A message appeared on Zhao Yi's system panel. It was from Liu Ruoking. Brother, come to your sister's room. He paused, then replied, Are you sick? Yeah, I need my brother's treatment. Take a picture and let me see. Soon, 2 images arrived. One with her pouting, the other with her lips slightly parted. Zhao Yi was speechless. I meant a photo of the affected area. Who told you to send selfies? Ah, sorry. Another image followed. A slender leg, once pale as snow, was now streaked with blood-red scales. A sign. The red devils were awakening. Zhao Yi rushed to room 707. As the door opened, a pair of slender, jade-like fingers grabbed his shirt and pulled him inside. I'm very satisfied with today's treatment. The red scales on Liu Ruoking's leg had faded. She lounged on the sofa, slowly sipping red wine. A blush bloomed on her charming face. Zhao Yi sat across from her, diligently taking notes. Old quack Jiang Xiao already signed you up. When the demonic spirit tide comes, you'll be summoned and teleported into the great secret realm. Also, I reimbursed your registration fee. Zhao Yi looked up, surprised. You had to pay to register. Liu Ruoking brushed the hair from her ear, replying lazily. What did you expect? It's high risk, high reward, and it's only open to new players. The system isn't stupid. If hundreds of thousands of players rushed in at once, the whole thing would collapse. So, pre-screening by quality. Zhao nodded in understanding. Thanks, Liu Ruoking chuckled. No need. Besides, last time that old fraud Jiang Xiao lost a bet to me and gave me a golden item. If I sell it, I can make a fortune in points. Now that you've registered for the demonic tide, you're locked out of normal dungeons. Your soul mark has been bound. You'll remain in the Chaos Realm until the event begins. You can still take on major world quests. Zhao nodded and left her room. After he was gone, the playful charm vanished from Liu Ruoking's face. Are you scared? She whispered. She wasn't talking to anyone visible. Until a strange, trembling voice replied. Only she could hear it. It wants to. Fit me. Zhao Yi returned to his apartment and turned on the panel. What made Zhao Yi most satisfied was his points. He had reached 30,000. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi spent 20,000 yuan to buy 4 fragments of Lun Yu's words. Now, he had collected 5. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhao opened his martial arts system and dragged Lun Yu in. A vast force surged into his body. Faintly, a strange chanting echoed in his mind, like a loud bell. He listened carefully and roughly understood the meaning. After digesting the knowledge, Zhao Yi realized this technique was perfect for him. Tailor-made. Practicing martial arts isn't something achieved overnight. It's not like replacing the limbs of an evil spirit. It takes time and actual combat. After changing his skills, Zhao Yi took out the treasure chest of destiny. Item, Destiny Treasure Box, blue. Quality, consumable. Description, just a standard treasure chest, like those found in games. Effect, upon opening, you may receive a random item of one of the following qualities: white, green, blue, purple, and others. Note, if you think your luck is bad, sell it to someone who enjoys opening boxes. Sell it? Impossible. You have to open the box yourself. No boy can resist opening treasure chests. It doesn't matter what comes out, what matters is the process. Zhao Yi didn't even consider his luck value of 0. He backflipped and opened the treasure chest. He heard somewhere that boys who can backflip never have bad luck. Congratulations. You've opened the treasure chest of destiny and received the other item, Corpse Crusher. Item, Corpse Crusher. Quality, other. Description, a black tech invention from a terrifying scientist in the Chaos Realm. Looks like a large, shabby, smelly iron machine, commonly used to dismember corpses, but in theory, as long as the object isn't too hard, it can crush anything. Effect: players and ghosts killed by the corpse crusher cannot be resurrected, even in game instances. Note: all resurrection substitutes on a player will be wiped out upon death by this item. Note: from the moment it was created, this machine was destined to find a pervert to wield it. After receiving the corpse crusher, Zhao Yi's face lit up with a strange excitement. This thing was interesting. Normally, death in a dungeon just meant losing health. But if someone died to the corpse crusher and had no resurrection item, they were permanently dead. No matter how many resurrection items they carried, once killed by the crusher, they were all wiped out. This thing was practically made for killing and destruction. Furious, Zhao Yi reached inside and started it. In a single motion, the arm he inserted turned into a pile of meat paste. It was really good stuff. Looking at the broken bones and sticky flesh spat out by the crusher, Zhao Yi patted it affectionately. The next day, Zhao Yi went to the abandoned train station, preparing to visit Guxuan town. Before departure, the clown approached Zhao Yi and said he wanted to open a grocery store in Guxuan town. He was short on money, about 150,000 ghost banknotes, and asked Zhao Yi to help find a suitable storefront. If Zhao Yi succeeded, the clown would give him a private collection. Ghost money is the currency used by ghosts. Players can exchange points for it. 1 point equals 1 ghost money, but it's a one-way trade. Faced with the clown's side quest, Zhao Yi didn't refuse. While waiting for the train, Zhao Yi walked toward the driver's cab. Only he could enter. Other players couldn't. This was a privilege granted after reaching a certain favorability level with the train conductor. I've sent many people to Guxuan town, the conductor said. It's really dangerous. A lot of them died. Some were high level, some were low level. Zhao Yi wasn't surprised by the conductor's sigh. His mother's head was still hanging in front of the windshield, still bleeding. Even though she had no body, at least she wasn't dead, right? Looking at the conductor's mother's severed head, Zhao Yi felt the urge to throw it into the corpse crusher. No, more precisely, whenever he saw something living, he wanted to throw it into the corpse crusher. Whether human or ghost. Is it really that dangerous? Very dangerous. All high-level fierce ghosts. But they're nothing compared to the two at the guild base. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. The clown and the butcher. Exactly. After a pause, the conductor added, when you get to Guxuan town, stay on the platform and let the warehouse ghost pick you up. He has some influence there. You'll be safer that way. Zhao nodded. Thank you. There are many ghosts here. They seem to be repeating what they did in life, in an eerily orderly fashion. All professions continue to function in ways humans can't understand. Some well-dressed office workers occasionally curse, wondering which damn bastard invented the 996 work system that won't let them rest in peace even after death. They used to encourage themselves, as long as I can work overtime to death, I will work overtime to death. But none of them expected that after working themselves to death, they would still be working overtime in the afterlife. After the warehouse ghost picked up Zhao Yi at the station, he invited him back to his large villa. Xuan is at school. She lives on campus and only comes back on weekends. Zhao Yi sat on the sofa and opened a bottle of fruit beer. I came to ask for your help with 3 things, Zhao Yi said. First, I want to settle down in this town and need help finding a job. Second, a friend's daughter, Sun Beibai, is missing. She might be near Guxuan town. I'd like you to help find her. Third, another friend wants to open a grocery store. He asked me to help him find a storefront, but he's short on funds and only has 150,000 ghost coins. Zhao Yi took out Pandora's box and placed it in front of the warehouse ghost. This is the reward. The warehouse ghost stared at the little toy, his eyes filled with fascination. This gift is indeed valuable, but I won't accept it for nothing. I'll do my best to help with your matters. You'll stay here for the next 2 days. The servants will take care of you. Zhao Yi nodded. 3 days later, as they sat at a lunch table filled with food, the warehouse ghost said, there's a hospital in Guxuan town. It's not as big as Colossus Hospital, but it's formal. They're short on surgeons. I mentioned you to the director, and he said if you can successfully complete the first operation and satisfy the patient, he'll officially hire you. Try it out. If it doesn't work, I'll help you find something else. The warehouse ghost had gone through a lot with Zhao Yi and had received many benefits from him, so he was doing his best to help. Zhao Yi thanked him, took the hospital's token, and went to Fruit Hospital. As soon as he walked in, he noticed all the ghosts staring at him with greedy expressions. These ghosts were incredibly powerful. Even with Zhao Yi's strength of 36 points, there was no way he could take them all on. If they attacked, he'd be torn apart instantly. Soon, a massive nurse, weighing around 600 kilograms, waddled over, took Zhao Yi's token, and shouted, "This is our new surgeon. I'm warning you all, don't start trouble." The ghosts instantly fell quiet. Clearly, they didn't dare challenge such a heavyweight. The nurse led Zhao Yi to the operating room and said, "There's a ghost with appendicitis. If you can perform the surgery successfully, you'll pass the entry assessment. Just an appendectomy. No big deal. With my knife skills, how could I be afraid of one little appendix?" As Zhao Yi was about to enter the operating room, a wounded female ghost approached, limping, with a child by her side. "Doctor." She grabbed Zhao Yi's hand and stuffed some spirit money into his palm. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering between hesitation and desperation. After a long pause, she sighed softly. "Please help my husband. Please." The boy beside her was also bruised and battered. He lowered his head, clutching his mother's hand silently. Zhao Yi pushed the ghost's money back into her hand with a smile. "Don't worry, it's just an appendectomy. Nothing difficult." He entered the operating room and shut the door. Inside, a burly, fierce ghost reeking of alcohol was strapped to a metal bed. Seeing Zhao Yi, he started struggling violently. "Damn lowly human, what are you doing here? What? Are they planning to serve me a last meal before cutting me up?" Zhao Yi calmly put away the hammer, saw, and nails on the tray, then pulled out his sole weapon, a scalpel. "I'm your attending physician. You can call me Dad or Daddy, but I won't admit to having a son like you." The evil ghost froze, then flew into a rage. "You looking to die? How dare a piece of food talk to me like that? I'll kill you after the operation." Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Do you often beat your wife and kid?" The ghost was caught off guard, then sneered. "They deserve it. I told them to buy booze with every cent they earned. That bitch dared to stash money to send the brat to school. They're lucky I didn't beat them to death. This is my family's business, none of yours." Zhao Yi calmly put on gloves. "Relax, I'm just making small talk. You better stay in your lane." The ghost snorted. Everything was ready. Zhao Yi placed a hand on the ghost's chest, took a deep breath, and said reassuringly, "Don't be nervous. It's just a minor operation." "I'm not nervous," the ghost grunted. "It's just an appendectomy." After a short pause, Zhao Yi replied, "No, I meant me. Honestly, this is my first time operating on a ghost." The two stared at each other. Slowly, the ghost's eyes drifted to the scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand. He gulped. His bravado was gone. "Can we change doctors?" Zhao Yi calmly pulled out a massive corpse shredder from his coat and set it beside him. "Probably not." "Hey, what the hell is that?" "Relax. It's just a body crusher." In the operating room, Zhao Yi raised the scalpel. The blade reflected the ghost's horrified face. The knife came down. Blood sprayed. The door opened, and Zhao Yi stepped out, covered in blood. It had taken less than 10 minutes. "Dr. Zhao, are you done with the surgery?" Zhao Yi wiped blood from his face and gave the gentlest smile in the world. Yes, the operation was very successful. In Zhao Yi's hand was a bloody appendix. "I thought the rest was useless, so I disposed of it." To be honest, she'd wanted her husband dead. If it had just been domestic violence, she might have endured it. But he beat their son and used the boy's tuition money for alcohol. She couldn't forgive that. No one touches her child. Now it was done. Zhao Yi had taken action and helped her in a way she hadn't dared. "Thank you, Dr. Zhao." Zhao Yi shook her hand. "I take people's money and help them solve their problems. No, curing illness is every doctor's duty. Just doing my job." The woman left, appendix in hand, looking unusually cheerful. "Congratulations, Dr. Zhao. You've passed the hospital's assessment. Here's your work ID card. With it, you're now officially employed in Guxuan Town. The local ghosts will treat you as one of their own. Also, according to the dean, your monthly salary will be 5,000 ghost coins, paid mid-month." Nurse Zhang kindly handed him a badge. Zhao Yi pinned it to his chest. "Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the world mission. Find a job. Reward, 5,000 hell money per month. A respectable identity in Guxuan Town. The demonic tides coming in mid-month. The registration fees 50,000 points." Zhao Yi stood there, thinking of Liu Ruoking, the seductive and mysterious woman. She definitely wanted something from him. No way she gave him 50,000 points for nothing. Was it related to the Red Devil? Zhao Yi's gut said she didn't ask him to deal with the Red Devil inside her. It was too well integrated. It wouldn't lose control. She was testing him. For her, 50,000 points might be nothing, but to a newcomer it was a fortune. As soon as he left the hospital, he got a message from the warehouse ghost. "Mr. Zhao, I've found clues about Sun Beibai, and someone's interested in buying the grocery store. The owner wants to meet you." The two of them ate and chatted. A long time ago, the D-17 train that Sun Beibai was on had an accident at the gate of Zili village in the south. I just heard about it from others, and then everyone on that train disappeared. I sent a servant to Zili village this afternoon to investigate, but it didn't return. Something must have happened. I own property in Guxuan Town now, so I can't leave for the time being. As for Zilli Village, I suggest you don't go there now. It's too dangerous. Zhao cut off a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. I'll be careful. The warehouse ghost handed Zhao Yi a note with a phone number on it. This is the number of the owner of Changsheng Mall. You can make an appointment with him tomorrow. He's always available. Zhao Yi looked at the number in his hand and put it away. Zhao met the mall owner in a private room on the 4th floor of the tea house. Soon, a fat man with a beer belly as large as a pregnant stomach pushed the door open and sat across from Zhao Yi. His face was pale and he exuded an upper-class aura. Mall owner, neutral. Weakness, a disappointing son. Note, he exudes the scent of capitalism from head to toe. He glanced at Zhao Yi with disdain. The 10 large rings on his fingers sparkled so brightly Zhao could barely keep his eyes open. Are you the doctor the warehouse ghost recommended? Zhao Yi replied. Right. The mall owner nodded and got straight to the point. Then I'll be blunt. I only rent out the shops in Changsheng Mall. I never sell them. Besides, your 150,000 ghost coins wouldn't even cover my wife's toilet paper. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Then your wife must have a big problem, right? Can you handle it? The mall owner glared. Don't interrupt. Just listen. Even though I don't want to sell, there's always an exception. My son always says he doesn't feel well and can't study, so his grades are at the bottom of the class. I've consulted several doctors, but no one could cure him. If you can, I'll sell you a good underground shop for 150,000 ghost coins. But if you fail, my son will eat you. Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows. Do you keep your word? The man raised all 10 fingers in front of him, flaunting his expensive gem rings. I, Huayashan, don't need the money from one storefront. He sneered at Zhao Yi, who had fallen into thought. Well, are you scared? Even the ghost doctor couldn't fix him. How could a weak human like you? Before he could finish, Zhao Yi looked up with interest. Boss Hu, I have one more question. If your wife's butt is that big, can you even control it? Why are you so obsessed with my wife's butt? I'm warning you, if you have any evil thoughts about her, I'll kill you. Zhao nodded. Sorry, Boss Hu. I'm just naturally curious about odd things. Zhao Yi and the warehouse ghost arrived at Huayashan's residence. It was a massive manor in the heart of Guxuan Town's wealthy district. Villas stood in neat rows, elegant and refined, surrounded by magical plants and creatures. Before they even stepped inside, an oppressive evil presence was already looming. A butler was kicked out of a 3rd-floor window, followed by angry yelling. Who told you to clean the room? How many times have I said, don't touch my figurines? If I see them moved again, I'll chop off your damn head. The butler crashed to the ground, covered in blood and looking miserable. Zhao Yi stared up at the shattered 3rd-floor window, eyes gleaming. It smelled delicious. The smell of food. It's snack time. Huayashan, noticing Zhao Yi frozen in place, assumed he was scared and patted him on the shoulder. If you don't dare to go, forget it. I won't force you. After all, a good father raises a good son. Zhao Yi brushed his hand off, expression serious. No, Boss Hu, please let me treat your son. Are you sure? I'm not joking. The previous doctors who tried were eaten. Zhao Yi climbed the stairs calmly. Don't worry, Boss Hu. I'll turn your son into a model student. Zhao entered the boy's room. As the door opened, a foul, fishy stench hit him. The floor was littered with crumpled paper. The boy's body was rotting. His eyes bulged, his mouth full of sharp, foul-smelling teeth. Looking closer, there were even strands of human hair stuck between them. When Hu Liangliang saw his father and Zhao Yi, he grinned wickedly. Dad, bringing me food again. Huayashan sighed. Son, you can't play games all day. How will you inherit the family business like this? Hu Liangliang scowled. You're so noisy, old man. Fine, I'll cooperate. But if he fails, I'll eat him. If anything goes wrong, it's your mess to clean up. Huayashan sighed again and looked at Zhao Yi. Good luck, Dr. Zhao. Bang. The door locked behind him. Inside the room, Zhao Yi gave a calm, elegant smile. Hello, Hu Liangliang. I'm your doctor. Hu Liangliang licked his fangs with his long tongue, sneering. So, doctor, how do you plan to treat me? Zhao Yi calmly pulled up a chair and sat next to him. He looked up. A man and a ghost stared into each other's eyes. Hu Liangliang's smile slowly froze, then faded, because on Zhao Yi's handsome face, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes, bottomless, like the abyss. Disease, rebellious personality. Symptoms, a combination of rebellious and argumentative traits, showing a strong tendency to resist authority, reject the opinions of others, and deny the values of family and society. As this personality fusion deepens, the host may experience intense negative emotions such as bloodlust, rage, and aggression. These may eventually result in attacks on loved ones. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi opened the door, head held high and face glowing with confidence. Huayashan stood outside, smoking a cigar. When he saw Zhao Yi, he froze for a moment, then his eyes filled with disbelief. Dr. Zhao. Hu. Zhao nodded. The treatment is complete, Boss Hu. Starting today, your son will listen to you unconditionally. He'll quit gaming, avoid anime, study hard, and eventually take over the family business. Huayashin was stunned. This was the doctor the warehouse ghost had recommended. He was really this powerful. Still skeptical, Huayashin entered the room. What he saw left him speechless. Hu Liangliang had swallowed his computer and was now using his gaming desk to do homework. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi. Favorability from Changsheng Mall's boss, Huayashin, has increased from neutral to friendly. Zhao Yi was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this ghost, who looked like a fat pig, to care so deeply for his son. He'd merely cured the boy's rebelliousness, and his favorability had jumped already. Still, it was a good thing. Guxuan Town had many dangers. One more friend meant one more layer of protection. Through the system, Zhao Yi contacted the Joker, who transferred 150,000 ghost coins to him. After the handover, the Joker sent Zhao Yi another email containing one of his personal collections, but it required Zhao Yi to reach level 5 to access. Once everything was done, Zhao Yi returned to the guild headquarters. Later, Zhao Yi visited the butcher again. He shared everything he knew about Sun Beibai and asked about Zili Village. The butcher's eyes narrowed as old memories resurfaced. Zili Village isn't like Moi Village. It's isolated. A railway runs through it, but there's no platform. It's never been open to outsiders, and they're hostile to visitors. But Beibai's mother, Hongsong, was from Zili Village. When she wanted to marry me, the villagers were furious. We ended up eloping and settled in Moi Village. Not long after she gave birth to Beibai, she vanished. All she left behind was a note. The police searched everywhere but found nothing. It was like she vanished off the face of the earth. Zhao Yi asked, "Do you still have the note?" The butcher nodded and handed him an old slip of paper. It contained just 3 brief lines. Wong, all my savings are in my pillow. Remember, never let Beibai go near Zili Village. Take good care of our daughter. Zhao Yi studied the note carefully. He immediately realized the train accident involving Sun Beibai, and even her disappearance, were connected to Zili Village. If he wanted to find her, that village was the key. But he wasn't ready to go there yet. First, he was still only level 4, too weak. According to the warehouse ghost, something terrible lurked in that village. Second, the demon tide was approaching. Zhao Yi had to stay at the guild to prepare. He couldn't afford to leave right now. First, I'll survive the demon tide, he thought. Then I'll figure out how to find Beibai. Zhao Yi folded the note and put it away. A total of 20 people from the Hunzi Guild chose to participate in the demon tide. Except for Zhao Yi, all of them had borrowed the 50,000 point registration fee from the guild. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and gathered. There was a feeling of endless doom swirling inside them. At the center of the black clouds, it felt as if some ancient, unknown god was watching from the abyss. For a moment, beams of white light shot up from countless areas of the Chaos Realm, turning into flowing rainbows as they surged toward the abyss at the center of the demonic cloud. Secret Realm, Tide of Demonic Spirits. Clues: time and space, logical closed loop. Mission: survive until the 7th day and escape the Secret Realm. Reward: 500 experience points. Note: players gain experience by killing each other in the Secret Realm. The first thing you see is a retro-style hotel with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a private bathroom. The wallpaper is faded and torn. A ticking clock hangs above Zhao Yi's head. The room is empty. No cabinets, coffee table, TV, nothing. Strangely, everything Zhao Yi looks at appears to have faint cracks. It's a weird, unsettling feeling. Most of the data in Zhao Yi's field of vision has turned into garbled question marks. Zhao Yi grinned and jumped out of bed. Survive until the 7th day. The system's wording felt strange and suspicious. He reached out and patted his head. But a few seconds later, Zhao Yi frowned. He looked at his hands. He had clearly stretched out his left hand, so why did he see his right? He tried again. Sure enough, something was off. There seemed to be a rule in this world that scrambled direction and perception. After leaving the bathroom, Zhao Yi approached the desk near the balcony. Sunlight streamed in. On the desk sat a diary, a calendar, and a camera. He opened the diary. February 15th. A chainsaw killer broke in and tried to murder you, but you defeated him with your extraordinary skills and threw his body into the corpse crusher. The rest of the diary couldn't be flipped. It was sealed by some mysterious force. Only that page was visible. The calendar also showed February 15th. Suddenly, 10 thunderous bangs came from outside the door, perfectly synchronized. Then, his door burst open. A tall, faceless man rushed in with a bloody chainsaw and swung it at Zhao Yi without a word. Zhao Yi dodged nimbly. His scalpel slashed through the air, drawing a line of blood. The faceless man was surprisingly weak, so much so that even Zhao Yi was shocked. He turned and looked at the lifeless body. He didn't throw it into the corpse crusher. Zhao Yi wanted to see what would happen if he disobeyed the diary. An invisible wall blocked the door. Zhao Yi couldn't leave, but the faceless man's body could be thrown out. Standing by the door, Zhao Yi saw that there were 10 players on the same floor, each in a different hotel room. They too were attacked by faceless men. Each faceless man had a different weapon, but all were weak and completely at odds with their terrifying presence. Everyone survived the attack. With nothing else to do, he lay on the bed. The clock ticked away. Before he knew it, it was 11 p.m. But outside the window, it was still a beautiful spring day. There's something wrong with the time on the wall clock. From the beginning until now, the time on the wall clock has been running, completely consistent with my biological clock. But the light outside the window hasn't changed at all. The sun outside doesn't rise in the east or set in the west. The time outside hasn't changed. The only thing that has changed is the time inside this hotel. But the player can't leave the hotel, so he's imprisoned forever on February 15th. No wonder the system used the word arrival. To reach the second day, the player must leave this hotel. His thoughts raced. Zhao Yi touched his chin. Simple imprisonment. Absolutely not. He was sure the game system wouldn't be so kind to players. It would definitely get more and more deadly later. After all, the system task clearly stated at the beginning that players were required to arrive alive on the 7th day. Zhao Yi pondered for a long time until a bell rang. It was past 12 o'clock. The sunlight outside dimmed slightly. Zhao Yi looked out the window curiously, then suddenly remembered something and immediately went to the desk. He flipped through the diary and found that the first page was stained blood red, covered in countless curses aimed at him. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. These bloody words carried strong resentment and directly attacked Zhao Yi's san value. Well, it didn't make any difference. In response, Zhao Yi politely took the corpse crusher from his pants and put it aside. You're done. As he waved his hand to throw it in, the diary suddenly panicked and fluttered around like a duck. The text changed. I was wrong. Brother, spare my life. Apparently, the diary understood how terrifying the body shredder was. Zhao Yi thought for a moment. Spare your life. Well, it's not impossible. I ask you, how do we leave this hotel? 8 words appeared in the diary. Kill the third faceless man. The third one. Zhao Yi slowly put it back on the desk and turned to the second page. He could only read the first page yesterday, but as the clock ticked past 24 hours, one more page became visible. Zhao Yi looked out the window again. He realized his earlier guess needed correcting. Players won't be trapped on the first day forever. According to the diary, the faceless men who appear each day grow stronger and stronger. If the players don't find a way to leave the hotel soon, they'll be killed by the faceless man. Thank you, he said suddenly to the diary. Then he grabbed it and threw it into the corpse shredder. A shrill scream rang out from the machine, and a large amount of blood spurted from it. The phone on the bedside table rang. Zhao Yi picked it up and heard countless cries and screams like the sounds of hell. There was also a strange, distorted voice. Bring it. Camera. Go. Kara. The asylum. Then the call ended. The voice was eerily familiar, so familiar that Zhao Yi couldn't forget it, because it was his own voice. This copy is fun. Zhao Yi became slightly excited. The next day, at the same time, same location, 10 faceless men kicked the doors open at once, chainsaws roaring, murderous intent in the air. This time, 6 players were prepared and ready, just like the diary described. The faceless man today had a terrifying presence, stronger in both aura and power. After the fight, all the players were injured. In Zhao Yi's room, he dragged the bloodied, limbless faceless man to the door. The man was still alive, but barely. Zhao Yi took a step forward, just as he thought. The air wall had vanished. Zhao Yi smiled. The diary had been hinting at killing the faceless man from the start. But it was a trap. The faceless man on the first day was the weakest. The diary played the role of a prophecy, manipulating players' caution and pushing them to fulfill it. On the second day, under survival pressure and influenced by the previous behavior, players naturally assumed the only way forward was to kill the faceless man. But in reality, the faceless man is the key to escaping the room. The air wall disappears only when the faceless man enters the room. The hotel resets every 24 hours. When the faceless man dies, the cycle resets, and so does the wall. The player is trapped and dies. Zhao Yi kept moving. The stairs were just ahead, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He tilted his head, curiously focusing on a silk thread suspended in front of him, very thin and nearly invisible. By sheer chance, it had fallen across his neck. One more step and the thread would have decapitated him. And there were many such filaments in the corridor ahead. Zhao Yi reached out and touched one. His finger fell off. The sharpness was beyond imagination. It was actually a soul weapon. Zhao Yi licked his dry lips, eyes filled with excitement. The blood, nerves, and bone of his severed finger slowly regenerated thanks to his life force. Suddenly, a cold flash burst from a door to the front right. The crossbow. Zhao Yi twisted slightly, and the arrow struck his left arm. Almost instantly, he pulled out his scalpel, flashing with a cold light, and cut off the injured arm. Blood splattered. Zhao Yi didn't even frown. A strange smile played on his lips as he stared at the beautiful woman standing in the doorway. His severed arm, corroded by the poisoned arrow, quickly rotted and emitted a foul stench. The woman was clearly shocked by his decisiveness. Murderous intent flashed in her cold eyes, and she fired several more crossbow bolts. Zhao Yi dodged them with ease. The woman took the opportunity to flee toward the stairs. Zhao Yi's scalpel turned into a flash of light and sliced her leg, but she wasn't easy to bring down. Groaning, she still managed to limp down the stairs. Did she escape? No, she simply realized Zhao Yi was dangerous and didn't want to face him directly. If Zhao Yi chased her while injured, the silk threads in the corridor would slice him into pieces. She had even let herself get stabbed on purpose to make Zhao Yi believe she was weak and easy to catch. But Zhao Yi had no intention of chasing her. He reclaimed his soul weapon and tossed the faceless man into a corpse crusher. Then, to the horror of everyone watching the live stream, he stabbed himself dozens of times. Chat reactions. What kind of martial arts is Brother Zhao practicing? I don't get it. Is he sick? This self-harm tendency is insane. No, look at his wounds. They're healing too fast. Holy crap. His hand grew back. Zhao Yi recovered from his serious injuries within 2 minutes. Then, with scalpel in hand, he carefully cut the deadly threads in his path and descended the stairs. At the entrance to the hotel lobby, a group of players had gathered. In the center, a female player lay on the ground, looking weak. There was a wound on the back of her leg, wrapped in black tentacles. Zhao Yi walked down slowly. Covered in blood, he made everyone instinctively back away, eyes filled with caution. But Zhao Yi seemed uninterested in them. Under their gaze, he knelt before the woman. He gently stroked her cheek as if caressing a lover. His eyes were filled with tender affection. The players looked at one another, convinced this woman was Zhao Yi's true love. The emotion in his eyes was too real. In a world this cold and cruel, who expected to see such heartwarming love? A man stepped forward to comfort Zhao Yi, until he saw the bloody scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand and the strange smile on his face. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Zhao Yi cut off 2 arms and a leg from the woman in his embrace. Then, dragging her only remaining leg, he whistled happily as he walked out of the hotel. In the sunlight, a long trail of blood, muddied and dust-covered, stretched behind him and slowly faded into the distance. Everyone stared at the thin figure bathed in light, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Zhao Yi walked alone down the empty city streets. Ashes floated in the sky. He fiddled with the camera in his hand while searching for the way forward. This was a very important item. If that call really came from the future, then one day, this camera would play a crucial role. What a pity. It's broken. No lens, no viewfinder, no film, no battery. Is going to the asylum part of a mission to retrieve these things? As Zhao Yi thought about this, the strange crack in his vision nagged at him. It had been there since he woke up. It felt like wearing a pair of broken glasses, distorting his observation. Is it just me? Or does everyone see it? He paused, looked down at the half-dead woman, squatted, and politely asked, "Excuse me, do you see any cracks in front of your eyes?" As Zhao Yi's face drew closer, Luo Qili screamed in terror. Her expression collapsed instantly. She was clearly overwhelmed. "Don't come any closer. Don't." The cruelty and viciousness she had before were gone, replaced by fear. The plunderer hadn't just drained her vitality. It had wrecked her sanity. To her, Zhao Yi's once handsome face was now warped and monstrous, tormenting her mind. "Answer my questions and I'll help you out of this. I see cracks on things too. Stop torturing me and just send me away." Zhao Yi seemed deep in thought. "Do you have anything to help me recover from my injuries?" No. Luo Qili didn't want to waste time speaking to him. She just wanted out of this nightmare. "What a pity. I thought you were pretty good. I wanted to bring you along." Zhao Yi sighed. Luo Qili blinked. "Take me along?" "Of course." "Why?" Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. "Because you're an old bitch. You kill without blinking. You're ruthless, cruel, twisted." Luo Qili stared blankly. Was he insulting her or complimenting her? "And you're the twisted one, not me." After a pause, she asked, "What are your conditions?" Zhao Yi thought for a moment. 50,000 points. After all, it's exhausting taking care of someone else. Luo Qili lay back down. Her expression turned calm. "Kill me. I won't resist." Zhao Yi coughed. "So how many points do you actually have?" 8,000. "But I can't give them all. I'll give you 5,000 points and a blue item. Zhao Yi scratched his chin. Fine. Luo Qili opened the system panel and sent him a team invitation. Zhao Yi, curious, accepted. I have a blue pill in my inventory. You cut off my hand. You feed me. Zhao Yi nodded. Where is it? In my pocket. Not the chest pocket, idiot. Why didn't you say that earlier? Why didn't you say so? Hey, stop pinching. After taking the pill, Luo Qili's injuries began healing rapidly. Zhao Yi withdrew the predator that had been parasitizing her. Luo Qili stood up cautiously, glancing at Zhao Yi, still afraid of him. Players Zhao Yi and Luo Qili have formed a team. Teammates' damage is reduced by 80%. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution after mission completion. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for receiving 5,000 points. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for receiving the item Adulterous Skateboard. Item Adulterous Skateboard. Rarity Blue. Description: after Akiba Jujiro got this skateboard, he never got beaten for cheating again. Effect: step on it and experience incredible speed. Akiba's note: my speed is beyond your imagination. Did you get a call from the future? Zhao Yi asked. Luo Qili paused, then nodded. My future self told me to kill you, then to go to the asylum with you. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Luo Qili flinched, stepping back. We're teammates now. You're not going to kill me, are you? Zhao Yi smiled warmly. Of course not. You're such a beautiful woman. I wouldn't dare use too much force. Luo Qili rolled her eyes. Not using force, like chopping off her arms and a leg. The two walked toward the asylum marked on the system map. Zhao Yi, who do you think was on the phone? You already know the answer. Why ask me? Zhao Yi replied, his tone thoughtful. Luo Qili fell silent. She had guessed it was her future self on the phone. At first, it made no sense. Why would her future self ask her to kill Zhao Yi, and also go to the asylum with him? The two instructions contradicted each other. But now, she understood. The only way to become Zhao Yi's teammate was to try to kill him, to prove her worth. By the time Zhao Yi and Luo Qili arrived at Kara Asylum, it was already late at night. Scorch marks covered the walls, and time had gnawed away at the structure. Dozens of players had already gathered in the lobby on the first floor, scattered in loose groups of 2 or 3, each keeping a cautious distance from the others. In a world where killing another player meant gaining experience, no one dared to trust too easily. The moment Zhao Yi and Luo Qili entered the asylum, an air wall sealed them in. Clearly, their second day would be spent trapped inside. Main quest: identify the real murderer before you're killed. Side quest: kill the real murderer. Main reward: 100 XP plus air wall removal. Side reward: Eye of the Killer. Note: you only have one chance to name the killer. If you're wrong, the murderer will gain a grudge against you and your location will be visible to them at all times. As the system broadcast the mission, everyone's consciousness began to fade. When they came to, they were no longer together. The ruined asylum was now restored, immaculate, pristine, and eerily lively. Outside, the sky glittered with stars. Inside, soft conversations drifted through the air. He was in room 307. Luo Qili was in room 315, across the hall. Snap. Next door, someone else closed a toilet lid. Then came the flush. Zhao glanced to the side but said nothing. The television in his room buzzed with static, then flickered into signal. A priest was leading a prayer. Light cleanses the spirit of the good. Fire burns the flesh of the wicked. Only by carrying light washed virtue and fire purged sin can one enter Eden. Zhao Yi stared blankly. More religious nonsense. Why do these Western cults always make up this crap to draw followers? A scream tore through the building, piercing and raw, shaking the asylum down to its foundation. Players bolted toward the sound. In the corridor ahead, a female administrator was huddled on the floor, trembling. Her eyes were locked on a room ahead. She didn't blink. The stench of blood drifted through the air, thick, metallic. Clearly, more than one person was dead. Zhao Yi squeezed through the crowd until he reached the door. Inside, 11 bodies. Throats slit, hearts carved out, skulls smashed. Each corpse was mutilated differently, each death uniquely brutal. Fear contorted their faces. Whoever did this enjoyed it. Some players and NPCs gagged and backed away. Then a man with glasses stepped forward and entered the room confidently. This was Chen Long, a forensic science major from Kazakh Medical College, now a player. He knelt beside one of the corpses, adjusted his glasses, and spoke to his team. They all died within the past hour. Silence. Zhao Yi looked inside, then stepped back and scanned the hallway. Did anyone see someone enter this hallway recently? Old 9 and I were by the hallway entrance the whole time. No one went in, except the administrator girl. Another NPC chimed in. Yeah, I was facing that way too. Didn't see anyone pass by. Same here. Me neither. Zhao Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. He turned to the shivering administrator and asked, all smiles. Administrator Jai, should we call the police? She blinked rapidly, then nodded. Yes, call the police. Immediately. The mission requires us to identify the murderer before anyone is killed. Doesn't that mean we can just wait for the murderer to strike, then identify him? Zhao Yi chuckled. Then you'll die a miserable death. Just because the main mission ends doesn't mean the murderer will stop killing. Luo Qili flinched. She had almost overlooked that crucial detail. Outside, there was a commotion. The female administrator tried to explain something to them, but they completely ignored her. One even slapped her across the face, yelling crude words, shit, fuck, bitch. The administrator fell to the ground, stars in her eyes, nose bleeding. She covered her face and wept. The police drove away with the bodies without conducting any real investigation. The air remained heavy with tension. Some of the patients helped the administrator return to her room to rest. The others, uneasy and afraid, quietly gave up and returned to their rooms. Who really cared whether they lived or died? All they could do now was hope the twisted murderer would leave the asylum soon. The crowd slowly dispersed. Zhao Yi decided to visit the darkroom. He wanted to see if there were any old tools left behind, perhaps film or a battery-powered camera. As he passed room 306, right next to his own, he stopped. Yesterday, before the massacre, he had heard the sound of a toilet flushing from that room, and he remembered. The lid was closed before the flush. Normally, people flush first and then close the lid. Who closes the lid before checking the bowl? Strange behavior. Time to investigate. Zhao Yi knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Squeak. The door opened. The room was clean and tidy. The air smelled fresh. No unpleasant odors. And most importantly, the toilet lid was open. Standing before him was a boy with delicate features, red lips, white teeth, and large, innocent eyes. Hello, can I help you? The boy was polite and cheerful, not like the other crazed patients. He seemed stable. Zhao Yi chatted with him for a while. The boy was articulate, thoughtful. He told Zhao Yi that he had been thrown into a toilet by his mother at birth. The director of the asylum had rescued him. He'd grown up here. His favorite program was the Missionary Channel. He watched it dozens of times a day, listening to the pastor recite scripture. He wanted to be a good person like the priest, help others, walk in the holy light, and eventually go to the Garden of Eden. Zhao nodded, said goodbye, and headed to the darkroom. He searched thoroughly. Nothing. No cameras, no film. If it's not here, then it's probably not anywhere else. Maybe those items aren't available in this mission at all. Or, they're hidden in a bizarre location. Maybe I'll need a hint from my future self to find them. The theory took shape in Zhao Yi's mind. Later, back in his room, Luo Qili messaged him. The floor feels a little bare. Zhao Yi replied calmly. There's a secret passage in this asylum. Otherwise, the murderer couldn't have dragged the bodies into that room without anyone seeing. After a long pause, Luo Qili sent another message. When do we move? Zhao glanced toward the next room. Tomorrow. I have an idea, but I'm not sure yet. It'll take time. During the day, forensic Dr. Chen Long had carried a blue fire Gatling gun on his shoulder and now stared at the door in front of him. As expected, a series of heavy, slow footsteps sounded from the end of the corridor, making every awake player tense with fear. The murderer had arrived. The footsteps echoed closer, step by step. The sound of metal dragging across the floor accompanied them, sending chills down everyone's spine. Was it a knife? To make that kind of sound, it must weigh dozens of kilograms. The man sang as he walked, past Zhao Yi's door, past the boy's door, and all the way to the end, stopping at Chen Long's room. Chen Long's heart leapt to his throat. The murderer had chosen him tonight. Open the door. Open the damn door. Snap. A subtle noise, maybe from the door, maybe not. Then, a thud, a heavy object hitting the floor. A shrill scream. Blood began to pool from under the door. Someone outside, seeing the blood, began banging furiously on the door until it broke open. The scene inside made him freeze in terror. Everyone poured out of their rooms, drawn to the source of the screams. As Zhao Yi stepped out, he heard the toilet flush next door. Lid closed first, then flushed. Then the boy stepped out and followed the crowd toward the room at the end. Please make way, make way. I'm a doctor. Zhao Yi pushed into the room under the perfect excuse. He looked around carefully. The Gatling gun was secured. All right, the investigation is complete. According to my deduction, if my guess is correct. Zhao Yi's voice turned heavy. Everyone, players in the live broadcast audience, leaned in to listen. The 3 people on the ground are probably dead. Their heads are gone. Of course they're dead. You clearly just wanted the gun. Seeing how unreliable Zhao Yi sounded, the other players turned their attention to the man with the face paint and the huge knife. Blood on his body, knife in hand. He was standing right at Chen Long's door. He's the murderer. One of the sharper players pointed at him and shouted. but the system gave no message confirming completion of the mission. They were wrong, and now the player would face the consequences. His face turned pale. He collapsed. "Mom, I'm going to die. Sorry for borrowing 50,000 points." The man accused took off his costume, threw down the knife, and raised his hands. "I'm not the murderer. I came out to slay gods." He wiped his face, and most of the paint came off. "I'm protecting Kara. The gods invaded Kara. Fellow patients, follow me to slay the gods." Zhao Yi patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Third brother, the gods have invaded Kara Asylum. Will you join me in slaying the gods?" But a god has sneaked into the asylum. It hides in the dark and keeps slaughtering the kind people of Kara Kingdom. Do me a favor. I'll find it tomorrow. The third brother became excited. "How can I help you?" "Tomorrow during the day. Help me take that boy from 306 to the church to pray." "Good." Early the next morning, the players were still searching every corner of the asylum, exchanging mostly useless information with each other. Some powerful players also noticed the problem with the secret passage, but didn't know where to start. After breakfast, the boy was dragged by the third brother to the church to pray. Luo Kili took a piece of wire and fiddled with it for a long time before finally opening the boy's room door. Two people entered. Zhao Yi quickly searched the room and found a notebook under the boy's pillow. It was very messy, full of scribbles. "My mother said I was a freak, sent me to a mental hospital, and never came back. The dean took me in. He was very kind to me, never hit me, and even helped me wipe my tears. The dean is such a nice guy. I want to go to heaven with him. The dean has gone blind and can no longer feel the light of the holy light. I must make the dean go to heaven. There must be a way, no matter what the cost." The ink stains on the notes grew more twisted over time. "He won't kill the dean, will he?" Luo Kili looked solemn. Clearly, this boy was not as innocent as he appeared. "It smells so good. It's the most delicious thing I've ever tasted." Zhao Yi spoke to himself. Luo Kili glanced at him curiously. "What smells good?" Zhao Yi blinked his bright eyes. "Did I say anything? You must have heard wrong." Only now did she understand why so many people who watched Zhao Yi's livestream said he was mentally unstable. After thoroughly searching the room, Zhao Yi fixed his eyes on the place where people relieve themselves. That description's a bit disgusting." He looked at the clean white toilet. Not only has this kid never used the toilet, but he must clean it every day. Zhao pressed the flush button. The flushing sound echoed, but there was no water. Is this the Emperor's new toilet? Only smart people can see water. After a brief silence, Zhao Yi tried moving the toilet. Nothing. But when he changed how he applied force, one side of the toilet flipped up. Beneath it was a dark, narrow staircase leading underground. The two looked at each other. "My brother Zhao is awesome. He notices even the tiniest details. This is insane. I'm guessing the boy is the murderer. Call it now." "Wait, I don't think it's that simple." The two went down the secret passage. Only then did they realize it wound through the walls to various places in the asylum. No wonder he could keep killing people without anyone noticing. Luo Kili was shocked. Inside this insane asylum, there was a hidden world inside the walls. Just as they were trying to decide which path to take, a strange phone rang from below. "Why is there a phone here?" The two looked at each other and quickly followed the sound. Zhao Yi muttered as they reached a secret room. The floor was covered with weird, sticky black slime. It felt like glue underfoot. Very uncomfortable. The secret room was brightly lit. Because of that, they could clearly see the walls, furniture, and floor were all covered in mucus. Luo Kili stayed alert. She pulled out her soul weapon, sharp silk, and prepared for an ambush. Zhao Yi stepped forward and answered the black phone. Once again, it was his own voice. "The number for this phone is... The film is in the toilet. Get it? It's important. Side quest rewards can be mounted on the camera, so don't lose it. After the second day, we'll go to the underground beast fighting base." Then the caller hung up. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. This time, there was no noise on the other end of the phone, unlike last time. That call had been filled with static and screams. Zhao glanced at the toilet. There was indeed film inside, along with a pile of black slime. Disgusting. But would that stop Zhao Yi? Not a chance. Then, he patted Luo Kili on the shoulder. "Xiao Luo." Luo Kili turned her head, instantly alert. "What?" Zhao Yi blinked his large eyes, making a dramatic face. "My future self just called and asked me to get the camera film out of the toilet." Luo Kili glanced at the stains in the toilet, and her stomach began to churn. "Future you really said that?" Zhao Yi nodded. "Yeah, although I really want to help you do this dirty work. If we accidentally change something and it causes unknown consequences in the future, that would be bad." Luo Kili was unsettled and looked at Zhao Yi, whose face was full of sincerity. He doesn't look like he's lying. She gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves, bent over, and stuck her hand into the toilet, resisting the urge to vomit. The black slime felt like a non-Newtonian fluid, slimy and unsettling to the touch. As she stirred it, the toilet made a gurgling sound. Soon, she found the film and rushed to a corner to rinse it under tap water, her expression like she'd swallowed something rotten. Zhao Yi stood beside the desk, looking at a stack of documents. They were carefully bound in vellum and tied with string. Strange words were scrawled in the corner. Foundation. Zhao raised an eyebrow. A new clue. He opened the folder and found an experimental data file marked X3. Seeing those characters, Zhao Yi's excitement grew. The X series again. So these experimental subjects are connected to the Foundation. Then the underground lab at Shishanhai, Lai Sheng, and the mayor of City A are all tied to the Foundation. Could it be that this entire tide of demonic spirits event is also related to them? He opened the file. Production requirements for X3. A container. Meme data. Superpowers. The information was technical and obscure. Zhao skimmed it and moved on. On the table was the boy's notebook, containing some emotional entries. That day, a mysterious man came. He wore black clothes and a gentleman's hat. He gave me a document and said it could help me fulfill my wish. I didn't understand at first, but the more I read, the more I started to get it. The kind director always bathed in holy light. He helped all the patients without asking for anything in return. But like that, he can't go to heaven. The priest on TV said, to reach heaven, one needs both holy light and the fire of evil. The Dean never does bad things. Dean, don't hate me. The pain is only temporary. When the fire comes, we'll become the most dazzling light. Zhao touched his chin, deep in thought. He remembered that when they had first arrived at the asylum, before even entering the copy, the place was full of ash, as if from a great fire. So the copy had already left them a clue. Luo Qili appeared at his side, reading over his shoulder. What a lovely boy, Zhao Yi said sincerely. So, the murderer isn't the boy, but the Dean who was turned into X3 by the boy. Not exactly, Zhao Yi replied. Strictly speaking, both are murderers. The boy is the indirect murderer. The Dean is the direct one. His mother probably realized he was different, not just mentally ill, but with special powers, like being able to pee while running. Since I started suspecting the boy, I found every clue and deduction lined up. Except for one thing, the smell. There was no scent of blood on him. That bothered me. Now I get it. He never left his room. He didn't kill anyone himself. He gave the order for the Dean to do it. That's why the boy had no blood scent. Then, the Dean must be in the secret passage right now. Luo Qili tensed. A monster that could silently kill 3 players was no small threat. If he's in the passage, aren't we in serious danger? If the Dean is a container for X3, then X3 probably lacks vision and relies on hearing? Zhao guessed. Just then, the phone rang. They exchanged a glance before Zhao picked up. On the other end, it was Luo Qili's voice. Hello, Zhao Yi, I'm gonna kill you. What? My future self clearly told you to get the film from the toilet yourself. You bastard. You lied to me. Zhao Yi coughed. Don't sweat the small stuff. Give me the phone. Okay. He handed her the phone. She took it, and after a pause, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a strange, sticky sound came from beyond the wall. It was like a lump of mud squishing against the surface and moving. They immediately focused, hiding in a corner. The corridor was strung with razor-thin soul threads from Luo Qili's weapon. Any contact with them would alert her instantly. As the sound grew closer, Luo Qili began to tremble. It passed through the soul threads, without being harmed, and through the vibrations in the threads, she got a clear mental image of what was coming. What the hell is that? It crawled on the wall, though it had no legs, and its entire body was liquid, like slime. It was covered in black mucus that gave off a fishy odor, and judging from the white steam rising from it, its temperature was extremely high. It swam across the wall. When it passed through the sharp silk threads laid by Luo Qili, it didn't stop. The threads sliced through its body but caused no harm. The moment murderous intent bloomed like a flash of light and locked onto them. The scalpel in Zhao Yi's hand turned into a streak of light and struck the monster's body. Taking the initiative, the scalpel pierced into the creature, and the monster howled miserably. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a heavy sense of corruption. Although Zhao Yi resisted it, Luo Qili's eyes became dazed. But she wasn't weak. She immediately punctured her eardrum, pulled out a crossbow, and fired at X3. The arrows were coated with the deadly poison corrosion of decay. However, even when the arrow pierced the monster, it didn't do any damage. The difference in strength was too great. It was hard for the predator to devour the enemy's vitality. Receiving the message from the devourer, Zhao Yi immediately changed his strategy, life for life. Hold it. Give me a few minutes. Luo Qili was stunned. Just me, Zhao Yi shouted back. What else? Luo Kili looked at X3 swimming toward her, bewildered. Damn it, isn't this something only players above level 15 can handle? Even if I give my life, I'll only slow it down. As she hesitated, a strange black shadow swept toward her neck. Death enveloped her instantly. Her survival instinct kicked in, and with a sudden, inexplicable reflex, she dodged the fatal blow. X3 retracted its teeth and prepared to strike again. This time, Luo Kili didn't hesitate. She grabbed a prop and threw it at X3. It was a 2-meter-tall rooster. Item: chicken, you are so beautiful. Quality: blue. Description: a custom idol toy from Luenji Entertainment Co. Effect: group taunt. Forces all enemies within range to attack Jai Nai Tai Mei for 1 minute or until it is destroyed. Note: ineffective on players with spirit values above 95. Kunkun's message: when I put it at home, my whole family's fighting skills improved. Last June, my wife playfully punched my chest. I woke up in May this year. The rooster held a speaker in its left hand, a basketball in its right, and stared at the mud monster with gleaming eyes. The mud monster seemed irritated by the speaker and fired black mucus at Jai Nai Tai Mei. The mucus landed, but caused little damage. After all, it was a toy made by Luenji Entertainment. Whatever it was made from, it was durable. This item had been given to Luo Kili by the Horn Camp guild leader, intended for this demon tide. She had hoped to save it, but now there was no choice. Seeing that its saliva and mucus were ineffective, X3 used its teeth. 3 at once, the sharp, weapon-shaped fangs tore into the chicken's skin and bit at its skeleton. The passage echoed with the violent clashing of metal. She had come so far, she didn't want to die. She had never kissed a man. She had a cat she redeemed for 5 points from the guild, waiting at home for cat food. If she died here, her dumb best friend would probably feed it sausages. Cats lose fur if they eat sausage. Her mind spun with distractions, until Zhao Yi's excited voice rang out. Yes, haha, I knew it. Luo Kili's eyes lit up. I just realized the blueprint was upside down. Asshole, don't joke right now. I can't hold out much longer. Hurry up. Luo Kili was losing it. The chicken, her beautiful, brave chicken, was almost plucked bald. Zhao Yi replied half-heartedly. 1 sec. Let's see. X3 has an asphalt core. Okay, done. He closed the file. Just as X3 tore open the chicken and launched its teeth at Luo Kili, Zhao Yi played a control card. Old Man Liu's property certificate. At the same time, he rushed forward with his scalpel. The blade flashed like a dragon as he dissected X3 with exquisite precision. He had 10 seconds. The asphalt core could be anywhere inside the massive creature. He didn't have time to dissect it all. If he couldn't find the core by the 7th second, he'd have to throw every piece into the shredder. Found it. Ignoring the heat, Zhao Yi grabbed a glass bead glowing with evil black light. Then, he stabbed the scalpel deep into the asphalt core. Congratulations on killing X3. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. Kara Asylum, Church. The young man was pulled along by third brother, who kept chattering about slaying gods and enthusiastically invited him to join their growing team. The young man was absent-minded and paid no attention until third brother mentioned Zhao Yi. That snapped him awake. Ever since their first encounter, he had feared Zhao Yi. There was something hidden behind those calm eyes, something that made his soul tremble. Now, third brother said Zhao Yi wanted him to go to the church and pray. The young man immediately thought of something bad. He shook off third brother and ran to his room. As soon as he opened the door, his expression changed. The ground was covered in asphalt and slime. The body of his beloved dean had been cut into pieces and scattered in every corner of the room. And in the middle, 2 people sat. A man and a woman, playing cards. They're too weak. You can't beat 7 kings 523. You can't win 24 points. You can't even handle driving a train. Playing poker with you is an insult to my intelligence. Zhao Yi pursed his lips and threw his cards on the ground. Luo Kili sat across from him, eyes bloodshot and fixed on the floor. She had lost to Zhao Yi by 200 points. That may not sound like much, but 1 point per hand. She was beginning to question her entire existence. It was supposed to be a game of luck, so why? Why was she always losing? You deserve to die. Behind them, the young man trembled with rage, unable to speak clearly. Zhao Yi stood calmly, brushing dust off his clothes. He turned and smiled. Yo, the real star of the show has arrived. You actually dared to kill the dean. How could you? He was supposed to die in the flames with me. You ruined everything. The dean can't go to heaven now. I'll avenge him. I'll kill you. His aura surged, veins bulging. Seeing his strange appearance, Luo Kili quickly raised her poison crossbow. But the arrow stopped in midair. The boy's spiritual energy had turned into telekinesis. Zhao Yi looked at the boy's back and suddenly shouted, "Shit, you're alive." The young man, feeling oddly flattered, turned his head instinctively. Zhao Yi slashed with the scalpel, cutting off his head. Blood poured onto the floor. Damn, that's it. I thought he was gonna let the boss transform. So dirty. The simplest trick, the most savage result. Zhao Yi's built different. Doesn't matter how strong the kid was. He's still human. As we all know, if you kill a person, they die. Congratulations to the players for completing the main quest, find the real murderer. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Luo Qili for completing the side quest, kill the real murderer. Based on participation, Zhao Yi gains 100 XP, Luo Qili gains 75 XP. Other players gain 0 XP. Side quest rewards have been sent via email. Please check. With the mission complete, Zhao Yi reached level 5. He extracted his mission reward, Eye of the Killer. It looked like a lens. He could even mount it on a camera. The Joker's private stash could also be retrieved, but only in the big world. Zhao Yi sighed. Damn it. Seeing Luo Qili checking her rewards with excitement, Zhao Yi leaned closer. What did you get? Luo Qili looked wary. Why do you want to know? Zhao Yi shrugged. Just curious. After hesitating, Luo Qili showed her side quest reward, a phone. But it had no battery. Zhao Yi stared at it for a moment, then smiled. I get it. So this is the logical closed loop of time and space. What do you understand? Luo Qili looked at Zhao Yi curiously. Zhao Yi grabbed the phone from her hand and looked through it, explaining. The clues to this tide of demons are time, space, and logical loops. Time and space are simple. You can think of it as, within the scope we're in, at different points in time, there are countless versions of us. If we start from day one, there are countless possibilities. We could win, we could lose, or we could die, because the future is unpredictable. But what if there's a future that's already predetermined, and it's just looking for the correct past among countless parallel timelines? Luo Qili was stunned. Zhao Yi's words struck her deeply. From where they stood, there were endless possible futures. But from the perspective of those who had already cleared the tide of demons, there was only one past. What they had to do now was try to place themselves into that correct past, and reach the correct result. I see. Our future selves called our past selves and gave hints, helping us enter the right timeline. And to complete the loop, we must also contact our past selves at the right time and place, and give the same hints. That's how we complete a proper space-time logic loop. Following the instructions from the phone, Zhao Yi and the others arrived at an underground arena. It wasn't yet dawn on the third day, so the copy hadn't opened. But many players had already gathered. The air wall rose. Looking at the terrain, the third day's dungeon. Looks like it'll be a competition between players. Luo Qili lowered her eyelashes, her face serious. This wasn't what she wanted. Players might not be as powerful as monsters, but their items and strategies pose threats monsters never could. More importantly, they were highly suspicious of each other. In a direct fight, intelligence played a much smaller role. Unfortunately, neither she nor Zhao Yi excelled at head-on combat. Well, maybe Zhao Yi did, but definitely not her. If a melee broke out, Luo Qili's heart sank. As they scouted the terrain, a man suddenly approached from the distance. He had no teammates and looked like a lone wolf. A twisted smile was on his face, filled with weirdness and menace. That smile seemed fake, but even his facial features gave off an oppressive vibe. The players nearby clearly feared him and kept their distance. Luo Qili tugged at Zhao Yi's sleeve, wanting him to avoid this man. But soon, she realized. He was coming straight for them. Hello, Dr. Zhao. Ball grinned and patted Zhao Yi's shoulder, his smile still terrifying. Hello, Ball. I haven't seen you in years. Your talent has already surpassed your father's. Zhao Yi sighed sincerely, but Bao suddenly grabbed him by the collar, furious. Don't mention that old man to me. He's a disgrace to our family. After saying that, he slowly let go, helped smooth the wrinkles on Zhao Yi's collar and smiled. This is all your fault. But it's fine. Really, God gave us a chance to correct our mistakes. The games ahead are so much fun. It's too boring to play alone. Play with me. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Is there really such a good deal? Bao's smile twitched slightly. Zhao Yi went on. In fact, I visited your family not long ago, looking for you. But you weren't there. I was so disappointed. Zhao Yi, you'd better listen. The shame on my family must be washed away with your blood. But don't worry, I won't kill you that easily. It's boring to just crush an ant. Let's take our time with the third day's game. Zhao Yi smiled calmly. Yes, Mr. Bao. I hope you enjoy the game. Bao's grin returned, as twisted as ever, and he walked away like nothing had happened. Once he was gone, Luo Qili asked cautiously, is there a grudge between you two? Zhao Yi shook his head, eyes glinting with excitement. How can a cook hold a grudge against the ingredients? Luokili was stunned, unsure what he meant. Zhao Yi noticed the crack before him had widened again. Like shattered glass, fragments were even starting to fall. Through the opening, he saw a terrifying blood-red glow. And then, everyone lost consciousness. Main mission, complete the level alive. Reward, 150 EXP. Side mission, find and eliminate the man behind the scenes. Side reward, a viewfinder that can break time and space. As players adjusted to the new environment, they found themselves inside a massive dome. No one could tell what material the dome's glass was made of. All weapons were useless against it. A commanding voice echoed from a high platform inside the dome. Welcome to the Colosseum. You are now participating in the Abalone game. The first round is called Devotion. The rules are simple. Within 30 minutes, exit this hall through one of the 2 doors on the left or right. There are 600 of you. Each door will shut completely once 100 players pass through. After 30 minutes, both doors will be sealed. At that time, deadly poison gas will flood the square. Now, let the game begin. The voice disappeared. A giant countdown clock lit up overhead. As soon as the timer started, the players closest to the doors sprinted forward like lunatics. They had the positional advantage. If they reached a door, they'd clear the first round. Just 100 meters, only 6 or 7 seconds at full sprint. But they underestimated the others. Barely 2 or 3 seconds in, the air filled with gunfire. Flames erupted from weapons. Bullet shells flew. No aiming necessary, just shoot toward the doors. Most of the rushing players were gunned down instantly. A few tried to use items to shield themselves, but it was hopeless. Like a mantis blocking a truck. Almost 100 people charged the doors. Only 2 or 3 made it through. In mere seconds, a pile of bloody corpses lay before the exits. The massacre killed any thought of charging the doors. Who could survive such concentrated fire? Luokili stared at the door, conflicted. If she still had her special item Giant Taime, maybe they could have broken through on the adulterous skateboard. But Chicken You Are So Beautiful was lost during the previous copy. She clenched her fists. Her anxiety grew. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi wasn't looking at the doors. He scanned the dome instead, as if searching for something important. Zhao Yi pointed toward a corner near the red door on the left side of the square. See that corner? I'm going to die there. Face down. Ass up. She stared at him, baffled. Are you joking? I'm serious, Zhao Yi replied calmly. When the time comes, you'll need to complete the main mission alone. If you're lucky, though, I might still be able to help. Luokili wasn't stupid. She quickly understood the gist of his plan. Isn't that way too risky? Zhao Yi shook his head slightly. What do you want to do exactly? Zhao Yi leaned in. It's simple. We do this, then that, and finally this. As he explained, Luokili's expression shifted from understanding to complete confusion. Wasn't this just suicide? Give me the flashlight. She handed it to him. Zhao Yi tested it. Smooth. What do you need a flashlight for? Zhao Yi answered without looking up. Photosynthesis. What the hell is photosynthesis? So you're a vegetable now? Poor goddess Luokili. Her teammate's a lunatic. You can't argue with him, and worse, you can't beat him. Wait, what if what he's saying is actually true? No way. Absolutely not. With Brother Zhao's logic, mortals like us just can't keep up. Time passed. The smell of blood hung heavier in the air. Some players were already casting murderous glances at the weaker ones. There were only 2 doors, and only 200 people could pass through. But 600 had started. Even counting the dead, 500 remained. To survive, 300 more had to die. Killing one more meant one more chance to live. Small skirmishes began breaking out. Some players drew knives, others small pistols, and began killing those nearby. It wasn't about conscience, it was about preservation. Die. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty shout rang out from behind. A player wielding a bloodstained axe leapt at Zhao Yi from behind. Level 5, easy prey. Luokili didn't intervene. She remembered Zhao Yi's instructions and tactfully slipped out of range. Just as the axe was about to split his skull, Zhao Yi took a step back and slammed his shoulder into the attacker's arm, deflecting the blow. As the attacker's face turned to horror, Zhao Yi drew a scalpel, slicing his skin with a single, precise motion. Just a surface wound. But from that cut, black tentacles emerged. The attacker tried to fight back, but the gap in power was too vast. Zhao Yi subdued him easily, with his bare hands. But instead of killing him, Zhao Yi took out a steaming bowl of broth, pinched the man's nose, and forced him to drink. Item: Butcher's Special Soup. Type: Consumable. Effect: immediately overdraws part of the drinker's lifespan to grant immense power, inducing a 5-minute berserk state where they attack friend and foe alike. Afterward, the drinker will be incapacitated for 12 hours. Note: would you rather live as a coward or die as a hero? The The man drank it all. Zhao Yi placed him onto the adulterer's skateboard, gave it a push, and sent him straight toward Bao. He smiled and mouthed the words, "A small gift for you." The foaming, convulsing level 7 player skidded to Bao's feet. Zhao Yi calmly retrieved the skateboard. Bao stared down at the trembling figure, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The murderous aura radiated through every corner of the square, drawing the attention of most players. What kind of monster is that? The player who drank the butcher's soup leapt up and slashed at Bao. Although Bao's strength had reached hundreds of points, he barely managed to dodge. He drew his sole weapon, a whistling kitchen knife, and struck Liu Hong's bone knife. Sparks flew, but only a faint mark appeared on the bone blade. Bao's power clearly provoked Liu Hong, who was now completely overtaken by the butcher's will. Everything is going according to plan. Zhao Yi pulled out the adulterer's skateboard. Luo Qili stood in front, Zhao Yi in the back. The two jumped on the board and sped toward the door. Less than 200 meters away. Only a few seconds for skilled skaters. Even bullets couldn't catch them. Alert players quickly noticed and fired toward the door. Zhao Yi whipped out the corpse crusher to shield them, blocking every shot. It all happened in a flash. Just as they were about to pass through the doorway, Luo Qili kicked Zhao Yi hard, sending him flying into the corner beside the red door. As Zhao Yi landed, he retracted the corpse crusher and shielded his head. A moment later, a dozen bullets slammed into him, bursting into clouds of blood. His body collapsed near the corner. A flashlight tumbled from his arms and struck the wall. Its beam happened to shine on Zhao Yi's bloody face. Now motionless, Zhao Yi no longer drew attention. No one wastes bullets on a corpse. But Zhao Yi's wounds were healing rapidly, and no one noticed, not even Bao. He was fully occupied with Liu Hong. Even with the Eye of the Angry Soul activated, Bao could only barely suppress his opponent. 5 minutes had passed. The butcher's will faded. Liu Hong's strength drained away. Eventually, Bao pierced his chest. As more players escaped, Bao scanned the area. He didn't see Zhao Yi and assumed he had advanced to the next level. So Bao left through the blue door. The door slammed shut behind him. Around 100 players remained. Seeing the blue door close, panic set in. They rushed toward the red door. The moment the number hit 100, the red door closed. Dozens of remaining players stopped fighting, slumped among the corpses, and lit cigarettes for each other. I shouldn't have come. I overestimated myself. Some sighed. Someone laughed. It's fine. I've got a resurrection item. If I die, I'll just revive at the guild HQ. The group looked at him, first with envy, then with malice. Brothers, kill him. With a scream, the player lost both his resurrection item and his life. The countdown above their heads reset to 0. Suddenly, all the lights in the square went out. Darkness fell. Then, thick purple poisonous gas poured in from the top, flooding the entire square. In one corner, a lone flashlight still glowed, illuminating the face of a handsome man. Moments later, a second mist flowed in, this one white. The purple and white mists mixed, forming a harmless liquid. The red and blue doors reopened. Two of them, standing near the red door, whispered, "Check which bodies are still intact. Don't send them to the incinerator, let the doctor see them first. They died recently. The organs are still fresh." The cart was piled with players' bodies like garbage and was slowly pushed toward the crematorium. The burnt stench mixed with the aroma of meat, forming a strange smell that filled the room. The corridor branched in all directions. The two men, cursing at each other, entered a bright room. A doctor was inside, wearing rubber gloves and preparing tools. "Today's schedule is tight. You only have 30 minutes. We must drag the body to the crematorium and burn it in 30 minutes. I'm so nervous. I don't have enough time. Stay calm. Even one organ is still a profit. The price of kidneys has gone up. One can sell for $500,000. We still have over 20 minutes. Take your time." The doctor took a deep breath. Sweat oozed from his forehead. "Do you have any medical knowledge at all? Have you ever practiced finger and wrist stability? The number 12 blade is for cutting end. Understand? And the way you hold the knife, the grasping style. You use the grasping style to cut blood vessels and nerves. I really want to slap you. Didn't you fail medical school?" The silence lasted about 3 seconds. Just as the two reached for their guns, Zhao Yi had already pointed the defeater at them. There was a gentle smile on his face. "Move. Try moving again." Lao Wang and Lao Zhu looked at the black muzzle and swallowed hard. They raised their hands high, eyes filled with shock. They couldn't figure out how Zhao Yi had survived the deadly gas. Just 1 milliliter of that poison could kill a giant elephant. The doctor's hands trembled. He couldn't hold the scalpel. Refusing to accept his fate, he suddenly turned and ran toward the door. 3 steps and he could escape the room. But people are never faster than bullets. In silenced mode, the shotgun was quieter than the sound of the doctor's head being smashed. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Lao Zu and Lao Wang felt their legs trembling. You want to sell the entrails for money, right? Zhao Yi lifted the 150-pound doctor with one hand and threw him on the operating table. Before they could speak, Zhao Yi picked out a suitable blade, assembled it, and sterilized it with the candlelight on the table. Then he approached the doctor's body and smiled at them. Maybe we can make a deal. I'll do his job. I'll do it 1,000 times better. And I don't want a penny, so you'll make a lot of money. The two looked at each other and saw greed and hesitation in each other's eyes. Then the scalpel on Zhao Yi's fingers danced like a butterfly, graceful and precise. His technique, like an artist's, mesmerized them. They even forgot he was their enemy. 3 minutes. Zhao Yi removed all the organs from the doctor's body, placed them in a special bag, and handed it to the two. Of course, as a deal, you'll also need to help me with something. How? Looking at the transparent bags filled with bright red organs, their hands trembled slightly. Their hearts trembled too. Should they accept? These were worth millions. There will be a lot of corpses in the next game. If you can maintain today's cutting efficiency, we can help you leave after the second game. When Zhao Yi heard this, his smile grew more unrestrained, frightening them. Leave here. Who told you I'm leaving? We can help you, but only within our limits. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. I won't make it hard for you. We're in the same boat now. Next, I need to know 2 things. First, who's behind the Abalone game? Second, what's the next game and how hard is it? Lao Wang thought for a while. We don't know who's behind it, but we heard he personally meets the survivors after the 3rd game and gives them a precious gift. If you want to meet him, you'll have to survive the 3rd game. Lao Zu added. The next game is called Prisoner's Maze. All players who survived the first round will be placed in a massive underground labyrinth. They'll each get an incomplete map and move from the outer edge toward the center. 5 minutes after the players enter, the hunter will be released. It will chase them down until they're all dead. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Hunter, is it human? Old Zu shook his head. It's a bloody weapon modified from a human. We don't know much, only that it's some X-series product from a secret organization. The worst part is, even if you kill it, it resurrects in 5 minutes, stronger than before. These things are usually locked in nitrogen chambers and only brought out for special events. Once put back, they slowly regress in the cold. Can you get me more specific info? Lao Wang hesitated. It's difficult. The reason we've kept in contact with outsiders this long is thanks to a hacker named Lao Wu in the monitoring room. He's one of us. He can try to dig up more data on the bloody weapons. He handed Zhao Yi a communicator. Stay in this room. He'll send you the info later. You can also reach him using this, but don't bother him between 9 and 11. That's when inspections happen. Zhao Yi nodded. The 2 men split up. One dealt with the fresh organs, the other with the corpse. Before leaving, they locked the door and gave Zhao Yi a spare key. There's food and water in the box. If you really need to leave, tell Lao Wu first. He'll spoof the camera feed to keep you hidden. With a few more reminders, they left. Zhao Yi sat on the table, opened the system panel, messaged Luo Kili, and sent her details about the next game. She replied saying they were being held in different rooms to rest, and the second game would start tomorrow. Afterward, Zhao Yi contacted Lao Wu in the monitoring room again. Besides asking for info on the bloody weapons, he asked if there was a way to sneak into the prisoner's maze. Lao Wu soon replied. He gave a route and a specific time. There are no cameras in the maze. Follow the route and the time I gave you. You'll get in, but don't approach the center. You've already been declared dead. If you get close, you'll be executed. Zhao Yi read the message, his eyes full of interest. No surveillance in the second game's maze. That didn't make sense. Whether the mastermind is a sadist who enjoys watching people die or a maniac trying to select the strongest, he should want to observe everything. So why aren't there any cameras? Does he have clairvoyance? Or is there another reason? Then Zhao Yi thought of something else. Could it be that? Congratulations to everyone who made it to the second game alive. This level of the game is called Prisoner's Maze. You are currently at the periphery of a giant maze. You all have a piece of paper and a pen in your hands to help you record the map. You need to enter the center of the maze within 12 hours. There is a completely transparent safe room there. It's worth mentioning that there are 200 of you in total, but the Prisoner's Maze can only accommodate 21 people. 5 minutes after the timer starts counting, bloody weapons will enter the maze from all corners. Luo Kili waited for 5 minutes, but the maze was too large, and it would take time for Zhao Yi to reach her. Meanwhile, the frozen corpse in the transparent coffin behind her had already opened its eyes. Seeing this, Luo Kili had no choice but to flee into the maze. Zhao Yi had shared the horror of the bloody weapons with her the night before, especially their terrifying ability to evolve every time they were killed. That terrifying bloody weapon seemed to have locked onto Luo Kili. No matter how she dodged or ran through the maze, it always tracked her accurately. It seemed to have unlimited stamina. Luokili's stamina, however, was running out. After a few minutes of chasing, she felt herself weakening. No, if this continues, I won't survive until Zhao Yi arrives. I have to find a way to kill it first. Panting, Luokili quickly strung sharp threads across a narrow corridor and waited for the bloody weapon to fall into her trap. A bloody weapon appeared at the corner. When it saw her standing still, it looked thrilled and rushed forward. The silk thread sliced through the air, painting it red. The bloody weapon was instantly shredded into pieces. Luokili let out a breath of relief, only to see the broken pieces on the ground begin stitching themselves back together, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luokili tried to destroy the bloody weapon with silk thread again, but this time she found the opponent was completely immune to her attack. When her sharp silk touched its body, the cells would automatically separate to avoid the strike. This strange reaction completely confused Luokili. Sharp silk was her most reliable attack. If even that didn't work, would anything else? Seeing the bloody weapon about to revive, Luokili didn't hesitate. She turned and ran. This thing was beyond annoying. She retraced her path, heading straight back the way she came. Luokili was already there. Zhao Yi would probably arrive soon. After sending him a message saying she was heading back to the starting point, she ran without looking back. The bloody weapon revived quickly and soon rose from the ground, chasing after her like mad. Its hatred was locked on Luokili. No matter where she ran, it could find her. The killing intent was like a cold wind from winter, pressing in from behind and chilling her to the core. She turned around in terror. The bloody weapon, with its exaggerated, grotesque face, was closing in fast. The starting point was up ahead, but Zhao Yi was nowhere in sight. Just as despair started creeping in, Zhao Yi messaged her, "Lie down in the coffin and close the lid." Luokili's eyes lit up. She sprinted to the transparent coffin, lay inside, and shut the lid. The bloody weapon reached her a moment later. It looked horrifying, its face twisted into something inhuman. But clearly, something was wrong with its intelligence. It raised a hand. Its nails extended 30 centimeters, and the sharp tip stabbed down into the lid of the coffin. A violent sound rang out. Blood splattered. But it wasn't Luokili's blood. It was the bloody weapon's own. Despite its nails being incredibly hard, they couldn't withstand the force of its rage. They snapped, splattering blood everywhere. The damage didn't stop it, though. Soon the nails grew back, even harder than before. More punches followed. Each strike sent tremors through the coffin. Luokili and the viewers watching the live stream held their breath. But the lid only cracked slightly. This coffin was clearly made of something special. Just as the bloody weapon pounded away furiously, a scalpel pierced its chest from behind, stabbing straight into its heart. Zhao Yi. She opened the lid and saw Zhao Yi expertly dismembering the creature. "You're finally here." She was breathing hard, her voice trembling with emotion and relief. Zhao Yi pulled out a large iron box. "Help me with something later." "No problem, but let's get out of here now. This thing will revive in 2 or 3 minutes. Wait, what are you doing?" Seeing Zhao Yi act oddly again, she couldn't help but speak up. "He stuffed all the parts of the bloody weapon into a corpse shredder. This way, it won't come back." Zhao Yi wasn't sure how reliable the shredder was, but it was clearly a rule-based weapon. These kinds of tools didn't follow logic or reason. Unless you had power that could override the rules, if it decided you had to die, you would die. Looking at the pile of flesh, Luokili grew uneasy. But after a few minutes, it was clear the meat paste wasn't coming back. "You said you needed help. What is it?" Zhao Yi put away the shredder, took her pen and paper, and started sketching a map quickly. "I'm a dead man now. I can't go near the center of the maze. I'll send you there. Follow this map and head straight to the center. Enter the safe zone. In the safe zone, keep an eye on the other players. Pay attention to anyone who doesn't have injuries and hasn't been attacked by a bloody weapon." Luokili was amazed at how fast his hands moved, nearly leaving after images. "Got it." Soon he handed her a very detailed maze map. "Before you enter the safe zone, find a way to destroy this, just in case." Luokili nodded. "Understood. This map is too detailed. If it's discovered, it'll be a big problem." "But why do you want me to watch the uninjured ones?" Zhao turned to her, smiling strangely. "The observer behind the scenes is in the game himself. That's why he didn't install surveillance this time. After all, by playing the game himself, he can witness everything directly and up close." He paused, then added with a grin, "And if I'm right, there will be a crowd at the entrance where he's hiding. More than one bloody weapon. Because it's more fun when there are more people. There weren't many players on this side, so there weren't many bloody weapons chasing them." After dealing with one, Zhao Yi and Luokili never encountered another. As they approached the interior, Zhao Yi stopped and let Luokili continue alone. He left through another fork in the road. He didn't return to the secret room but kept wandering the maze. With the map and her own guidance, no one could reach the center faster than Luo Kili. Others were likely only halfway, running aimlessly like ants on a hot pan. West side. Why won't it stop following us? A short man looked at the shadow gaining on them, then at the others running ahead. A magnum rifle appeared in his hands. He fired at the leg of the middle-aged man in front of him. Bang! The fat man let out a groan and collapsed before he could even cry out. The short man overtook him and escaped with the others. The fat man cursed loudly as he tried to get up, but the pounding footsteps behind him froze his blood. Damn it! Terrified, he turned. The black shadow had slowed down. Its death-filled eyes stared straight at him. No, don't kill me, please. He backed away, pale and desperate, until he bumped into something. Before he could turn, a cold scalpel sliced his neck from behind, quick and clean. You won't live to see the end of this game. I'll send you off. The man smiled. The fat man's eyes dimmed. He fell back, his face oddly peaceful. Zhao Yi raised his head, staring at the evolved bloody weapon before him. Hello, please introduce yourself. My name is Zhao Yi. The two figures suddenly crossed paths. The bloody weapon's hand pierced Zhao Yi's chest. Zhao Yi's scalpel sliced its neck. Before collapsing, Zhao Yi kicked it in the chest, retreating as his wound began healing quickly. The weakness faded. Strength surged back. The bloody weapon's injuries also healed. From its severed head, blood vessels and nerves regrew, creeping toward the neck. But Zhao Yi didn't give it the chance. He slashed its body apart and tossed the pieces into the corpse crusher one by one. The iron box beside him trembled with excitement. It hadn't feasted like this in a long time. In the end, Zhao Yi left only a heart and a head. He sat cross-legged, watching them with glittering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. The heart and head still resisted, dividing new cells, trying to regrow a body. Each time something grew, Zhao Yi calmly cut it off and fed it to the shredder. At first, the head looked furious. Slowly, its expression changed to fear. Whatever that iron box was, once inside, a part was lost forever. No matter how strong its healing ability, it couldn't beat the law of conservation of mass. Less than 10 minutes later, it couldn't continue. Zhao Yi patted the head. Not so tough now. Its eyes were hollow. Forced healing had emptied its mind. Only fear and confusion remained. Finally, Zhao Yi's scalpel split the head open. It was already empty inside. System messages. Congratulations on killing the bloody weapon. Your soul weapon has been enhanced. Due to this remodel, the player gains strength 13. Your innate bloodline red clothes is awakened by the weak power of the evil god. Zhao Yi read the message with mild surprise. Red clothes. The words felt familiar, though he couldn't recall why. Is it tied to the memory I lost? His eyes narrowed, smile widening. He had forgotten something. He didn't know what. But when the bloodline appeared, something in him recognized it deeply. It felt like a gift, a twisted, powerful bonus. He looked at the nearly empty heart on the ground, raised his eyebrows, and a good idea emerged in his mind. After collecting the heart, Zhao Yi returned to the secret room along the route set by Old Wu. Then he placed the heart into a bag that Lao Wang and his friend used to store human organs. A few hours later, Luo Kili sent a message to Zhao Yi. A total of 21 people completed the game. There is an old man who, although he has difficulty moving, has never been the target of bloody weapons. I think he might be the observer behind the Abalone game. Do you want to do it? Zhao Yi replied. Remember what he looks like. Don't do it now. If you do it now, you'll die too. Wait for the opportunity. After the second game ended, Lao Wang and Lao Zhu brought another batch of corpses to Zhao Yi. This time, Zhao Yi showed them what a ruthless dissecting machine truly looked like. When all the special storage bags had been filled with intact human organs, the two of them couldn't stop smiling. Damn, if I sell all of these, how many billions? Looking at Zhao Yi disinfecting the scalpel beside the operating table, Lao Wang hesitated and asked, Dr. Zhao, you really don't want money? Zhao Yi smiled. I'm not interested in money. I never touch it. Because the happiest time of my life was when I made 200 yuan a month as a teacher. At that time, I saved money every month. I knew that if I could hold on for a few more months, I could buy a fresh corpse. When Zhao Yi said that, Lao Wang and Lao Zhu shuddered inexplicably. Buy a corpse. Why did you buy the corpse? No reason. The two of them trembled. What the hell? Is this guy insane? Whatever, not my problem. By the way, you haven't told me the content of the third game yet. The main quest required players to complete 3 games. That was why Zhao Yi had not taken action against the mastermind yet. The third game is Massacre. The surviving players must kill each other. When there is only one person left in the lobby, they can enter a special room and receive rewards. Zhao Yi's expression became subtle. So where did the winners go? Lao Zhu and Lao Wang looked at each other and stayed silent for a while. I don't know, maybe they've already gone out. In truth, they knew. Most winners were probably killed. No player had ever left the underground coliseum. At least, not that they'd seen. Zhao Yi thought for a moment and muttered, "That old thing wants to steal my flesh. We've been raising it for so long. Where is the boss behind this game?" Lao Wang answered, "VIP room. There will be quite a few guests there." Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. "Is there any way to sneak in?" Lao Wang looked at Zhao Yi carefully and shook his head. "No, only female waiters are allowed. No males, and the women they pick are all curvy. You have no chance." There was a smile in Zhao Yi's eyes. "Yes, I do. There are many super soldiers outside the VIP room. Once the mastermind dies, no one will make it out alive. Just do exactly as I say. Soon, you'll be able to leave this underground arena with a fortune and flee far away." After a day of rest, everyone appeared in the hall again. The 21 who survived were the strongest and most suitable players out of the original 600. But if anyone had looked closely, they'd have noticed that 2 of the 21 had been swapped. One was an old man, the other a woman. Val stood in the corner looking absent-minded. In the previous dungeon, he hadn't seen Zhao Yi. That meant Zhao Yi was dead. But Bao didn't want to believe it. Something inside him said Zhao Yi was still alive. If someone else had killed that man, he would carry that regret for the rest of his life. But as the third game began, Bao saw the figure standing in a far corner of the arena hall. "Zhao Yi, he's not dead." Bao rubbed his eyes. His previously blank expression twisted into something ferocious. He wasn't mistaken. The man standing with his hands in his pockets was Zhao Yi, so it wasn't that easy to kill him. "You are destined to die by my hands." Bao pulled out his sole weapon, a screaming kitchen knife. Murderous intent burst from his body as he charged toward Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi took out his scalpel, a calm and relieved smile on his face. "You've grown up well, Bao." With a single swing, Zhao Yi was knocked back several steps by Bao's terrifying power. Even though Zhao Yi was only level 5, his strength was 70. Most players at level 8 or 9 couldn't match that. But in front of level 12 Bao, Zhao Yi was still like a little brother. The kitchen knife sliced Zhao Yi's arm, sending blood flying. "Dr. Zhao, after all these years, you've really disappointed me. My kitchen knife is thirsty." Bao's smile was deranged. Years of fear and repression were about to be released. Zhao Yi looked far weaker than expected. Bao suddenly rushed forward and kicked Zhao Yi's blocking arms. The sound of bones breaking was clear. Zhao Yi stumbled back, crashing into the wall. His forearm bent into a grotesque shape. White bone pierced through torn flesh, exposed and gruesome. It was obvious to everyone, the power gap between them was too large. The audience in the livestream began to panic. Zhao Yi might really die this time. I don't know why, but watching Zhao Yi get crushed feels oddly satisfying. Bao looked at Zhao Yi, covered in blood and fractures, and sprinkled the blood on his kitchen knife with a grin. "Don't worry, Dr. Zhao. Before you die, I'll let you see clearly how powerful the bloodline of my Bao family truly is. I will erase the shame my father brought upon us." Zhao Yi didn't have the ability to hurt Bao at all. Yet Bao didn't kill Zhao Yi immediately. Instead, he turned around, holding a kitchen knife, and locked his eyes on the other players. Among all the players, Bao was far stronger than the others, like a crane among chickens. Almost all the new players had heard of his notorious reputation. The poker cards in the hand of the level 7 female player Long Xiao glowed, and streams of light converged toward Bao. A square-faced man picked up a grenade launcher and fired directly at Bao. But as the smoke cleared, Bao stood unscathed. A golden light flashed around his body. "You think this level of firepower can hurt me? You have no idea what kind of existence stands before you now. But it doesn't matter. I'll help you find out." Bao grinned, his figure moved like lightning. With only a kitchen knife in hand, he slaughtered the others like chopping vegetables. Blood splattered across his face, painting it with ghostly scarlet. A young girl launched a sonic attack, but it shattered like a joke against the shrieking howl of the spirits within Bao's knife. The sharp scream emitted by the blade drained mental strength and left players dazed. The girl was split in half from top to bottom. The tragic scene sent the distant players into a panic. They ran toward the door, attacking it with everything they had in an attempt to escape. But the doors and walls were impossibly strong. Bao was soaked in blood. He turned, smiling with madness, like a demon crawling out of hell. Corpses lay everywhere. He walked slowly toward Zhao Yi, slumped in a corner. "It's your turn now, my spouse." The hand holding the knife trembled. He couldn't hold it back. His soul had reached its peak. In the VIP room, everyone's expression was different. "I like this beast. He's so fierce," exclaimed a portly man in a pink robe as he sipped red wine. "It's almost a pity to turn him into a weapon." not a pity. The old man in the center spoke slowly. We have more than one project. He has potential to do much better. The only thing that surprised me was that 2 bloody weapons were reported missing during the recovery operation in the prisoner's labyrinth. It's strange. The army searched every corner of the maze but couldn't find them. In a corner, a masked maid holding a tray of drinks stared at Zhao Yi on the screen, her eyes full of worry and tension. Dr. Zhao, any last words? I usually don't have much patience, but you're different. I'll be gentle with you. Bao, covered in blood and flesh, squatted in front of Zhao Yi. Seeing Zhao Yi's miserable state made him feel ecstatic. But Zhao Yi began to laugh. His head leaned against the corner. The tree takes root, sprouts, and blooms. It must bear fruit. Your lust for slaughter has evolved to a level never seen before. Even your father is left far behind. To be honest, I wasn't happy about your father's illness years ago, so I decided to raise one of my own. It took me a long time to wait. Zhao Yi's mouth opened slowly. His pupils changed, like spilled ink, pure black, a bottomless abyss. What are you talking about? Bao clenched the knife tightly, his expression twisted. He sensed something was wrong, but couldn't explain it. Zhao Yi's smile grew wider. It would cost a lot to cure you, but I'm willing to pay it. I'll let you do it. It's coming out. Have fun. The lights in the hall flickered. Bao looked up instinctively. The lights flickered faster and faster. Many bulbs burst. Warning: player Zhao Yi's mental data has severely declined. Please use sanity restoring items immediately or risk assimilation into a replica creature. Remaining sanity 97. 92, 54, 21, 5, 1. Sanity remains at 1. Character data updated. Role: Zhao Yi. Strength 999. Spirit 1. Ability unknown. Form initial. Bloodline red clothes. VIP room. After a burst of signal interference, all the images on the projection screen vanished. All surveillance footage of the underground coliseum turned into static. What happened? Damn it, it was just getting good. That's right, Master Liu, is your equipment broken? We spent tens of millions just to watch this. The crowd was noisy. The old man known as Sixth Master looked furious. He was about to explode when a sharp scream came from the surveillance speaker. No, you. What the hell are you? Though the scream was hoarse, everyone could still recognize it. It was Bao's voice. What was going on? Wasn't Zhao Yi the one who should be screaming? Quick, send part of the task force to check the beast arena. Master Liu roared, his hair and beard bristling. A maid beside him quickly turned and ran out to deliver the order. Luo Kili, who stood by the door wearing a cheongsam, high heels, and a fox mask, looked toward the old man with anxious eyes. But remembering Zhao Yi's earlier instructions, she forced herself to stay still. It wasn't time yet. Time, what's the situation over there? Time, in the VIP room, a waiter wearing an eagle horn mask used a walkie-talkie to try to make contact. But only dense gunfire came through from the other end. What I hate most is being interrupted while eating. Though it spoke in human language, the voice was clearly inhuman. It sounded like a blend of countless unspeakable sounds. Just hearing it made your mind feel polluted. The waiter's eyes lost focus for a moment, then widened with fear. He dropped the walkie-talkie as screams burst from the speaker. It sounded like hell had opened. Retreat. Time's defense line is broken, requesting backup. Retreat now. A moment of silence passed, then fear spread in the VIP room. The top elites of society could no longer sit still. They sensed danger. They wanted out. Sixth Master, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I've suddenly got a stomachache. I need to go home to use the bathroom. Sixth Master, I'll take my leave. A wealthy man forced a smile and added, Sixth Master, my wife just told me she's about to give birth. She said the baby's stuck in her butt and won't come out unless it sees its dad. The old man scowled. Your phone isn't even on. How did she contact you? The man grinned awkwardly. Master Liu, my wife and I are soulmates. We communicate with brainwaves. You wouldn't understand. Gotta go. They were about to leave when several super soldiers appeared outside and blocked their way. That's enough. It's just a minor problem. Look at yourselves, so panicked. I left 500 super gene soldiers here. Why would I be afraid of whatever is in the arena? Everyone, sit down. Hawkhorn, take the soldiers to the arena and clean this up. Now. As soon as they left, Luo Kili knew her moment had come. Though she was also curious about what happened inside, she had a more important mission. She brought wine and walked slowly to the old man's side to mix a drink for him. Tiny, nearly invisible sharp threads danced at her fingertips, but she didn't strike immediately. Instead, she poured drinks for every VIP in the room, smiling politely. Then she told the old man she needed to use the toilet. The old man waved distractedly, eyes fixed on the broken feed. Go quickly and come back quickly. Luo Kili smiled, turned, and walked out. In the corner, she retracted the sharp thread. The old man speaking into the walkie-talkie froze. His pupils contracted, then dilated. A red line appeared on his neck. Smooth. The blood stickiness wasn't enough to hold the weight of his head. After 2 seconds, Master Liu's head slid to the ground. A fountain of blood followed. The scene shocked everyone in the room. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then chaos erupted. The fat man in the pink robe bolted, but before he took 3 steps, his head also hit the floor. Not a sound came from him, even in death. The others panicked and tried to flee, but one after another, their heads were sliced by that nearly invisible thread. The 2 soldiers at the door rushed in, only to be torn apart as well. System notification. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Luo Kili for completing the main quest. Based on contribution, Zhao Yi receives 120 experience points. Luo Kili receives 90 experience points. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi and Luo Kili for completing the side quest. Rewards have been sent to your personal mailboxes. Please check them carefully. Luo Kili received her reward and quickly inserted the battery into her phone, just as Zhao Yi had instructed. Item: Nokia mobile phone. Quality: quest item. Description: a communication tool that allows calls to be made to the past within 48 hours. Note: can also be used to crack walnuts. Nokia's build quality is absurdly high. She turned the phone on and headed toward the Colosseum. Through the alloy door, she heard chilling screams from the other side. One after another, each more terrifying than the last. Sorrow filled the air. What had happened over there? With a slightly trembling hand, she pressed the button beside the door. Just before she touched it, her phone rang. "My dear, fly slowly." She picked up. Zhao Yi's voice came from the other end. "Listen, if you don't want to die, don't open the door in front of you." "How? Do you know where I am?" Luo Kili felt her spine chill. Even if Zhao Yi could call from the future, how could he possibly know her exact location? "Because you're about to walk out and meet me soon," came Zhao Yi's calm reply. His words clashed sharply with the anguished, bone-chilling screams echoing behind the alloy door. Luo Kili froze. "But didn't you say, if I stepped outside, I'd die?" Zhao Yi's voice over the line deepened. "If you just walk out, yes, you'll die. The version of me waiting out there isn't the one you've met. If you want to live, turn the phone volume up. Put it on speaker. Let me talk to him." Luo Kili's hand trembled. Her instinct screamed not to obey, but something in Zhao Yi's voice overrode her fear. "Hurry, we don't have much time." She clenched her jaw, tapped speaker mode, and cranked the volume to max. The old Nokia's volume was so absurdly loud it made her ears ring. Then, with one final breath, she pressed the door control. The alloy door hissed open. What lay beyond shattered the bottom of her soul. Limbs scattered like trash. Pools of blood stretched in chaotic patterns across the cold floor. The scent of death and iron filled her lungs like poison. It was hell. People, some still alive, crawled through the gore, sobbing and clawing at their own faces. Some had gouged out their eyes. Others kept digging fingers deeper into their sockets, blood bubbling from torn flesh and bone. In the middle of it all stood a man, holding Bao's corpse in one hand, smiling. Zhao Yi, but not the Zhao Yi she knew. His skin writhed with pulsing black veins, etching eldritch patterns that seemed to burn into her eyes. Just looking at him made her sanity slip, like her mind itself was beginning to unravel. She blinked, and he vanished. What? She scanned the room, breath caught in her throat. Left, nothing. Right, nothing. Where? Then, looking for me, came a low, rasping voice from directly behind her. Her blood froze. Her mind blanked. It was like facing a predator, a rabbit caught in the tiger's glare. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. 2 hands, black-veined and trembling with unholy power, gently cupped her cheeks. She was falling inward, into a darkness that swallowed everything. Just as the last light was about to fade from her vision, the phone screamed. "One of our own." Like a light switch flipped, the darkness vanished. Her knees buckled. Sweat drenched her body. The terrifying Zhao Yi took the phone from her hand. She dared not turn. Dared not breathe. He turned off speaker mode and spoke quietly into the receiver. No one knew what was said, but after a long silence, the cold presence behind her faded. Then, Zhao Yi's warm voice returned. "We're ready to complete the logical loop." Luo Kili turned around slowly, panting, and stared at him. "What happened to you just now?" Zhao Yi didn't answer. He just pulled out his phone and dialed. The ringtone was absurdly cheerful. "Take your camera. Go to Kara Asylum." He hung up. Then, he handed the phone to Luo Kili. Not long after, she received a call from her future self. The voice instructed her exactly when to call her first day and second day selves, what to say, what to warn, what to avoid. And when Luo Kili finally made those calls, delivered that exact information, relief swept through her. The first logical loop was complete, but another still waited. Tomorrow, the fourth day, they'd have to call their next day selves again to pass the baton. Zhao, why did we, on day 5, have to explain both day 4 and day 5's itineraries? Shouldn't our day 6 selves call us on day 4 to explain day 5's schedule? I told you before, he said, the system may start causing strange distortions on days 6 and 7. I had a theory, Zhao Yi said, eyes narrowing, but I wasn't sure. Not until we entered day 4 and I got the final piece of the camera, the battery. Only now can I confirm if I was right. You look a little pale. Are you okay? As they left the underground arena, Luo Kili asked casually. Zhao Yi smiled. Good. Zhao Yi had paid a heavy price to release his darkest personality, but to him it was worth it. Each dark personality he recovered acted as a puzzle piece, strengthening his own power. Only by empowering this darkness could he expand the borders of his spiritual world. Where are we going tomorrow? Luo Kili asked. It was clear she would be sticking with Zhao Yi for the next few days, whether by choice or circumstance. Zhao Yi answered. To a gloomy, old Ming-style house. Even from a distance, the house looked abandoned and decayed. Its materials and design were clearly not modern, filled with ornate details and a strict architectural layout. It had an air of rules and rigidity, the kind of thing postmodern youth found suffocating. Hello, may I ask if you're also here for a mission in this old house? While Zhao Yi and Luo Kili examined the house, a cheerful girl with twin ponytails approached them. Luo Kili glanced at Zhao Yi and responded with a soft hum. She didn't like strangers. They didn't feel safe. Very good. We are too. This place looks perfect for some ancient house exploration. I think players will need to cooperate to get through this safely. Since we're all in the same boat, how about we start the dungeon together at midnight tomorrow and help each other as much as we can? By the way, my name is Pan Sensen. This is Bai Jihai. He looks like a gangster, but he's actually a nice guy. And here's Wang Hua, honest to the bone, and Aunt Lu Mei, who's the kindest person you'll ever meet. Pan Sensen extended her hand to Luo Kili, while the others nodded and greeted Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's gaze landed on Pan Sensen. He licked his lips unconsciously. His throat moved. When their eyes met, he smiled at her. Pan Sensen's own smile wavered. She suddenly felt like she'd been seen through. A chill ran down her spine. Relax, Pan Sensen. This isn't the first time you've done this. Your acting is perfect. No one will notice. She kept reassuring herself, trying to shake the feeling. But the unease clung to her. The group chatted for hours and eventually confirmed there were no other players around. They entered the old Ming-style house and began surveying the terrain. The place was massive. The main house had 2 floors, both filled with rooms, but it was in terrible condition. Its original layout was barely recognizable. Broken furniture lay scattered. It looked like chaos had torn through it. Most instances like this take players into a past timeline. When the dungeon starts and NPCs appear, the danger skyrockets. You don't want to be mapping the place then. Strange. Why is there sticky rice in the corridor? Luo Kili frowned. There was only one rickety staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and glutinous rice was mixed in with the wood debris. Zhao Yi patted her shoulder, rubbed his chin, and said, maybe they like eating zongzi. Luo Kili nodded. Maybe, but I feel like you're hiding something. Zhao Yi chuckled. Don't worry, once we're in the dungeon, I might even get to eat a few dumplings. By the way, do you prefer sweet or salty? Luo Kili looked at him and answered slowly. I like. 10 seconds later, they were brawling. Pan Sensen, who was inspecting the house, rushed over to stop them. Stop it. Stop fighting. You can't kill someone over this. Wait, actually you can kill someone like this. As she stepped between them, she secretly felt relieved. Nice. These two don't seem to get along at all. They're already fighting while scouting. Zhao Yi's face turned red as he pointed at Luo Kili. I'm telling you, people who eat sweet rice dumplings are heretics. Luo Kili shot back. Bullshit. People who eat salty ones have something wrong with their brains. Early morning on the 4th day, as usual, a wall of air rose, and everyone's consciousness faded. When they woke up again, they were standing outside the old house. The sky was as dark as a tomb. The sound of crows flapping their wings cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The house had been restored, no longer dilapidated, but the dim lights glowing inside gave it a ghostly, unsettling feel. As if saying plainly, yes, this is a haunted house. Instance, Ming-style haunted house. Main quest, find the heart of the mansion owner. Side quest, eliminate the mansion owner. Main quest reward, 300 experience points, air wall removed. Side quest reward, a battery that provides energy for stagnant time and space. Note 1, inventory is sealed. No items can be used. Note 2. All players' power is locked at 10 until the instance ends. After reading the briefing, everyone was stunned. Sealed inventory. Locked power? Isn't this just making the dungeon harder? Zhao stared at the main house in the distance, drawn to something only he seemed to notice. Luo Qili noticed first and asked, Zhao, what are you looking at? Everyone turned to him. Zhao Yi raised his hand and pointed to a window on the right side of the second floor. There, under the faint starlight and dim candlelight, everyone saw it. A rotting face at the window, watching them. Its eyes glowed faint green. A hollow, eerie smile twisted its face. Everyone felt their scalp go numb. Bai Zhihai was so startled he blurted out a curse in his hometown dialect. With their powers sealed, the players couldn't fight back against ghosts anymore. Now they were just meat on the chopping block. How could they not panic? Zhao Yi, what do you think? Should we? Hey, where are you going? Luo Qili turned just in time to see Zhao Yi walking straight toward the main house. Go to the main house. There must be clues there. She tried to stop him, but Zhao Yi suddenly sped up and dashed inside. Luo Qili froze. The others were stunned too. Has he always been this bold? Pan Sensen was speechless. This guy really is something else. Luo Qili sighed, said nothing, and followed him in. If Zhao Yi died, she'd be next. She had no choice but to stick close. Boss, should we follow them? Wang Hua asked quietly. He didn't want to. When Zhao Yi ran in, the ghostly face at the window disappeared. The moment they entered, a thick dusty smell hit them. A sigh echoed in their ears. Everyone's hair stood on end. My poor master, a lifetime of war, never once a dull blade. Yet this is how it ends. The voice was faint, from nowhere and everywhere. Zhao Yi stood at the base of the stairs to the second floor. Glutinous rice was scattered across each step. At the turn of the stairs stood a tall paper effigy holding a guangong sword. Its face was painted in bright oil colors, eyes wide, beard curled, expression lifeless and haunting. It blocked the stairs completely. Zhao Yi muttered to himself. Zombies fear sticky rice, so there's at least one zombie trapped on the second floor. Does that mean the first floor is zombie-free? He lifted a foot, pretending to step onto the rice-covered stair. It was only a bluff, but even that was enough. The paperman's sword slashed through the air, slicing the first step in half. Fast, precise, deadly. If Zhao Yi had really stepped forward, he would have been split in two. We can't go up yet. Maybe we haven't triggered a key event or found an essential item. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Zhao Yi calmly withdrew his foot and started examining the hall. Pan Sensen exchanged glances with her companions, then clapped her hands. Zhao Yi, I have a good idea. Zhao tapped on a table and ran his fingers across its surface. Very clean. What idea? He picked up a purple clay teapot, opened the lid, and sniffed. Nice hot tea, Pan Sensen explained. Seems like this is a puzzle-style dungeon. The first floor feels relatively safe. What if we split up to search for clues? It's faster and lowers the risk of being attacked as a group. Zhao nodded. Good idea. Let's search different rooms. See if we can find anything useful. Meet back here in half an hour. Everyone agreed. Zhao Yi turned and patted Luo Qili on the shoulder. She understood. There were two corridors branching off from the hall, one east, one west. Zhao Yi went east. Luo Qili headed west. Seeing this, Pan Sensen's eyes flickered with surprise and malice. She signaled Bai Zhihai and Liu Mei. They nodded, and split into two groups, one following Zhao Yi, the other following Luo Qili. 6 figures disappeared into the darkness of the corridors, and at that moment, the hall's main door creaked open. There are living people in the haunted house. A petite and beautiful woman in a white carved cheongsam stepped through the door. Her makeup was light and elegant, her brows carried a gentle warmth. But she was thin, and her deep almond-shaped eyes held quiet tenderness. Wearing small embroidered shoes washed to a bright white, she stepped over the threshold, approached the stairs leading to the second floor, and bowed to the paper mannequin. Manager Chi, thank you for your hard work. The paper mannequin said nothing but moved aside to let her pass. She walked over the glutinous rice, climbed to the second floor, took off her shoes, and stepped barefoot into the darkness. The house was huge. A dark corridor stretched out 300 or 400 meters. There was no light, no sound. It felt like a cemetery. But Zhao Yi was well prepared. A flashlight. This flashlight had a story. He'd borrowed it from Luo Qili during the first game on the third day, and never returned it. He hadn't even stored it in his inventory. The flashlight clicked on. A bright beam shot forward, barely holding the darkness at bay. It somehow made things scarier. The audience in the live broadcast room mocked him in the chat while quietly pulling their legs back under the covers. According to the first clause in the Human Ghost Treaty, if you hide under the blanket, the ghosts can't chase you and must leave quietly, closing the door behind them. A man followed Zhao Yi, walking on tiptoe. He'd taken off his shoes and moved silently. In his hand, he clutched a small vase he'd picked up along the way. He only had to do one thing, raise the vase and smash it on the back of Zhao Yi's head. Everything was going according to plan. Zhao Yi had no idea there was someone behind him. Haha, you idiot. Bai Zhihai sneered. He was now only 5 steps away. Just a quick jump, and the vase would strike home. He chuckled softly, crouched down, and readied himself. Charge, focus, launch. At that moment, he seemed like the world's best long jumper. Zhao Yi clenched the scalpel in his hand, ready for anything. But then, a pair of skinny black ghost claws shot out from a side room, grabbed Zhao Yi's neck, and yanked him inside. In the next moment, Bai Zhihai's face turned to horror. He lost his balance and fell. Instinctively, he put his hands out to catch himself, but dread sank in. That movement might have just killed him. Sure enough, the vase smashed against his chest. Gravity and momentum drove him downward, and sharp porcelain shards cut into his throat. Blood poured out. Eyes wide, Bai Zhihai clutched his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. It was useless. It's over. Damn it. Even the ghosts are helping him. He never imagined dying like this, pathetic and helpless. With one final act of defiance, he raised his middle finger toward the next room. That was all he had left. Inside, a terrifying paper ghost mask hovered inches from Zhao Yi's face. But there was no fear in his eyes. Damn it, why isn't he scared? The paper mannequin let out a ghostly cackle, ready to threaten him. But Zhao Yi reached out and shook its hand. Hello, paper lady. Hello. Wait, no. The paper mannequin snapped out of it, slapped his hand away, jabbed a finger at his chest. Don't get friendly with me. I'm going to eat you alive. Scared yet? It laughed loudly, but Zhao Yi didn't react. The laughter gradually faded. The paper figure looked awkward. Young man, this is very rude, isn't it? You should show some reaction. It stared at him. Zhao Yi shrugged. You're trying to save me. Actually, I knew there was someone behind me. I would have killed him myself. The paper figure blinked, examining Zhao Yi. So many people have come through this haunted house. This is a first. But I'll give you a word of advice. Get out of here. The horrors in this house are beyond your comprehension. Zhao Yi didn't seem to care. He pulled over a stool and sat down. I want to ask, is there anyone alive in this haunted house? The paper figure's face froze. What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be living people in a haunted house? Zhao Yi smiled. The tables and chairs in the hall are arranged neatly. They're clean, no dust. The tea in the purple clay teapot is still hot. Besides the scent of tea, there's a faint smell of women's rouge and powder. The stairs to the second floor are covered in glutinous rice. It hasn't molded or clumped. That means it was placed recently. I doubt a bunch of ghosts clean house daily or replace the rice regularly. He paused, then leaned forward and sniffed. You don't drink tea. And you're wearing makeup. The paper figure stepped back and sneered. You're quite observant. But this place, it's not something weak humans like you can understand. Take my advice. Leave now. If you wait too long, you won't be able to leave at all. Zhao Yi shrugged again. Can you tell me where the woman is? And what happened in this mansion? You didn't listen to anything I just said. Zhao Yi met its gaze. Thanks, but I'm not backing down. The paper woman was silent for a moment, then hummed. It's not impossible to get answers from me, but you'll have to trade for it. With a story, preferably a children's story. My master used to say I couldn't tell stories well. Said when his child was born, I wouldn't be able to lull him to sleep. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. Fairy tales, that's my specialty. Let me tell you a story about a farmer and a snake. On a scorching summer afternoon, a farmer, having finished his labor, was walking home. On the way, he came across a snake, nearly dying from the heat. The snake stared longingly at the bucket in the farmer's hand and pleaded, Farmer, farmer, let me cool off. I'll repay you. The paper figurine's eyes lit up. The farmer watered it, right? Zhao Yi shook his head. Nope. The farmer pulled the sickle from his waist and skinned the snake right there. This way, he said, you won't feel the heat anymore. And just like that, the snake never felt hot again. After a moment's stunned silence, she asked, do you have any stories more appropriate for children? Zhao Yi replied earnestly, isn't this one child-friendly? Well, maybe. Let me tell another one. This one's called The Little Girl Selling Hodden. Hodden, wait a second, something feels off. Zhao Yi had already launched into the story. Once upon a time, there was a poor little girl who had nothing. She wandered the snowy streets with her family's heirloom Hodden on her back, trying to sell it. But the townspeople were cold-hearted. She didn't sell a single Hodden all day. That night, freezing and desperate, she lit a match. In the glow, she saw her grandmother appear in front of her. But the match quickly burned out. The paper doll tilted her head, intrigued. So, she lit another match. Zhao Yi replied solemnly. No, she lit the Hodden on fire. That night, the entire town saw their grandmothers too. Zhao Yi's eyes twinkled with delight. I've got more. The paper doll nanny quickly interrupted. All right. Thank you, young man. I can feel your enthusiasm. Zhao Yi reluctantly held back his urge to continue. So, can you tell me now, what happened in this mansion? The paper doll sighed deeply. Though I've been possessed by lingering resentful spirits, much of my own memory is foggy. But I can tell you this, don't go to the second floor. Only the second madam is allowed there. Human or ghost, once they step onto that floor, they die. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. The second madam, is she the living person? The paper doll turned to the window. Cold moonlight poured in. Her gaze settled on a distant, brightly lit tower. Her name is Su Mei. She was the master's first and only concubine. After the massacre in this mansion, everyone died except her and Fang Qian, the eldest daughter of Wanju Tower. 2 survivors. Zhao Yi immediately suspected that they were key to the horrific incident. He asked, "Where is Su Mei now?" The paper doll replied, "She lives in a small side house not far from the main building. But a pair of terrifying twin evil spirits guard that place. If you don't have a token, you'll die the moment you step in." Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. Then, what's the token, and where do I find it? The paper doll paused. The token is in Qi Lin's room, the butler's. But his room is soaked with pure hatred and killing intent. All of it's merged into something vile. Spiritual pollution. If you're not careful, you'll get lost in there forever. Zhao Yi memorized the directions, thanked her, and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out, a faint sigh drifted from behind the door. "Young man, be careful. Not all the ghosts in this house are as kind as I am. If something starts chasing you, run, don't look back." Zhao nodded solemnly and shut the door. Bai Zhihai's corpse lay cold and stiff in the hallway, middle finger still raised defiantly at the room where the nanny ghost had been. Zhao Yi glanced at it, then calmly stepped forward and crushed the middle finger under his boot. He walked a few paces, then paused. Something felt unfinished. He turned around, drew his sole weapon, the scalpel, and went to work. He carefully dismembered Bai Zhihai's body, severing hands, feet, and head. He knocked out each tooth, sliced off the tongue, peeled the scalp, clipped every nail. Only after reducing the corpse to a harmless collection of parts did he nod in satisfaction. A perfect piece of work. 5 minutes later, the door beside the scene creaked open. Wang Hua poked his pale face out, eyes locking on the mangled remains. His legs buckled. This wasn't a person. This was a demon. Zhao Yi's calm cruelty struck more fear into him than any ghost ever could. He shivered violently. I need to wait for the others. Alone, I'll die. If I go after him now, he'll skin me alive. He trembled, muttering to himself, haunted not by spirits, but by the scalpel-wielding man with a smile like frost. The butler's room was tucked away at the rear of the main house. No sound inside, no breath of life or death, just silence. Even standing near it made Zhao Yi feel crushed, as though invisible hands were pressing down on his lungs. He slowly opened the door to the butler's room. Suddenly, a storm of black hair burst from within, coiling around his body and yanking him into the darkness. The door slammed shut on its own. Far down the corridor, another door creaked open. The haunting whispers stopped. Only after entering Manager Qi's room did Zhao Yi truly feel the malice of the haunted house toward outsiders. The countless strands of hair made of resentment could instantly kill anyone with an unstable mind or weak heart. Even someone like Zhao Yi, unaffected by evil, felt the resentment coiling around his neck, nearly cutting off his breath. Zhao Yi didn't panic. He shone his flashlight on his palms. Photosynthesis began, and his body became self-sufficient. When the resentment found no effect, it tried to force its way into his body, through his eyes, nose, mouth, ears, every opening. It surged into his spiritual world, desperate to devour and assimilate him. But Zhao Yi appeared calm, offering little resistance. He even seemed to enjoy it a bit. Soon, the hair inside his body encountered something terrifying. It scrambled to escape. The resentments howled in panic, but it was useless. Something in Zhao Yi's body acted like a gravitational pull, dragging them deeper into his spiritual world. After several minutes, they vanished. Color returned to Zhao Yi's face. He opened his mouth and burped. These resentments really brought it on themselves. If they had attacked him physically, he might not have been able to withstand it. Now that his power was sealed by the system, and his dark personality had been released during the last game, the resulting chaos had left his body in poor shape. But attacking his mind, that was suicide. Too bad, he muttered. It barely gave me anything. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. His flashlight swept across the messy room. Though the room was dusty, there wasn't much furniture, just a bed and a Nanmu table. Papers were scattered on the table, listing strange items. Mercury, rooster blood, bronze mirror. Zhao Yi brushed away the dust and opened a cowhide book. It was Qi Lin's memorandum. January 20th. A group of oddly dressed guests came to the palace. They brought valuable gifts and spoke about strange matters, all tied to eternal life. Another scam from the underworld, no doubt. These charlatans always use immortality to cheat others. Still, I don't know what came over me. I started believing them. Have I, a soldier all my life, begun to fear death? January 21st. The master ordered me to find 2 twin female guards and send them to the second wife as maids. Strange. Not long ago, the first wife also picked 2 maids for the second wife. What are they planning? January 22nd. The eldest lady's 40th birthday is near. The master is busy preparing gifts. She's always upset that he never had children with her. They had another fight. She blames Sume, a vixen from a brothel, for seducing the master. Says Sume has bad intentions and will drain the master's essence. The master said his gift would show his sincerity and calm her anger. January 23rd. The master seemed strange today. He asked me to buy jars of glutinous rice and plant some at my mansion. He's never eaten glutinous rice before. January 30th. The master looked pale. He gave me money and told me to retire and go home. Most servants were dismissed. I didn't leave. I've felt uneasy lately. I went to the second madam. She also advised me to leave. Said something terrible was coming. But I stayed. I've followed the master in battle for 30 years, through hell and back. I have the scars to prove it. Fear, I've never known it. February 5th. Alas, my poor master. A life spent in war, and in the end, not even a wound on his blade could save him. Forget it. I've served the master since I was 13. I'm 56 now. He's treated me well. My life means nothing. I'll go with him. The notepad ended there. Other texts were too damaged to read. Zhao Yi took the keepsake and the notebook. He pushed open the door. The cold wind blew from the corridor's depths. Zhao Yi glanced that way. A black shadow charged toward him. The evil spirit was coming. It was strong, unnaturally strong. Zhao Yi remembered what the paper man Nanny had told him and sprinted toward the central hall. Zhao Yi ran, scalpel in hand. Any ghost faces or hands that emerged were smashed instantly. These lesser ghosts were weak. Even weakened, Zhao Yi's scalpel and predator power tore through them. He could manage these spirits in nearby rooms. But if the stronger ghost caught up, it would be over. Luckily, it wasn't fast enough. He reached the hall just in time. The ghost stopped at the corridor's edge, its scarlet eyes fixed on Zhao Yi, seething with hatred. It didn't follow. 2 people were already sitting in the hall, Wang Hua and Pan Sensen. They sat around the brazier, trying to warm themselves while whispering, though no one knew what they were saying. Zhao Yi, who was chasing you just now, who was it? It was a caring resident who wished to remain anonymous. So enthusiastic, chasing me all the way. Did you find anything? Pan Sensen shook her head. I searched several houses but only met some scary ghosts. Zhao glanced at her, smiled, and nodded. Her clothes were clean, breathing smooth, no sweat on her body. You're kidding me. He knew she hadn't really gone exploring but was pretending. But it didn't matter. Zhao Yi wasn't going to expose her. Did you find anything? Pan Sensen asked again. Zhao Yi took out Qi Lin's memo, opened it, and showed them the contents. There was still plenty of key information. Strange. Why say again when celebrating the eldest lady's 40th birthday? Pan Sensen narrowed her eyes. Anything unreasonable is probably intentional in this game. Could it be the eldest lady is already dead? Wang Hua added quietly. Do you have any ideas? Zhao Yi thought carefully. Why say again? I guess perhaps she has celebrated her 40th birthday before. Pan Sensen and Wang Hua were speechless. Hateful. This guy is really talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. She sighed, shook her head, and kept reading. The first madam and the second madam seemed to be in conflict. Pan Sensen pointed to a passage. Wang Hua asked, how do you know that? Pan Sensen explained. Are you stupid? The first lady called the second a vixen. The master clearly favors the second lady more. Also, the master's refusal to have children with the first lady shows she is not favored. As the first wife, it's normal for her to want to get rid of the second wife out of jealousy. Zhao Yi placed his hands near the fire, warmth spread through his body. From what I know, the haunted house isn't full of ghosts. At least the first and second wives are not dead. One is in Wanju Tower, the other in the secondary residence. Pan Sensen and Wang Hua exchanged looks, firelight flickering on their faces, both harboring doubts about Zhao Yi's words. They believed him but not completely. So where are you going next? Pan Sensen, a deep thinker unlike her surface demeanor, was still plotting how to kill Zhao Yi and use him to her advantage. She had no intention of exploring herself. Having stayed in the main house, she realized the spooky hall was actually the safest place. Zhao glanced at the paper figurines in the corridor, then at the glutinous rice on the stairs. The glutinous rice had been moved. Though rearranged, the pattern was different. Such details couldn't escape Zhao Yi's sharp eyes. Has the second madam been here? A strange thought crossed his mind. What is on the second floor of the main house? He recalled seeing a terrifying, rotten face at a second-floor window outside the mansion. That face, could it be the master? Luo Qili soon returned from the west side. Her body was injured, the wounds serious but already bandaged. Why are you alone? Where's Liu Mei? Zhao Yi asked with a pretended casualness. When he patted Luo Qili on the shoulder, he secretly sent a message to her, get rid of Liu Mei. Killing was nothing new to Luo Qili. But Liu Mei was clearly no simple character. She said Liu Mei was taken into a house by a ghost. She didn't dare follow because it was too scary. Han Sensen looked a little embarrassed hearing this. How could she not guess it was Luo Qili who killed Liu Mei? But without proof, she couldn't accuse anyone randomly. Besides, they were now at a 2-on-2 stalemate. Showing displeasure was useless. In a direct fight, Pan Sensen wasn't confident she could beat Zhao Yi and the others. After discussing the memo's contents with Luo Qili, the four quickly decided. Zhao Yi and Luo Qili would search for the second lady, while Wang Hua and Pan Sensen went to Wanju Tower to find the first lady. On the way, Luo Qili asked puzzled, why didn't you kill them? Killing is always an option, but keeping them alive might be useful. Zhao Yi walked ahead with a subtle expression. Luo Qili sighed, then asked again. So the owner of this haunted house really turned himself into a zombie. It's very likely, Zhao Yi said. But the motives behind it deserve thought. Why? If the owner became a zombie, why ask people to buy sticky rice? Luo Qili raised her eyebrows. What if it's to restrain himself, so he doesn't lose his mind and kill innocents? Zhao Yi smiled. That's exactly what I find interesting. Think about our main mission. Under Zhao Yi's guidance, Luo Qili pondered. Her body suddenly trembled. You mean the heart? That's right. We can reasonably assume the haunted house owner's heart must be hidden somewhere in the mansion for a special reason. His body can't be far from the heart, so he had to transform into a zombie without a heart in his own mansion. To prevent himself from harming innocents, he imprisoned himself on the second floor with sticky rice. The more Zhao Yi spoke, the faster his mind worked. He continued reasoning. Look again at the haunted house. What's the most special thing? There are 2 living people. Everyone else turned into ghosts, but the first wife Fang Qian and the second wife Su Mei are still alive. It's not hard to guess the heart is probably linked to one of them. The moon hid behind clouds. The sky grew darker. Zhao Yi turned on a flashlight. Luo Qili glanced at him and coughed. This flashlight looks familiar. Zhao Yi, thick-skinned as ever, said. I picked it up. Luo Qili glared. You're lying. That's clearly mine. Zhao Yi refused to admit it. Hey, a flashlight looks normal. You must be mistaken. Luo Qili was speechless. It has my name engraved on it. Okay. Would you have some shame? Zhao Yi picked it up and examined it. Wow, it really is yours. His lie was exposed, but he didn't blush or get nervous. Instead, he turned the tables. Are you sick? You'd carve your name on a broken flashlight. Come to Guxuan town sometime and I'll check on you. Mental illness should be treated early or it gets worse. Luo Qili was speechless. They walked along the gloomy forest path for a while. The secondary house was not far from the main house and could be seen clearly. Approaching the secondary residence, Zhao Yi tried to take out the corpse crusher, but the inventory was sealed. Strangely, why did he instinctively want to take out the corpse disintegrator? What a weird habit. Zhao Yi gave himself 12 points of self-approval and took out the housekeeper's ID card. Suddenly, 2 ropes slowly dropped from a tree above their heads. Bloodstained, the ropes moved as the 2 moved, slowly approaching, then suddenly grabbed their necks. In the next moment, both were pulled directly into the air. Luo Qili kicked wildly in panic, and her shoes fell off. Being choked, it only took seconds to lose consciousness. She couldn't make a sound and felt her vision darkening. Suddenly, her neck loosened. She fell to the ground gasping, holding her neck. Zhao Yi, standing nearby, looked a little embarrassed, holding the butler's ID card high. The bloodstained ropes slowly vanished. If you don't want to die, stay close to me. Luo Qili looked around cautiously and stuck close to Zhao Yi. They walked forward and emerged from the grove. In front was the secondary residence. A gentle, beautiful humming voice came from inside. My love is mine, my love is mine. The mandarin ducks carry the embroidered brocade to the spring. I don't ask for wind or rain. I only wish that our love lasts forever. They looked from afar and saw a slim woman drawing water from an ancient well in the secondary residence. The scattered starlight fell on her face, and the gentleness of the Jiangnan water town began to emerge. Such a gentle woman. a pair of amber eyes, as beautiful as autumn water, could really stir and move a person's heart. Carefully, they stepped into the yard. The woman noticed them, and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She asked who they were. He explained they were from outside the palace, there for special reasons. Sumei's eyes flickered slightly. She invited them to sit and went inside to bring warm tea. She apologized for the poor hospitality, saying the mansion was in decline. She offered to fry some glutinous rice for them. Zhao Yi didn't refuse. Sumei quickly served them 2 bowls of hot, fragrant glutinous rice and made some millet porridge for herself. Zhao Yi asked casually why she wasn't eating sticky rice. Sumei replied softly that her stomach wasn't in good condition, and she couldn't eat glutinous rice. Zhao Yi glanced at her. She looked young, with no signs of aging. Her skin was firm and fair, like a woman in her 20s. Yet she was dressed warmly, and the haunted house wasn't cold. After finishing, Zhao Yi asked, "Has the first madam celebrated her 40th birthday many times?" Sumei's pupils shrank. She was surprised. She asked how he knew. Zhao Yi explained that Qi Lin told them and showed her his memo. The handwriting made a hint of sadness appear in her eyes. She sighed softly. Her sister had indeed celebrated her 40th birthday many times. Zhao Yi asked why. Sumei bit her lips, closed her eyes, and said she couldn't tell. Luo Qili changed the subject, asking if the first madam had been good to her when alive. Sumei nodded but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She realized she'd been tricked. Luo Qili pressed. "So, the eldest lady is dead now?" Sumei gave a bitter smile and repeated that she really couldn't say. She urged them to leave, warning them that the haunted house was dangerous. If they didn't leave now, they might never be able to. The paper man Nani had said the same thing. Zhao Yi replied that they couldn't leave and were trying to uncover the truth to escape. Otherwise, they would die there. Sumei's hands trembled as she gathered the bowls. After a pause, she said she couldn't help and turned to walk back inside. Luo Qili tried to follow, but Zhao Yi stopped her. As Sumei was about to close the door, Zhao Yi asked if she loved the master. Sumei stopped but didn't turn around. After a long silence, she sighed. The master had rescued her from a brothel and cherished her. She was grateful and admired him. Unfortunately, time was short. She hadn't been able to give him a child. She glanced at them, hesitated, but then gently closed the door. Luo Qili whispered that they should have chased after her and questioned her. This woman obviously knew something. She suggested they could try to pressure her. Zhao Yi warned her that if she threatened Sumei, she would die a horrible death. He reminded her that someone who could move freely in a haunted house likely wasn't normal. Luo Qili went quiet. Her expression changed as she looked toward the room again, now filled with fear. The woman had seemed so gentle and harmless. It was almost a trap. Dealing with ghosts for too long had made her think humans were safe NPCs. If Zhao Yi hadn't stopped her, they realized they couldn't get more from the second madam. Should they go to the first madam instead? Zhao Yi asked if Luo Qili had found anything on the west side. She remembered something and pulled out a cloth bag. She had found a special book in a shrine room. It recorded a strange puppet technique. Earlier, with so many people around, she hadn't taken it out. She placed the dusty book on the table. Zhao Yi opened it and scanned through it quickly. A few minutes later, he closed it. Luo Qili asked in disbelief if he had finished reading it. She hadn't dared interrupt him until now. There were hundreds or thousands of words per page. He had just skimmed it. What could he possibly remember? Zhao Yi closed his eyes and said, "Meet Puppet, page 761. Luo Qili flipped to the page. Her pupils widened in shock. She cursed. The book really did describe the smelting method of meat puppets. Meat puppets are made from fresh corpses that haven't decayed. They can carry part of the owner's memories and emotions, but only partially. Their emotions are unstable and easily provoked. Over time, memories fade. They become prone to anger and jealousy. If their life after death isn't too different from their life before, the puppet remains more stable. But once all memory is lost, they retain only emotion and no longer have their own thinking ability. If you want to maintain the memory and emotions of the meat puppet, you need the blood of your loved ones." Damn it, the key part was crossed out. Luo Qili clenched her fists. Zhao Yi quickly took out Manager Qi Lin's memo, his eyes flickering. No wonder the eldest lady always celebrates her 40th birthday. And the paper figurine always says that she is still alive and can still quarrel with the master. Technically speaking, she is not dead. The madam has probably been made into a meat puppet. The two of them set off quickly. On the way, Zhao Yi told Luo Qili that the road on the east side of the main house was no longer safe. As they were walking forward, they suddenly felt a cold breeze. Outside the secondary residence behind them, 2 black ghosts limped over. Are those the 2 maids accompanying the second madam? Luo Qili was not panicked, because Zhao Yi had a token in his hand. But Zhao Yi did not reply. He turned around and looked. Damn, that bastard Zhao Yi has run away. Zhao Yi, wait for me. The calm Luo Kili suddenly panicked and hurried to catch up. You have a token, why are you running? Zhao Yi said. Those two ghosts are not the ones protecting Su Mei. They were two maids sent by the madam to kill Su Mei, but they were killed by guards sent by the master. Don't you see that their bodies are mutilated? They clearly suffered knife wounds before death. Luo Kili turned around and took a careful look. Damn, it's true. Zhao Yi, where did you buy your glasses? I want a pair too. You want them? I'll sell them to you. How much? Since we know each other, I'll give you a 50% discount. 1 billion points. Get lost. The two of them kept bantering as they slipped out of the woods. Although the ghost behind them was extremely evil, it didn't follow them to the main house. They gasped for breath. Luo Kili sat down on the ground, face pale. Damn, this haunted house is really... What the hell? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something. She raised her hands abruptly, her eyes widening. Where did the blood come from? In the faint moonlight, Luo Kili saw that her hands were covered in blood. Her eyes fell on the ground. A hideous dark red bloodstain spread all the way into the hall. Sure enough, something happened. Zhao Yi seemed to have expected this and was not surprised. Blood covered the floor of the hall. The brazier was kicked over. Ashes scattered in the blood. Next to the brazier lay a mutilated human head. Its skin had been torn off, its original appearance unrecognizable. The paper man butler at the stairs was missing. Sticky rice was scattered everywhere. Zhao Yi examined the bloodstains and looked at the glutinous rice on the stairs. That thing upstairs shouldn't have come down yet. Killing Wang Hua. That was something else. It left bloody footprints. It must have escaped outside. There was a fight in the hall. Some broken furniture edges were smooth. Clearly, it fought the paper man butler. But it didn't win. Don't you find it strange? The purpose of the paper butler is to separate the first and second floors. Without a very specific reason, it wouldn't leave the staircase. Judging by the scene, the ghost that fought it was clearly weaker, but it still picked a fight and used some means to lure the butler away. Luo Kili's eyes widened. You mean? Zhao looked up. His eyes were fixed behind Luo Kili. The next moment, he grabbed her by the front of her shirt and ran toward the corridor on the right. Luo Kili did not resist. She even actively cooperated. At that moment, her hair stood on end. What on earth was behind her just now? She followed Zhao Yi all the way, heart pounding, until they both ran into a dark room and Zhao Yi let go of her hand. It's dead, Zhao Yi said in a serious tone. Who? Paper man madam. It was the ghost who told me to find the second madam to get the token of Qilin. He stood up, walked to the table, and turned on the flashlight. There was a line of blood written on it. It deceived the master. It deceived us all. Please stop it. To go to the moon viewing tower, you have to go to the utility room to get the soul calming incense. The utility room is in the room at the very end. It's over. Luo Kili scratched her head. She was truly overwhelmed now. Zhao Yi had just said there was a terrifying ghost over there. How could they possibly go and get the soul calming incense now? I roughly understand the ins and outs of this copy, but I need something to prove my guess. Hurry up. We don't have much time. The two of them quickly reached the end of the corridor, where there was a corpse with a tragic death outside the door. His eyes had been gouged out, his tongue ripped out, and he was beheaded. The chest was cut open and the heart was missing. The door of the warehouse had also been violently opened. Strange. Why did that fierce ghost come to the utility room? Is there something it needs? Luo Kili thought for a moment, then heard Zhao Yi say, it's looking for its keys. That guy wants to go to the second floor. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 keys in this mansion that open the second floor. One is with the master, one with the second wife Su Mei, and the other is in this warehouse. He found a flint in the utility room, used some flammable materials to make a flame, and lit the soul-calming incense. The two of them ran toward the moon-watching tower holding the incense. From a distance, the building was still brightly lit. It was 3 stories high. At the entrance, Zhao Yi was about to push the door open when he suddenly looked down. There was blood, rare but very fresh. He squatted, touched it, and smelled it. Human blood. Kan Sensen has also come in. The corners of Zhao Yi's mouth lifted. He pushed the door open and entered. The first floor was empty and unnaturally clean. They climbed the old wooden ladder. Each creaking step echoed harshly in the dark. They arrived on the second floor. The smell of blood was stronger. There were 2 rooms in the corridor. The door on the left was ajar. Zhao Yi stepped forward and pushed it open. This was the eldest lady's boudoir. Inside was the seriously injured and dying Pan Sensen. She lay on the bed, face pale, left arm missing, and a large piece of skin torn off her neck. Her eyes had been gouged out, leaving 2 bloody holes. Blood soaked the sheets. Hearing movement, she curled slightly and opened her mouth. A bloody eyeball slipped out. The eyeball was filled with malice and even made a strange sound. Found you. Before it could finish, Zhao Yi kicked it. It cracked. Look for useful clues. Then we go to the 3rd floor. They searched the room. Soon, Zhao Yi found a land deed in the bedside table. The title deed to the royal palace. And the name on it was Fang Qian. How could it be? Luo Qili whispered in disbelief. The owner of this mansion is actually Madame Fang Qian. Isn't a mansion like this usually a reward from the imperial court to meritorious officials? In that case, shouldn't the deed belong to the master? Zhao Yi responded, his tone uncertain. Not necessarily. Aside from imperial rewards, it's also possible the master chose to retire and return home on his own. Qi Lin mentioned he followed the master into battle for 30 years. This suggests that back then, the court was unstable and the country in turmoil. It was people like the master who stepped up to suppress the chaos and help unify the empire. But ironically, when the time comes to reward such heroes, the emperor often finds ways to remove them. But the master was smart. He retired, gave up his power and glory, and returned to a quiet life in the countryside. So, the one we need to kill isn't the master. It's the first lady. The heart we're looking for isn't the master's. It's hers. Zhao Yi searched the bedside drawer and found a diary. Today, he didn't get on the boat with me. Today, he said he loved me, but still didn't get on the boat. The master didn't come with me. It must be that Vixen's fault. If I kill her, he'll come with me. Today, men, they're all the same. None of them are good. All of you can go to hell. I found a book that says if I get the heart of the one I love, I can be resurrected. Since the old man says he loves me, he must be willing to give me his heart, right? Are you willing? Today, he might know what I'm planning. Damn it. Is he going to use my birthday as an excuse to get rid of me? Very likely. I won't just sit here and wait to die. Today, another meaningless birthday. He gave me an exquisite heart, said it was his true heart, that he'd give me everything, even his life. Who would believe that? But the heart really is beautiful. I'll keep it. Today, something terrible has happened in the mansion. The master is dead. His heart is gone. He saw that Vixen before he died. She must have taken it. I have to find it. I must. That Vixen has such a strong guard around her. Damn her. The servant said she visits the 2nd floor of the main house every day. The master's heart must be there. Exquisite heart. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and opened Qi Lin's memo again. He found the entry for January 22nd. The old man actually gave her his heart. He clicked his tongue while Luo Qili gasped beside him. The puppet book says that a meat puppet's power and life come from resentment, which accumulates in the heart. The closer you get to the heart, the deeper the resentment. If the puppet fully merges with a real heart, it will become a terrifying corpse ghost. Zhao's eyes lit up. If I'm right, the madam's heart is on the 2nd floor of the main house. She probably thought it was the master's heart and placed it into her own chest. If that's the case, Luo Qili's stomach dropped. Damn, they were done for, and Zhao Yi was getting excited. We're all going to die. Do you have a plan? She shouted. Zhao raised an eyebrow. Follow me. The two walked around the 2nd floor but didn't find what they needed, so they headed to the 3rd. Be ready for a fight, Zhao Yi warned, pulling out the scalpel in his hand. As soon as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, a cold wind howled. Zhao Yi ducked just in time. Razor-sharp hair sliced through the air where his head had been. A moment slower and he would have been beheaded. But trouble never hesitates. As if taunting danger, Zhao Yi peeked out again. The hair came again. This time, he raised the scalpel. When it struck the blade, it split in two, instantly losing all momentum. The two leapt onto the 3rd floor and froze at the sight before them. A pale ghost woman in a red dress was wildly lashing a paper steward with her hair. The paper figure was torn and bloodied. The ghost wasn't much better. Her body was covered in savage wounds, clearly inflicted during her earlier fight with the steward. She turned, baring her bloody teeth, and lunged straight at them. Hold her, Zhao Yi shouted to Luo Qili as he rolled to the side, avoiding her attack. Luo Qili tensed as the ghost flew toward her and clenched her jaw. Damn it, this scene again. A flashback to the secret passage at Kara Asylum. Why is it always me? She narrowly dodged the first strike, changing positions several times and laying down her soul weapons in a staggered pattern. But her gear was nowhere near as effective as Zhao Yi's. It couldn't cut through the ghost's hair brimming with resentment. She could barely hold her ground. Suddenly, a bright arc flashed through the air, clean and sharp. The ghost's head flew off. Black, foul-smelling blood sprayed into the air. For a moment, her face showed fear and defeat. The cut was clean. What fell to the ground was a paper guandao. Luo Qili panted heavily, sweat dripping down her neck. She turned to see the paper steward, now free, holding the weapon in one hand and a soul-calming incense stick in the other. That ghost dragged the steward into the moon-watching tower and used the tower's power to suppress him, Zhao Yi said, helping her up. He took out the steward's badge, captain of the fire cavalry, and held it before Qi Lin. "Listen to me, Qi Changguan. Your master is in serious trouble." He quickly explained everything, including the news that the eldest lady's flesh puppet had moved to the second floor. Qi Lin could no longer stay still. With Guan Dao in hand, he burst through the window and charged toward the main house. "Can he really beat the madam's puppet?" Luo Qili asked, her voice tight with concern. Zhao Yi rummaged through drawers and cabinets as he answered. "In the past, no problem. But now, it's not that simple. He's badly hurt, and the closer the puppet gets to the heart, the stronger it becomes." Luo Qili picked up a round glass ornament from nearby. "This what you're looking for?" Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. "Where did you find that?" "On the female ghost," she said. "I saw a bulge on her and thought it was a weak spot." "Guess it wasn't." Zhao Yi examined the glass sphere. It radiated a gentle warmth, something that could restore sanity and calm the mind. "This is the master's heart?" Luo Qili asked, surprised. Zhao Yi nodded. "We need to get this into the madam's chest. It'll dispel all her resentment. And once that's gone, she dies. If you want to live, go to the deputy house. Find the second wife. Tell her what's happening. We can't win this final fight without her." Luo Qili clutched the token, eyes burning. "You better stay alive, Zhao Yi. I'll be back." Without another word, she turned and ran. Just then, an explosion rocked the main house. Qi Lin flew from the second floor, landing heavily on the ground. His paper body was almost destroyed. Laughter echoed from above. Two figures emerged. One, a flesh puppet with a gaping bloody hole in its chest, pulsing with a grotesque heart. The other, a heartless corpse with a rotting face and the stench of death. "I finally, am alive." The eldest lady's smile twisted into something monstrous, her eyes seething with hatred. "Everyone in this house must die. Chief Qi, I'll help you hold off your master. Hold the first madam's flesh puppet. Just hold on until the second madam arrives." Zhao Yi pulled out his blood-stained scalpel. His eyes gleamed with growing excitement. As a zombie, the master's combat power was immense. But with his heart taken by the eldest lady, his movements had slowed. While the paper steward battled the lady, Zhao Yi launched into the fight. The old man had almost no mental awareness left. With his heart gone, he reacted purely on instinct. As the corpse adjusted to life without a heart, it moved faster. Soon, it exploited Zhao Yi's weak point and struck. Zhao Yi crossed his arms to block. Bones cracked, pain surged, but there was no sign of suffering on his face. On the contrary, he looked even more thrilled. He stumbled back, his arms slowly regenerating. Meanwhile, Chief Qi's battle was even more desperate. Facing the eldest lady, who now possessed his heart, he was clearly outmatched. Qi Lin was already heavily injured. Cracks ran through his paper-thin body, blood seeping through. He looked as though he might shatter with a strong gust of wind. But he held his Guandao tight, refusing to let go. "Weak little insect. Why keep struggling? In the face of true power, all else is meaningless." The flesh puppet let out a shrill, unsettling laugh. His eyes grew colder. Black veins spread across his skin. He was prepared to unleash his darkest personality again if he had to. Even if it came at a cost, he would wipe the field clean. But for now, he held back. The situation was still manageable. According to the timing, Luo Qili should arrive soon. And then, just as the puppet lunged, two ghostly figures flew in from a distance. They were the two ghost guards assigned to the second madam. Without hesitation, they launched themselves at her. Luo Qili and the second madam came running, out of breath. Zhao Yi saw the deep gash on Luo Qili's back and knew she must have encountered the eldest lady's loyal ghosts on her way here. "Madam," he said, "you don't have a choice anymore. If you still feel any gratitude toward the master, help us destroy that puppet. Let the master finally rest." Su Mei's beautiful face twisted with grief. She smiled sadly. "This is all my fault. If I hadn't clung to the master, if I'd burned his body and buried my sister's heart like he asked, none of this would have happened. Now Chief Qi is dead, and the entire Wang family is suffering." At that moment, Su Mei stepped forward and wrapped her arms around the zombie that was once her husband. And he calmed. After a pause, Su Mei slowly unbuttoned her thick robe. "Without a heart, it must hurt, right?" She plunged her hand into her own chest. With a trembling hand, she tore out her heart, still beating, and placed it into the hole in the zombie's chest. The heart fused into the corpse. The old man's vacant eyes slowly regained their clarity. He caught Su Mei as she slumped forward, the light fading from her eyes. "My love is mine, my love is mine." She hummed softly in his ear, voice fading. Her eyes glowed with longing. It was the song she had sung the first time they met, when she was still a geisha, and he was just a guest. How she wished time had frozen at that moment. If only life stayed at the first meeting. A faint smile curved her lips. Her life slipped away. Tears of blood fell from the zombie's eyes, dripping onto Sumei's chest. He slowly rose to his feet, eyes bloodshot, fists clenched. He turned to face the flesh puppet, now a monster, which had just shredded the ghost guards into a red mist. I treated you well. I never saw you as a puppet. I gave you my heart. So why did you do this to me? The eldest lady had completely merged with her heart. It was laced with bitterness and deep, violent resentment. How ridiculous. You never saw me as a puppet. To you, I was always a substitute. In this mansion, no one, not the high nor the low, acknowledged me. You say you cared. No, you only cared about Fang Kian. And that dead bitch. Let me tell you something, old man. I'm not Fang Kian. I'm your nightmare. The deadly auras clashed in the air like raging torrents. The woman, now a corpse ghost, was terrifyingly powerful, but the zombie master, having merged with his lover's heart, was no less dangerous. When their fists collided, thunderous shockwaves erupted, leaving people's heads ringing. The zombie's body was monstrously strong. With a single punch, he sent the corpse ghost flying. But the ghouls weren't giving up easily. As they battled the zombie, they also tried to interfere with his movements using mental force. The zombie began to slow, just slightly, enough for the ghouls to slash deep gouges into his body. His flesh tore open instantly. Zhao Yi and Luo Qili dragged the battered body of the paper steward, retreating from the battlefield. This paper man's tough. His head was chopped off and he's still alive, Zhao Yi said, kneeling and attempting to reattach the head. As the head settled into place and the steward's painted eyes regained their spark, Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction. And his arm too, Luo Qili added, gleefully reattaching the severed limb. It needs a blood transfusion, Zhao Yi muttered, pulling out a scalpel with a calm smile. Luo Qili, sensing something was off, turned to flee, but Zhao Yi caught her by the collar and yanked her back. Zhao Yi, what the hell? Before she could finish, Zhao Yi slashed her wrist. Blood poured out, splashing onto the paper steward. Hey, that's enough, Luo Qili cried. I don't have much left, I'm dying here. Her face paled as the blood kept gushing. The wound was deep. She felt her strength slipping away fast. When Zhao Yi decided it was enough, a strange tentacle-like growth closed her wound. He then cut his own wrist and offered more blood to the steward. Butler Qi, Zhao Yi said, listen to me. Your master may be powerful, but the corpse ghost is overflowing with unresolved resentment. It hasn't even fully adapted to its strength yet. When it does, your master will be doomed. There's only one way to defeat it. You have to dissolve the resentment inside. We're too weak to get close. But you might have a chance. He handed the broken Linglong heart to the paper steward. This heart carries the love your master had for the lady. If you place it inside the corpse ghost's chest, it might dissolve its hatred. The steward's painted face grew hideous. Blood oozed through the bright pigments as its expression twisted. Fool, the corpse ghost snarled. Enraged, it forced the zombie back and turned to intercept the strike. The Guandao's sharpness caught even the ghost off guard. It cleaved through the corpse's arm, split the body in half, and stabbed deep into its chest. The blade nearly pierced the heart, but it was blocked by a wall of teeth encasing it. The grotesque mouth surrounding the heart clamped down on the blade. The corpse ghost grabbed Qi Lin by the neck and sneered. Pathetic. Risk your life all you want, it still means nothing. With its free hand, it crushed the Linglong heart in the steward's grasp. You thought this little trinket could defeat me. How naive. As the ghost gloated, a scalpel suddenly pierced its back. Its smile froze. It looked down in shock. The scalpel, so small and unassuming, had sliced through the protective mouth and dug out the heart. Its eyes widened in horror. No, it spun around, ready to kill the one behind the attack. But Zhao Yi jammed a warm, bloody heart into its chest. A golden flame burst from within. Zhao Yi smiled. Sorry, what Qi Lin held was just a shell. I kept the real heart. The ghost lunged for Zhao Yi, enraged, but a cold hand caught its head. Its eyes shrank in terror. The zombie crushed its skull. Dark resentment flooded the air, rushing toward Zhao Yi like a wave, trying to possess him. They howled, clawed, and poured into his body. But inside his spiritual world, there was silence. Like ice melting into water, the resentment simply vanished. Master, I'll be going now. The paper man smiled softly at the zombie, then dissolved into ash and scattered on the wind. Only the cold bodies of the first and second madams remained. The zombie knelt beside Su Mei's body, gently stroked her face, and let out a long sigh. A hand rested gently on the zombie master's shoulder. Earlier, I asked the second madam something, Zhao Yi said. She told me. She's always loved you. At least now, she and her lover can be together forever. It was my greed that killed her. She shouldn't have paid the price for my stupidity, the zombie said quietly. The two madams were buried. The zombie thanked Zhao Yi and Luo Qili. When Zhao Yi asked about the strangers who spoke of eternal life and wore unfamiliar clothing, the zombie paused, then shook his head. I don't remember clearly. Their clothes looked like yours. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Like us? Not from this era. They gave me some corpse refining documents. Called themselves members of the Skull Church. I'd never heard of them before. They claimed that if I refined my heart, I could fully revive a Kayan. They said I could become a living dead, someone who doesn't need a heart and can't die. I was too greedy. Akayan and I were closer than family. She died in childbirth at 40, and I couldn't accept it. I preserved her body with medicine and searched everywhere for a way to bring her back. I eventually found a mechanical manual from the Gongshu clan. Every midnight, Mayor would feed me her heart's blood to help me retain a shred of clarity. His voice grew quiet. To keep him sane, Sume had gradually refined herself into a living dead. A living person couldn't offer their heart blood, so she turned half dead. Zhao Yi and Luo Qili finally understood. Sume had worn thick clothes to hide the gaping hole in her chest. She refused glutinous rice because her undead body now rejected it. Night passed. They entered the 5th day. The cracks ahead were wider now. Luo Qili was stunned. What she once thought was a red glow was a blood-red eye. Behind the crack, a monstrous ghost was watching them. She struggled to stay calm. Is there a ghost behind the crack? Zhao Yi was busy with his camera. Yeah, every player in the demonic tide probably has one following them. When we reach day 7, we'll have to face them directly. Luo Qili's fingers trembled. She was strong-willed, but those haunting eyes chilled her to the bone. Relax, it can't touch us until day 7. Zhao Yi clicked the final part into place. The camera powered on. So that's how it works. Zhao Yi nodded in understanding. What did you realize? Luo Qili asked. This camera captures an image of the world 24 hours ahead, he explained. So, if someone shows up in the photo, that means they'll appear the next day. Luo Qili's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. But we don't really need it right now. If we just stay outside the dungeons, won't time move forward naturally? That's what's strange. She frowned. If we can just wait it out safely, why would our future selves risk so much just to finish those dungeons? Zhao Yi smiled, eyes calm. Because the real challenge of the demonic tide isn't surviving until the 7th day. It's escaping the secret realm alive. Without this camera, once day 7 comes, we die. What are you searching for? I'll help, she offered. An open area, Zhao Yi replied. Soon, they arrived at a square and waited quietly. In one corner of the square, Zhao Yi took out his camera and snapped a photo. There it was, the ghost in his eyes captured on film. Luo Qili did the same, taking a few shots with Zhao Yi's camera. She pointed it toward a nearby abandoned cesspit, muttering to herself, let the ghost taste some of that filth. But when she lowered the camera, she could still see the ghost. Zhao Yi, why can I still see it? It's normal, Zhao Yi replied. If we didn't have the camera, once the mirror fully shatters on the 7th day, the ghosts would just enter and kill us. But since we have it, and it captures the space and time 24 hours ahead, including the ghost, it means the ghost has to appear where we filmed it. That's our escape route. Luo Qili's eyes widened with realization. Wait, when you say mirror, don't you find it strange that everything's reversed? This whole secret realm is inside a mirror, Zhao Yi explained. The ghosts are outside, trying to get in. They need 7 days to break through. So escaping this secret realm means escaping the mirror. Luo Qili grabbed his arm, furious. If you already knew this was the only way out, why didn't you stop me earlier? I thought maybe you had unusual tastes, Zhao Yi said. I was going to say something, but since the dungeon is ending anyway, I figured, why not let you enjoy it? If that's what you like, go for it. Luo Qili stared at him in disbelief. Enjoy it? Seriously? She wanted to disappear. By early morning, many players had gathered in the square. Each had a different method for escaping the mirror, but the open space gave everyone a better shot at surviving. Tension filled the air. Snap! Everyone heard it, the sound of glass breaking. The barrier between their eyes and the evil spirits had shattered. Twisted, vengeful ghosts crawled through the cracks in the mirror. Some vanished from view, reappearing elsewhere. Others immediately attacked, tearing through unprepared players. These ghosts were fast, relentless, and had specific targets. Players scattered in panic. Zhao Yi took out his adulterous skateboard. Get chased by a ghost. No thanks. He and Luo Qili sped off, leading 2 ghosts on a wild chase toward their filming spot. Suddenly, a massive female ghost lashed out with her tongue, now a blood-red blade aimed straight at them. Zhao Yi swerved, dragon-like, avoiding the deadly strike. Off now, Zhao Yi shouted. They jumped off the skateboard and sprinted in opposite directions. Zhao Yi passed through the broken mirror and vanished. Luo Qili stopped in front of the cesspit mirror, hesitating. Behind her, the ghost approached rapidly. Oh no, here we go. Gritting her teeth, Luo Kili held her breath and leaped straight through the mirror. Live stream chat. Damn, Luo Kili is fearless. If it were me, I'd rather die than jump into a cesspit. Do you think she'll be traumatized every time she sees one now? Maybe not the pit, but definitely traumatized by Zhao Yi. When he regained his vision, Zhao Yi was already standing outside the guild headquarters. Congratulations to players Zhao Yi, Qin Yu, Bai Shuiji, and others for completing the Secret Realm trial. Rewards: 60,000 points and a green destiny treasure chest. The survivors nearly lost their minds with joy. Not only did they gain valuable experience and useful items, but more importantly, they earned 60,000 points and a chance at rare gear from the destiny chests. Even after returning most of the points to the guild, each of them still had 10,000 left over, and that green destiny chest had a chance to yield blue, or even purple, items. This felt like going from riding a bicycle to roaring off on a motorcycle. Just then, the system sent a message. From Liu Ruoking. Come to my room. Zhao Yi stared at the message, his gaze lingering. Sit, she said with a smile, charming, with a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. She smelled of rose petals and red wine. You probably guessed that the Red Devil incident was just a test. It never posed a real threat to me. Zhao Yi smiled. What do you want me to do? Her fingers moved through the air, and a strange red light shimmered. A silver-haired little girl appeared in the room, covered in scales that looked like a cross between snake and fish. Tomorrow, all the guild elders are leaving, Liu Ruoking said. I don't know if I'll return, so I'm leaving the Red Devil in your care. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Where are you going? She hesitated. The Immortal Road. You're not ready to understand. Best not to mention it. The Red Devil can't go. That path is too dangerous, filled with disasters and unspeakable horrors. But she can attach to your spiritual world and follow you to most places. And you're not allowed to eat her. Zhao Yi glanced at the little girl wrapped in red scales and muttered. What a pity. But I owe you. Liu Ruoking handed him a special ID card. Once we're gone, no one at the guild will protect you. Xiang Babing or others may cause trouble. This card is for the warehouse manager. With it, they won't be able to touch you. As for dungeon missions, you're on your own. To most, this little girl was a terrifying creature connected to ancient beings. Even Liu Ruoking had to take special precautions while she was parasitized by her. But Zhao Yi was different. He wasn't guarding against the Red Devil, she was guarding against him. After calming her down, Zhao Yi sent her into his spiritual world. The outer fringe. The moment she entered, she saw the eye of a storm churning in the abyss. A massive bronze pillar rose from the darkness, disappearing into the sky. Demons were chained to it, howling, gnashing their teeth. Another one comes. Welcome, child. Endless torment awaits. Join us in the eternal agony. What's down there? She asked in a small voice. Another me, Zhao Yi replied. She hesitated, then stretched her hand toward the abyss. A faint stream of chaos flowed into her body. It came from Zhao Yi's darkest self. Whenever he released its side, chaotic forces spilled into his spiritual world. Normally, they would accumulate dangerously. But now, he might have found a solution. How much can you absorb? He asked. I can only take in a little each day, she replied. Zhao Yi stroked her head gently. Good. She was eating away at the chaos, and doing it 3 times faster than before. To put it into perspective, in the past, if Zhao Yi released his dark side for 6 minutes, he'd need 6 months to recover. Now, only 2. And if he used just a fragment of that power, an arm, a leg, a heart, he might only need a few days to recover. He smiled and patted her head affectionately. Do your best, and I'll feed you something good later. The Red Devil glanced toward the chained demons and swallowed nervously. Hard to say if it was fear or hunger. His next target, the steel processing plant. At Guxuan town, he booked a few rides. But as soon as drivers heard his destination, they kicked him out of the car. Sorry, kid. We can't go there. It's haunted. Even a ghost driver trembled, cigarette in hand. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. A ghost afraid of ghosts. Eventually, he called the warehouse ghost, who clearly knew about the place too. While driving, it warned him. That plant isn't normal. Dangerous. Lots of powerful ghosts disappeared there. Zhao Yi smiled. The train station was dangerous too. I made it out. I can only take you this far, the ghost said. Ahead, the factory loomed in the mist 200 or 300 meters away, just a shadow in the haze. The warehouse ghost had done all it could. No one else would have come this far, no matter how much ghost money you offered. It's fine. I'll walk the rest. Thanks. Zhao Yi stepped out. The ghost lit a cigar and said from the driver's seat, I'll wait here for 7 days. If you're not back by then, I'm leaving. Zhao Yi waved, then walked into the mist. As Zhao Yi crossed the threshold, a system message appeared. Do you want to enter the large world instance? Without hesitation, Zhao Yi selected yes. Instance, Rust. Main mission, uncover the truth behind the plant's decay. Hidden mission, main quest rewards, 300 XP, 15,000 points. Hidden mission reward. Difficulty, his vision blurred. When it cleared, he found himself in a small open yard just outside the steel plant. Around him stood dozens of ghosts, each holding a brand new blue work uniform. In front of the group stood a bizarre figure. Its head was human, but the skull was split open with wires running into its exposed brain. We've worked hard this year. Next year, the boss is buying a new car. We keep grinding. Next year, the boss gets a new house. We struggle together. Next year, the boss becomes the local tycoon. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. He had never heard such a blunt, shameless speech before. In the real world, a talk like that would have sent all employees fleeing. Of course, Chen Fei continued, his tone turning colder. Hard work is important, but following the factory rules is even more so. He grinned, a cruel, unsettling smile. Everyone present shivered. The rules will be posted near your station, with your name and instructions, Chen Fei said. Everyone has different tasks and different rules. Now, suit up, check the bulletin board for your assignment, and be at your station by 6 a.m. Zhao Yi threw on the uniform casually and walked to the bulletin board. His job, transport rusted items to the steel melting furnace. His workstation wasn't fixed, giving him more freedom of movement. A small cart was waiting for him on the west side lawn. Factory employee Zhao Yi, code of conduct. Avoid getting injured in the factory at all costs. If wounded, contact your manager immediately. With an experienced employee present, disinfect the wound thoroughly using the provided medicine until a film forms. If your skin starts itching, do not scratch. You may slap or pat to relieve it. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Do not lose your assigned cart during work. All employees and managers wear blue uniforms. If anyone in gray approaches and asks to borrow something, do not engage, walk away immediately. If you see someone in red, stop everything, close your eyes, and lower your head for 1 minute. No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes. If your shadow disappears, find a shaded area within 5 minutes and remain there until it returns. Day 1 rules and tasks are simple. Do not postpone any work. No one in this factory wears black. If you see someone in black, call security immediately and remain in place until they arrive. To become a model employee and earn a lifetime position, strictly follow all the above rules. Good luck. There were thousands of workers in the factory. An old employee brought in just a few dozen newcomers and assigned them different tasks in various areas. For new hires like Zhao Yi, who had just entered the steel processing plant, the job was simple. Weeding. They were responsible for cutting rusty plants from a vast lawn inside the factory and spraying them with a solution that accelerated wound healing. Zhao Yi and 2 other ghosts, Jiang Ming and Yingxing, were in charge of transporting the rusted grass to the steel melting furnace. By the time they reached the edge of the massive lawn, the sun had started to rise behind the clouds, casting a reddish glow like the center of a half-cooked egg yolk. Across the lawn, dozens of ghosts picked up their tools and prepared to start working. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Yi's wheelbarrow was full of rust grass. Following work protocol, he began pushing the cart toward the steel melting room. Along the way, he carefully observed the rust grass in the cart. Besides the rust already on the blades, what stood out was the fresh rust forming on the newly cut edges. Rust, neutral. Note, what are you thinking? It's just ordinary rust. Rust forming so quickly on fresh cuts. The rules emphasized avoiding wounds on the skin. That meant the source of infection was likely airborne, like microscopic particles or viruses, and the skin acted as a barrier to prevent its spread. Zhao Yi thought about the rules he had learned. Several of them focused on preventing employee infection. This wasn't good. Any confrontation, even minor accidents, could lead to wounds, and once exposed to air, the infection might set in. But what exactly happens if rust begins to grow on a person's body? Zhao Yi's curiosity deepened. He reached the steel melting room. It was not what he expected. The space was large and empty, with no oven in sight. Instead, 3 conveyor belts stretched toward the entrance. At the end of each belt was a massive decaying human head, about 30 times the size of a normal one. Its mouth was wide open, filled with rust-covered, razor-sharp teeth. These damn rusty weeds. Every damn day, it muttered, clearly annoyed. There was a violent energy coming off the worker. Zhao Yi studied him closely. His arms trembled slightly as he moved the grass. The gloves seemed unnaturally firm, as if something filled them. Zhao Yi glanced at a nearby abandoned table. Thumbtacks. Some had dried blood on them. He walked over, picked up one stained with blood, and tucked it into his inventory. these going to be melted too?" he asked. The worker turned and barked, "Melt it. A few days ago, some idiot dumped in something that wasn't even rusty. No markings, just thrown in a sack. How many times do I have to say this? Sharp objects that can cause injuries must be clearly marked and sealed in transparent airbags. Damn morons." He shook his head and pushed his cart back toward the lawn to load another batch of rust grass. By now, the sun had fully emerged, its harsh light and heat blazing down. Zhao suddenly felt something inside him start to dissolve. It was an unbearable sensation. The longer he stayed in the sun, the worse the feeling became. It was like losing something vital. Sweat poured down his face. He looked down, his shadow, fading, nearly gone under the blinding sun. His body felt desperately dry. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi sought shade, away from the direct sunlight. Thanks to the many buildings in the factory, finding a shaded area wasn't hard. He pushed his cart to the side of a wall and squatted down in the shadow. The emptiness inside him slowly faded. The thirst disappeared. He looked out across the sunlit lawn, now glowing white with heat. The ghosts kept working diligently. Their shadows remained strong and unchanged. Strange, the ghosts were unaffected by the sunlight, while he, a living human, had to hide in the shade. The ghost's shadows didn't fade at all. Was it because he was human, or was it something else? Zhao Yi kept observing. At the edge of the lawn, he saw a lone cart. They must be avoiding the sun too. It seemed like each job had different rules and risks. Zhao Yi was silent. He stretched his hand into the sunlight to test something. His shadow, which had nearly vanished, now returned to its full form. "Color?" Zhao Yi whispered, eyes sharpening. "Yes, it's the color." The blue uniform of the man in the steel melting room. It had faded. When Zhao Yi first saw him, the color was already lighter than his own. And during their conversation, it had faded even more. Why did the clothes lose color? As Zhao Yi pondered this, a figure approached from the distance. No one paid attention. The employees on the lawn were too busy trying to meet their rustweed quotas. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and watched the person walk to the lone cart by the lawn, then simply pushed it away. That person wasn't Jiang Ming or Yingxing. He wore gray clothing and walked with a limp. His injured leg dragged behind him, as though it carried a heavy burden. Gray-clothed man, neutral triggered. Weakness, none. Note, you may speak to him, but don't lend him anything. Don't spend more than 5 minutes with him. The longer you stay, the more dangerous he becomes. He watched the man until he disappeared from view. Not long after, a surprised shout broke the silence. "Where's my cart? Damn it, are you messing with me? Who took my cart? Stop playing around, I'm serious." The ghost named Yingxing, sporting a Mediterranean hairline, shouted in frustration. An aura of menace surged around him, but the nearby ghosts merely glanced his way and went back to work. They even seemed pleased. After all, there was a cap on how many employees could be selected as outstanding. One less meant fewer competitors. Yingxing threw a dramatic series of Thomas-style military punches at the air, then glared at Zhao Yi with bloodshot eyes. "You sneaky human. Did you hide my cart? Afraid I'd win the Outstanding Employee Award over you?" He stormed over aggressively. Zhao Yi glanced at him and shrugged. "Wasn't me." An old man in gray came and pushed it away. Just then, another voice chimed in from a distance. He took it. His own cart was gone, so he took yours instead. They turned to see a skinny ghost with a pointed chin and monkey-like cheeks standing next to a gangster-looking ghost. His eyes gleamed with mischief. The gangster also grinned coldly. Yingxing slowly turned back to Zhao Yi. "What do you have to say now?" Zhao Yi pointed at his own cart and smiled. "Wanna check it?" Yingxing narrowed his green eyes and pretended to inspect it closely. He bared his teeth in anger. "You sly human. This is clearly my cart. The wheel patterns match exactly. You lost yours and took mine. I'm calling Big Brother Chen Fei right now." A thumbtack appeared in his palm. Zhao Yi judged the distance and angle, then flicked it behind Yingxing's feet with the help of his cart. He grabbed the cart firmly. Seeing this, Yingxing rushed over and grabbed it too. They began a tug of war. In any contest over possession, people tend to shift their weight or step back to maintain balance and dominance. This step could be short or long. Yingxing's first step didn't hit the thumbtack, but Zhao Yi adjusted the force of his pull each time Yingxing moved, step by step. On the third shift, Yingxing stepped squarely on the hidden tack. It pierced the sole cleanly. His expression twisted. He lifted his foot and removed his shoe. Blood oozed out, along with signs of athlete's foot. He picked out the tack and tossed it aside, brushing off the incident. Sure, the rules said any surface wound required immediate attention from the infirmary, but it was just a thumbtack. No big deal. The wound should heal instantly, or so he thought. Then, he moved his leg. Something felt wrong. There was something in his soul. Sharp pain mixed with intense itchiness. That wasn't from a simple wound. Alarmed, Yingxing checked his foot again. His pupils shrank. From the tiny puncture, a jagged, irregular patch of rust was growing. He reached to scrape it off. Pain exploded. The rust had embedded itself deep in his flesh. As he peeled it away, chunks of skin and muscle came with it. Blood sprayed everywhere. Panic surged. Yingxing grabbed his pager and called Chen Fei, briefly explaining the issue. And of course, he mentioned Zhao Yi stealing the cart. "You're done for, human. Foreman Chen Fei will be here soon. When he sees you took my cart, you'll be kicked out of the factory." Zhao Yi didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on Yingxing's foot. The bleeding had stopped, not because of healing, but because the wound had crusted over with thick patches of spreading rust. Zhao Yi's silence and stare made Yingxing uneasy. His gloating face twisted into panic. "My legs, why can't I move them?" He looked down. Terror filled his eyes. "Damn it, why is there rust growing on me?" Chen Fei arrived, dragging a heavy chain behind him. The clanking echoed ominously across the yard. This terrifying, powerful monster was thankfully rational and on their side. "Who called?" Chen Fei's voice boomed. Yingxing raised his hand instantly. Chen Fei rushed over, saw the rust, and his expression darkened. "Foreman Chen, that human stole my cart." Even now, Yingxing's first concern was blaming Zhao Yi. Several other ghosts backed him up, but Chen Fei wasn't paying attention. "How long has the rust been there?" "A few minutes." Chen Fei's face turned grim. "Come with me. Now, if we wait any longer, it might be too late." His urgency left no room for doubt. He dragged the confused Yingxing toward the infirmary. Still trying to complain about the cart, Yingxing followed reluctantly. Chen Fei didn't even look back. But a short distance away, he turned and glanced at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was bent over, picking something up. "Strange, I just threw it here." Zhao Yi rubbed his chin, a curious light flashing in his eyes. It didn't make sense. A thumbtack had disappeared. After scanning the area, his gaze landed on the rust stains covering the skin on his feet. The blood had completely dried under the sun. The thumbtack, once shiny and smooth, had rusted beyond recognition. It had blended with the rust stains, its original shape distorted and twisted into a small pile of scrap iron. Ordinary rust doesn't change the shape of an object, so the thumbtack must have changed during the rusting process. If rust can deform a thumbtack, doesn't that mean it could affect other things too? Thoughts raced through Zhao Yi's mind. The sun had shrunk in the sky. Taking advantage of the dim light, Zhao Yi pushed his cart onto the lawn to collect rust grass. The rust fragments were razor sharp, so he avoided touching them directly. The sun, which had dimmed briefly, returned with full intensity. That melting feeling crept back into his mind. Zhao Yi picked up his pace. His shadow faded under the light. The emptiness in his chest grew stronger. There was no shade along this stretch of road. But Zhao Yi ran fast. When he reached the melting room, his shadow was still barely visible, just lighter. Jiang Ming behind him wasn't so lucky. Though not slow, he misjudged the distance and didn't abandon his cart in time. He failed to reach the shade, and under the relentless sun, his shadow completely dissolved. "What's wrong with you? Why are you all staring at me?" His body was melting. Flesh, blood, bone, dissolving like slime. Panic surged as he scrambled to find shade. He aimed for the wall nearby, where the sunlight didn't reach. But after only 2 steps, he collapsed. His legs had rotted into sludge. Worse, rust had begun to form on the wounds, spreading rapidly. Terrified, Jiang Ming clawed forward, leaving a long smear of blood under the blazing sun. He finally reached the shadow near the wall. At that moment, the sun slipped behind thick clouds. The heat dropped. Snap! Jiang Ming's eyeballs fell from his hollow sockets. They rolled across the ground, pupils upturned to the sky. The last traces of unwillingness in his eyes faded into the void of death. He was dead. Rust bloomed and spread over his corpse, multiplying wildly. Sharp curses echoed from the steel melting room, followed by loud bangs and clattering. Zhao Yi pushed the cart inside. The employee in charge of handling rusted items radiated a violent aura. Silently, he poured the rust grass onto the belt. Then, he studied the employee's hands. They were trembling violently, like those of a Parkinson's patient. Only 2 things could cause that kind of tremor. 1. Emotional distress triggering hormonal shifts. 2. The object being held exceeded the hand's capacity to control its weight. His hands are so heavy, are they rusting? He cursed the employee who brought the thumbtacks. Maybe the thumbtacks pierced his hand, causing infection. On the lawn, Chen Fei returned with Yingxing, whose leg had been amputated. "I'm sorry, but once a wound rusts, it can't regenerate. As for the cart issue, I'll clear things up with Zhao Yi later. As a cart here, Jiang Ming died because he broke the rules. You can use his." Yingxing grinned sheepishly, nodded, and started limping around pretending to weed. From a distance, Zhao Yi approached with a cart. Chen Fei looked at him and said, Zhao Yi, come with me. Most of the other ghosts wore mocking smiles, enjoying someone else's misfortune. Especially Yingxing and Gangster. That damn human thinks he can compete for excellent employee. He doesn't deserve it. This place isn't safe for someone like you. It's too dangerous. I can help file your resignation. You should leave as soon as possible. Zhao Yi's face turned serious. I'm actually a time-space special police officer. The future has changed. Guxuan Town is in danger. The source, this factory, the threat level is Dragon class. We've reversed time and space, traveled through countless timelines, and now we're carrying out a secret mission to save the past. Are you okay? Zhao Yi answered firmly. Do I not look like I'm telling the truth? He didn't seem to be joking. Do you have anything to prove it? Zhao Yi pulled out a property certificate. Here's my ID. Class A Agent 7. Codename, James Banghard Liu Leihan. Chen Fei stared at it for a while. Something didn't sit right. A time-space special police officer. And that name, it sounded like it would never pass a background check. Zhao Yi sighed, then pulled out another device. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Look, I brought the time travel machine. Toss something in, set a time, and it'll go back to the past. Chen Fei examined the machine carefully. It didn't look like any high-tech device. It looked more like a meat processor. You're telling me this thing travels through time? Of course, said Zhao Yi. Try it. Throw something in. Chen Fei hesitated, then flicked his wrist. A chain on his left hand whipped up, wrapped around a nearby dead tree, and tossed it into the so-called time machine. A loud rumble followed. The tree vanished. Sawdust sprayed out of the other end. Chen Fei pointed at the ground in disbelief. This is just a damn corpse shredder. Zhao Yi patted his shoulder earnestly. Hey now, keep it civil. This debris, it's a feature. The machine analyzes what you throw in, teleports it, and spits out a decoy. That way, no one knows it's a time machine. They just think it's a regular shredder. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. Really? Zhao Yi spread his hands. Why else would I come to such a dangerous place if I weren't on a mission? That seemed more reasonable than anything else he'd said so far. Chen Fei took a deep breath, his eyes now serious. You said the disaster in Guxuan Town started from this factory. What exactly happened? Zhao Yi spoke in a hushed tone. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's too dangerous. Better that someone like you stays out of it. Chen Fei frowned. Who are you calling weak? I'm one of the few red-uniformed employees in the entire factory. Zhao Yi's eyes flickered. A keyword. He had many questions but held back for now. This mission is classified. If you want to know more, you have to join us. But know this, once you're in, you could be sacrificed at any moment. Are you willing to give your life to save the world? Chen Fei's heart pounded. A big organization. A chance to be a hero. That was his dream since childhood. I do. Zhao Yi's expression turned solemn. Comrade Chen Fei, stand at attention. Chen Fei straightened up, eyes full of determination. The organization is willing to accept you. But first, you must swear an oath of loyalty. I'll say a line. You repeat it. Chen Fei nodded. Zhao Yi recited with conviction. The long night is coming. I will watch from this day until my death. Chen Fei echoed. The long night is coming. I will watch from this day until my death. I will not marry, inherit land, or raise children. I will not wear fine clothes or seek honor. I will devote myself to my duty. I will not marry, inherit land, or raise children. I will not wear fine clothes or seek honor. I will devote myself to my duty. I will be the sharpest sword in the twilight, piercing darkness and questioning the light. I will dedicate my life to the organization and fight to free the world from suffering. I swear on my soul, if I stand alone, I will never retreat. I will fight until my last breath and shed my final drop of blood. Chen Fei was trembling, eyes brimming with tears. A minute ago, he was just a factory worker. Now, he was swearing to liberate the world. The system sent a notification. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yi reached out and shook the chainsaw on Chen Fei's right arm. Comrade Chen Fei, welcome to the organization. Thank you, Comrade Zhao Yi. First, I need to know more about this factory. Why do people in grass rust? And what are the rules here? Chen Fei went quiet, gathering his thoughts. He looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then whispered. An older worker once told me the steel processing plant is actually a kind of special laboratory. It's been around since before Guxuan Town even existed. There's something underground. It affects everything living nearby. If anything gets injured, it senses it. It feeds on rust and produces high-grade steel. That steel is processed further and sold to construction crews across Guxuan Town. All the rusted material ends up being transported underground, so whatever it is, it's probably down there. He checked again to make sure no one was listening. As for the rules, they were set by a machine left by the original developers. They protect employees from supernatural harm. The uniforms are specially made. They look normal, but they're not. If someone starts rusting, their clothes fade. Once it hits a certain point, they become what the manager calls a rust corpse. They still look normal, but they're dangerous. That's what the red uniformed employees are for. We track down potential rust corpses. When you wear red, you can spot faded uniforms right away. You can even see the names printed on them. We record them, report them to security. Then we either eliminate them ourselves or wait for the scheduled purge. Zhao Yi listened closely. After a moment, he asked, "What about the black uniformed workers?" Chen Fei stiffened. "There are no black uniformed workers. Not now. I've worked here for decades and never seen one. But I've heard stories. Big Brother once mentioned, 100 years ago, someone in black did appear. And after that, something horrific happened in the factory, all because no one reported it in time." Even though Chen Fei hadn't witnessed it himself, it was clear his older brother had described the scene in such detail that it left a deep psychological scar on him. If the man in black was that powerful, killing everyone in the security room, how did your brother survive? Chen Fei frowned. That's the strange part. The killer didn't target every ghost. It wiped out most of the ghosts in the factory, then just stopped. It was like the man in black suddenly got an order and left. We never saw where he went. But my brother said something strange. He checked the security footage afterward. There was no trace of anyone in black leaving the factory. Chen Fei shuddered. Even retelling it gave him chills. In the end, my brother quit and went back to his hometown. Chen Fei, you're more connected in the factory than I am. Try to dig up some information about the rust. I'll check in with you later. Chen Fei nodded, a faint worry appearing on his face. Be careful of the new ghosts. They really don't like you and might try to harm you. Also, here, I got this medicine from the infirmary. If you get injured, spray it immediately. If the wound has rust around it, cut the skin near it first, then use the spray. Zhao Yi accepted the medicine and thanked him. Item 205 glue. Type consumable. Description: once, a deranged woman used this glue as a lubricant to permanently attach herself to her lover. The man refused amputation, so they stayed bound together until his death of old age. A twisted, tragic love story. Effect: spray or apply to a surface. After 1 minute it forms a thin film with adhesion strength up to 50 tons. Can also be used to prevent wound infection and stop bleeding. Manufacturer's note: I received the Nobel Prize in Medicine a week after launching 205 glue. Strange, isn't it? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes after reading the product description. Clearly, the manufacturer never intended it to become a medical item. He pocketed the bottle and pushed his cart back to work. Lon, an old ghost shouted in a shrill voice. This human brat's getting bold. Let's teach him a lesson. Let him know trash doesn't belong in a steel mill. Other ghosts chimed in. Yeah, how dare he steal the outstanding employee title from us. Wait, why is he back? One ghost pointed. All eyes turned to Zhao Yi in disbelief as he pushed his cart across the lawn. He started calmly gathering rust grass. The sun was out, the day bright and clear. Flowers bloomed, grass was green. A beautiful scene. No way. Is that really Zhao Yi? Didn't Chen Fei take care of him? They were shocked. Stealing another worker's tools was a serious offense, yet Zhao Yi was still fine. He gripped the massive scissors tighter. His eyes turned cold. Lucky bastard, he muttered with a sneer. But Zhao Yi didn't even look his way. That complete disregard, that was the real insult. Did you know? You're going to be in big trouble this afternoon. The ghost froze. You, it scoffed, hiding its rage. Zhao Yi just smiled. We'll see. He pushed the cart of rust grass away. The sun cast his shadow long on the ground as he disappeared in the distance. The gangster ghost's murderous aura flared. He glanced down at a rusty leaf stuck to his scissors, paused, then quietly pocketed it. His lips curled into a wicked grin. Noon, lunchtime. Zhao Yi ordered fried potatoes and tomato stew, sat down, and was just about to eat when someone tapped his shoulder. Brother Zhao Yi, sorry about earlier. I was out of line. He offered Zhao Yi a beer. Let's bury the hatchet. Just one drink, okay. Zhao Yi eyed the bottle, a strange smile on his lips. When someone's being kind for no reason, he's either a traitor or a thief. He swirled the bottle, looked up, and said calmly, what if I just don't want it? The gangster clearly didn't expect Zhao Yi to reject him. Under the stiff gaze of the gangster, Zhao Yi bent down and picked up a rust-stained blade from the floor. Holding it up, he smiled and placed the rust grass in front of the ghost. Is this your idea of sincerity? Many ghosts had already turned to watch. The old ghost looked embarrassed, but still insisted stubbornly. Brother Zhao Yi, please don't slander me. That clearly came out of your own pocket. What are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Several ghosts turned to look. It was Chen Fei. He approached with a stern expression. The gangster's eyes lit up. Another plan formed in his mind. Foreman, this human Zhao Yi is really vicious. He secretly put a piece of rust grass in the wine bottle and tried to trick me into drinking it. The lie came out easily, and many ghosts behind him chimed in. A strange sound echoed. The gangster froze and looked down. The thick chain in Chen Fei's left hand had wrapped tightly around his waist. You can't even lie properly. That unfinished bottle was clearly in your hand. I saw you take both bottles myself. You think you can trick me? You think I'm a pig? Chen Fei's voice was low and angry, his eyes glowing red. The chain exploded with terrifying force, flinging the terrified gangster straight out of the cafeteria. Chen Fei had controlled his strength well, ensuring the ghost wasn't actually injured. Zhao Yi could tell immediately, Chen Fei must follow rules that forbid harming normal employees without cause. He'd mentioned as much in one of their earlier chats. The cafeteria was huge, capable of seating thousands of ghosts. In the distance was an area watched over by another red-clothed employee. A skinny ghost looked over with a hint of malice in its eyes. Especially when its gaze fell on Chen Fei, there was a flicker of fear and coldness. After the meal, it was time to return to work. Thanks to Chen Fei's warning, the gangster, though still seething with resentment, didn't dare cause trouble in public. Zhao Yi pushed a cart full of rust grass to the furnace room. The place was deathly silent. No shouting, no clanging, no cursing. The worker responsible for handling the rust sat quietly in a corner, back turned to the door. Zhao Yi quietly emptied the rust grass onto the conveyor belt, deliberately moving slowly. Most of his attention was on the worker in the corner. At last, the gray-clothed figure slowly stood. "Excuse me, can you lend it to me?" "Sorry, I can't lend it to you. I need it myself. But I know someone who will lend it to you. They're just a little shy, so you might have to pester them a bit." The gray-clothed worker's eyes widened. "Who?" Zhao Yi grinned. "I'll take you to find them." The distance from the steel-melting furnace room to the lawn wasn't far. It wasn't even a 5-minute walk. From what Zhao Yi had learned through the insight of his darkest personality, even if he didn't lend anything to the gray-clothed infected, known as the Rusty Corpse, just being near it for more than 5 minutes could put him in terrible danger. Zhao Yi pointed at one of the ghosts and said to the Rusty Corpse, "Hey, you see that tall guy? Go borrow something from him. What if he doesn't give it? Then just stand next to him and wait. What if he runs away? Then chase after him." Zhao Yi paused for a second, then added, "He's soft-hearted. If you stay near him for more than 5 minutes, he won't be able to resist. He'll cave eventually." Hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed across the Rusty Corpse's blank face. It ran toward the group of workers on the lawn. The Rusty Corpse's spirit seemed connected to some enormous, unknown entity. At his current level, Zhao Yi wasn't able to invade the corpse's spiritual world through personality injection. A creature infected with rust for a long time. Its soul connects to some giant thing. It was now clear, the gray-clothed personnel were puppets controlled by the source of the rust. This infection didn't just rot their bodies, it eroded their minds too. Realizing this, a dangerous thought formed in Zhao Yi's mind. He chuckled quietly. This is going to be fun. The timing wasn't right, so he shelved the idea for now. "What the hell? Don't follow me." One of the ghosts turned pale, grabbed his weapon, and began to retreat. He wasn't stupid. The rulebook clearly stated, if a gray-clothed worker approaches to borrow something, never agree. Run away immediately. But no matter how far he moved from the lawn, the gray-clothed ghost followed, wearing a twisted, perverted grin. "Why me?" The ghost wanted to scream. "So many people here, why are you chasing me? Did I eat your food? Did I use your toilet?" Through the gray-clothed ghost's tangled hair, he spotted Zhao Yi off in the distance, whistling while organizing rust grass. That's when it clicked. This ghost had been sent by Zhao Yi. The ghost fumed with rage. Rounding a corner, he stormed toward Zhao Yi. "If you screw with me, I'll kill you." His rage boiled over, but behind him, the gray-clothed ghost's voice grew louder and more insistent. "Why won't you lend it to me? Why won't you lend it? Why? Why?" The fleeing ghost felt a strange shift in the air. He turned around and froze. Black cracks were spreading from the eye sockets of the gray-clothed ghost, becoming darker, denser. He forgot about Zhao Yi. Instead, he raised his shears and swung them at the gray ghost's neck. Clang, metal struck metal. The crazed ghost had caught the blade with its neck. No blood, just flakes of rust scattered through the air. Is this rust? Harder than steel. The ghost froze for a moment, then instinctively dropped the shears and leapt back. But the gray-clothed ghost didn't attack. It never had. It just stared at him with wide, blood-red eyes and that same eerie smile. It slowly moved closer, muttering strange words over and over. He looked toward the other end of the lawn and shouted, "You just gonna sit there? Help me, let's kill this thing together." But none of the ghosts came. No one moved. Cowards, traitors, no one you can trust when it counts. The ghost's face twisted with fury. He cursed them all silently and ran toward Zhao Yi, pulling out his phone to call Chen Fei. But before he could dial, a rusted claw, dripping with thick, dark red slime, shot out from the gray ghost's tattered glove and clamped tightly around his neck. Lend it to me. Lend it to me. Lend it to me. The claw tightened. Before everyone's eyes, the ghost's body convulsed violently. Rust spread across his skin like wildfire. Within moments, he stopped moving. His wide, terrified eyes froze mid-scream. And then, in front of everyone, the gray ghost squatted, flattened the corpse, and began to feast. The gruesome sound of teeth gnawing on bone and rust filled the lawn, cutting through the cold wind like a knife. In the sunlight, Zhao Yi noticed something. Far away, the gray ghost devouring the corpse seemed to be changing. Its pale gray clothing was starting to darken. Steel melting chamber. Zhao Yi dumped the rust grass onto the conveyor belt and watched as it was carried into the gaping mouth of the giant human head, chewed up and swallowed. But then, he heard footsteps behind him, heavy, slow, and full of oppressive weight. Zhao Yi frowned. He recognized them immediately. The rust corpse. It hadn't gone after the other ghosts. It had come for him. 3,000 weak ghosts, and it picked just one. Zhao Yi, I want to borrow something. The voice echoed before the rust corpse even entered the room. Cold, hungry. Apparently, devouring the gangster hadn't satisfied it. You shouldn't have come, he said quietly. Its clawed hands reached for Zhao Yi's neck, but Zhao Yi pulled out Old Man Liu's real estate certificate. The rust corpse froze in place. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi took out a scalpel and sliced off its head. Still, the corpse wasn't dead. 5 seconds later, its frozen body began to tremble, as if trying to break free from the certificate's control. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised, then quickly severed its limbs. He walked up to the massive human head and examined the bottomless hole where the neck should have been. There was no end in sight. He couldn't tell how deep it was. If he jumped in, even without any monsters lurking below, the fall alone would be enough to kill him. He wasn't a ghost, he was human. And unlike ghosts, humans didn't survive that kind of damage. Since jumping was out of the question, there were only 2 options. 1. Use a rope. 2. Slide down the throat of the giant rotting head. Both came with their own risks. Zhao Yi quickly pulled out the defeater shotgun Yang Linlin had given him and threw it down the head's throat. The 2 rotten eyeballs bulged. The giant head glared, clearly annoyed, but had no choice. It had to swallow the object lodged in its throat. Zhao Yi's gear was bound to him. As long as he didn't give it away and remained alive, he could retrieve it into his inventory at any time, within a certain range. The gun slid down the throat's broad, soft passage. There was no sound, so Zhao Yi couldn't tell if it had reached the bottom or if any dangers damaged it along the way. He had to test things bit by bit. 10 seconds. Then he recalled the gun, inspected it. No damage. After the afternoon shift, Chen Fei arrived for the evening debrief. Today, your performance was generally acceptable, though there were some unfortunate accidents. 2 co-workers are gone forever. But remember, this factory is dangerous. 1 careless move, and you're dead. Rules. Try not to break them, especially the ones marked with an exclamation mark. In addition, Zhao Yi violated the 4th rule in the steel melting room today. He should have been expelled from the factory. However, since he alone defeated the gray-clad rust corpse, the punishment will be reduced. Employee Zhao Yi will not eat tonight and must stand watch. Meeting adjourned. The ghosts slowly dispersed in small groups. As they left, many cast fearful glances at Zhao Yi. You're right. Something's definitely off with the Human Resources Department. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chen Fei replied. I know a clerk there. I helped him with a few things. He gave me this list today. He pulled out a folded sheet and handed it to Zhao Yi. It was a record of factory personnel from recent years. Zhao Yi scanned the list carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chen Fei, do you know the name of the rusted corpse I killed today? Chen Fei thought for a moment. Shen Jin, I think. Zhao Yi flipped through the pages quickly and found Shen Jin's name listed, exactly 1 year ago. I knew it, he muttered. Seeing his expression, Chen Fei asked, what is it? Zhao Yi handed the list over and said, the man in black never left the factory, and he never stopped killing. The employees on this list, they didn't just die in accidents or become rusted corpses by chance. If you look a little closer, it's terrifying. Chen Fei swallowed. What do you mean? Zhao Yi slowly turned toward him. His words sent a chill down Chen Fei's spine. Not a single employee on this list survived more than a year. He remembered what the rusted corpse in the steel room had been muttering. Someone had handed it a sack of sharp, stainless thumbtacks. In this factory, no death was random. Every employee's end had been part of a carefully planned murder. You should be thankful you came early. He suddenly patted Chen Fei on the shoulder. Chen Fei, still shaken with fear, hadn't yet gathered his thoughts. What do you mean? Zhao Yi replied calmly. If you had joined just a few years ago, you wouldn't have made it this far. The list only tracks newly hired employees. Your name and those of the older staff aren't on it. That puts you outside the hunting range of the man in black. But I suspect there's another reason you're still alive. Chen Fei asked cautiously. What reason? Zhao Yi looked him in the eyes. That's something you need to figure out. What do veteran employees have that the newer ones don't? Chen Fei thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Permissions. A lot of employees died early on, right after I joined. Not long after, the boss resigned. He passed his authority down to me. Besides changing into red uniforms to clean up the gray-clothed workers at 9 p.m., I was also responsible for training the new hires. Maybe the person behind all this is using employees with permissions as tools. You're keeping the factory running, and it's doing the killing. Chen Fei's pupils contracted. I've been an accomplice to a mass murderer all this time, and I never even knew it. Go back. Act normal. Don't let anything slip. Also, start investigating the factory's steel production. I'll contact you when it's time to act. Later, in the cafeteria, a ghost carrying a dinner tray passed by Chen Fei's area. As it moved between two tables, it accidentally bumped into another ghost. Some soup spilled onto the other ghost's collar. Oh man, I'm so sorry. My leg hit a stool. The ghost apologized, smiled nervously, and reached out to wipe the collar. The ghost with the sharp nose and monkey-like face glanced at him. There was something in the other ghost's eyes, something meaningful. The touch felt odd, deliberate, like he was slipping something onto him. He stayed calm, quickly finished his meal, and rushed to a deserted corner. There, he pulled out a crumpled note. Tonight at 12:30, 5th toilet stall, 3rd floor. He rolled his eyes, then swallowed the note. It was dead quiet. The ghost who slipped him the note hadn't arrived yet. He waited silently. Then came footsteps, approaching fast. They stopped right outside the stall door. It creaked open. Standing there was a ghost in red. Immediately, the sharp-nosed ghost bowed his head, closed his eyes, and stood on one leg, just like the rules demanded. All right, there's no one else here. The red ghost's voice was cold. He handed 2 items to the sharp-nosed ghost. The ghost looked at them, confused. What's this? Take the black water egg. Go to your workplace during the day and plant it. Once Chen Fei gets near it, activate the button remotely. The sharp-nosed ghost frowned. May I ask, what does the egg do? The red ghost snapped. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Do this, and I'll help you replace Chen Fei. He snatched the devices and said through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll do it. But you'd better keep your promise. The red ghost nodded. Of course. And after this is over, you must never speak of it. Never. The sharp-nosed ghost grinned. Don't worry, brother. I may not be talented, but I'm tight-lipped. The red ghost gave him a long, unreadable look, then turned and walked away. A few seconds later, in stall number 4, a toilet flushed. Zhao Yi stepped out of the bathroom, adjusting his pants with an odd expression. Were those two seriously discussing that in the toilet? Unbelievable. He nearly couldn't finish his business properly. If Zhao Yi hadn't been squatting at that moment, he'd have stormed out and slapped them both. How could such a sacred place be tainted by their scheming little minds? Without delay, Zhao Yi contacted Chen Fei and told him everything. Chen Fei fell into a long silence. Zhao Yi asked, "Is there any way to fight back?" Chen Fei replied, "There is. If Liu Jai, the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced ghost, steps forward and passes the factory's lie test, the one who framed me will be severely punished and stripped of their position. Using power for personal gain is a serious offense here." Confirming no one was watching, it pulled something from its coat and buried it under the dirt road nearby. Then, it turned and ran, straight toward Zhao Yi's hiding spot. Behind the wall was an undeveloped area, empty and abandoned. The ghost must have thought no one would be there. It was Liu Jai, focused entirely on the path ahead and distracted by the darkness. Liu Jai didn't notice Zhao Yi crouching nearby. As planned, once Chen Fei walked that road, Liu Jai would press the button. Everything was in place. All that remained was to wait. Before long, Chen Fei came into view, patrolling the lawn. Liu Jai's expression twisted with anticipation. "Die. As long as you step on that path, I'll take your seat." He already imagined his future as CEO, marrying a rich beauty, taking over the steel factory, becoming the steel king of Guxuan town. Liu Jai drooled, lost in his fantasy. Even when a warm hand reached for his remote, he didn't react. "Quit messing around," he mumbled, slapping the hand away, eyes still locked on Chen Fei. Wait, wasn't he the only ghost here? So that hand. Slowly, stiffly, he turned to face the smiling man right beside him. A chill ran down his spine. A few drops of urine slipped out. He couldn't form words. Moonlight and starlight blurred Zhao Yi's features, casting a ghostly silhouette. With the scalpel glinting in his hand, he looked more like a spirit than the ghosts themselves. Liu Jai remembered the horrifying gray-clothed corpse from earlier that day. That was Zhao Yi's work. Wondering why I'm here. Liu Jai swallowed hard. Brother Zhao Yi? No, big brother Zhao Yi, he said hurriedly. You can't kill me yet. If you do, you won't get Chen Fei's position. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Liu Jai found his confidence. Think about it. If you kill me now, Chen Fei's still alive. How would you ever take his place? Liu Jai's mind spun. Then, inspiration struck. Let me ask you something. Was the one who told you to kill me a red-clothed ghost with an open chest, no organs, and full of weird electronics? Brother, we've both been played. It told me to kill Chen Fei and promised me his position. Then it told you to kill me and promised you the same thing. Clearly it's lying. And if it asked you to kill me, it'll send someone else to kill you too. Why don't we team up and kill that lying red ghost? He had a plan. Zhao Yi would take care of the fight. Liu Jai just needed to run when things got messy. But Zhao Yi wasn't so easily tricked. Red-clothed ghosts are powerful. Fighting one will attract others, it'll be messy. But if we just want to take down the liar, I do have an idea. Liu Jai leaned in. What is it? Zhao Yi whispered. Chen Fei told me earlier, ghosts with permissions can't attack each other or abuse their power, or they'll be punished. If you step up tomorrow, expose the red ghost's crimes, and pass the lie test, it'll be done for. Chen Fei will owe you. At the very least, you'll be praised as an outstanding employee. Liu Jai hesitated, tempted by the offer. But something felt off. What about you? Why not expose it yourself? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? We're not the same. You're a ghost. I'm human. If you expose it, they'll call you a hero. If I do it, they'll probably just want me dead. Think about it. Isn't that the truth? Liu Jai fell silent. It made sense. You only get one chance, Zhao Yi said. Do you want it? Liu Jai gritted his teeth. Fine. That bastard betrayed me first. This isn't my fault. He smashed the remote device in his hand. That morning, Liu Jai arrived at the administrative building to report the murder of Chen Fei. It didn't know the ghost personally, but it had seen his face and could identify him. Chen Fei also arrived quickly. After Liu Jai pointed him out, Chen Fei realized the ghost's name was Meng Zun. An old man, overseeing the matter, instructed several security guards to bring in a polygraph. In the factory, using power to frame a colleague was a serious offense. Meng Zun glanced at the polygraph. Sweat had already begun to form on his forehead. Even though the morning sun hadn't risen fully and the air was still cool. Meng Zun, you're a veteran in this factory. You know the rules. I want an explanation. Sweat streamed down Meng Zun's forehead. Yesterday in the cafeteria, I saw Chen Fei defending a human. He even threw a ghost out. So I attacked him. He said nothing unnecessary. Just the facts, leaving others to guess his motives. The ghost was slacking off and tried to frame another worker. It slipped rust grass into Zhao Yi's wine bottle. Fortunately, Zhao Yi didn't drink it and exposed the trick. I confronted the ghost, but it denied everything and tried to shift the blame. I was furious and threw it out. Green light again. Meng Zun was stunned. How had the usually clueless Chen Fei become so cunning? Staring at the polygraph, his bony frame began to tremble. Damn it. What now? The old ghost adjusted his black-framed glasses again. Meng Zun, why did you want to kill Chen Fei? Answer directly. Silence. Oppressive silence. After a long pause, Meng Zun looked up with a strange expression, half smiling, half crying. It made me do it. The old ghost's eyes narrowed. Who is it? Meng Zun opened his mouth but suddenly froze in fear. His arms shot up and clutched his own neck. Blood began to bubble from his lips. Then the blood turned to rust. Rust and debris poured from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, spilling onto the floor. Meng Zun's limbs twisted wildly before curling into a ball. He became a lump of rust. The fear in his eyes faded, replaced by a lifeless stare. But there was a chilling smile on his lips. It's coming. You don't have much time left. Very soon. We'll meet again. With that, he died. Liu Jai, after Meng Zun came to you last night, did you use the weapon he gave you to try to kill me? Liu Jai stiffened. No, I didn't. Red light. Panic set in. I mean, I did try to kill you at first, but I gave up. Green light. Liu Jai exhaled in relief. But the old ghost wasn't moved. According to factory rules, that's attempted murder. You deserve to die. Liu Jai tensed again. If you even think about killing a colleague and act on it, punishment is unavoidable. Several evil spirits approached with malicious smiles. Don't, Liu Jai cried. I was possessed. I didn't mean it. I changed my mind. The spirits ignored him, preparing to tear him apart. Chen Fei suddenly spoke. Boss, can I handle this one? His expression was grim, like he wanted to devour Liu Jai. The old ghost was silent, then lifted his wrist slightly. The spirits backed off. Fine. He tried to kill you. Take your revenge. Whatever you do, I never want to see him in this factory again. Chen Fei nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll kill this bastard myself. He wrapped Liu Jai in an iron chain and dragged him out of the administrative building. Once they were gone, the old ghost stared silently at the rusted corpse on the ground, eyes filled with unease. Chen Fei brought Liu Jai to an abandoned warehouse and left, seemingly looking for a tool to torture him. Tied up with ghost rope, unable to move, Liu Jai felt hopeless. It was over. He'd lost his job, and now he was going to die here. It was all Zhao Yi's fault, that cunning human. Liu Jai cursed him silently. Why had he trusted that liar? He swore that if he ever got another chance, he'd never believe a single word Zhao Yi said again. Not even a punctuation mark. The iron door opened. Liu Jai trembled, thinking the end had come. But it wasn't Chen Fei, it was Zhao Yi. Why are you here? Liu Jai asked, surprised and hopeful. Zhao Yi walked up, cut the ghost rope with a scalpel, and whispered, if you want to live, stay quiet. Follow me. Liu Jai didn't dare disobey. His life was in Zhao Yi's hands. They made their way to the steel melting room. You can't stay in the factory, Zhao Yi said. There are guards at every exit. But I know a place where you can survive. I just need your help with something. Liu Jai clenched his fists, then slowly released them. He hated Zhao Yi deeply. If he had the chance, he'd flay the human and use his fat to light a lamp. But now, he had no choice but to bow his head. Where am I going? Zhao Yi pulled him to the massive human head in the steel melting room. Liu Jai felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Yi pointed downward. One thing, it's not safe down there. As soon as you arrive, turn off your phone. Find a quiet place to hide. I'll contact you later with instructions. There's no conflict between us. Whether you live or die doesn't matter to me. Working with me is your only shot at survival. Got it? Liu Jai nodded furiously. He completely forgot his earlier vow to never believe Zhao Yi again. Dog's life mattered more, as long as he could live. Zhao Yi took out old man Liu's property certificate, froze the giant head, grabbed Liu Jai, and kicked him into its mouth. After dealing with Liu Jai, Zhao Yi's phone suddenly rang. He answered. Chen Fei's voice on the other end sounded tense. Brother Zhao, Liu Jai escaped. Someone saved him. Zhao Yi replied calmly. I know. I was the one who saved him. There was a pause on the other end. Brother, why didn't you tell me? I almost killed him. Zhao Yi sighed. Are you stupid? You've got a lie detector at your place. If I told you not to kill Liu Jai ahead of time, wouldn't that have given me away? Chen Fei suddenly understood and chuckled. Right, I forgot. Big brother thinks of everything. After hanging up, Zhao Yi pushed his cart and went back to work. He had just collected a cartful of rusty grass when the phone rang again. He picked up. A deep, terrifying drumbeat echoed through the line. It sounded like someone was slamming two massive hammers into a giant drum, again and again. Brother Zhao. It was Liu Jai's trembling voice. Is there a war going on down here? Zhao Yi asked calmly. I don't know. There are so many corpses in black clothes. Liu Jai's throat felt dry. They're all connected to thin, rusty pipes that lead into a cave. Zhao Yi gave him an order. Go inside. That might be the source of the rusted corpses. Liu Jai was silent for a long time. Then, through gritted teeth, he asked, Zhao Yi, tell me honestly. You never intended to let me go, did you? Zhao Yi replied gently. No. Liu Jai was stunned. Damn it. Not even a little sugarcoating. At least lie to make me feel better. Zhao Yi added, with the same calm tone. You should be grateful you're still useful. Only ghosts with value survive. There was a long silence on the line. Then Liu Jai let out a long sigh. If I die, will you do me a favor? No. Iswell broke. Completely. With red eyes, Liu Jai cursed into the phone. Zhao Yi, I hope you die a horrible death. He hung up. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi's phone rang again. He picked up. Liu Jai's voice came through, soft and sincere. I'm sorry, Brother Zhao. I realized I really am an idiot. Zhao Yi smiled. Did you see something terrifying? Liu Jai nodded. His voice trembled. There's a road ahead. The deeper I go, the more rusted corpses I see. Eventually, I couldn't even tell what color their clothes were. Do they seem resentful? Liu Jai replied. No resentment at all. It's like they're just sleeping. Rusty pipes cover their bodies, all leading deeper underground. I didn't dare to go any further. The suspension bridge up ahead looks like it's about to collapse. Keep going. I want to know exactly what's deeper inside. Also, watch for places you can hide. It'll only be another day or two. I'll find a way to send more people in. Zhao Yi called Chen Fei. Where do you dump the rusted corpses after you deal with them? Chen Fei answered. The steel melting room. We don't know how it works. We just follow orders. Feed the rusted materials in, sell the steel. But the strange thing is, when we dump in plants, the steel output is low. But when corpses show up, the steel output skyrockets. Demon steel, neutral. Note, contains traces of life force and resentment. Very tough. Not recommended for large structures. Even without the description, Zhao Yi could feel the steel radiating a faint, corrosive resentment. It was weak, but undeniably there. He flipped through the sales records carefully. Just as I thought. 300 years ago, the factory sold huge quantities of steel to Moy Village. There's no way that much was needed for construction. The only possibility was the abandoned station. No wonder that place turned into something so horrifying. Zhao Yi's thoughts raced. They built a ghost station using resentment-filled steel. What are they trying to accomplish? Chen Fei stood silently nearby. After a few minutes, Zhao Yi suddenly said, I finally understand what those gray-clad corpses are trying to borrow. What? Chen Fei asked quickly. Zhao Yi's eyes glinted. Spirit, or more precisely, souls. Chen Fei looked stunned. Souls. Zhao Yi spoke rapidly. That massive creature beneath the factory, it's been absorbing the workers' souls, feeding on their resentment. Every time a rusted corpse appears, it means a worker's soul has been absorbed and now serves that thing. Their resentment gets melted into the steel. Chen Fei found it hard to believe, but the more he thought, the more it made sense. That's why steel output jumps when corpses show up. But why make resentful steel? Zhao Yi didn't answer, but deep down, he already knew. Behind Guxuan town, a terrifying invisible hand was controlling everything. A shrill siren echoed throughout the factory, sounding eerily similar to an air raid alarm. Fei Chen's expression tensed. Something's wrong. A special situation must have occurred in the factory. All security personnel and Hongsheng staff assemble immediately. Brother, I have to go. Please hold on to this account book for me. I'll return it to the owner later. Zhao Yi frowned slightly and looked at Chen Fei. Don't worry, I'll leave something inside your spirit. Chen Fei was stunned. What? Something to keep your wounds from rusting. Relax. Don't resist. That's it. I'm coming in. Their eyes locked. The red glow in Zhao Yi's gaze intensified. Chen Fei looked dazed, his awareness slipping away. After a few seconds, he snapped back to consciousness. Zhao Yi continued. I placed a lock in your spiritual world. The rust in the factory workers is caused by spiritual corruption. If you run into danger, just let go and fight. Gratitude and admiration filled Chen Fei's eyes. He thanked Zhao Yi and left quickly. Zhao Yi gathered the steel sales records, stood by the door, and looked at the tall tower at the center of the factory, where the alarm was still blaring. Rule 10. There is no one wearing black in the factory. If you see anyone in black, call the security office immediately, and stay put until they are caught. Hello, this is employee Zhao Yi. I saw someone in black. They took me down to the basement. I was terrified. The entrance is in the steel melting chamber, through the mouth of the giant head. Okay, I'll wait. Please hurry. He hung up. Then he called Liu Jai. The security team might come down today. Find a quiet place and hide. The noise on Liu Jai's end was already overwhelming. Deep, rhythmic drumbeats pounded with increasing intensity. The rust corpses. They're starting to move. Unable to describe what he saw, Liu Jai sent a short video. It was terrifying. In the video, an altar stood in the distance, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Thin chains descended from above, suspending rusted corpses one by one. Above the altar, 3 enormous iron chains bound a massive black heart, large as a skyscraper. It was clear now. The pounding drumbeats Zhao Yi had heard earlier were coming from this heart. No, there should be 4 chains binding it. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened. The 3 visible chains stretched to the corners of a square. The altar must have been constructed with 4 chains originally, but for some reason, one was now missing. It was the same structure as the abandoned station in Moy Village. Build something terrifying. Then seal it, like the underground warehouse that once held the station ghost. This heart, too, was meant to be restrained by 4 chains. But every one of these sealings had failed somehow. Whether it was an accident or something deliberate was hard to say. So the reason the factory fell into ruin was because one of the chains that bound the heart is gone. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the main quest. Investigate the corruption of the steel processing plant. Rewards will be issued after dungeon completion. You have triggered a hidden quest, Seal the Heart of Blitzcrank. Quest reward, Blood Crystal, title, Straight Man of Steel, 30,000 points. This hidden mission is extremely difficult. You may choose to abandon it. If you do, you will be immediately teleported out of the dungeon. He accepted the hidden mission. No way he was going to run away. As the saying goes, the greater your ability, the bigger your appetite. Leaving such a generous reward behind would be shameful. Just then, Liu Jai sent another message. Brother, the corpses, they're all moving. Zhao Yi replied. Find a place to hide. I'll handle the rest. After giving instructions to Fade Chen and explaining most of the situation, Zhao Yi returned to an abandoned utility room, locked the door, and sat down quietly. He'd had an interesting idea since yesterday. Now, it was time to try it. A scalpel spun between his fingers. He cut his arm, exposing it to the air. After about 30 seconds, something in the dark stirred. A huge monster set its eyes on him. A terrifying spiritual force invaded his mind. Zhao Yi slowly relaxed, letting it in. Rust began to creep across his arms. The edge of the land. Zhao Yi's spiritual world, usually quiet and empty. The Red Devil, wearing a red hood and carrying a small basket, was humming a nursery rhyme as she picked mushrooms near the abyss. These mushrooms were catalysts for chaos and resentment, nourishment for her. Suddenly, she looked up, her expression turning strange. Above her, the eye of a storm cracked open. Boom! A thunderbolt split the sky, followed by a flash of red lightning. Then, rusted, battered robots flooded into Zhao Yi's spiritual world, too many to count. Their eyes glowed green. Their presence radiated a terrifying pressure. In the distance, shadowy figures tied to bronze pillars began to tremble. The robot army stood in formation, ready to charge at any moment. The Red Devil looked grim. As she hesitated, preparing to flee, a pair of hands landed on her shoulders. She turned and saw eager eyes and a wild, excited smile. This is going to be a tough battle. If you want to survive, come with me and give it your all. When the foreign robots invaded, Zhao Yi didn't hesitate. He fell straight into the abyss, releasing his darkest personality immediately. The sound of chains echoed, rattling the soul. From the bronze pillars, bound black shadows wailed even more miserably at the sound of those unshackled chains. Their fear seemed to reach into the depths of existence. The sound alone drove them mad. The air was still, frozen in tension. Then, a blinding flash of red lightning tore through the darkness like a dragon, splitting the gloom with unstoppable force. In that single instant, every being in the marginal land saw the figure standing before Zhao Yi. Its body was wrapped in black blood like threads, coiled and twisting like tentacles. Zhao Yi and the Red Devil dashed between the machines, destroying them while dodging the deadly beams. But the darkest personality fought with reckless ferocity. It let the lasers tear its flesh apart, unflinching, as it devoured machines, lasers, and all. Its stomach seemed bottomless. As the tide turned in Zhao Yi's favor, the storm above rumbled again. Zhao Yi and the Red Devil looked up, eyes darkening with dread. A colossal airship descended from the eye of the storm, and with it came countless black specks raining down. As they neared, the two realized these new machines were far worse. No longer rusted or clunky, their smooth, polished surfaces gave them an alien appearance. The darkest personality dismantled another robot, devoured it, and its eyes flared with black fire. It turned toward the new arrivals, aura pulsing with excitement. A black flame formed into an evil mirror in its hand, reflecting the beams back and incinerating dozens of robots in return. Seeing their lasers fail, the rest rushed in for close combat, thick as a swarm. There are too many of them. What do we do? The Red Devil started to panic. That bastard Zhao Yi. What the hell did he get into this time? Don't panic when something happens. Face it head on. Zhao Yi, eyes wild, stood beside her, eager for battle. As the machines closed in, Zhao Yi transformed, unleashing his true form. A massive domain nearly 100 meters wide spread out. The Red Devil looked up, the light blocked by his presence. Her eyes were filled with fear. This guy, he was mimicking a ghost den in his own spiritual world. While not a true ghost den, within Zhao Yi's domain, the machine's power was dramatically weakened. What kind of mental strength did it take to do something like this? Outside, Steel Factory, Chen Fei and the other ghosts approached the factory's underground levels with the security team, when suddenly, a murderous aura erupted from below. They immediately formed a battle formation and waited. Then, from the entrance ahead, a wave of rusty corpses in black clothes appeared. There were hundreds. Everyone froze. Was this a trap? Though far stronger than the workers from centuries ago, even they might not survive a horde of hundreds of black-clad, rust-covered corpses. Everyone, if you can defend our territory and drive out these evil creatures today, I'll give you a raise. Double it. Damn, that's 60,000 to 70,000 ghost coins a month. A few who had already fled turned back, butts raised as they ran, shouting, double it, double it. Morale peaked. The chain in Chen Fei's left hand shot out and struck a black-clad rusted corpse. The creature flew back, actually knocked away. No, their strength has dropped. Chen Fei's heart surged with hope. It must be because of Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao is incredible. He didn't know what Zhao Yi had done, but it was clear these corpses had weakened. Brothers, don't run. The rust corpses are weaker now. This is our chance. Chen Fei's voice rang out. With their strength now lower than even the gray-clad corpses Zhao Yi fought days ago, the rusted enemies were quickly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Haha, we did it. We won. Let's go party at the best nightclub in Guxuan town. My treat. Joy rippled through the ghosts, but it didn't last. Because from the basement entrance, more black-clad rusted corpses began pouring out. Not hundreds, not thousands, an endless tide, like a spring that wouldn't stop. The ghost's smiles faded. My mom called me for dinner, I gotta go. I just remembered. The kids' channel is showing Lao Ba's secret recipe of little burgers. Gotta catch it. Haha, a real man doesn't sell his soul for a few ghost coins. I quit. One by one, they started running again. Chen Fei stared at the surge of corpses, his anxiety mounting. If he didn't complete Zhao Yi's task soon, Zhao Yi might die. He couldn't let that happen. Without hesitation, he charged again. But this time, the enemy had regained full strength. Chen Fei was blasted away like a cannonball. He slammed into the ground, cracks spidering around him. Blood gushed from his wounds. If Zhao Yi hadn't protected his spirit earlier, he would have started rusting already. The brutal scene struck fear into the ghosts. What kind of monsters are these? One rusted corpse was that strong. Now there were tens of thousands. A ghost employee turned to flee, but slammed into something solid and bounced back. What the? This road is wide open. Why are you blocking me? The curse died in his throat. He looked up and froze. Before him stood a ghost clad in iron sheets. Its aura was overwhelming. Fear crawled up his spine. This one was definitely not a factory worker. The warehouse ghost didn't want Zhao Yi to die just yet. It still needed his help. Or rather, Zhao Yi was the only one who could help. The warehouse ghost stared coldly at the trembling spirit in front of it. Let me ask again. Where is Zhao Yi? The ghost's head shook uncontrollably, spitting and drooling in panic. Just then, a horde of rust-covered corpses in black charged toward the warehouse ghost. Red mist surged from the iron box on its chest and enveloped them. A sharp hiss filled the air. Like concentrated acid poured onto flesh, the corpses dissolved into steaming, stinking blood within seconds. The ghosts nearby were stunned. Damn, this iron box ghost was insanely powerful. In the distance, Chen Fei, who had just struggled to his feet, was dumbstruck. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes lit up. That's right. It must be. It has to be. This guy must be a special agent from Jiao, sent to help Brother Zhao and me. I knew it. I knew they wouldn't let Brother Zhao face this nightmare alone. In that moment, the mysterious organization Jiao rose several levels in Chen Fei's heart. I know you're worried about Brother Zhao, but to save him, we have to complete the task he left for me. He quickly explained Zhao Yi's instructions to the warehouse ghost. After a brief pause to weigh the decision, they both rushed toward the underground entrance. Earlier, upon discovering the peculiar strength of Zhao Yi's spiritual world, Blitzcrank's heart had used nearly all its power to create a robot with psychic strength rivaling its own. In the violent collision that followed, it nearly crushed Zhao Yi, but he just wouldn't die. He was too tough. Even worse, as the battle dragged on, Blitzheart began to realize something terrifying. Zhao Yi was learning, adapting to every move, evolving with each attack. At first, a punch could crush the dark personality's head. But now, that same entity had not only survived, it was fighting back. The robot's radio waves glitched, warping in unnatural ways. It didn't understand the feeling, but it was familiar. It was the same emotion felt by countless beings it had absorbed and assimilated in the past. They had a name for it. Fear. Back in the real world, the terrifying tin ghost was closing in. Blitzcrank's heart didn't want the creature anywhere near it. Casting one last look at Zhao Yi and his darkest personality, it prepared to flee. It would deal with them later. First, it had to deal with the threat outside. But this was Zhao Yi's world, and leaving it wouldn't be easy. The sound of chains echoed from the abyss. Burning bronze links, wreathed in black flame, lashed into the sky like monstrous tentacles. The chains coiled tightly around the steam robot. You dare seek death. Its frequencies became more erratic. No one knew what those chains were made of, but neither its death ray nor soul saw could damage them. Eventually, it broke free. But above, the eye of the storm had already closed, unnoticed. A twisted black silhouette ran toward it, sprinting along the suspended chains. I'm going to kill you. The robot panicked. It launched a barrage of bombs at the dark personality, who leapt through the air toward it. Explosions burst like auroras, engulfing everything, even the robot itself. The storm of destruction tore everything apart. Even something nearly indestructible couldn't emerge unscathed. The darkest personality plummeted from the sky. Its form was mangled, no longer even human. It didn't move. The bronze pillar connected to the storm's eye was gone, crumbling into the abyss. Countless black spirits howled as they were annihilated in terror. The steam robot struggled to rise, its body nearly ruined. It looked at Zhao Yi in the distance. He was still kneeling, head down, hair hiding his face. Blood dripped silently onto the ground. You lowly ant, I will destroy your body with my saw blade. Your soul will be trapped forever inside the great Blitzcrank's heart. You will never find peace. The robot's voice crackled with electricity and fury. It had never expected prey to wound it. The modified soul-destroying saw revved as it stepped toward Zhao Yi, murder in every step. The Red Devil watched in despair. The darkest personality was dead. They had lost. But just then, Zhao Yi spoke calmly. Why don't you get it? The robot froze. The greed in Zhao Yi's voice sent chills through its frame. Zhao Yi lifted his head. Blood matted his hair. His grin stretched wide with madness. If I hadn't let you in, did you really think you could enter my world? I've searched for years and never found worthy prey. The others, too weak. Even Ball, my own creation, was barely a snack. But you're different. You're a feast. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. Something shifted behind the robot. It turned slowly. From the broken corpse of the darkest personality, an arm emerged. Then another, and another. A monstrous figure rose, impossible, terrifying. It had 8 arms, towering like an ancient totem. Black veins crawled across its skin, pulsing with corruption and power. Finally, enough. The darkest personality grinned. You haven't been taking this seriously, have you? Zhao Yi smirked. I'll give you one last chance. Use all your power. Because if you don't, those people heading for your heart, they'll bring you eternal damnation. The steam robot stared at the monster before it, drowning in shadow. And for the first time, it remembered an old saying. A good hunter always appears as prey. Had Zhao Yi planned this all along? Distract its mind, drain its energy fighting him, while others sealed away its heart. Humans, always so cunning. The 2 ghosts pressed onward, finally reaching the depths of the factory. What they saw stunned them. An altar stood ahead, with countless black rust corpses hanging above it, and a massive, floating heart as large as a building. Chen Fei was speechless. He had worked in this factory for years, but this was his first time underground. Who would have thought that beneath the factory, the giant heart pulsed in the darkness. One of the chains is missing. The warehouse ghost studied the scene carefully. One of the chains binding the heart had broken loose. Its gaze followed the direction of the missing chain, stretching into the pitch-black unknown. Is that where the chain ends? Chen Fei asked nervously. Even though he had seen a lot, he still felt like a nobody compared to the terrifying ironclad thing before him. The warehouse ghost didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand toward the darkness and grabbed. A sharp, metallic clang rang out. It echoed far and deep, shaking the very soul. The chain has a powerful seal on it. I am doing everything I can just to resist it. You need to help pull it back to the heart. Without hesitation, Chen Fei leapt into the ravine below. He slid down and landed next to the thick, ancient chain. Strange runes were etched along its length, glowing faintly with an eerie green light. The chain twisted and fought back against the ghost's power. Chen Fei hooked a thinner chain around it with his left hand, clenched his teeth, and pulled with everything he had. Let me help. An old ghost limped up beside Chen Fei. The previous owner left this factory to me. I can't just stand by and watch it fall apart. The old ghost's eyes were resolute. I'm going too. A younger ghost wearing a yellow helmet dropped his luggage and walked forward. My master always said, if someone helps you, you pay it back. That tin box saved my life. It's in trouble now, I'm going to help it. The surrounding ghosts looked at each other in silence. Then, a thin female ghost finally stepped forward. Then, count me in. I owe Chen Fei a favor too. Chen Fei recognized her. He had saved her during the chaos earlier. As more people stepped forward, others began to feel ashamed just standing around. Maybe they had only come to this factory for a job, to make a living. But now, in this critical moment, those who were willing to risk everything were standing right next to them. Ordinary coworkers who had always seemed unremarkable. For some reason, Chen Fei felt deeply moved. The ghosts focused their strength, dragging the chain toward the altar and up the stairway of glowing runes that led straight to the giant heart. 1, 2, 3, heave, yo. They chanted, working like a tug-of-war team. But just then, a terrifying howl echoed from the distance. The ghosts froze, then looked around, and their expressions changed. Dozens of rust corpses had risen. They were staggering, but their murderous aura was overwhelming. They were charging straight at them. Everyone was locked in place. If they let go now, the chain would fall back into the ravine. Brothers, it's almost done, work harder. Finally, the ghosts succeeded in slamming the last giant chain with a strong seal onto the lock on Blitzcrank's heart. The warehouse ghost let go, and the seal on the chain suddenly became stronger. A bright green light flashed and connected with the seals on the other chains. The power of the chains had enveloped the entire heart. Then the heart began to slowly rust. The rusty corpses standing on the ground fell one after another. The warehouse ghost panted and looked at the giant heart with a hint of confusion in his eyes. It sensed that the heart's breath was rapidly dissipating. This was definitely not a sign of being sealed, but death. Zhao Yi's spiritual world. His tall dark figure, covered in blood and full of fighting spirit, crushed the extraordinarily strong spiritual incarnation of Blitzheart with his 8 arms and devoured it voraciously. The robot's radio waves became deathly calm, as if it had accepted its own death. The spiritual power like a great river poured into Zhao Yi's world. Chains from the abyss swept up materials like tentacles and began to build the damaged bronze column. The darkness at the edge of the land slowly began to fade away. Behind the dispelled darkness, a huge, dilapidated bone palace appeared. In front of the temple gate, a giant, half-broken black stone tablet covered with cracks stood like a god of war guarding the temple. New buildings. Does it have anything to do with bloodline? Maybe I can recover some of my lost memories from it. Zhao Yi stared at the stone tablet and smiled slightly. Although he couldn't go in yet and needed to wait for the dark personality to build the road to the Bone Hall. The Bone Hall related to his own red clothes bloodline had already aroused his great interest. Steel factory, abandoned storage warehouse. Zhao Yi woke up. The rust stains on the wounds on his body had disappeared. A ray of light shone through the window blocked by iron bars and gently kissed Zhao Yi's cheek. Very warm. Scattered dust danced in the sunlight, creating the illusion of a rainbow after the rain, even though it hadn't rained. He stood up, and a message came from the system. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the main quest investigating the truth about the decay of the steel processing plant. Congratulations to player Zhao Yi for completing the side quest Seal Blitzcrank's Heart. Task reward, 300 experience points, 45,000 points, Bloodline Crystal, title Straight Man of Steel. Straight Man, the physical damage you receive is reduced by 3.5%. Congratulations on unlocking the new private security camp, Steel Processing Plant. The ghost Liu Jai's favorability toward you has increased to respect. The friendly NPC in this instance, Warehouse Ghost. You have successfully unlocked the private branch Warehouse Ghost's request. This mission is the only favorability mission and is quite difficult. You can choose to refuse when the Warehouse Ghost makes a request to you. Note, after rejecting the Warehouse Ghost's request, the Warehouse Ghost's favorability toward you will reset to 0. After successfully completing the favorability task, the Warehouse Ghost's favorability will increase to loyal. Zhao Yi was slightly surprised. A private favorability mission. That sounds unique and kind of cool. Right now, the Warehouse Ghost's favorability toward me is respect, enough to make it risk its life for me. If upgraded to loyal, does that mean the Warehouse Ghost will obey my orders? Oh my god, a world of free powerful fighters is born. So happy, Zhao Yi pushed the door open and saw the factory had undergone many changes. The rust stains that had been everywhere had completely vanished. As for the seal on Blitzcrank's heart, it didn't really matter whether the chain was still there or not. Zhao Yi had devoured Blitzcrank's spiritual power, and the heart no longer had consciousness. He arrived at the administrative building and found many employees already cleaning up the rotting rusty corpses on the ground. They wore excited smiles and talked and laughed with each other, creating an extremely harmonious atmosphere. They had just gone through a life and death test together. They accomplished something amazing together. Hearts that have been through hardship naturally grow closer. Brother Zhao. In the distance, Fade Chen saw Zhao Yi and waved excitedly. Having completed the task assigned by Zhao Yi, Chen Fei was filled with a strong sense of accomplishment. You did a good job. Zhao Yi walked over, smiled, and patted his shoulder seriously. The organization is proud of you, and Guxuan Town has been reborn because of you. Chen Fei smiled and flattered him. Isn't it because of your excellent leadership and wise decisions, brother? Zhao nodded. Go. I will report your contribution to the organization later, and contact you if there is another mission. Maybe the organization will promote you from a D-class agent to a C-class agent. Chen Fei's eyes lit up. The car rolled along the road at a steady pace. The Warehouse Ghost drove with one hand and handed Zhao Yi a tattered document with the other. Found this in a hidden darkroom beneath the steel factory. Zhao Yi flipped through the pages. Most of it was filled with strange symbols he couldn't understand. But at the end were some personal notes that caught his attention. Does the legendary Son of God really exist? Can it truly bring hope to this world? At this point in the experiment, everyone's enthusiasm hasn't faded. It's grown even more fanatical and insane. Someone like me, still sober, feels like an outsider among them. and lately my colleagues have been looking at me strangely. It's unsettling. I hope I'm just overthinking it. 7 years ago, the church gave us design drawings and assigned us our final task. Since then, there's been no word from them. No further instructions. It feels like we've been abandoned. The Son of God. The church, Zhao Yi muttered, connecting the dots with previous clues he had found. Was it the Skull Church? Had all their previous experiments been for this so-called Son of God? He didn't know exactly what the Son of God was, but something about it felt deeply wrong. Everyone knows Satan doesn't show up in churches and God doesn't crawl out of graves. Something summoned through madness and cruelty couldn't possibly be a being of light. Still, it was a fascinating lead. By the way, didn't you say you were going to Zili Village? Zhao Yi nodded. Yeah, a friend's daughter is there and he can't go himself. I'm heading out to look for her. The warehouse ghost was quiet for a moment. Can I ask you for a favor? Zhao Yi's ears perked up. A mission, finally. Go ahead. The ghost took a long drag and exhaled slowly. There's a statue, a very important one, locked in a box that used to be in my chest. I lost it in Zili Village. If you're going, could you help me find it? Back then, I hadn't been unsealed. My mind was hazy. The station in Moi Village was still being built, so they transported me through Zili Village on a narrow side path. But something strange happened there. The people escorting me suffered heavy casualties. It cost them dearly to escape. That village. It's not normal. The statue was locked in a chest on my body. I dropped it when we fled. The warehouse ghost trailed off. The cigarette had burned down to his fingers, but he didn't seem to notice. Zhao Yi asked, "What does the statue look like?" The ghost thought for a moment, reverent as he described it. Its body is massive and muscular, brimming with strength. It's covered in totem-like tattoos. No one's ever seen its face, so it has none. But its most iconic feature, it has 8 demonic arms. Zhao Yi's expression twisted. That sounded familiar. After half a second, it clicked. Wait a minute, wasn't that me? His darkest personality had been reborn after the battle with Blitzcrank, breaking through its old limits and growing 8 arms. What kind of lunatic carved a statue of him and called it a god? And seriously, no face. A handsome guy like me, and you skipped the most important part. Zhao Yi silently blacklisted this sculptor in his heart. We need to find that sculptor and teach him a lesson. Still, he didn't tell the warehouse ghost any of that. Instead, he calmly promised to help recover the statue. Besides, it might not even be him. The darkest personality had only recently gained 8 arms, which meant maybe there was another 8-armed being out there. The warehouse ghost was grateful and dropped Zhao Yi off in Guxuan town. Inside his room, he began organizing the spoils of his recent adventure. He lifted it high, his expression solemn. Come on, golden legend. A golden light flashed, and suddenly a key appeared in Zhao Yi's hand. Item K49. Quality unclassified. Description often takes the form of a key. The holder feels a constant compulsion to jam it into any hole resembling a keyhole, and twist it violently until the key trembles. The compulsion then fades. Effect: opens most manual locks. Inventor's note: damn it. I knew I shouldn't have been inventing while trying to make a baby. This thing picked up some bad habits. Zhao Yi looked at the key in his hand, expression twisted. Why are there so many weird scientists in this chaotic world? Still, a key that can open almost any lock was a decent reward. If you have to go, remember 3 things. First, don't stay in the village for more than 24 hours. Second, don't eat or drink anything from the village. Third, talk as little as possible to the villagers, especially the living people. Something didn't add up. Moi Village was gone. Guxuan town had been wiped out with no survivors. How could a tiny place like Zili Village still have people? Zhao Yi left with the clown's blessings and boarded a train. The conductor dropped him off near Zili Village, not a standard stop, but the conductor agreed due to their good relationship. As Zhao Yi stepped off and watched the train disappear into the fading light, he began his trek toward the village. The area was still a distance from the village entrance. On the mountain path, insects chirped and wolves howled. They didn't sound like any living creature. The dirt road twisted endlessly and was tough to walk on. After a few hundred meters, Zhao Yi heard rustling in the jungle beside the path. Come out, or I'll start shooting. Zhao Yi smirked. 6 players emerged from the trees, each wearing a guild emblem. Damn, Zhao Yi, what are you doing here? Chubby Fang Bai stared in shock. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.